I have a beloved, whose hypocrisy, selfishness, capriciousness, and tongue laden with falsehoods do not deter my affection for him. He mistakenly believes that his wife captivates the straight men. Yet it is he who is truly irresistible, a paragon of masculinity, an alluring yet deceptive beauty who skillfully entices the straight men. One day, Lin Dan inadvertently suffered a blow to the head and awoke to find himself in possession of a novel. It turned out that his world was a tumultuous narrative centered around a submissive character, and he was but a minor supporting role, a cannon fodder among the protagonists. Chapter 1. Brother Yi, I wish to resign. A-hum. The young man lay languidly on the bed, his typically cool demeanor flushed with an alluring hue, his shirt disheveled, revealing a pale chest adorned with enticing shades of red that subtly rose and fell with each breath. His eyes sat leisurely on the opposite sofa, his gaze fixated on the vivid spectacle before him, swallowing hard in anticipation. Their elaborate schemes to bring down the Shun family had not been in vain. Otherwise, how could such an exquisite beauty be within his grasp? He approached, bending slightly to pat the young man's face with a taunting air. Do you truly think you are still the lofty young master of the Shun family? Long before, I let Ji Yunting, Lu Qingwei, and Zhao Xiangan have their way with you, and now you dare to flaunt your superiority before me? Enraged, the young man trembled with indignation and struck Yi Shiai's across the face. Yi Shiai's, you disgust me. The sting of the slap caused Yi Shiai's head to turn, a fiery pain radiating through his cheek. You dare to strike me? How audacious! You're only inviting retribution. He called out. Someone, Lin Dan, stationed outside the door, hurried in upon hearing the commotion. Brother Yi, what is your command? Yi Shiai's resumed his seat on the sofa, gesturing dismissively at the young man on the bed. He's all yours. Play with him as you wish. If you ruin him, it's of no consequence. Lin Dan quickly waved his hands in refusal. Brother Yi, he's your possession. I'm straight. Yi Shiai's, annoyed by his protests, drew his gun and aimed it menacingly. Go forth and do as I say. If you cannot perform, I shall eliminate your endowment. Having followed Yi Shiai's for many years, Lin Dan understood the gravity of the threat and reluctantly approached the bed. Buddy, I'm sorry. Bang! As Lin Dan reached the bedside, the young man kicked him to the ground. Yi Shiai's, just kill me. Shin Shu, my patience is not boundless. Why? Yi Shiai's flashed a devilish smile, his eyes reflecting a trifecta of mockery, coldness, and indifferent amusement. If you do not cooperate, I cannot guarantee your grandfather will continue to receive treatment in the ICU, nor can I assure you that those photographs won't be shared online. At these words, Shun Shu trembled, a tear glistening at the corner of his reddened eyes, like a leaf swaying in the wind, as he resignedly closed his eyes. The dim light in the room obscured his features, and Lin Dan could only discern the young man's sorrowful expression. Sensing a gaze upon him, Shun Shu lifted his head, his tear-streaked eyes meeting Lin Dan's with a mix of reproach and vulnerability. That single glance quickened Lin Dan's heartbeat, compelling his hand to reach out toward the young man. At the People's Hospital of Beijing City, blood pressure is normal. Oxygen levels are normal. Temperature is elevated. Heart rate is excessively rapid. Tai Tu stared in disbelief at the heart monitor, which was on the verge of reaching 200 beats per minute. Holy crap, beautiful, is my boss in trouble? Why is his heart racing so fast? The nurse adjusted the four-line, glancing at the young man's flushed face with surprise. It shouldn't be. All his vitals are stable, and the wound is healing nicely. But he's been unconscious for 2 to 3 days without waking. He hasn't sustained a brain injury, has he? Tai Tu had heard of many who had suffered head injuries, appearing fine on the surface, only to inexplicably perish days later. It's possible he may have damaged his cerebral nerves. You should brace yourself. If he doesn't wake up, he could very well end up in a vegetative state. What? A vegetative state? Tai Tu hastily grasped her hand. Please, you must save my boss. He's only 22 and has never even held a woman's hand. It would be a terrible loss if he were to die like this. Wait here. I'll fetch Dr. G to examine him. The nurse withdrew her hand and exited the room. Before long, Lin Dan's temperature and heart rate began to stabilize, and he gradually opened his eyes. Big brother, you're finally awake. Still reeling from the vivid dream, Lin Dan instinctively licked his parched lips, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Big brother? Big brother. Tai assumed he was dazed and reached for the call button. Stop shouting. Give me a glass of water, Lin Dan rasped. Taking advantage of Tai's absence, he slipped his hand beneath the covers. Indeed, perhaps due to his upbringing, Lin Dan's needs as a man were not particularly pronounced. One could even say he was quite ascetic. He believed his sexual orientation was clear, yet in the dream, he had engaged in intimate relations with a man whose face he could not discern, every detail vividly etched in his mind. Desperate to eradicate this embarrassing evidence, he rummaged through the bag Tai had brought and quickly made his way to the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within. A few minutes later, the bathroom door swung open. Lin Dan emerged bare-chested, clad only in gray sweatpants that hung loosely on his hips, the drawstring untied. As he stepped out, pulling a t-shirt over his head, he collided with the man entering the room. The man was impeccably dressed in a white lab coat, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of refined elegance. Ji Xiao? Lin Dan paused, surprised to encounter Ji Yunting here half-dressed. He revealed an enticing expanse of his slender waist. The well-defined waist, coupled with a flat abdomen, was accentuated by a layer of taut skin, with hints of defined obliques just barely visible. Ji Yunting's pale eyes flickered with a shadow as he adjusted his glasses, his gaze lingering on the snake tattoo coiling around Lin Dan's left side. It depicted a black king cobra, its mouth agape, fangs bared, and forked tongue flicking out, the serpent's body winding around the young man's narrow waist, its tail disappearing. Beneath the waistband, the tattoo was soon obscured by clothing. Ji Yunting shifted his gaze, offering a compliment. That tattoo is quite impressive. Though Lin Dan and Ji Yunting were acquainted, they were not particularly close, and given the recent dream, Lin Dan's demeanor remained somewhat aloof. Ji Yunting, undeterred by the cool reception, remarked, "You just woke up and already took a shower? It seems you're not keen on healing." Lin Dan's forehead was wrapped in a bandage, which had become largely damp after a quick shower, revealing the faint outline of black stitches. Beneath, it's nothing, just a minor injury that won't lead to death. He casually removed the bandage from his head and tossed it into the trash bin, then inquired of Tai, who had just entered with water, "Do you have any cigarettes?" Lin Dan had a strong craving for nicotine, and his agitation only intensified his desire to smoke. Tai nodded, handing over his cigarettes and lighter. Lin Dan settled on the edge of the bed, extracted a cigarette, and brought it to his lips, but before he could light it, it was snatched away by Ji Yunting. Smoking is prohibited in the ward. Whether intentional or not, Ji Yunting's thumb brushed over the damp yellow filter with rapidity, a gesture unnoticed by either of them in the room. In the next moment, that cigarette was discarded into the trash bin. Lin Dan frowned slightly, but refrained from arguing due to Ji Yunting's status, placing the cigarette into his pocket instead. At that moment, his phone, resting on the bedside, rang. It was a call from Yishiai's. Lin Dan picked up the phone and walked toward the balcony, pulling the glass door shut before answering. "Yiga, how is your injury? I heard from Yunting that you were unconscious for several days. That's fine. I'm already much better." Lin Dan leaned against the railing, arching his back to stretch. "That's good to hear. I've transferred some money to your account. Take your time to rest without rushing back to work." Reflecting on the ominous foreshadowing of his dreams, Lin Dan took a deep breath and said, "Yigo, I wish to resign." Chapter 2. The injury on Lin Dan's forehead was inflicted by a guest at the Jinhua Club, who struck him with a wine bottle. At that moment, a patron of the luxurious establishment had taken a fancy to the young waiter delivering drinks, insisting that the girl stay to drink with him. Despite Hong Jie's futile attempts at persuasion, Jinhua is one of the premier entertainment venues in Beigang City, replete with various leisure facilities and services, including the inevitable flesh trade of companionship and intimacy. However, in a society governed by law, such matters are expected to be consensual. One may choose to engage or abstain without coercion. Yet in a vast world, all sorts of individuals abound. Jinhua primarily caters to those of power and influence, and among these patrons lurk unscrupulous individuals who wield their authority to intimidate others into submission. Nonetheless, due to the overarching presence of the owner, Yishiai's, disturbances are typically quelled swiftly, with only symbolic reprimands issued to offenders. Alas, when Lin Dan entered the scene, he barely managed to utter a few words before he was struck on the head with a wine bottle. The shards of glass scattered across the floor, and blood streamed from his wound, alarming the employees present. Surprisingly, Lin Dan remained unfazed, defiantly downing an entire bottle of Martell XO, bloodied visage and all, and even inquired if it was sufficient, offering to continue drinking if it was not. The patron who had assaulted him was taken aback by this unexpected resilience. Feigning concern over Lin Dan's bloodied appearance and dismissing him with a wave of his hand, the young female waiter, scarcely in her 20s, was understandably terrified by the incident and was ultimately supported by Lin Dan as she exited the private room. Noticing her pallid complexion and dazed demeanor, he instructed Hong Jia to personally escort her home for rest, while a male attendant replaced her in the room. Once all matters were settled, Lin Dan remembered his own injury and intended to seek out a clinic for stitches. However, he scarcely took a few steps before losing consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself immersed in an inexplicable novel. This tale narrated the downfall of the once illustrious young master, Shu, who was conspired against by 4 envious men, leading to his bankruptcy. After enduring a harrowing series of abductions, confinement, and emotional turmoil, Shu ultimately succumbed to despair, taking his own life by leaping into the sea. Lin Dan was unfamiliar with Shu, yet he recognized 2 of the 4 conspirators: his direct superior, Shi's, the powerful figure behind Jinhue, and Ji Yunting, whom he had just encountered. Initially, these entanglements of the young masters seemed irrelevant to him, but the crux lay in the narrative's depiction of Shi's, who failed to comprehend his feelings for Shu, treating him merely as a plaything. On one occasion, when Shu incited Shi's sire, he callously offered Shu to Lin Dan for his amusement. After Lin Dan's dalliance, Shi's, realizing his own feelings, perceived Lin Dan as an eyesore and retaliated viciously. Though the plot appeared absurd and far-fetched, Lin Dan found it oddly reflective of Shi's capricious nature. Initially, he dismissed the ludicrous narrative. After all, as a straight man, even if Shi's were to point a gun at him, whether at his head or elsewhere, he would never compromise his principles to engage with another man. The narrative described in the novel aligns precisely with his reality, compelling him to believe that in the near future, he would find himself in bed with a man, only to be ultimately killed by Shi's thereafter. He does not fear death. Rather, he cannot afford to die, nor can he succumb in such a humiliating manner. The only way to evade fate is to distance himself from Shi's. He is not the only one among the subordinates. When he leaves, Shi's will be free to select another unfortunate soul to play the fool. After Lin Dan finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the other end before a voice inquired, "What is the matter? Is it because of what happened a few days ago? If it bothers you, I can find the person who hit you at that time for you to deal with. How about that?" "It's not about that." Lin Dan instinctively reached for the cigarette pack in his pocket, but upon realizing he was in a hospital, he refrained from doing so. "There's no particular reason. I simply do not wish to continue. Xiao Wei will be heading to university in the latter half of the year, and I want to find a respectable job nearby to accompany her." The other party chuckled, their tone growing colder. "Lin Dan, why have you become so unprincipled following me? him.He, I treated you well enough these past 2 years. You go. That's not my intention. I will never forget the immense gratitude I owe you." Shi smiled, seemingly unsure whether he believed his words. "If you wish to leave, come to Jinhue at 8 tonight and tell me in person." Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone. If Beigang City were to be likened to a well-defined pyramid, Shi's occupies the apex. The Yi family, once involved in the underworld, has gradually cleaned up its act over the years, yet still engages in numerous unsavory businesses. Shi's, though appearing affable and able to converse with anyone, harbors a ruthless nature. Having spent over a year at Jinhue, Lin Dan had come to understand his temperament well. Having embarrassed him and insisted on leaving, he was uncertain how he would extricate himself from the ensuing trouble that night. However, he was unconcerned. He had not yet slept with Shu, and Shi's would not unravel him just yet. At worst, he would suffer some physical discomfort. After all, his life was of little value, and he would not perish. Once the call ended, his phone automatically returned to the home screen. Lin Dan glanced at the time displayed. May 16th, Friday, for 30 p.m. He placed his phone in his pocket, pushed open the glass door, and strode towards the exit. Ji Yunting, still in the hospital room, noticed his departure and asked, "You just woke up and are leaving? Aren't you going to have a checkup?" Encountering others, Ji Deshao would not have offered such kindness. However, the slender waist and tattoos had piqued his interest in this individual. Previously, he harbored no particular feelings toward Lin Dan, merely finding him tolerable, as he was one of the few who understood their identities without fawning over them. Even when Shi's had introduced him to those of high status, he merely exchanged pleasantries, never attempting to curry favor, a person of considerable self-awareness. "No need," Lin Dan replied, opening the door and leaving without looking back. He wished to avoid any further entanglements with these peculiar individuals. Although he identified as heterosexual, he bore no prejudice against homosexuality. He simply found these individuals' methods too unsavory for his liking. Unable to dissuade his peers through gentle words, he could only strive to avoid complicity. With Lin Dan's departure, Tai Tu naturally followed suit. Within the confines of the hospital room, only Ji Yunting remained. Shortly thereafter, his mobile phone, nestled in his pocket, rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a knowing smile graced his lips as he answered the call. The individual on the other end had departed. Ji Yunting discerned the annoyance in his friend's tone and felt a twinge of schadenfreude. "What is the matter? Did all go awry?" "Yes, I wish to leave," came a reply. "I told you before, just take the initiative. With your status as young Master Yi, surely you could manage him? Such matters are far more intriguing when both parties are willing. I have no desire to engage in coercion." Ji Yunting did not spare his childhood friend any mercy. Unceremoniously exposing the truth. "You simply cannot compete, can you? If you two were to truly confront each other, I wouldn't be surprised if you found yourself at a disadvantage." He had witnessed Lin Dan's brutal confrontations on the surveillance footage from the juvenile detention center. His strikes were merciless, each aimed to inflict severe harm. How could Shi's, a pampered young heir, possibly stand as his equal? Shi's cursed under his breath before asking, "Enough with the banter. Do you still have that medication you mentioned last time?" Ji Yunting's family was involved in the pharmaceutical trade, possessing their own research institute, allowing them access to many novel drugs not available on the market, far surpassing the inferior substances found in bars and nightclubs. "Of course, but I have one condition." The VIP single occupancy room was cleaned every 4 hours by dedicated staff, and at that moment, the garbage bin contained only a bloodstained gauze and the cigarette Ji Yunting had discarded moments earlier. "What?" Shi's inquired. Ji Yunting bent to retrieve the cigarette, his gaze briefly flitting over the damp, yellowed filter. With a subtle application of pressure between his thumb and forefinger, the cigarette snapped effortlessly in two. A cryptic smile played on his lips as he added, "Count me in." Chapter 3. Sue Lin Dan left the hospital and promptly took a cab to the first high school. School let out at 5:30, and upon his arrival, it was still early, the gates were closed, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, save for a few parents waiting to pick up their children and sporadic food stalls staking their claim. With less than a month until the college entrance examinations, the third-year curriculum was intense, offering students only a brief respite on Friday afternoons. They were required to return for classes on Saturday. Lin Dan had never attended high school, relying on Hong Jia for such information. Bored from waiting, he wandered to a nearby newsstand and purchased a pack of Marlboro Black Ice. Then idly squatted on the roadside opposite the school gate. With a pop, the flavor capsule burst, releasing a wave of icy freshness that enveloped his mouth. The chill swiftly penetrating his lungs, momentarily dulling the pain from his head injury. Standing tall, with long legs and a striking appearance, Lin Dan attracted the attention of several nearby parents. However, his inherently unapproachable visage, coupled with the bandage on his forehead, left him looking anything but respectable. The assembled adults whispered among themselves, occasionally casting curious, probing, or disdainful glances in his direction. While most would have succumbed to discomfort under such scrutiny, Lin Dan was different. He had long embraced his individuality, indifferent to the opinions of others. Yet, being observed for an extended period began to irk him. He raised his eyes toward the group, engaged in the loudest discussions, and locked gazes with a middle-aged man. The man, upon meeting Lin Dan's lowered brow, instinctively flinched and quickly averted his gaze. At 5:30, the school gate swung open promptly, and students rushed out, eager to greet their awaiting parents nearby. Lin Dan remained still, extinguishing the half-burnt cigarette in his hand, intently gazing at the students emerging from the gate, fearful of missing that familiar face. It was only at this moment that his heart felt truly tranquil. As unfamiliar faces passed by, a striking girl in a blue and white school uniform soon caught his eye. Lin Dan finally broke into a genuine smile, the first since awakening. He scrutinized the girl from head to toe. It had been over half a month since their last meeting, and she appeared to have grown taller, though she looked somewhat thinner. Had she not been eating properly? The pressures of her senior year must be considerable, with the college entrance examination looming next month. Lost in thought, just as her figure was about to vanish from sight, he donned a black baseball cap he had casually purchased from a street vendor, lowering the brim intentionally, and followed her. Each time he came here, he would shadow her from a distance until he saw her safely home. At a crossroads, Su Wei parted ways with her classmates and headed home alone. A sense of unease washed over her. It felt as though someone was following her. She glanced ahead at the empty alley, the usual path home. Though it was a shortcut frequented by few, taking the longer route would add at least 10 more minutes to her journey. As the sky darkened, she tightened the straps of her backpack, lowered her head, and quickened her pace into the alley. Upon emerging into the bustling main road, she finally exhaled in relief, glancing back to find the alley deserted. Dismissing the unease, she attributed it to the mounting stress of her studies. Suddenly, 2 thugs trailing Su Wei were swiftly subdued before they could even see Lin Dan's face. He stood over one thug's chest, applying pressure. "Who sent you to follow her?" The blonde thug winced in pain, baring his teeth, but stubbornly replied, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. We were just passing by." Lin Dan, growing impatient with his rambling, swung his fist, striking the thug's face. A piercing scream escaped the thug as 2 of his front teeth dislodged, mingling with blood. "I will ask you once more, who sent you to follow her?" The other thug, terrified by Lin Dan's ferocity, blurted out before the blonde could respond. "Brother, I'll tell you. It was Scar Brother who instructed us to teach this girl a lesson." Lin Dan's expression darkened instantly. The thug hastily clarified, it was just to intimidate her, to ensure she doesn't associate with Lin Dan. "Who is Lin Dan?" Both thugs shook their heads vigorously. Lin Dan had a decent memory. Scar Brother was a local bully from the first high school nearby, someone he had encountered a few times at GNU. Lacking the thug's contact information, he instructed the chubby one to call directly. The call connected swiftly. The other party was likely in a game room. Lin Dan could faintly hear the clattering of mahjong tiles. "What is up? Did you handle the matters I assigned you?" Lin Dan took the phone and switched it to speaker mode. "This is Lin Dan." Bargo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized the identity of the caller. It turned out to be Brother Lin. What a surprise to receive a call from him. Lin Dan, however, had no time for pleasantries and directly inquired, "Who instigated you to target Su Wei?" "Su Wei, the girl from #1 high school?" Bargo, unaware of the connection between Lin Dan and Su Wei, cautiously probed, "Are you friends with her?" It was evident that a direct call from Lin Dan implied their relationship was far more intricate than mere friendship. Barga chuckled, attempting to deflect. "It's just a minor misunderstanding. My underlings acted thoughtlessly. I'll return to set things right. It won't happen again." However, he was clearly trying to evade the issue. Lin Dan's expression turned icy. He aimed a kick at the rotund man attempting to escape, sending him sprawling several meters away, clutching his abdomen and wailing in pain. "I will ask you once more, who directed this?" The commotion was not subtle, and Bargu, aware of Lin Dan's past, recognized that the forces behind Su Wei were beyond his capacity to provoke. Reluctantly, he confessed it was Miss Zhao Xiangqing from the Zhao family. "Her boyfriend has been in close contact with Su Wei, and she asked me to teach her a lesson." Fearing repercussions from Zhao Xiangqing, Barga cautioned Brother Lin, "The Zhao family is not someone we can afford to offend. Miss Zhao only requested a verbal reprimand, nothing more. Perhaps we should let this matter rest." Lin Dan, with connections to Yi Shiai's realized he could not afford to antagonize either party and sought to navigate the situation delicately. Lin Dan remained silent and inquired, "Who is Zhao Xiangqing's boyfriend?" Barga hesitated, having expected Lin Dan to confront Zhao Xiangqing, but was surprised by his interest in the boyfriend. "He's just a nobody." Lacking any substantial background, Bargu quickly relayed the information to Lin Dan. Having acquired the knowledge he sought, Lin Dan departed. Upon reaching Jinyu, it was still before 8 o'clock. He paused at the entrance to smoke a cigarette before entering. The doorman opened the door for him, and he exchanged greetings with several acquaintances on his way in. Upon ascending to the second floor, he encountered Hong Jie, who was conversing with a female server. She appeared somewhat astonished to see him. "Aren't you taking a couple of days off?" she remarked. Zhang Wan, the server who had been approached by a customer to accompany him that night, had expressed a desire to visit him at the hospital. She glanced up at Lin Dan's handsome face, her heart racing slightly. "Brother Lin, are you all right?" she asked. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury," Lin Dan replied, omitting any mention of his resignation. He then asked Hong Jie, "Has he arrived?" "Yes, he's upstairs," Hong Jie responded, fully aware that Lin Dan intended to pay him a visit. She cautioned, "Mr. Yi is in a foul mood today. Tread carefully with your words." "Understood," Lin Dan acknowledged as he ascended the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere below, the top floor was serene, with deep gray carpets lining the corridors and elegant mahogany decor exuding sophistication. Reaching the innermost room, he knocked gently on the door. It swung open swiftly, and as Lin Dan stepped inside, he was unexpectedly embraced by a man who clung to his leg. Chapter 4. I attended the gathering with Lin Ge. Previously, I was blind to the grandeur of the situation. That night, I was truly inebriated, and I shall never dare to indulge again. I implore you, spare me. The man uttered these words as he lifted an unopened bottle of liquor and struck it against his own head. With a resounding crack, the liquid mingled with blood as it streamed down his face. Lin Dan recognized him as the individual who had assaulted him with a bottle that night. Noticing Lin Dan's silence, the man reached for another bottle from the table, intending to continue his self-inflicted punishment, only to be thwarted by Lin Dan's swift intervention. "What does this mean?" Lin Dan returned the bottle to its place, casting a glance at the individuals seated within the room, his expression less than favorable. The private room was populated, yet all stood respectfully in the corners, while a tall and handsome man occupied the central sofa. He wore a simple black shirt, the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing a sleek black watch. "Lin Dan, come here." Lin Dan approached. "This is the one who harmed you that night. I have delivered him to you. How you choose to deal with him is entirely up to you. Let him go." Lin Dan had no intention of seeking revenge. "Having injured you, he cannot be spared." Yi Shi's handed him a gun. "Kill him, and I will take the responsibility." Lin Dan accepted the gun, placing it upon the marble coffee table beside him. "It is unnecessary." Yi Shi's extracted a cigarette from a pack, leaving it unlit. "Is that so?" Bending slightly, Lin Dan lit the cigarette for him, his dark lashes casting shadows upon his eyes. "Brother Yi, I have heard that there have been changes in Beigang's leadership, with the new officials eager to prove themselves. Perhaps we should maintain a low profile. As you say, for Yi Shi's, taking a life was a trivial matter. However, Lin Dan's consideration for him was appreciated. Yi Shi's gestured for his subordinates to escort the man away. Soon, only the two of them remained in the room, the lingering scent of blood and alcohol dissipating, leaving no trace behind. "Have you found a suitable next step?" "Not yet." Lin Dan seated himself on the sofa beside Yi Shi's. "What do you plan to do after leaving? With your criminal record, no respectable place will accept you." 6 years ago, Lin Dan had taken a life. At the tender age of 16, he had spent 2 years in a juvenile facility, followed by another 2 years in prison. After his release, he found himself disconnected from society, and with no education and a criminal history, he was unwelcome in respectable establishments. It was only through Yi Shi's benevolence that he had found refuge. Had it not been for the novels in his mind, he might have continued to follow Yi Shi's lead. "I suppose I will take it one step at a time." Lin Dan had little ambition for the future. Beigang was vast enough that he would not starve. Once Su Wei enrolled in university, he would go wherever she studied, merely observing her from a distance. Yi Shi's moved to sit beside Lin Dan, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, his chest pressing against Lin Dan's back, creating the appearance of an embrace. Stay. If you do not wish to remain in Jinhue, I can secure for you a more leisurely and respectable position. Should you desire to reunite with Su Wei, I can arrange that as well. Lin Dan did not wish for Su Wei to be subjected to gossip about having a brother who had committed murder, nor did he want her to recall those sordid memories upon seeing him. No need. She is doing well now. I shall not intrude. He was often closely pursued by Shi's, and although he usually indulged him, today his mood was particularly foul. The other party's hand kept reaching under his clothing, and feeling increasingly irritated, he forcefully pushed Shi's away. Brother Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Shi's, a natural-born heir, was accustomed to being the center of attention. He had already lowered himself to coax Lin Dan, yet the latter remained impervious to his attempts. The amiable expression that had adorned Shi's face vanished, as he carelessly tossed the cigarette but into his glass and coldly remarked, "What's the hurry? If you wish to leave, some debts must be settled first." "What debts?" Lin Dan inquired. "When you were just released from prison and were pursued by Ma Shang's men, I handled that for you, incurring a total of 2 million. How do you propose to settle this debt?" Ma Shang was the son of the man Lin Dan had killed years ago. At that time, he was merely 16 and incapable of paying any restitution. Initially sentenced to life imprisonment, he was later released early due to certain circumstances. Upon learning of Lin Dan's release, Ma Shang pursued him relentlessly, only to be pacified by Shi's. Lin Dan's expression remained calm as he accepted the burden of the substantial debt. To him, life held little significance beyond death, and once dead, nothing mattered at all. "I currently have approximately 150,000 on hand. I can transfer that to you now, and the remainder will be settled within 2 years." This sum was what he had saved over the past year at Jinhue. Shi's scoffed in disbelief. 2 million? I doubt even selling you piece by piece would suffice. Do you need me to write an IOU? Lin Dan retorted. How much do you think you can earn with your relentless toil? Shi's hand glided over Lin Dan's back, tracing down the smooth line of his spine. He leaned closer, his lips brushing against Lin Dan's ear, his voice a low murmur. "Why not spend the night with me? 20,000 for one night. How does that sound?" Though wealthy and powerful, he was not one to indiscriminately extend his assistance. Yet, Lin Dan's face was precisely to his liking. He had been drawn to him from their first encounter. After 2 years of restraint, he understood Lin Dan's temperament, seemingly mild-mannered yet fiercely resolute when provoked, willing to risk everything. Encountering someone who disregarded their own life was dangerous. Merely harboring such thoughts could lead to grave consequences. Shi's had intended to take his time, but with Lin Dan now attempting to extricate himself from his grasp, and having been provoked by Ji Yunting's recent words, he decided to lay his cards on the table. With his capabilities, making a living person disappear was a trivial task. He could easily confine Lin Dan, binding his limbs, leaving him incapable of resistance, reduced to submission. Just as his hand brushed against Lin Dan's waist, it was seized firmly. "Brother Yi, I'm not gay." Lin Dan doubted Shi's interest in him, believing such remarks were merely intended to humiliate. Upon releasing his grip, Shi's wrist bore a crimson mark, a testament to the force Lin Dan had exerted. Despite the circumstances, Lin Dan still recalled Shi's care over the past 2 years. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, regardless of their intentions, daring to speak to him in such a manner would have resulted in severe consequences for them. Directly rebuffed, Shi's felt a surge of anger. Just as he was about to summon someone to forcibly detain Lin Dan, the phone on the table suddenly rang. It was the person in charge from the Jinan Mountain area. "Mr. Yi, the race is about to begin, but your driver has backed out. Would you prefer to forfeit or arrange for a substitute?" The winding roads of Jinan Mountain were treacherous, featuring a particularly perilous section with 5 consecutive hairpin turns, which most amateur drivers would hesitate to navigate. In the past, thrill seekers had dared to race here, but later, several affluent young men from Beigang monopolized the area, hosting clandestine races at night, drawing competitors from across the nation with lucrative prizes. However, these races were far from legitimate. Participants had to sign waivers acknowledging the potential for death, and there were no rules during the competition. The first to reach the finish line was declared the winner. which allowed drivers to resort to any means necessary to eliminate their rivals. Overturning cars and falling off cliffs were common occurrences, resulting in numerous fatalities. He.'s gaze fell upon the man beside him, quietly smoking, and a smirk curled at the corners of his lips. "We will not forfeit. I will bring my team there." After hanging up, he turned to Lin Dan. "Stay put for now. There is a race at Jinan Mountain tonight, and since the driver has encountered an issue, you will take his place." Lin Dan was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the 5 consecutive hairpin turns. Although he was a competent driver, he was not a professional. "If you wish for my demise, it would be simple to act here and at least leave me with a complete corpse." Lin Dan feigned a slight weakness, and upon seeing his expression, He.'s anger diminished considerably. "If you prefer not to go, then you can sleep with me while I participate." Lin Dan rose, calmly meeting his gaze. "If I win, the 2 million will be written off." The races at Jinan Mountain attracted significant financial backing from Macau, with wealthy individuals wagering amounts ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Should the betting driver emerge victorious, their stakes could multiply tenfold or even 100-fold, far exceeding 2 million, which emboldened Lin Dan to make such a proposition. "Agreed, but victory is the only option." He.'s chuckled, pointing at Lin Dan's clenched right hand, adding another condition. "If you lose and survive, that hand will be rendered useless." Chapter 5. Shu the black Maybach descended from the overpass, turning at an intersection to enter an asphalt road leading to Jinan Mountain. Though still some distance from the base, 2 rows of barriers had already been set up in the middle of the road, with several uniformed staff members halting vehicles to verify identities before allowing passage. He.'s was a frequent visitor, and the staff recognized his car, preparing to grant him passage without question. Instead of driving straight through, He.'s lowered the window, inquiring, "Is someone coming?" It's unusual for there to be this much activity. A staff member leaned closer, whispering, "It's someone from the Shun family." He.'s smiled, understanding immediately. Lin Dan, seated quietly in the passenger seat, stirred slightly. "Who from a Shun family?" The two had remained silent during the drive, and He.'s hadn't anticipated Lin Dan's curiosity about the Shun family member. It was Shu, a member of the illustrious Shun family from the capital, who had been recuperating abroad for several years and had only recently returned to the country. Families like He.'s and Ji Yunting's held considerable influence in Beigang, but their authority was largely confined to that region. The Shun family, however, stands apart. They are a preeminent noble lineage in the imperial capital, deeply entrenched in both political and commercial realms. Their family enterprise, FS Group, boasts a staggering market valuation in the hundreds of billions, with numerous subsidiaries spanning a multitude of industries, thus earning a prominent position on the international stage. The current director, Shun Zhurong, is the father of Shu. Shu suffers from a congenital heart condition, and in order to accompany their only son during his recovery abroad, Zhurong and his wife have focused their efforts on developing FS overseas. Now that Shu's health has stabilized and he has returned home, they're gradually shifting their business back to the domestic market. It remains a mystery why they have not returned to the imperial capital, opting instead for Beigang. He.'s has heard from his father that Zhurong intends to venture into the new energy sector. Beigang's advantageous geographical position and convenient transportation make it a most fitting choice for such an endeavor. Lin Dan, however, is unaware of these particulars in the novel. The Shun family faces bankruptcy from the outset, and there is little elaboration on Shu's background. What he knows amounts to merely a name, Shu. Lin Dan silently repeats this name in his mind, recalling the vividly alluring spring dream, feeling an overwhelming heat wash over him. He raises his hand to open the car window, allowing the cool night breeze to alleviate his discomfort. The vehicle swiftly descends the mountain, and He.'s makes a phone call. Moments later, a representative emerges. Just as Lin Dan prepares to exit the car, He.'s suddenly states, "If you wish to reconsider, I could take you back." "No need," Lin Dan replies, opening the door and stepping out without a backward glance. The representative leads him inside, producing a contract. "Please sign here to confirm your voluntary participation in the competition. Any incidents that arise during the process are solely your responsibility. We bear no liability." Without a glance, Lin Dan signs the document. After changing into the appropriate attire, the representative escorts him to the third car position at the starting point, where a vibrant red race car adorned with colorful spray paint awaits. To prevent any tampering by the drivers, all competition vehicles are provided uniformly by the venue. However, Lin Dan notices that the fourth parking space beside him houses a distinctly different silver-gray supercar. It is the globally limited edition Pagani Huayra R, with its striking rear wing and lightweight carbon fiber chassis, a testament to its astounding 8-figure valuation. He wonders which affluent individual would dare bring such an extravagant vehicle to a race, unperturbed by the possibility of it being reduced to mere scrap metal. With 10 minutes remaining before the race begins, Lin Dan does not enter the car. Instead, he leans against its side and casually lights a cigarette. Soon, a black extended Rolls-Royce rounds the corner, its high beams suddenly illuminating the scene. Lin Dan instinctively raises a hand to shield his eyes. The vehicle comes to a halt approximately 5 to 6 meters away, and a young man clad in a custom red racing suit emerges. He is tall with chiseled, youthful features and strides directly toward the Pagani beside Lin Dan. Indeed, he is participating in the race. Like most men, Lin Dan harbors a fondness for sports cars, and he cannot help but feel a twinge of regret at the thought of the supercar potentially becoming a heap of scrap. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the young man turns his head, his eyes lighting up upon recognizing Lin Dan, and he waves enthusiastically. "Hey bro, you are quite handsome." Lin Dan then realized that the individual before him was a foreigner. Unable to comprehend the foreign tongue, he assumed the stranger was provoking him, dismissively avoiding eye contact. Extinguishing his cigarette and promptly entering his vehicle, the countdown to the race commenced. A stunningly voluptuous woman approached the cars, and a deep growl of engines filled the air. As the flag waved down, 5 racing cars shot forth like arrows released from a bow. He.He's car ascended directly to the mountaintop, tossing the car keys to a young man clad in a black uniform at the entrance, before proceeding into the villa district. Before the villa area lay an expansive swimming pool, usually bustling with life and chatter, yet now devoid of any presence. He.He's circled around the pool and ventured further inside, arriving at a lavishly decorated 3-story villa ablaze with light. The second floor housed a vast media room, featuring sunken leather sofas and a table adorned with an array of expensive beverages nestled in an ice bucket. Opposite the sofas were numerous large screens, each equipped with professional surveillance equipment, capturing every moment from the starting point to the finish line of the racetrack, projecting the entire scene onto the screens before them. At this moment, the race had yet to commence. Several young gentlemen were gathered in small groups, engaged in idle conversation. Upon seeing He.He's enter, they greeted him amiably. This group, each from distinguished families in Beijing, included those involved in business and others holding prominent positions in government. They often convened for leisure due to their shared interests. Typically, at this hour, they would be mingling with models or celebrities, indulging in games and drinks, yet now they sat with remarkable decorum, refraining even from smoking. In fact, there is not a hint of smoke in the air, only the subtle aroma of an exquisite fragrance. As He.He settled down, he precisely located Lin Dan among the numerous screens. The surveillance footage from the starting point displayed Lin Dan clad in a blue racing suit, accentuating his slender waist and long legs, casually leaning against the car door, a half-burnt cigarette delicately held between his fingers, its ember flickering in the wind. Just as he was captivated by the sight, a voice filled with mirth emerged from behind him. "What's this? I thought you would be lost in the embrace of beauty tonight. What brings you here with someone? Aren't you worried about trouble?" Ji said, taking a seat beside him. "The Shen family has someone here. They've already made their introductions and wouldn't dare cause a scene," he replied. "I know. Each one of them is more cunning than the last. They've all bet on car number 4. Noticing He.He's phone screen displaying the betting page, Ji inquired, "So, who do you plan to bet on?" Without hesitation, He.He selected car number 3, entering a wager of 1 million. Observing his substantial bet, Ji remarked, "In that case, I shall wager 50 as well. Perhaps fortune will favor him tonight." He.He's noticing Ji Yunting's keen interest in Lin Dan on the large screen. Felt a surge of displeasure. Ji Yunting, I warn you to refrain from entertaining thoughts about Lin Dan. Others might not grasp the true nature of Ji Yunting. But Yi Shi's was all too aware. He was a quintessential wolf in sheep's clothing, an elegant rogue. Ji Yunting naturally would not let a man's quarrel with his brother affect him. He shrugged and said, If you are unwilling, I shall not deprive you of your pleasures. I have brought the medicine, and it is placed in the car. Remember to take it when you leave. Yi Shi's expression softened at these words. Soon, the Rolls-Royce appeared on the surveillance footage, and upon seeing a young man clad in a red racing suit alight from the vehicle, someone inquired, Isn't that the Shun family's car? A voice confirmed, Indeed, but who is in car number 4? It appears to be a foreigner. That is Karis, Shun Shu's cousin. Someone replied. Among them was a recent returnee from studying in the UK, who enthusiastically introduced, This Karis is my classmate, notorious for his playboy antics. With no regard for gender. Just last month, a young star captured him in a photo, and the Weirman family had to spend a significant sum to suppress it. The Weirman family is among the top-tier conglomerates in Britain. Karis has an elder sister who is already assuming control of the family business. Unlike his accomplished sister, Karis is a prodigal son, engaging in every vice except drug use. However, since transferring to Beigang, he has been under constant surveillance by Shu. With his activities severely restricted outside of school, nightclubs and bars were off limits. His participation in tonight's race was only permitted with Shun Shu's approval, as they had to travel together. Just as the recent returnee finished speaking, someone jested, You suddenly returned to the country. Could it be that you were also photographed? Do you have the photos? Let's enjoy them together. The teased individual retorted with a kick, Get lost. I'm not that foolish. I had those girls hand over their phones beforehand. Laughter erupted among the group. In the midst of their banter, someone received a phone call, announcing, Let us go. He has arrived. The Rolls-Royce came to a gentle stop at the villa's entrance, and from the passenger seat emerged a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. He respectfully opened the rear door, from which descended a tall youth with long hair. Most of his face was obscured by a mask, revealing only a pair of striking peach blossom eyes. Clad in a beige pullover and light denim jeans, he appeared to have just stepped out of university. Yet there was a subtle air of detachment about him that made others hesitate to approach. Yi Shi's and his companions quickly moved forward to greet the newcomer. Shin Shu, amidst a group of well-dressed young gentlemen, did not stand out as the most conspicuous, yet all attention gravitated towards him, ushering him to a prominent seat in the living room. These wealthy scions, who would not rise early without profit, sought to cultivate a relationship with the Shun family, not merely due to the distant imperial capital, but rather because the newly appointed mayor of Beigang was Shun Shu's uncle, Shun Jiu. As Beigang is a municipality directly under the central government, establishing rapport with Shun Jiu, the anticipated leader of Beigang for the coming years, was imperative. One by one, they approached to toast him, while Shun Shu kept his mask on throughout, merely nodding in acknowledgement. When spoken to, he would respond with a word or two. His demeanor was neither overly warm nor cold. An assistant nearby explained, Young Master Shun has recently undergone surgery and is still in recovery. He is unable to drink. I hope you all understand. While they all secretly looked down upon Shun Shu's frail appearance, their flattery was ever more effusive. As the race commenced, the conversation among the spectators shifted to the competition at hand. Everyone was aware that the number 4 Pagani belonged to Shun Shu's cousin, the young master of the Wildman family. Hence the drivers had been briefed in advance. However, such instructions were somewhat unnecessary. The multi-million-dollar race car was inherently faster than its competitors. From the outset, the 4th car surged ahead, maintaining its lead through several corners. Yi Shi's observed that Lin Dan's performance was rather unremarkable, as he consistently held 3rd place. In truth, he had no intention of compromising Lin Dan's capabilities. A person so agreeable deserved to be cherished rather than marred, for perfection lay in preservation. It seemed a foregone conclusion that the 4th car would clinch victory, but as they approached the 4th corner, the 3rd car unexpectedly accelerated, overtaking a competitor in mere seconds, reducing the gap to the 4th car to a mere 30 meters. cars invariably decelerated while navigating corners, presenting an opportune moment for overtaking, and Lin Dan was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. Instead of slowing down, he pressed the accelerator fiercely, directing his vehicle to collide forcefully with the multi-million-dollar Pagani. With a resounding crash, the Pagani's rear wing was dislodged, and the impact caused Kara's car to decelerate. Seizing the moment, Lin Dan surged alongside. The two cars raced neck and neck, their high-speed collision producing a dazzling spray of sparks. At only 19, Karas, despite having engaged in street racing abroad, had never faced a challenger who pushed him to his limits. His peers, wary of his status, had always held back. This was his first encounter with such provocation, quickening his pulse and igniting a primal desire to win. As he risked being forced off the track, Karas violently jerked the steering wheel, colliding into the adjacent vehicle. The tremendous impact left Lin Dan's arms tingling, forcing him to decelerate, allowing Karas to surpass him. Subsequently, Lin Dan struggled to find a suitable opportunity to overtake. Soon, only the final hairpin turn remained. Navigating this corner would lead directly to the finish line. The 5 hairpin bends of Nan Mountain gradually narrowed, with the last corner barely accommodating a single vehicle. Lin Dan trailed behind Karas, rendering an overtaking maneuver impossible, and the onlookers collectively exhaled, believing the outcome was settled. Unbeknownst to them, Shunshu's temperament was unpredictable. Had they truly lost, who could say if he might harbor resentment? Seeking to find a reason to shut down the venue? Just as the crowd's relief settled, a sudden gasp pierced the air. The third car made a sharp turn at the hairpin, veering off the track and crashing through the safety barriers. Good heavens, is this driver insane? Does he not fear falling off a cliff? Yishiai's heart raced, and he stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "Lin Dan!" His voice rang out, drawing the attention of everyone in the room, including Shunshu. Ji Yunting tugged at his sleeve, prompting Yishiai's to sit back down. "Shiai's, do you know him?" "The third one. He your driver. int.He?" Yishiai's expression soured slightly as he nodded begrudgingly. To the surprise of many, the anticipated disaster did not occur. The third vehicle executed a flawless turn in mid-air, leading the fourth car by a hair's breadth as it navigated the final curve. Lin Dan glanced at the rearview mirror, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pressed the accelerator and crossed the finish line. The streamers unfurled, and Yishiai's finally felt his heart settle. The crowd, somewhat awkward, instinctively turned their gazes toward Shunshu. Unperturbed, Shunshu regarded the situation with indifference. Karas was merely an amateur racer, here for the thrill of the event. With Shunshu's lack of anger, the onlookers redirected their attention to the display screen, curious to identify the audacious individual who dared to overshadow the Shun family. As the car door swung open, Lin Dan emerged, casually removing his helmet. The physical exertion of racing had left him drenched in sweat. His hair, confined within the helmet, was dampened, with several strands clinging to his forehead. Finding the hair obstructive, Lin Dan raised a hand to sweep his bangs back, fully exposing his striking visage to the cameras. Chapter 7. The forceful kiss. Lin Dan possessed an exceptionally handsome and striking appearance, characterized by high cheekbones and a prominent nose. His brows were well-defined, his double eyelids subtly pronounced, with deep, dark irises that hinted at an underlying fierceness, accentuated by a faint scar that marred the tail of his right eyebrow. The effect rendered him somewhat intimidating and not to be trifled with. Shortly thereafter, the fourth vehicle arrived at the finish line, its headlights casting varied shadows across Lin Dan's features, enhancing their sharpness. It wasn't too long before someone recognized him. Yishiai's? Isn't that Jinyu's kid? Indeed, I thought he looked familiar. Is it Lin? Lin Dan, right? I remember him. He didn't seem impressive at Jinyu, but he drives quite fiercely. Yishiai's, we should invite him to join us next time. The last speaker, named Li Jua, hailed from a family that owned an entertainment company and had a penchant for charming young men. Yishiai's detected the implications in his words, his expression darkening as he feigned ignorance, asking why they should bother with him. Wasn't he a professional racer, merely filling in for another who had prior commitments? Li Jua opened his mouth, intending to say more, but the presence of Shunshu rendered him mute. Lin Dan tossed his helmet into the car and walked forward, unzipping his racing suit. Hey, Karis, the driver of the fourth car, exited and hurried to catch up with Lin Dan, his expression brimming with excitement. What is your name? Lin Dan understood this elementary phrase, replying simply, Lin. You are so cool, Karis exclaimed in a flurry of English. Lin Dan, growing impatient, retorted, Get lost. I don't understand. Seeing Lin Dan attempt to leave, Karis seized him and unexpectedly pressed his lips against Lin Dan's, caught off guard. Lin Dan was momentarily stunned by the warmth of the foreigner's kiss. A few seconds later, he registered the sensation of Karis's tongue brushing against his lips, while the other hand wandered to his backside. The moment Lin Dan was violated by a same-sex assailant, a chill coursed through his body, leaving him nauseated, nearly on the verge of retching. Infuriated, he glared with a piercing coldness and seized the hand of his aggressor, twisting it with a force that elicited a sickening crack and a scream as Karis's wrist bent at an impossible angle. Karis's face drained of color, momentarily speechless from the pain, but Lin Dan, still unsated in his fury, kicked him to the ground and delivered 2 resounding punches to his face. Damn it, you filthy queer! How dare you touch me? The commotion attracted a crowd, and due to the dim lighting of the night, coupled with Karis's unconscious state, no one recognized him. They merely assumed it was a quarrel between 2 racing enthusiasts. The race's finish line lay halfway up the mountain, and not far from there was a makeshift medical station. Several staff members pulled Lin Dan away and transported the unconscious Karis on a stretcher. As Lin Dan prepared to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Upon recognizing the person, the originally stern expression on his face softened slightly. Boss Lu, what brings you here? I'm filling in for a friend who has an urgent matter tonight, Lu Fong replied, her gray knitted jacket shielding her from the evening chill, beneath which she wore a white chiffon blouse and a gray pencil skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs. With her hands tucked in her pockets and a wry smile on her lips, she remarked, Why is it that every time I see you, you're getting into fights? Lu Fong had majored in clinical medicine in college, but chose not to pursue a career as a doctor, instead opening a tattoo parlor. The tattoo on Lin Dan's side was her handiwork. When Lin Dan had just been released from prison, he had yet to meet Yi Shi's and had been relentlessly pursued and beaten by Ma Shang. Despite his commendable skills, he was outnumbered and frequently left bloodied and injured. During that time, he was on parole, which made him reluctant to involve the police, so he endured the abuse. On one occasion, after suffering a particularly severe beating, it was Lu Fong who fortuitously came to his rescue, and Lin Dan had always been grateful to her. They kept in touch over the years. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Dan refrained from disclosing the fact that he had been forcefully kissed by a man, believing that the foreigner deserved a lesson. Lu Fong playfully tapped his forehead and said, Let us go. I'll help you take care of your wounds. Following her into the medical station, their figures vanished from the display screen. Inside the villa, the onlookers had varied reactions to the unfolding drama, from Karis's advance on Lin Dan to Lin Dan's retaliation. Most were surprised, reveling in the spectacle. Meanwhile, Li Jue, who had previously harbored feelings for Lin Dan, turned pale upon seeing the unconscious Karis. Realizing that Lin Dan was not the delicate flower he had presumed, but rather a fierce predator. Yi Shi's initial reaction was one of anger, but as he instinctively rubbed his slightly reddened wrist, he felt a peculiar thrill, realizing that Lin Dan's feelings for him were distinctly different. Young Master Shun, one of the bystanders, remarked, Lin Dan is inexperienced in such matters and lost control. I apologize on his behalf. Ultimately, the matter at hand can be attributed to Karis's initial fault. Yi Shi's does not believe Lin Dan has committed any wrongdoing. At most, his actions were somewhat excessive. There is no harm. Having been accustomed to the wildness abroad, it was indeed time for him to receive a lesson. Shen Shu, donning a mask, concealed his expression from others, leaving them uncertain as to whether he was truly angry. After speaking, Shen Shu instructed his assistant, Gao Fei, to review the medical room surveillance footage. The room only displayed the track's monitors, while the other cameras on the mountain were controlled from the first-floor control room. Thus, to view them, one must operate from below. This villa is under Li Jue's name. Assuming Shen Shu wished to ascertain Karis's condition, he remarked, No need to go downstairs. I can make a call. Gao, Fei chuckled. Allow me to descend. Could you kindly direct me to the control room, Mr. Li? Seeing his insistence, Li was summoned someone to escort him. Before long, the medical room's footage was projected onto the screen, whether intentional or not. The surveillance of Lin Dan and Lu Fang's room was also displayed, directly facing Shinshu. Before Yi Shi's eyes could ponder further, upon discerning the activities of the two in the footage, he nearly crushed the wine glass in his hand. After the race concluded, only a few remained on duty in the medical room, leaving many rooms vacant. Lu Fang escorted Lin Dan into one of the examination rooms. Upon entering, she casually hung her coat on a rack, instructed Lin Dan to sit on a nearby chair, and retrieved iodine, anti-inflammatory medication, and gauze from a cabinet. Perhaps due to wearing the helmet for too long and a series of collisions, Lin Dan's forehead bore a gash, with raw flesh visible. He slumped in the chair, languidly leaning against the backrest, one leg bent and the other extended, arms hanging limply as Lu Fang disinfected and treated his wounds. After tying off the bandaged gauze, she inquired, "Are you injured anywhere else? It seems you sustained a blow here." Lin Dan moved his left arm, feeling a twinge of pain, likely from the impact of the foreigner. He removed his shirt, revealing a large bruise on his arm. Lu Fang applied iodine and Yunnan Baiyao. Just as she prepared to assist him in putting his shirt back on, she noticed Lin Dan leaning back with his eyes closed, seemingly having fallen asleep at some point. Chapter 8. The kiss. Lin Dan was not in a deep slumber. He was merely fatigued. In a state of drowsiness, he sensed someone sitting on his legs, their presence imbued with a faint, pleasant fragrance that was not overpowering but rather delightful. Suddenly, a soft, warm, and moist sensation enveloped his lips. Having recently been forcefully kissed by a foreigner, he was startled and immediately opened his eyes. Before him was not a rigid man. Seated in his lap was a soft, fragrant, and beautiful woman, none other than Lu Fang, the one who had treated his wounds. Lu Fang hailed from a wealthy family and epitomized the philosophy of anti-marriage, cherishing the joys of the moment. Given Lin Dan's striking appearance and physique, it was only natural that she felt a spark of attraction. In truth, she had previously hinted at her feelings towards Lin Dan on several occasions. However, he seemed too traditional to accept an open relationship or a one-night stand. Not wishing to jeopardize their friendship, Lu Fang ultimately let the matter remain unresolved. This unexpected kiss was merely an accident. In this world, no one is indifferent to beauty, and Lin Dan, with his bare torso and an air of despondency and vulnerability, exudes an undeniable allure. He seems to possess an inherent sexual tension that captivates both men and women alike. Lu Fang, unable to resist the allure, impulsively kissed him. Now, upon noticing he had awakened, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and attempted to rise, only to have Lin Dan's hand rest gently on her lower back. Perhaps it was the adrenaline from their recent high-speed race, or perhaps it was the lingering effects of an earlier dream, but Lin Dan suddenly desired to indulge. He prevented Lu Fang from withdrawing, applying little pressure, granting her the freedom to escape. The choice was hers, to continue or to cease. Sensing an unspoken invitation, Lu Fang leaned in for another kiss. This time, it was not a mere peck. She boldly parted his lips, and Lin Dan, inexperienced in such matters, complied with her movements. The kiss was entirely orchestrated by Lu Fang. Noticing his naivety, a strange sense of satisfaction and desire to conquer surged within her. Both Lu Fang and Lin Dan were newcomers to this place, unaware of the surveillance cameras in the examination room. They kissed, as if oblivious to the world around them, while the camera in the corner captured their every movement from above, much to the discomfort of the viewers on the screens. The comprehensive surveillance system, costing millions, boasted impeccable display and audio quality. Lin Dan wore a blue racing suit, having removed the top to tend to his wounds. Now shirtless, his garments lay haphazardly around his waist. Standing an impressive height of 185 meters, he possessed a slender frame with delicate shoulders and a fit physique. Perhaps it was the heat in the room, or for other reasons, beads of sweat glistened on his sun-kissed skin, illuminated by the white overhead lights, rendering him strikingly seductive. Yi Shi's eyes grew increasingly agitated as he watched their intimacy unfold, feeling an overwhelming surge of jealousy. yet his gaze remained fixated on the screen, unable to tear himself away. The sight of Lin Dan, lost in passion, was undeniably captivating. Someone, unable to contain themselves, exclaimed, "Damn, this is like watching a film." Another chimed in, "Do you think they might actually get carried away in that room?" Laughter followed as they exchanged knowing glances, eager for a live spectacle. The charged atmosphere seemed to erase any sense of decorum, and they began to speak freely. A straightforward male commented, "It's a shame Lin Dan isn't acting in films." A gay man named Leisure remarked, "Indeed, if he filmed adult content, I would gladly pay to watch. No, I'd even invest in it." Someone teased him, "I see you want to invest in Lin Dan as the leading man. You can play the supporting role." Leisure retorted angrily, "Nonsense, I'm the star. If anyone plays second fiddle, it would be him." He smacked Leisure on the back of the head, exclaiming, "Stop fantasizing about my man." Meanwhile, Shu maintained an impassive expression, occasionally glancing at his phone, seemingly indifferent to the display before him. Only Gao Fei, who stood behind, noticed the black electronic watch on his wrist, repeatedly flashing notifications. "Your heart rate has exceeded the normal range. Please confirm if you require assistance." The electronic watch worn by Shu was specially customized to monitor various bodily indicators in real time, boasting an accuracy rate of up to 95% compared to hospital equipment. Shu furrowed his brow and pressed the ignore button. The kiss concluded, and the two were in close proximity, with Lu Fang's gaze resting on Lin Dan's lips. Unlike the common thin lips of handsome men, Lin Dan's lips were full, adorned with a distinctive Cupid's bow, and at that moment, their hue deepened due to the kiss, resembling a ripe tomato, glistening with moisture. Unable to resist, Lu Fang kissed him again before she began to remove her clothing. However, as she unfastened a single button, Lin Dan grasped her hand, believing he was having second thoughts. She pointed at him and exclaimed, "Lin Dan, we've already kissed. You wouldn't still be clinging to your chastity, would you? There's no turning back tonight. I must have you." Lin Dan gently brushed her damp hair from her face and explained softly, "I have no intention of preserving my chastity. I merely feel that this is quite disrespectful to you." The consultation room could be entered at any moment, and while it wouldn't pose a problem for him as a man, Lu Fang, being a woman, might be subjected to unwarranted gossip, a scenario Lin Dan wished to avoid. Men often think with their lower halves, and Lu Fang had seen enough of their desperate and lustful behaviors. Lin Dan's words warmed her heart. "Then shall I invite you to my home?" She never brought one-night stands to her residence, but Lin Dan was an exception. Lin Dan smiled and nodded, "All right, I will go change." Lu Fang had driven there, and once they reached the foot of the mountain, Lin Dan exited the car to change. Upon retrieving his phone, he noticed several missed calls, 2 from Tai Tu and the remainder from Yishi's. As he walked toward the parking area where Lu Fang waited, he returned Yishi's call. The phone rang once before connecting, and he was met with Yishi's exasperated voice. "Lin Dan, you need to come to the mountaintop. Brother Yi, I've already won the competition and the plans for the evening, so I want to be going." "Plans? Are you going to bed with a woman?" Lin Dan frowned. "That is my personal matter. There is no need for you to concern yourself, young Master Yi." "Fine. You want to even call me brother anymore." Yishi's took a deep breath and continued, "Just come over. Someone wants to meet you." "Who?" "Young Master Shun. Just moments ago." Shu had expressed a desire to see Lin Dan, and the others were equally eager, especially Li Jue, who seemed ready to transform into an enthusiastic teddy bear. With Shu's request, even Yishi's, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to summon him. However, Lin Dan showed no regard for pleasantries and flatly declined. "I will not see him." He ended the call promptly. Yishi's looked at his disconnected phone, shrugged, and said, "Young Master Shun, he doesn't wish to come. There's nothing I can do." Shu, unfazed, replied, "No matter. You all enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to and will be leaving now." Upon descending the stairs, his car was already waiting at the villa's entrance. Shu instructed the driver to exit, taking the driver's seat himself. Gao Fei noticed his agitation and voiced his concern. "Young master, perhaps I should drive instead." Shu wore a somewhat frosty expression and commanded, "Either get in the car or leave." Gao Fei hurriedly took his seat in the passenger side. The license plate number was noted. Shun Shushin removed his watch and started the vehicle. It was a white Audi with the license plate number HK 8769A. Chapter 9. His mind. The return journey was driven by Lu Fong, and they had already departed from Jinan Mountain close to midnight. The suburban roads were eerily quiet, with little traffic on the road, enveloped in darkness save for the illuminating streetlights on either side. The two engaged in casual conversation, while soft piano melodies played in the background, lulling Lin Dan into a state of drowsiness. As they approached the elevated bridge, approximately 10 kilometers away, a black car suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror, speeding towards them. The distance between the two vehicles quickly diminished to a mere 10 meters. Lu Fong, assuming the other driver intended to overtake, paid no heed and deliberately slowed down to facilitate the maneuver. However, Lin Dan sensed something was amiss. The black car had not signaled and was traveling at great speed, suggesting a collision rather than an overtaking attempt. Just as the vehicle was about to ram into them, Lin Dan swiftly grasped the steering wheel and veered right. The front of the Rolls-Royce grazed the rear left of the Audi, producing a grating sound that set nerves on edge. "Is he out of his mind, driving like that?" Lu Fong exclaimed, startled, as she corrected the steering wheel and couldn't help but curse. Before long, the black car caught up, not departing but rather paralleling the Audi. Inching closer, Lu Fong, feeling squeezed, had no choice but to move to the far-right slow lane. If the earlier brush could be dismissed as an accident, the current situation was undeniably a deliberate provocation. As they drew nearer, Lin Dan discerned that the vehicle was indeed a Rolls-Royce. Yet the tinted windows concealed the driver from view. However, it was not difficult to surmise that the car had come from the direction of Jinan Mountain, where the foreigner he had struck earlier had been riding in a similar model. Could it be that the foreigner bore a grudge and had sent someone for retribution? Cursing under his breath, Lin Dan lamented that he had been too lenient in his earlier actions. Had he known, he would have hit harder, ensuring the man remained bedridden for a fortnight. As Lin Dan pondered this, the Rolls-Royce also decelerated, trailing them like an unshakable specter. Lu Fong, a law-abiding driver, had never encountered such a scene before. As they neared the guardrail, she was momentarily at a loss for how to react. Noticing her fear, Lin Dan quickly grasped the steering wheel and reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Just press the accelerator to the floor. I'll handle the rest." His voice was steady, devoid of any panic, instilling a sense of confidence in her. Without hesitation, Lu Fong relinquished the steering wheel and, eyes shut, pressed the accelerator hard. Lin Dan deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, expertly propelling the car at a sharp angle between the right guardrail and the Rolls-Royce. As the sound of friction between the vehicles ceased, Lu Fong instinctively wanted to open her eyes, but a hand covered them. Lin Dan was driving recklessly, the speed too great. Fearing to frighten her, he instructed her to keep her eyes closed and not to let off the accelerator. Yet even with the Audi speed, it could not match the top-tier Rolls-Royce, and soon the latter was hot on their heels once more. Lin Dan turned the steering wheel to the left, attempting to force the Rolls-Royce to a halt. However, the other party, reckless and undeterred, maintained their speed and crashed directly into him. Had it only been himself, he would have dared to confront them head-on, but with Lu Fong in the car, he could not afford to act recklessly. This aggression was a form of retaliation against him, and he was determined to shield Lu Fong from this unwarranted calamity. Swiftly, he maneuvered the car to evade the impending collision, yet the adversary remained tenaciously on his tail. In a matter of moments, the vehicle endured several impacts. Were it not for Lin Dan's impressive driving skills, allowing him to evade disaster at the crucial moments, they would have already flipped over. Yet, it seemed only a matter of time. The Rolls-Royce positioned itself to the left of the Audi, and should an accident occur, Lu Fong would undoubtedly be injured. Resolutely, Lin Dan made a decision. He sharply turned the steering wheel to the left, causing the car to spin in place, resulting in the Rolls-Royce crashing into the rear of the Audi. The rapid turn generated a cloud of smoke from the tires, and the vehicle tipped over to the right. Amidst the chaotic whirl, Lu Fong was thrown against the deployed airbag, shaking her dizzy head as she glanced towards the passenger seat. The car lay overturned, with Lin Dan trapped beneath, bearing the brunt of the impact. The passenger seat and windshield shattered, and, in the final moments, he shielded his head with his arms, preventing the shards of glass from piercing his face, though several gashes marred his arms, resulting in significant blood loss. Lin Dan, Lu Fang called out, but he remained unresponsive. Utterly still, Lin Dan, trembling, she unbuckled her seatbelt, yearning to rescue him. However, in the next instant, the door was wrenched open from the outside, and she was forcibly pulled out. The one who dragged her was a young man wearing glasses. Forgetting to confront the perpetrator, her voice trembled with urgency. "There's someone still inside. Hurry, save him." Two young women clad in white nurse uniforms steadied her. "Madam, please don't worry. I will conduct a quick examination." Examination? Instinctively, Lu Fang looked up, only to find that a group of 7 or 8 towering bodyguards had encircled the overturned vehicle. Not far away, dozens of black Rolls-Royces were lined up in an orderly fashion, with 2 white ambulances at the forefront of the convoy. She thought perhaps her mind had suffered damage and was producing hallucinations. Had it truly been less than 5 minutes since the accident, and already the ambulances had arrived? Before she could ponder further, Lin Dan was extracted from beneath the car by the bodyguards. Lin Dan, Lu Fang broke free from the nurses and rushed towards him. But she was halted by the bodyguards after just 2 steps. How could he bleed so much? Shu's tone was laced with confusion, as if the one who had just crashed into Lin Dan was not he. He knelt beside Lin Dan, his hand gently caressing his face. The skin was warm and smooth, just as he had imagined. "Young master, it is merely superficial injuries. The doctor will tend to it," Gao Fei instructed, motioning for the nearby bodyguards to assist Lin Dan onto the ambulance. Yet, as they lifted him, the previously unconscious Lin Dan suddenly let out an involuntary scream of agony. His right leg twisted unnaturally to the side. It must be a bone injury. The bodyguard simply hoisted the person up. Shu observed the other's actions, furrowing his brow slightly. "Hand him over to me." The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, relinquishing the individual to Shu. Seeing them about to depart, Lu Fang hurriedly interjected, "What are you planning to do? You've caused an accident and are attempting to escape. Now you wish to take my person away privately." Shu cast a sidelong glance at her, his emerald eyes devoid of any emotion as he corrected her. "He belongs to me." Lu Fang grew frantic, disregarding the intimidating aura emanating from him. "What do you mean yours? Where do you get off, you lunatic? We are together, so return him to me." Shu chose not to respond further and directly carried Lin Dan onto the ambulance. "Stop right there." Gao Fei blocked Lu Fang, who was intent on pursuing them. "Miss Lu, that gentleman's condition is quite serious and requires medical attention. I will handle the aftermath of this accident from here. How about we settle this privately?" "Who wants to settle with you? Do you think I am in need of your meager compensation? You intentionally caused the collision. I'm calling the police right now. I want you all to rot in prison." As she spoke, she reached for her phone. Gao Fei remained composed, dialing a number and then handing the phone to Lu Fang. "Miss Lu, it's your uncle's phone. Perhaps it would be wise to take the call." Her uncle was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Beigang City, which was why she had dared to make such threats. "How do you have this number?" Lu Fang took the call, and it was indeed her uncle, who instructed her to return immediately without asking any questions. After hanging up, Lu Fang's face turned pale, her voice dropping several octaves. "Who exactly are you, and what do you intend to do with Lin Dan? He is just an ordinary person. Rest assured, Miss Lu, Mr. Lin is quite safe. However, if you wish to avoid a repeat of today's events, it would be prudent to refrain from appearing before him in the future." Chapter 10. Bite marks inside the ambulance. Lin Dan's wounds had been treated to stop the bleeding, and his right leg was temporarily stabilized with a brace. Further examination would be necessary to confirm any fractures. A nurse meticulously cleaned the blood from Lin Dan's arms and face with saline-soaked cotton pads. Shu, resting his chin on one hand, observed as the disheveled Lin Dan was gradually cleaned. His gaze then fell upon Lin Dan's lips. He requested several damp cotton pads from the nurse and began to wipe Lin Dan's lips, his thoughts drifting to the intimate kiss shared with a woman captured on surveillance moments prior, causing his movements to grow somewhat more vigorous. After 3 thorough passes, he finally felt satisfied. Shu discarded the used cotton pads into the wastebin, then removed his mask and leaned down, pressing his warm lips against Lin Dan's. The young nurse next to him opened her mouth in instinctive surprise, but was swiftly silenced by the older nurse standing beside her, who shook her head. The two of them quietly exited the rear compartment. They worked for influential families, enjoying a leisurely job with compensation many times greater than that in the outside world. However, to maintain this hard-won position, the most crucial aspect was to possess discernment and refrain from meddling in the employer's private affairs. Within the confines of the ambulance, only Shu and the unconscious Lin Dan remained, the faint sounds of swallowing and breathing echoing in the enclosed space. Minutes later, as the individual beneath him began to struggle unconsciously due to oxygen deprivation, Shu reluctantly decided to release his hold. The vehicle soon arrived at the sanatorium located in the western suburbs. Gang, a coastal city, boasts a thriving economy, yet is devoid of significant heavy industrial pollution, ranking among the top 3 in air quality nationwide, rendering it an exceptionally desirable place to live. Several years prior, a subsidiary of the FS Group had acquired a parcel of land in the western suburbs of Gang, initially intending to develop a resort villa. However, upon Shu's arrival in Gang, his father invested over $10 billion to transform the site into a private sanatorium exclusively catering to his only son. Spanning 100,000 square meters, the sanatorium features an ecological farm, an organic orchard, residential areas, and various recreational facilities. With a staggering 90% of its grounds adorned with lush greenery, including hundreds of rare plants and flowers imported from abroad. Upon returning to the country, Shu brought along a medical team from the UK and several exorbitantly priced medical devices, equipping the facility to rival a small hospital, particularly in the realm of cardiology, surpassing any hospital in the country. Presently, the sanatorium employs over 200 individuals, including doctors, housekeepers, servants, and bodyguards, all dedicated to serving Shu alone. His parents are currently abroad managing business affairs and will not return until next month, leaving Shu as the sole occupant. On weekends, they occasionally host the Karas family and Shunjiu. Lin Dan was settled into a villa within the sanatorium. His lower leg suffered a minor fracture, deemed not too severe, and being young, he would recover swiftly without the need for a cast, as a splint for half a month would suffice. Shu inquired of the doctor, "When will he awaken?" "His health is stable. Typically, he should regain consciousness within 2 hours. So soon? He hasn't had enough fun yet." A hint of regret tinged Shu's tone as he instructed, "Add something to ensure he sleeps soundly." The intravenous line was secured to the back of Lin Dan's hand with medical tape, and a liquid infused with sedatives gradually flowed into his system, inducing a deep slumber. The injury on his head was meticulously treated and bandaged, with strands of hair cascading over his brow, obscuring his fierce brows, while his closed eyes softened the sharpness of his features. Due to the slight tilt of his head, his pronounced nasal bridge appeared even more prominent, and his lips, slightly swollen from repeated kisses, bore a small cut in the center, oozing a few droplets of blood. Shu stood by the bedside, lifting the covers as if unwrapping a cherished gift, and gradually removed the man's clothing. Before long, the man lay completely bare. Shu's gaze was drawn to the tattoo on his waist. The serpentine design, previously obscured in the surveillance footage, now lay before him in full clarity, with the intricate patterns of a serpent's belly and scales distinctly visible, revealing even the small section of the serpent's tail that was usually hidden. Shu scrutinized the tattoo with keen interest, and after a moment, he bent down to grasp the tip of the curled snake's tail. The pain coursing through Lin Dan's body instinctively caused him to arch his back, resembling a silver fish leaping from the water, yet ensnared by the hunter. He could not escape the bonds that held him. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Shu finally lifted his head, revealing a blood-stained bite mark on the severed snake tail. He lingered in the bedroom until the afternoon, indulging Lin Dan without reservation from beginning to end. It was only when his assistant, Gao Fei, could no longer manage his mother across the ocean that he reluctantly vacated the room. Gao Fei had been waiting outside for quite some time. Shu took the phone, returning a video call while stepping into the adjacent study. The phone rang twice before connecting. On the screen appeared a stunning blonde beauty, Shu's mother, Eloise. She wore a lake blue haute couture gown, her long hair elegantly swept up, exposing her fair and graceful neck. The sapphire necklace adorning her chest sparkled brilliantly under the room's lighting. "Surfa, why didn't you answer the call?" Eloise inquired, her gaze softening, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I was asleep and didn't hear it," Shu replied lazily, sinking into the plush sofa, his entire being exuding a comfort that hinted at unfulfilled desires. "Guess where we are?" Eloise said, shifting the camera to reveal a vibrant oil painting on the wall before settling on the man seated opposite her. He appeared to be in his 40s, handsome and refined, dressed in a light blue shirt paired with a gray blazer, exuding maturity and composure. He was engrossed in a tablet, his left hand adorned with a wedding ring identical to Eloise's. "Jérôme, say hello to our son," Eloise prompted. Upon hearing his wife's call, Jérôme looked up, his tongue mirroring Shu's, and smiled at the camera. "We're at a private exhibition at Christie's, and there are several exquisite sets of gemstones." Eloise's camera panned down, revealing several beautifully packaged jewelry boxes on the table. "These are for you and Xiao Zheng, Karis." Shu replied softly. "Is Karis behaving well lately? If he misbehaves, you must tell your mother." Karis had recently caused quite a scandal in England, prompting the family to consider sending him to a strict boarding school. Naturally, Karis was reluctant to forfeit his freedom and, after much pleading, managed to transfer to Nanyang University in Beijing, returning to the country with Shu. "He's doing all right." Shu did not disclose to his mother the incident from the previous night involving Karis. After a few more casual exchanges, Eloise inquired, "Did you have your checkup today?" "Yes, I will go now," Shu replied readily, surprising Eloise, who remarked, "Why are you so obedient today? Is there something joyful?" Recalling the delightful experience from not long ago, Shu couldn't help but smile. "I found a little dog. It's very well-behaved and amusing." Once the call ended, Shu turned to Gao Fei, who had been waiting nearby. "Is everything taken care of?" "I've already briefed Lu Fong. The incident from last night will remain under wraps. Additionally, the nearby surveillance footage has been requested for deletion from the Traffic Management Bureau. However, it seems Yi is also searching for Mr. Lin. Given his influence in Beijing, he should uncover the situation here quite swiftly. This is not the capital. After all, the Shen family does not possess such overwhelming power. There is no need to worry. Let him investigate." Gao Fei nodded and subsequently placed a file bag on the table, containing the information I gathered about Mr. Lin. Only then did Shu exhibit a flicker of interest. Observing Shu's eager demeanor, Gao Fei could not help but caution, "Young master, with all due respect, Mr. Lin's presence beside you is indeed perilous." Shu opened the file bag and retorted, "What danger? Are you afraid he will strike me like he did Karis?" Not long ago, Karis had faced retribution for teasing and forcibly kissing Lin Dan, and he now lay incapacitated in bed. His injuries included moderate facial contusions, a mild concussion, fractured ribs, and a broken wrist. Having inflicted such severe harm from a mere kiss, Shu had done far worse. Gao Fei mused that inflicting injury was the lesser concern. He feared for the possibility of murder. Chapter 11. The Little Dog. The dossier brought by Gao Fei meticulously chronicled Lin Dan's experiences over the past 2 decades. Lin Dan, bearing his mother's surname Lin Ru-yi, is the son of Su Sheng, a quintessential Phoenix man. Leveraging his decent looks, this impoverished university graduate entered into marriage with a wealthy heiress from Beijing. He initially presented himself as a devoted husband and father, but once he inherited the family business following the death of his in-laws, his true nature began to surface. He not only subjected his wife and children to repeated domestic violence, but also engaged in extramarital affairs and maintained mistresses. In the summer of 12 years prior, the Lin family's door remained tightly locked. The police received multiple complaints from other residents in the same building, reporting a foul odor emanating from the Lin residence. When they knocked on the door to no response and noticed an increase in flies in the hallway, they suspected that no one was home and that rotting meat might be the cause. However, upon forcibly entering, the scene inside astonished everyone. A mere 10-year-old Lin Dan lay unconscious on the sofa, clutching a knife with dried blood upon it. Nearby, in a pool of blood, lay the decaying corpse of his biological father, Su Sheng, already beginning to rot and emit a stench due to the heat, infested with flies and maggots. Lin Dan later confessed to the crime of killing his father. Neighbors informed the police of Su Sheng's volatile temperament, noting that he frequently returned home drunk and often assaulted his wife. Lin Dan would invariably intervene, and the blows inevitably fell upon the young child. The bruises and welts on Lin Dan's body corroborated this narrative. Such circumstances could only be deemed excessive self-defense, and given his tender age at the time, he could not be held criminally responsible. Thus, the police quickly released him. Following Su Sheng's death, Lin Ru-yi vanished without a trace, leaving Lin Dan and his sister Su Wei to enter an orphanage. 5 years later, Su Wei was adopted by the Ma family, and less than a year later, Ma Jiqiang's wife reported that Lin Dan had killed her husband. Ma Jiqiang was a middle school teacher and had not been closely acquainted with Lin Dan. After Su Wei's adoption, Lin Dan had not visited them, and logically, he had no motive for murder. However, the evidence collected at the scene, the testimonies of the Ma family, and Lin Dan's own confession all confirmed the act of murder. With a prior history of homicide and the legal stipulation that Lin Dan, now 16, was to bear criminal responsibility, the situation became dire. The case in question is quite serious, compounded by the financial influence exerted by the Ma family, leading to Lin Dan's direct sentencing to life imprisonment by the court. He remained in a juvenile detention center until reaching adulthood and spent less than a year in prison thereafter. Subsequently, Su Sheng's sister, Lin Dan's aunt Su Li, unexpectedly appeared and submitted a medical evaluation report to the court, asserting that Lin Dan had a history of mental illness and was in a state of psychotic episode during the violent incident 3 years prior, rendering him incapable of distinguishing right from wrong or exercising self-control. She requested a retrial of the case. Following court evaluation, the report was verified as accurate, confirming Lin Dan's mental illness. He subsequently underwent over a year of psychological counseling in prison and was released only after his mental state was deemed to have returned to normal, exhibiting appropriate behavior during the 2-year probation period. Schizophrenia? Shun Shu gazed at the photocopy of the evaluation report, the lower right corner adorned with an elegant signature, Jizhao. Gao Fei also perceived Lin Dan as no different from an ordinary person. The report was issued by a hospital under the Ji family. And Ji Zhao is a renowned psychological expert, both domestically and internationally. Thus, the possibility of forgery seemed unlikely. Beneath the evaluation report were 2 photographs. One depicted Lin Dan upon his entry into the juvenile detention center, a 16-year-old boy clad in the standard sky blue uniform, his hair shaved down to a mere layer of scalp, his youthful visage slightly innocent, the scar at the end of his brow yet to appear, his gaze empty and lifeless as if staring into a still pond. The other photo was taken at the time of his formal admission to prison. The 18-year-old boy's facial features increasingly resembled his present self, dressed in orange-yellow prison garb, a trace of untreated blood at the corner of his mouth, and pronounced bruises on his cheekbones, the wound at the end of his brow just beginning to scab, his expression filled with a fierce defiance, exuding an unruly demeanor. Well captured, Shun Shu complimented. The melancholic puppy and the battle-worn puppy. Gao Fei remarked, "Young master, he has indeed killed 2 people, one of whom was his own father. Even if a mentally ill person recovers, there remains the possibility of relapse." "Oh, and so what?" Shin Shu retorted. "A favored child of destiny, endowed from birth with status, power, wealth, and affection, things that others may only dream of. Such a smooth and unremarkable life is far too dull, too uninspiring. Now, at last, there appears someone who piques my interest. How could I let him slip away so easily? Though the little puppy has taken a life, how could such a charming creature be at fault? The real culprits are those foolish enough to threaten the little puppy." He pulled out the 2 photographs, carelessly discarding the remaining documents on the table. Gao Fei quipped, "What a real father. So all that I just said was for naught." Lin Dan awakened once more, finding himself in a lavishly elegant bedroom. The room was spacious, adorned with simple wooden textures and a natural wood color scheme, exuding a sense of style. A black walnut bookshelf against the wall held a plain porcelain vase with several branches of crabapple flowers artfully arranged, with light cascading from above, casting ethereal shadows. No one else was present in the room. As Lin Dan sat up, attempting to rise from the bed, a sharp pain shot through his foot as it touched the ground. He glanced down at the protective gear strapped to his foot, realizing he had likely sustained a fracture. Damn it, do not let that foreigner catch him. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly break his legs. Lin Dan supported himself against the wall, rising on one foot, and was just about to step outside to assess the situation when he suddenly heard a few barks and a voice laced with mirth from outside. "Ruby, don't run around." To the south of the bedroom was an expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out, one could see a vast expanse of lawn and greenery, seamlessly connecting to the coconut palm beach not far away. It was dusk, and the evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson, the setting sun casting its golden rays upon the sea, creating a breathtaking vista. However, Lin Dan was not captivated by the scenery. His gaze was fixated on a figure chasing after a white Samoyed. The young man was tall, with long hair cascading to his shoulders. As he ran, the sea breeze billowed his white linen shirt, the slightly translucent fabric perfectly accentuating his physique, resembling a slender bamboo, graceful and upright. Perhaps sensing Lin Dan's scrutiny, the young man halted, turning his head to look over. His face was extraordinarily beautiful, with porcelain-like skin, an air of cold elegance, and eyes akin to the finest emeralds. His features possessed a striking depth characteristic of the West, yet retained a classical delicacy from the East, rendering him utterly mesmerizing. In the next moment, he pushed open the glass door and jogged into the room, presenting Lin Dan with a radiant smile, revealing dimples that danced at the corners of his mouth. The cool demeanor dissipated, and his striking features animated with life, his charming peach blossom eyes curving as he focused intently on Lin Dan. "Brother, you're awake." As he gazed into the luminous green eyes, Lin Dan felt his heart inexplicably quicken. "Who are you?" The young man donned a blue vest that lay on the couch. Blinking playfully, "Brother, my name is Surfa. You can call me Ash. I am a caregiver at the rehabilitation center, specifically assigned to take care of you." Chapter 12. Brother Lin Dan learned from Ash that he was currently in Northport City at a private rehabilitation center located in the western suburbs. "Do you know who brought me here?" Ash shook his head. Lin Dan posed another question. "Who is the owner of the rehabilitation center? Is it an old foreigner with curly hair and blue eyes? Karis?" Ash was puzzled by the connection, but remained silent for a moment before nodding. Lin Dan felt a surge of certainty. Indeed, it was that foreigner who had orchestrated the accident and deliberately brought him here. Was it an act of revenge? "By the way, Ash, have you seen a girl here? She has long hair, big eyes, and is very fair and beautiful." While limping around the room, searching for his phone, he inquired of Ash, his concern for Lu Fong overshadowing his own predicament. He was so engrossed in rummaging through the drawers that he failed to notice Ash's expression darkening momentarily upon hearing his words, though it quickly returned to normal. "No, I only saw you being brought over by an ambulance. You lost a lot of blood. It looked very painful. The girl you mentioned wasn't there. Perhaps she ran away out of fear. Why would one seek her out? She wouldn't." Having searched the bedroom in vain, Lin Dan had no choice but to ask Ash for assistance. "May I use your phone?" "Of course, brother. Feel free to use it." Ashu passed his phone over, and with one hand supporting Lin Dan's arm and the other wrapped around his waist, helped him to the adjacent sofa. "Sit tight. I'll go fetch dinner," he said. Lin Dan had not eaten all day and was indeed quite hungry. "All right, thanks, brother." Ashu's phone was quite new, seemingly purchased not long ago, and even lacked a password. Lin Dan opened it to find only a few pre-installed apps. It was only then that he remembered he could not recall Lu Fong's phone number, so he had to call Tai Tu, whose number he remembered. "Boss, where have you been? I've been trying to reach you since last night, and no one answered. I've already spoken with Uncle Air. You can return to work anytime." Lin Dan replied, "I've encountered some issues here. It might take me a few more days to get over. Please send me Lu Boss's phone number." Tai Tu acknowledged. "All right, boss. Where are you? Should I come pick you up?" Lin Dan did not wish to involve Tai Tu. "No need. I'll return once I sort things out. Keep an eye on Xiao Wei at Yizhong. If anyone bothers her, call me immediately." The timing of his leg injury was indeed unfortunate. Otherwise, He would have dealt with the fool-harassing Xiao way long ago. After hanging up, Shun Shu entered with a tray. "Brother, it's time to eat." Lin Dan, engrossed in dialing, did not look up and replied, "Just leave it." However, when he dialed, the call went unanswered until it automatically hung up. Shu urged again, "Brother, please eat first. You can call afterward. I'll eat later." The more Lu Fong failed to answer, the more Lin Dan worried about his well-being, prompting him to redial. This time, the call was answered just before it was about to disconnect. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Dan hastily replied, "Lu boss, it's Lin Dan. Where are you? Are you all right?" Lin Dan. The voice on the other end quivered momentarily before quickly regaining composure. "I'm fine. That's good to hear. I apologize for last night. Those people were after me and startled you. They even damaged your car. How much is the repair? I'll transfer the money to you." "No need. The driver has already compensated for it." Lin Dan promptly inquired, "Did you get a good look at what the driver looked like?" Lin Dan. Lu Fong seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Shu interrupted, "Brother, hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold." Lin Dan, slightly irked, retorted, "You little brat, stop nagging, go on." Lu Fong recognized the familiar voice and felt a shiver, recalling his uncle's warning. The words he intended to say were swallowed back. "I don't know that person, but he seemed powerful. We certainly cannot afford to offend him." Lin Dan also suspected that the foreigner was of considerable status, yet he could not swallow the anger. "Lin Dan, I have matters to attend to, so I'll hang up for now." "Very well. Let us gather again once I'm out. We shall discuss it later." Lu Fong replied hastily before ending the call. Lin Dan assumed Lu Fong was busy and paid it no mind, only to lift his gaze and find Shu staring intently at him from across the table. Upon closer inspection, he thought Shu bore a slight resemblance to that foreigner, albeit Shu was more handsome, with rosy lips and a small red mole on his nose. If he were a girl, he would be quite alluring. Shu smiled and asked, "Brother, why do you keep staring at me?" Lin Dan jestingly remarked, "It's nothing. I just think you're as delicate as a young girl." Shu, unperturbed by the comment, responded, "Do you want to take a look?" "What for?" Shu loosened his belt, pretending to remove his trousers. "Come see if I'm a boy or a girl." Lin Dan grimaced, saying, "Who wants to look at a grown man? Hurry and put your clothes back on." Shu, feeling slightly dejected by the rejection, watched as Lin Dan diverted his attention to the meal laid out on the table. The spread included steamed red grouper, shrimp stir-fried with asparagus, beef stew with potatoes, garlic broccoli, and a bowl of bamboo, fungus, and bird's nest soup. The only staple was a small bowl of rice. Lin Dan, accustomed to a high-carb diet and a preference for robust flavors, frowned at the selection. "Is this all there is?" Shu nodded and served a palm-sized shrimp into Lin Dan's bowl. "Brother, eat up. This is a special menu tailored by the doctor for your injuries." Having gone without food for a day and night, Lin Dan's stomach growled in hunger, and he began to eat without complaint. After just a couple of bites, he realized that the chef at the rehabilitation center possessed remarkable skill. The seemingly bland dishes were even more delectable than those prepared by five-star chefs. Shu continued to serve Lin Dan, saying, "The person you just spoke to is your girlfriend, right? Even now, she doesn't come to see you." "She's not my girlfriend. Don't make wild assumptions." "Then what is your relationship with her?" "Just a friend. Actually, almost became something more." Lin Dan was quite traditional in his views. He believed that if one had no genuine interest in a girl, they should refrain from engaging with her. If intimacy occurred, why not to take responsibility? Before his imprisonment, he envisioned a future where he would find a girlfriend, marry, and become a devoted husband and loving father. After the impulsive actions of the previous night faded, he felt fortunate that he hadn't become intimate with Lu Fong. Given his current circumstances, he felt unworthy of her. Chapter 13. Afraid you might feel inferior after finishing the meal, Lin Dan intended to clear the dishes, but Shu stopped him, saying, "Brother, just leave them. Someone will come to clean up shortly." Shu lounged on the sofa, appearing less like a caregiver and more like a young master deserving of service. Lin Dan sensed something amiss. "Aren't you the caregiver? Shouldn't you be handling this?" "My responsibility is to take care of you. I don't handle cleaning. I am capable of taking care of myself." "Of course," Shu replied, rising to knead Lin Dan's shoulders, eagerly offering, "Would you like a bath? I can help you scrub your back and give you a massage." Naturally, Lin Dan declined. He allowed Shu to assist him to the bathroom door before entering alone. determined to maintain his independence despite his physical limitations. As warm water cascaded over him, Lin Dan belatedly noticed discomfort in his inner thighs and pubic area. Looking down, he observed large red marks on both sides of his thighs, resembling abrasions, and felt pain at the sight of a small snake tattoo on his pubis, which had tiny raised patterns upon touch. He assumed these injuries were the result of the violent collision from the car accident and paid them little mind, deliberately avoiding those areas while bathing. The steam rising in the bathroom blurred the space, and unbeknownst to him, a tiny needle mark appeared at the nape of his neck, just out of sight. The sound of water soon ceased, and Lin Dan emerged from the bathroom, enveloped only in a towel. A shoe awaited at the bathroom door, and upon seeing Lin Dan, he quickly stepped forward to support him. Lowering his gaze to Lin Dan's abdominal muscles, he exclaimed, "Brother, your abs are truly impressive. May I touch them?" "Go ahead. We're all men here. A little touch won't cost me anything," Lin Dan replied nonchalantly. Ashu felt a twinge of displeasure at such an easy consent. Was there truly no caution? Despite his inner discontent, he did not hesitate, placing his hand on Lin Dan's waist and abdomen. With a low body fat percentage, Lin Dan's six-pack abs were neatly arranged, forming a beautiful inverted triangle devoid of any excess flesh. Ashu's hand gradually slid down, finally resting on the tattoo at Lin Dan's hip bone. This area was particularly sensitive for Lin Dan, who instinctively pushed his hand away, saying, "All right, just a couple of touches will suffice. You're starting to get addicted." Afterward, he settled onto the bed, declaring, "I'm done. You should go rest." Ashu rummaged through the drawer and handed Lin Dan a clean pair of underwear, stating, "Brother, I am your 24-hour caretaker. I must attend to you at night. What if I need to get up and there's no one around to help?" "There's no need. I rarely get up at night, and besides, there's no space for you to sleep here," Lin Dan replied. Although the bedroom was spacious, aside from the large bed he occupied, the rest was filled with extravagant furniture, leaving the only available couch too small for Ashu's build. "Don't worry about me. I can sleep on the couch. At worst, I'll wake up with a sore back and neck, but I'm used to it," Ashu countered. "That won't do. You should really go back and rest. Don't worry about me," Lin Dan insisted, shaking his head. Ashu persisted, "No, brother, we have assessments. If I'm not here at night and the manager finds out, I will be penalized." Lin Dan, being a worker himself, understood the plight, especially having endured an irritable superior in the past who could be unpredictable. "Then sleep here with me. After all, this bed is quite large," he suggested. Ashu's eyes lit up at the notion. "Really, brother? You are too kind," he exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Lin Dan. "It's nothing. Life outside can be tough. And you're still young. You shouldn't have to sleep on the couch every night. It could hinder your growth," Lin Dan replied. Ashu retorted, "Brother, my growth is just fine. If you don't believe me, just look." He began to unbutton his pants. Lin Dan quickly grasped the waistband, saying, "What is wrong with you? Do you think that part of you is treasure? Do you want to show it to everyone? Who want to see that little bit of flesh? I want to see yours, brother. Please show me," Ashu said, reaching to untie Lin Dan's towel. Lin Dan, who had no desire to display himself, blocked Ashu's hand and chuckled, "Forget it. I fear you might feel inadequate." When it came to the matter of who might actually feel inadequate, Ashu, having shared a home with two others, could speak with authority. However, a true man never seeks to gain an advantage verbally. He merely smiled and retreated into the bathroom. Taking advantage of Ashu's bath time, Lin Dan slipped on his underwear and then hobbled over to the wardrobe to search for a blanket. There was but a single quilt on the bed. Although he could accept sharing a bed with a man, he found it intolerable to share a quilt. He searched through the open cabinets atop the wardrobe, but to no avail. Lin Dan then proceeded to rummage through the sliding drawers beneath the wardrobe. The drawers were positioned too low for him to crouch down properly due to his fractured tibia. Thus, he had to kneel on his right knee upon the carpet while bending his left leg to pull open the drawers. Just as he was about to tug at the lowest drawer, which sat flush against the floor, Ashu emerged. The positioning forced him to bend over. And from Ashu's perspective, the elegant musculature of Lin Dan's back was visible, accentuated by the two small dimples at his lower back. The movement of his waist caused the slight curvature of his posterior, encased in a thin layer of black fabric, to create a striking waist-to-hip ratio. Shu refrained from offering a warning and waited until Lin Dan stood upright before assisting him. "Brother, what are you doing? Why is there nothing in this room? Are there any extra quilts in the other rooms?" Shu drew closer, bringing with him a hint of warmth, as the summer heat elevated their body temperatures, creating a slight flush where they made contact. It was then that Lin Dan noticed Shu was clad only in a bathrobe, its ties loosely fastened around his waist, revealing large swathes of porcelain-white skin. The rooms in the rehabilitation facility were numerous, and all bedding was provided only upon occupancy. Thus, the entire villa lacked any spare items. As Shu spoke, he guided Lin Dan to the bed. Lin Dan acquiesced, unable to retract his agreement. Fortunately, the warm weather meant he could remain in his sleepwear without needing to cover himself. Sleepwear. It dawned upon Lin Dan that he had left his pajamas in the bathroom, intending to don them for the night. However, upon entering, he discovered a basin filled with water on the floor, containing the very clothes he had recently shed. "Why did you throw my clothes into the water?" Shu bent down to smooth the sheets. "Brother, I thought those were your dirty clothes, so I figured I would soak them overnight and wash them by hand tomorrow." Lin Dan replied, "If you dislike sleeping nude, you can wear my clothes. I just changed today. They're not dirty at all." Shu pointed to a shirt draped over the sofa. "No need for that." Lin Dan was not averse to cleanliness. He merely found wearing someone else's clothes awkward, and besides, if he wore them, what would Shu wear tomorrow? After preparing the bed, Shu slipped under the quilt and beckoned, "Brother, come sleep. The bed is ready." Chapter 14. An attempt to escape. Lin Dan climbed into bed, shifting the quilt towards Shu's side. "You keep it. I fear the heat." Shu did not press the issue, understanding that he must proceed gradually and not push Lin Dan too hard. "All right, but if you feel cold, do let me know." During his time in the juvenile detention center, Lin Dan had become a frequent occupant of the isolation room, a circumstance that developed in him the ability to fall asleep swiftly, regardless of time or place. Thus, even with a stranger he had known for merely a few hours beside him, Lin Dan soon drifted into slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn broke. Before 7 in the morning, Lin Dan awoke. He lay on his side and, upon opening his eyes, beheld Shu, who had enveloped himself in the quilt like a chrysalis. His entire form nestled within, leaving only half of his face visible. His long, dark hair lay in disarray upon the pillow, lending him a more childlike appearance. One is naturally drawn to the allure of beauty, and Lin Dan is no exception. Coupled with the sweet words of this young man, who affectionately calls him brother, Lin Dan cannot help but feel a sense of pleasure. Upon emerging from a bathroom, he finds Shu sitting dazedly on the bed, his eyes half open, appearing as if he has yet to awaken fully. "Did I wake you?" he inquires. "You may continue to sleep. It is still early." Lin Dan, in good health and having rested well the previous night, is brimming with energy. Shu shakes his head and replies, "Brother, are you hungry? I will fetch breakfast." "Thank you, but could you also bring me a change of clothes?" Lin Dan had awoken in loungewear, which Shu had washed the night before, leaving him without anything to wear now. "All right, brother, wait for me a moment. My lord, the young master has been clamoring to have Mr. Lin brought to him since last night, threatening to withhold his meals otherwise. Should you not go and check on him? Karis, whose injuries are severe, has been confined to the sanatorium since his return from Jinan Mountain. With fractured ribs, even the slightest movement or breath brings pain, and the initial awe he felt towards Lin Dan's visage has morphed into rage, wishing to seize him for a proper reprimand. Do not concern yourself with him. If he does not eat the meal delivered within 10 minutes, it will be taken away. I am curious to see how long he can endure this." Shu, or more accurately, Shu, stand in the cloakroom, his fair, slender fingers gliding over the garments hanging there. Gao Fei further inquires, "Shall we have a brand send clothing in Mr. Lin's size?" "Not for the time being. He will not be here long." Lin Dan has no intention of confining anyone, as he is not one to remain placidly in one place. Were it not for his injured leg, he likely would have departed the previous day. "My lord, do you not intend to reveal your true identity to Mr. Lin?" Given Shu's character, Gao Fei presumed he would take a more forceful approach, never anticipating he would choose to conceal his identity while attending to another. The Shun family, lavished with riches, produces a pampered young master. It is more fitting for him to be served than to serve others. Is it not already known in Jinan Mountain that Shun Shu's identity is untenable? If he were motivated by money, he would have already aligned himself with that person surnamed Yi. Lin Dan attracts attention not only from women, but also from numerous men. Were it not for his overt association with Yi Shi's, he would have been claimed by individuals like Li Zhua or Ji Yunting that very night. However, fate has now intertwined their paths, and he is rightfully his. Shun Shu selects a Klein blue satin shirt and a pair of light-colored wide-leg jeans, adorning his neck with an LV printed scarf. He tucks the shirt into his waistband, rolling the sleeves up to his forearms, revealing a black electronic watch on his wrist. The ensemble is rather simple, yet his tall stature and impeccable proportions lend an air of sophistication to his appearance. After changing, Shun Shu gazes at the assorted accessories on the island and chooses a pair of white gold sapphire ear studs to wear in his left ear. Once he is ready, he returns with the clothes he has selected for Lin Dan. Lin Dan, clad only in his underwear, remains obediently within the confines of the room. He dons a white short-sleeved shirt, complemented by a shirt jacket in the same color palette as Shun Shu's and beige casual pants. Though their styles differ, the colors harmonize. Standing at a similar height, the clothes fit him well, though the waistband of the pants is somewhat loose on Lin Dan. Shun Shu did not bother with a belt. Instead, he tied the scarf around Lin Dan's waist, serving as both an ornament and a means to secure his trousers. Observing Lin Dan, clad entirely in his attire, a wave of satisfaction surged within Shun Shu. He began to comprehend why his cousin had been so enthusiastic about dressing her Barbie dolls in her youth. Now, he found great delight in adorning the little dog in a manner that pleased him. After finishing breakfast, Lin Dan grew restless and openly expressed his desire to leave. Shun Shu, however, deflected the responsibility to his cousin, stating, "Brother, the boss has instructed that you cannot leave for the time being." Lin Dan insisted. "Then take me to see him." Shun Shu replied, "He has not been at the sanatorium lately." Given Karis's interest in Lin Dan, Shun Shu was determined to prevent their meeting. Lin Dan ground his back teeth in frustration, pondering the absurdity of his situation. Was this illegal confinement? Yet, he chose not to press Shun Shu further about leaving, instead requesting a tour of the sanatorium. Shun Shu, naturally, acquiesced to his request. The vastness of the sanatorium rendered walking impractical, so Shun Shu procured a small sightseeing vehicle with 2 rows of 4 seats. A designated driver was at the helm, and Shun Shu settled beside Lin Dan, his arm casually draped around him with practiced ease. By mid-May, the weather had grown rather warm. Lin Dan, who was indifferent to the cold yet intolerant of heat, found the close quarters uncomfortable and stated, "Let's sit opposite each other." Shun Shu, however, was unwilling to comply. Grinning as he replied, "I'll remain here to explain things to you." What is there to explain? It's either flowers or grass. Before the opulent gardens, valued in the millions, Lin Dan wore a nonchalant expression, though he did not rush Shun Shu. It wasn't that he was particularly worldly. Rather, he had no interest in the upper echelons of society that others clamored to enter. Initially, his association with Yi Shi's was not for monetary gain, but rather a means to resolve his troubles with Ma Sheng, which had prompted him to work under Yi. After traveling for approximately 10 minutes, Lin Dan spotted a black, ornate archway in the distance, through which the black asphalt road was visible. He promptly instructed the driver to halt and exited the vehicle, limping towards the entrance. Shun Shu remained seated, unperturbed. At the entrance, 2 bodyguards stood watch. Upon seeing Lin Dan approach, one of them blocked his way. "Sir, you cannot leave for the time being." "I understand. Not even to buy a pack of cigarettes?" "We have not received any notification." As Lin Dan conversed, he surveyed his surroundings. 2 guards were stationed at the entrance, and across the road lay a wooded area. If he could incapacitate the 2 guards, escaping into the woods would not be difficult. With this thought, Lin Dan smiled, leaning in to place a hand on the shoulder of the nearest man. "Buddy, I just want to buy a pack of cigarettes." Before he could finish, he seized the moment, swiftly delivering a knee strike to the man's abdomen while both guards were caught off guard. Taking advantage of the first guard's pained reaction, he executed a shoulder throw on the second guard, bringing him down. The exertion in his right leg caused Lin Dan to sweat profusely from the pain, yet he dared not linger. pushing through the ache as he sprinted outside. The bodyguards did not pursue him directly, but glanced at Shu, who nodded, prompting them to draw their firearms and fire a shot at Lin Dan's feet. Chapter 15. Thank you, a shoe bang. The sound of a gunshot forced Lin Dan to halt in his tracks. The bodyguard refrained from firing again. Sir, please return. Lin Dan was taken aback by the revelation that they were armed. In Huagua, firearms were strictly prohibited, and those who possessed gun licenses were typically from esteemed families. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over him, realizing he might have entangled himself with formidable individuals. With this thought, Lin Dan turned back. I demand to see your boss. He was eager to uncover the intentions of this foreigner. I'm afraid that's not possible. This was a clear denial of his request. Lin Dan's temper flared. This is Huagua. Do you intend to engage in unlawful detention? I only heed the commands of my employer. Lin Dan gazed at the ominous barrel of the gun across from him, fell silent for a few seconds, and reluctantly turned to retrace his steps. Shu, noticing Lin Dan's pallor after only a few steps, swiftly exited the vehicle to play the role of the Good Samaritan, rushing over to support him. Brother, are you all right? Did that frighten you? I'm fine. Lin Dan was not frightened. Rather, he was in pain. He had been so focused on fleeing that he hadn't realized the severity of his injury. And now the fracture ached intensely, possibly due to misalignment. The two climbed into the car, which began to head back. Pain consumed Lin Dan's attention, causing him to remain oblivious to how Shu possessively held him close. Shu's hand glided slowly along Lin Dan's back, as though surveying his territory. Brother, they have gone too far. We live in a society governed by law. How can they treat you like this? His tone was filled with indignation, as if he were defending Lin Dan's honor. Lin Dan understood all too well that the law only constrained ordinary citizens, excluding those in positions of absolute power. For individuals like him, there were countless ways to make them disappear without a trace. After a brief silence, Lin Dan asked, Do you have a cigarette? Shu, who neither smoked nor enjoyed the scent of tobacco, had refrained from smoking since his heart transplant surgery less than a year ago. At the rehabilitation center, all smokers were required to use designated smoking areas. However, he did not deny Lin Dan's request, as the latter was an exception to his usual rules. Shu asked the driver for a cigarette and a lighter. Sitting upright, Lin Dan extracted a cigarette from the pack, and just as he was about to light it, Shu leaned in with the lighter. Brother, let me light it for you. Lin Dan did not refuse. He held the cigarette to his lips as the flame flickered against the tip, casting a faint crimson glow. With slender fingers grasping the cigarette, Lin Dan inhaled deeply, leaning back against the seat as the smoke enveloped him. Shu gazed at him intently. Brother, what does it feel like to smoke? Is it pleasurable? Why not try it yourself and see? Lin Dan had intended it as a jest, but Shu genuinely leaned in. Taking a puff from the cigarette Lin Dan had just smoked, only to be immediately choked, coughing several times, his exquisite face contorting in distaste. He grimaced. Not pleasurable at all. Lin Dan chuckled at his reaction, the earlier gloom lifting slightly, and he playfully pinched Shu's cheek. This stuff is not good. It's best to avoid it. Shu nuzzled against his hand. Then why do you smoke? Nicotine can temporarily dull the mind, allowing one to forget many worries. However, once one becomes accustomed to it, quitting becomes an arduous task. Is there anything troubling you that you would like to share? I do not wish to see you unhappy, Shu said as he wrapped his arms around the man's waist, leaning his body against him. Lin Dan had received scant attention throughout his life, and the concern shown by Shu warmed his heart. Thank you, Shu. Upon returning to the villa, the doctor had already arrived. After removing the protective gear, Lin Dan noticed that his lower leg had swollen considerably. The doctor examined it thoroughly and then remarked, Fortunately, the bones are not displaced. You must remain in bed for the next week, avoiding any vigorous activities to prevent secondary injuries. Shu interjected, with such severe swelling, shouldn't he apply some medication? Of course, I will have someone bring the medicine shortly, the doctor replied. He was the same physician who had administered the sedative to Lin Dan earlier. Quickly grasping the employer's intent, and added it would be best to combine this with a massage on the swollen area to aid recovery. Very well. Then I shall massage you later, Shu said. No sooner had he spoken than Shunshu's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and then said to Lin Dan, "The manager is looking for me. I will step out for a moment and return shortly." Once outside the room, the smile vanished from Shunshu's face. Outside the villa, Gao Fei was already waiting in the car, and Shunshu promptly got in, heading towards Karis's villa. The bedroom was in disarray, furniture strewn about, and several shattered vases lay on the floor. Shunshu recognized one of the turquoise vases, a piece his parents had purchased at a charity gala. Though not excessively expensive, at just over $1 million, it held sentimental value for his mother. Suppressing his rising anger, he admonished in English, "What madness is this?" Karis, initially poised to retaliate verbally, softened upon recognizing his cousin. In England, he was notoriously unruly, but there was only one person, aside from his father, who could manage him: this cousin, who was only a few months his senior. That was precisely why Karis's parents had permitted him to accompany Shunshu to Beihang. Shunshu took a seat beside him. "What do you want?" "Cousin, I wish to go out. If you are unwilling to assist me, I shall take my own people." "Are you really so inept that you expect me to help you recover your lost honor?" "Accept your inferiority, but I cannot abide being struck. You know perfectly well why you were beaten. Do you want me to inform Uncle that you publicly assaulted a man and were subsequently thrashed?" Shunshu said as he took the phone that Gao Fei offered and dialed an overseas number. Karis rushed over to disconnect the call, visibly disgruntled. "So this matter is simply to be dismissed? I have already sent someone to teach him a lesson, and I've arranged for school to excuse your absence. Focus on your recovery for now," Shunshu said lightly. Karis, however, was concerned. "Cousin, you aren't going to kill him, are you?" "Of course not." Instantly invigorated, Karis pressed, "Then you must know where he is. Please tell me, cousin. I wish to see him." Although he yearned to exact revenge on Lin Dan, a greater desire stirred within him, to take him to bed. Such trivial thoughts did not escape Shunshu's notice. "Do you wish to see him, or do you wish to bed him?" "I." Shunshu's gaze sharpened. "Put aside those trivial desires. This is not England." Karis parted his lips, intending to express something. Yet Shunshu interjected, stating, "If you find it uncomfortable to remain here, I can escort you back at this moment. Do not create such a significant mess abroad by yourself. Your father is already irate, and should you be sent back now, your situation will undoubtedly worsen." Karis was compelled to suppress the whimsical thoughts lingering in his heart. After all, his aunt and uncle would return next month. His younger aunt was soft-hearted, and as long as he could charm her, he would no longer be under the constant surveillance of bodyguards. At that time, he would surely seek out that person and reclaim the lost ground. Chapter 16. Loquat brother, is it comfortable? Do you need me to apply more pressure? I'll be gentle. Lin Dan lay on the bed, burying his head in the pillow, biting his lower lip as if enduring some discomfort. "Brother, it's like this the first time. Bear with it, and it will be fine." The transparent ointment melted in his palm, and warm, strong hands pressed against Lin Dan's calves, meticulously kneading the reddened skin. Lin Dan had an excellent physique. His long, proportionate legs were straight and powerful. Perhaps due to wearing long pants throughout the year, the skin on his legs, shielded from sunlight, was noticeably fairer than other parts of his body. The process of alleviating the swelling was indeed somewhat uncomfortable. However, Lin Dan, being a grown man, felt embarrassed to cry out in pain. Instead, he clutched the bedsheet beneath him, enduring the sensation that felt neither painful nor itchy, only voicing his discomfort when it became unbearable, requesting Shunshu to ease up. Shunshu initially intended to indulge himself, but Lin Dan's reactions left him restless with anticipation. By the conclusion of the massage, Lin Dan was already dripping with sweat. Testing his legs, he found, whether it was a psychological effect or not, that the pain had indeed diminished. He sat up and reached out to Shunshu. "May I borrow your phone?" Who knew when that foreign devil would return? He needed to concoct a plan to extricate himself. Otherwise, he might not even survive the ordeal. Lin Dan intended to contact Yi Shi'ais, who wielded considerable influence in Beijing. Even if he could not assist him in escaping, at the very least, he could ascertain the identity of the foreigner. Yet not long ago, he had publicly embarrassed the man, and given his vengeful nature, Lin Dan wondered if he would be willing to help. Regardless, it was worth a try to make a call. "What? They took your phone?" Shunshu nodded. "I'm sorry, brother. I cannot assist you. He understood that Lin Dan likely wished to contact Yi Shiai's, and he had no intention of allowing that. Lin Dan slammed his fist onto the bed. Is there a landline or computer here? Shen Shu shook his head. Lin Dan's injury had indeed kept him subdued for a few days. But now that his leg felt better, he found it increasingly difficult to remain still. Wandering aimlessly around the rehabilitation center, he pondered whether he could find another way to escape, since the main exit was blocked. However, the center's privacy measures were exceedingly stringent, with surveillance cameras everywhere, and the towering outer walls reached 2 stories high, leaving no points of leverage. No matter how skilled he was, scaling those walls was an impossibility. The rehabilitation center's gardens were designed in the style of Suzhou gardens, with hundreds of thousands of ornamental trees scattered throughout, and traditional Chinese courtyards with white bricks and green tiles nestled among pavilions and towers. In the garden, there lies a vast expanse of lakes, interconnected by elegant arch bridges, while various trees of differing heights and hues lean against the banks, harmonizing with the gentle flow of water around the rocks. Lin Dan and Shen Shu traversed the arch bridge and arrived at a pavilion on the opposite side to rest. A soft breeze stirred the nearby branches and leaves, prompting Lin Dan to glance upward at a loquat tree, its trunk towering over the pavilion, laden with golden fruits. Noticing Lin Dan's gaze fixed on the tree, Shen Shu explained, this tree existed even before the sanatorium was constructed. We decided to keep it due to the auspicious symbolism of the loquat. Lin Dan stood up, stretching his legs, and inquired if Shen Shu fancied some loquats. Do you want to eat some? I can have someone fetch a ladder to pick them. No need to trouble yourself, Lin Dan replied, stepping out of the pavilion. With a leap, he used his toes to push off the tree, and in an instant, landed atop the pavilion. His legs had nearly fully healed. Climbing a tree or scaling a roof was no challenge for him. On the top, he found several ripe fruits that had fallen, but he ignored them, instead selecting 7 or 8 golden, soft loquats from the branches. He then slid down the tree, cradling the fruits in one arm. Upon seeing him descend, Shen Shu rushed over. Brother, are you all right? Lin Dan chuckled. What could possibly happen? I've climbed much taller trees than this. He placed the loquats on a stone table, sat down, and wiped one with his sleeve before offering it to Shen Shu. Try this, it should be quite sweet. After tasting a couple himself, Lin Dan turned to see Shen Shu leisurely peeling the fruit. Today, Shen Shu wore a deep V-neck black top that revealed his delicate collarbones and a generous expanse of fair skin. The asymmetrical draping of the fabric showcased a thoughtful design. Around his neck hung a silver snake chain, with a black obsidian stud in his left ear and several stacked Cartier custom Starry Sky rings adorning his fingers. Overall, he presented a striking appearance. Though Lin Dan was unfamiliar with the brands, he could discern that Shen Shu's style was quite fashionable, with an array of different outfits and accessories each day. This impression evoked a certain flamboyance, reminiscent of the male models he had seen at Jinyu, albeit devoid of the typical gaudy and greasy charm. Shen Shu, tall and graceful with striking features, exuded an air of sophistication. Once Shen Shu finished peeling the loquat, only a sliver of skin remained between his fingers. He then took a bite, and the juicy flesh burst open in his mouth, with a few droplets trickling down the corner of his lips. Instead of wiping them away, he extended his tongue to catch the juice. Lin Dan's eyes were drawn to Shen Shu's red tongue, and in the next moment, he felt a warmth in his nasal cavity. Before he could fully comprehend it, he heard Shen Shu exclaim, "Brother, you're bleeding." What? Lin Dan raised a hand to touch his nose, and indeed, it was smeared with blood. He quickly pinched his nose and tilted his head back. Recently, he had been fed an array of nourishing soups and supplements by Shen Shu, including but not limited to calcium-rich broths, cordyceps, bird's nest, fish glue, and even deer antler and sea cucumber. Having overindulged, it was no surprise that he was now experiencing a nosebleed. Shen Shu stood up and approached him with tissues to staunch the bleeding. His shirt, already low-cut, exposed nearly his entire upper body as he bent forward, revealing everything from Lin Dan's vantage point. Lin Dan suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Shen Shu gazed at the quickly reddening tissue with confusion, wondering how the bleeding had resumed after it had seemed to stop. I can manage on my own. Lin Dan hurriedly shifted aside, raising a hand to cover his nose. To his surprise, Shu crouched down, asking, "Are you feeling unwell, brother?" "It's nothing. Just go back," Lin Dan replied as he dashed out of the pavilion in a panic. "You're going the wrong way. You should turn right to go back," Shu called after him, a triumphant smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 17. I think he regards me as a dog. The wooden sliding door creaked open slowly, revealing a waiter in a black uniform who bent down to serve the dishes. A white porcelain plate adorned with blue floral patterns was laid over a thick bed of crushed ice, with fresh sashimi elegantly arranged amidst swirling mist. Xiao Yi is quite accomplished. The previous projects were executed beautifully, no less than your father's work back in the day. Yi Shi's, clad in a black suit, appeared even more striking under the warm yellow light of the private room. Responding to the elder's praise, he maintained a humble demeanor. "I have merely been fortunate. I shall continue to rely on your guidance in the future." As he spoke, he opened a beautifully packaged box containing neatly arranged boxes of him.He tea, casually selecting one. "I hope Director Gong will pay special attention to the project in the South District." The item pressed beneath the tea leaves revealed a hint of its presence, prompting a knowing smile from the middle-aged man. The meal progressed with the hosts and guests reveling in delight, and Yi Shi's personally escorted the guests to their vehicle. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. "Mr. Yi, there's news." Yi Shi's tightened his grip on the phone. "Where's he?" After Shu departed from Jinan Mountain that evening, Li Zhua had organized several young models and celebrities for entertainment. Yi Shi's had been infuriated by Lin Dan's earlier antics and had no inclination to partake in such activities, thus declining Li Zhua's invitation and heading straight down the mountain. However, shortly after descending, he encountered a traffic accident that blocked the road. Lin Dan's calls remained unanswered, and after much effort, he managed to contact Lu Fong, who informed him that Lin Dan was not with her. For the past few days, Yi Shi's had been dispatching people to search for Lin Dan, but to no avail. It was only through Tai Tu that he learned Lin Dan had contacted him the following day, but subsequent attempts to reach Lin Dan were met with a deadline. Tracing the phone number revealed it belonged to a blank black card devoid of any information. 14 days had passed since Lin Dan had vanished from beneath his very nose in Beigang. There had been sightings of Lin Dan at a private sanatorium in the western suburbs, the one built by the Shun family a few years back. Indeed. After a moment of silence, the other party continued. "Mr. Yi, could it be that Lin Dan crossed the Shun family?" Yi Shi's mind immediately recalled Karis, whom Lin Dan had beaten on the mountain. If it were merely the actions of an individual, he would not be overly concerned. However, if Shu were involved, the situation could become quite complex. Although Shu had not taken over the family business, the Shun family doted on this younger generation. Otherwise, Shun's father would not have relocated a significant portion of FS's business abroad just to accompany him. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that he was the nephew of Shun Jiyu. Since ancient times, commerce has never surpassed governance. The company is currently engaged in a bidding war for a plot of land in the southern city, which is a pivotal project for the latter half of the year. It was practically a foregone conclusion, but offending Shu at this juncture could jeopardize the entire endeavor. A single word from Shun Jiyu could render the project futile, with future losses proving incalculable. Yi Shi's entered the car, but did not instruct the driver to proceed immediately. Instead, he called Shu's assistant, Gao Fei. The sunlight poured down, and the pool shimmered with reflections. Suddenly, a splash disturbed the water's surface as Lin Dan emerged, supporting himself against the wall to catch his breath before diving back beneath the surface, swimming towards the far end of the pool. Shu crouched by the poolside, admiring Lin Dan's exquisite form in the water. The villa's rooftop boasted an open-air swimming pool, and since Lin Dan's leg injury had healed, he had taken to swimming several hours each day. Footsteps echoed from the staircase as Gao Fei ascended. He did not enter immediately, but knocked twice on the glass door. Shu approached, reminding him that it was said not to come unless necessary. Gao Fei reported, "Yi Shi's has discovered that Mr. Lin is here." "Understood," Shu replied. Lin Dan's patience was waning, and Shu planned to have him leave within the next couple of days. He stated that he would come to fetch Lin Dan now. In such a hurry? Shu chuckled upon hearing this. Let him come then. After swimming several laps, Lin Dan only emerged when his body began to tire. Shu was waiting at the edge, offering a towel with generous praise. You swim remarkably well. You could compete. Lin Dan shook the water from his hair and wiped his face with the towel, dismissing the compliment, not all. He then grabbed a bottle of water from the table, uncapping it and drinking nearly half in one go. Having been confined without reason for half a month, Lin Dan's impatience was palpable. He was not one to mask his emotions, and his displeasure was evident. After a brief rest, he was eager to return to the water. Shu immediately intervened. Brother, your leg has only just healed. You shouldn't overexert yourself. You need a rest. Rest? Haven't I been resting all this time? Lin Dan tightened his grip on the railing, his brows furrowing low, his voice betraying his simmering anger. I feel as though I'm being treated like a dog. Locked up here all day. Shu almost laughed, surprised by Lin Dan's self-awareness. However, he did not wish to truly provoke the aggrieved soul. If you wish to leave, I actually have a plan. Lin Dan's interest was piqued. What plan? The rehabilitation center sends mature vegetables and fruits to a nearby orphanage every week. I know the driver. I could hide you in the vehicle. The guards at the entrance won't check, and you could definitely escape. Lin Dan immediately rejected the idea. No, I can't let you get involved in this. Shu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze on Lin Dan growing more intense. What a kind-hearted little dog. How could he resist liking him more? Unaware of the shift in Shu's emotions, Lin Dan continued to explain, I have enmity with your boss. As long as I remain in Beigang, he will inevitably seek trouble with me. If you help me escape and he discovers it, the consequences would be dire. Though this method is feasible, it is evident that Shu cannot evade responsibility when the truth is unveiled. Although Lin Dan wishes to depart, he does not desire to implicate others. Brother, it's fine. I have no intention of staying either. I will resign once you leave. Lin Dan recalled that he had heard him mention that his family was not in Beigang and pondered, would you be willing to leave with me? Shu grasped his hand and readily agreed. Very well. I shall accompany you, brother. Lin Dan gently ruffled his hair. The strands were soft and smooth, providing a delightful tactile sensation that tempted him to caress it a bit more. You should pack the essentials shortly, but don't bring too much. If you need anything, I shall procure it for you. Shu nodded obediently. Sighing, he regretted inviting Yi's. Otherwise, it would have been splendid to leave with the little dog tomorrow. Chapter 18. The drenched black Maybach halted before the villa, and Yi's, clad in formal attire, exited the vehicle. He had just departed from a banquet when he received a call from Gao Fei and rushed over without the chance to change his clothes. Gao Fei had been waiting for quite some time, and the two entered the villa together. Young Master Yi, Mr. Shun has not been in Beigang lately. Karis, unaware of your acquaintance with Mr. Lin, brought him here without informing you. Gao, this is Beigang, not England. Yi's was well aware that Karis was living recklessly abroad, and given that he was obviously coveting Lin Dan, the thought of the potential harm Lin Dan might have endured over the past month filled him with an urge to eliminate Karis. He stated bluntly, Karis has unlawfully detained my person for half a month without reason. I believe you need to enlighten him on the laws of our country. Gao Fei explained, I think young Master Yi may have misunderstood. In fact, Mr. Lin has been recuperating here, and we have not restricted his freedom. Recuperating? As they entered the elevator, Gao Fei pressed a button for the third floor. Oh, I forgot to mention, Mr. Lin had an unfortunate car accident half a month ago. Fortunately, Karis promptly took him to a recuperation center for treatment. Is that so? Quite the unfortunate incident indeed. Yi's observed the ascending numbers, the corner of his mouth twitching with a hint of sarcasm. Ding! The elevator arrived at the third floor, and the doors slowly opened. Shu, upon hearing the elevator sound, picked up a macaron from the dessert stand and presented it to Lin Dan. Brother, try this. Lin Dan shook his head in refusal. It's too sweet. I'm not accustomed to such things. You eat it. The handsome youth tilted his head slightly, his eyes shimmering as he gently tugged Lin Dan's hand. Coaxing softly, I specifically instructed to reduce the sugar. Brother, give it another try. As Yi's stepped out of the elevator, he immediately recognized the familiar voice. Peering through a glass door, he spotted the person he had been concerned about for half a month, lounging contentedly on a beach chair, clad only in black swim trunks. Beside him knelt a man, adorned in a striking Gucci red shirt, which accentuated his fair complexion. 2 flowing scarves hung loosely, and only 2 or 3 buttons were fastened, leaving much of his chest exposed. Around his neck, he wore 2 anchor necklaces and a classic double G necklace from the same brand. The other party leaned in closely, offering a blue macaron to Lin Dan's lips. As Lin Dan took a bite, the person effortlessly placed the remaining half into their own mouth. He, feeling a surge of frustration, thought to himself, while he endured countless hardships outside in search of someone, Lin Dan seemed to be living quite comfortably here. It was one thing to indulge in women recently, but now he had taken a liking to men. Infuriated, he pushed open the glass door and confronted Lin Dan with a sharp tone. "Lin Dan, what on earth are you doing?" Lin Dan turned around, surprised to see him. "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" A shoe leaned into Lin Dan, seeming startled by Yi Shiai's presence. "Brother, who is he?" "My former boss," Lin Dan replied, feeling a sense of joy at seeing Yi Shiai's, who held a significant status in Bei Gang. Perhaps he could assist him in leaving this place. However, just as he stood up to speak, Yi Shiai seized his wrist with tremendous force, nearly crushing the bone. "Dressed like this in broad daylight and engaging with men? Lin Dan, can you not have a shred of dignity?" Lin Dan felt overwhelmed by Yi Shiai's harsh words, thinking he was merely looking for trouble. What was wrong with swimming attire? And as a straight man, when had he ever engaged with men? He forcefully withdrew his hand. "Don't speak nonsense, he is my friend." Yi Shiai disdainfully glanced at a shoe, failing to connect the flamboyant youth before him with the lofty young master of the Shun family from half a month prior. With his garish looks and ostentatious attire, coupled with suggestive gestures, it was evident he was merely a plaything from a club. Yi Shiai removed his suit jacket to cover Lin Dan's exposed torso. "You dare associate with someone like this? Aren't you afraid of contracting something? Put on your clothes and leave with me." Upon hearing this, a shoe's eyes glistened with tears as he stepped forward, grasping Lin Dan's hand. "Brother, you know I'm not like that." His words faltered as a tear fell from his cheek, landing on Lin Dan's hand. Lin Dan's heart trembled. He had always thought it pitiful when men cried, yet seeing a shoe in tears only filled him with compassion. A shoe was not only handsome, but also cheerful and sweet-tongued, willing to take significant risks to support him. Lin Dan had long regarded him as a brother. Gently, he wiped away a shoe's tears. "Don't cry. I know you're not." Yi Shiai's face turned an alarming shade of green. Yet he maintained the demeanor of a legitimate partner, dismissing a mistress, shoving a shoe away to separate them. "I've seen many like you. It's all about the money, isn't it? Just tell me how much you want." Lin Dan frowned at Yi Shiai. "A shoe is my friend. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude." Yi Shiai clearly did not believe him. "Friend? More like a fling, if you ask me." Lin Dan was exasperated by such narrow-mindedness. Just because he led a chaotic personal life didn't mean everyone else did. "A shoe, let's go." He had no intention of seeking Yi Shiai's help anymore. Pulling a shoe's hand to leave. "Who said you could leave?" Yi Shiai grasped Lin Dan, preventing their departure. "Let go of him." A shoe, in a state of urgency, grasped Yi Shiai's arm, attempting to pull him away. "Get lost." Yi Shiai impatiently shrugged him off. Perhaps the force he exerted was too great, causing a shoe to stumble and fall directly into the adjacent swimming pool with a loud splash. "Help! Help! Brother, save me." A shoe flailed his arms wildly, bobbing up and down in the water, occasionally choking as it became evident he could not swim. Upon witnessing this, Lin Dan was prepared to leap in to rescue him, but Yi Shiai obstructed her path. "Follow me." Without a glance at the struggling figure in the water, he dragged Lin Dan toward the elevator. "What do you mean, follow me? A life is at stake." Lin Dan, observing a shoe's struggles diminish, was filled with rage and delivered a punch to Yi Shiai's face, causing him to loosen his grip in pain. "Lin Dan, I can't believe you would hit me over a little duckling." Yi Shiai exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his face. Lin Dan, undeterred by his words, leapt into the pool, grasping a shoe who had begun to sink, and swiftly swam towards the shore. Once ashore, Lin Dan laid a shoe on the ground, calling out a shoe. Soaked and lifeless. A shoe lay flat with closed eyes and pale lips. Lin Dan shook a shoe's shoulders, but received no response, causing him to panic. A shoe, wake up. After a prolonged silence, Gao Fei finally interjected. He must have inhaled water. He requires artificial respiration. Chapter 19. The abandoned dog effect consumed by the urgency to save a shoe. Lin Dan took a deep breath and prepared to administer artificial respiration, only to be halted by Yi Shi's. No, move aside. Yi Shi's insisted, pointing at Gao Fei. You do it. Gao Fei shook his head in refusal. The rehabilitation center has a professional medical team. I can call them now, but it will take at least 20 minutes for them to arrive. By then, we may have missed the critical window for rescue. I can only hope he has the strength to survive until help arrives. Yi Shi's, frustrated by Gao Fei's reluctance, realized he could not force someone to perform artificial respiration. Reluctantly, under Lin Dan's furious gaze, he proclaimed, I will do it. Lin Dan, indifferent to who stepped in, cleared a space for him. Yi Shi's, adopting a self-sacrificial demeanor, leaned down to provide artificial respiration to the unconscious A Shu. Yet, just as their lips were about to meet, the seemingly lifeless A Shu suddenly opened his eyes. He feigned a couple of coughs before collapsing into Lin Dan's embrace. Brother, I thought I would never see you again. Yi Shi'ai scoffed. What are you pretending for? You're tall enough to almost reach the edge of the pool when you stand. Lin Dan retorted. Isn't it all your fault for pushing him in the water? Yi Shi'ai replied. Who pushed him? He lost his balance and fell in. A shoe, nestled in Lin Dan's arms with teary eyes, looked pitiful. Although it was Mr. Yi who pushed me, I believe it was unintentional. The more he spoke, the greater Lin Dan's guilt became. I apologize for causing you distress, he said. Gao Fei then addressed Yi Shi'ai. Lin Dan, I will ask you one last time. Do you truly wish to accompany me? After a moment of silence, Lin Dan replied, I will go with you. By leaving with Yi Shi'ai, at least Ashu would not be implicated. Ashu grasped his arm. Brother, I can help you. I appreciate your good intentions, Lin Dan said, affectionately ruffling his hair before standing up to change. Upon his return, he found only Yi Shi'ai by the pool. Ashu and Gao Fei had already departed. Noticing Lin Dan scanning the area, Yi Shi'ai remarked, Stop searching. That little duck has left. Lin Dan inquired anxiously. What do you mean he has left? Where did he go? He had yet to exchange contact information with Ashu. He was in my way, so I told him to leave, Yi Shi'ai replied, pressing the elevator button. Turning back to Lin Dan, who remained frozen in place, he impatiently asked, Are you coming or not? With no choice, Lin Dan followed him into the elevator. On the second-floor balcony, Shinshu and Gao Fei observed as Lin Dan and Yi Shi'ai entered the car, which then slowly pulled away, gradually disappearing from view. The villa featured an expansive terrace extending outward, transformed into a glass greenhouse filled with several Juliet roses airlifted from England. The roses, with their plump and rounded blooms, boasted petals of warm pink with a hint of orange, resembling a maiden's skirt, exuding a subtle and elegant fragrance that was both noble and mysterious. Young master, since you have an interest in Mr. Lin, why allow Yi Shi'ai to take him away? Gao Fei queried, puzzled. Recently, Shinshu had shown an unusual level of concern for Lin Dan, and the two were nearly inseparable. Having followed Shinshu for many years, Gao Fei had never witnessed such attentiveness towards anyone before. He had assumed that Shinshu was enamored, yet now he permitted another suitor to take Lin Dan away. Leaning on the railing, Shinshu gazed at the butterflies flitting among the flowers and remarked, Have you heard of the abandoned dog effect? What? A beautiful blue-winged butterfly fluttered toward him, landing gently on his shoulder. When a dog, once discarded by its owner, is retrieved, it becomes exceedingly obedient and docile. Shinshu extended his hand, and the butterfly paused delicately at his fingertip, as if the little dog feared being abandoned again. Let the little dog wander for a while. Eventually, it will willingly don the collar I have crafted for it. As the car exited the sanatorium and picked up speed on the elevated highway, the scenery outside rushed past. Having escaped the confines of that place, which had held him captive for half a month, Lin Dan exhaled deeply. Thank you for today. Ego, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. I truly owe you this favor. Yi's eyes had not glanced at Lin Dan since entering the car, but upon hearing his gratitude, he retorted, I heard from Tai too that you found a job at an auto repair shop. Are you really not planning to return? Lin Dan nodded. Lin Dan, have you lost your mind? Why would you forsake a comfortable job at Gong to toil at an auto repair shop for a meager salary? Yiga, I'm the kind of person who will remain this way for a lifetime, with no lofty aspirations. I merely wish to live well in the present. Although Gong's job is commendable, it does not suit me. Lin Dan closed his eyes, leaning against the chair's back, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible fragility. Consider me as someone whose life is worthless. Indeed, it is quite worthless. Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile, silently pondering. You have chosen this path for yourself. Subsequently, he retrieved a transparent bag from the storage compartment of the back seat, containing 2 white pills. These were the new, unmarketed drugs given to him by Ji Yunting. Colorless and tasteless, they would leave one utterly weakened while maintaining absolute consciousness, accompanied by aphrodisiac effects. The pills dissolved immediately upon contact with water. Yi's handed the spiked soda water to Lin Dan, saying, have a drink. Lin Dan, having recently finished swimming, was still recovering from the fatigue of strenuous exercise, not alert enough to notice the other's actions. Naturally, he remained oblivious to the fact that the water handed to him had already been uncapped. He gulped down nearly half of the 400 milliliters of soda water in one go. Observing him drink, Yi's continued, Lin Dan, do you know what your fate would have been if I hadn't come to your rescue today? Lin Dan looked at him, a hint of confusion in his expression. The chaos abroad is far worse than you can imagine. Karis is notoriously a libertine. In time, you would be taken abroad, losing all personal freedom and self-awareness. Reduced to a mere plaything for men, ultimately leading to your demise. The more Yi's spoke, the more exhilarated he became. His gaze toward Lin Dan, revealing an undeniable aggression. Are you out of your mind? Lin Dan had witnessed such predatory looks from other men during his time in prison, where he had developed the ability to defend himself, mercilessly using his fists against anyone attempting to overpower him. Yi's was no match for him. Even if he sensed the other's intentions, Lin Dan felt no fear. Should he dare to act, Lin Dan would break his fingers one by one. Chapter 20. Jumping from the car, the rear seat of the Maybach was spacious enough, with the partition raised, creating a completely private space suitable for unspeakable activities. Lin Dan sank into the soft, comfortable seat, watching as Yi's leaned closer, unable to suppress a frown, just as he intended to raise his hand to block him. A sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, causing his arm to drop helplessly. How could this happen? He quickly sensed something was amiss and instinctively tried to sit up. But the moment his upper body lifted from the backrest, his entire being weakened, and he fell back heavily. Yi's face drew nearer, accompanied by a faint scent of men's cologne. The proximity beyond social norms sent shivers down Lin Dan's spine, yet the effects of the drug rendered him utterly limp, a simmering heat coursing through him, as if a fire burned within. Having spent over a year in the chaotic environment of Gong, he had witnessed various sordid tactics, and the unusual sensations in his body quickly alerted him to the reality of the situation. His expression suddenly turned fierce, his tone nearly grinding through clenched teeth. Yi's. Did you drug me? Confronted with the disarmed Lin Dan, Yi's, unrestrained and unabashed, remarked, Indeed, without a little incentive, would you comply and lie down for me? Lin Dan, his eyes ablaze with fury, retorted, You dare to lay a finger on me, and I shall ensure your demise. Yi's was utterly enamored by his rebellious demeanor. Very well, I await your attempt to end me, preferably in bed, where you can bring me exquisite pleasure, he replied, lifting Lin Dan's short sleeve and pushing it aside to reveal his well-defined chest and lean waist. Impatiently, he caressed the exposed skin. Upon touching a sensitive spot on Lin Dan's chest, Yi's squeezed, eliciting an involuntary shudder from him. Such sensitivity. How about I leave a mark on you later? It would certainly be exquisite, he teased. Get lost. Lin Dan shot back, the double entendre lost on him, while Yi's misinterpreted, You certainly are greedy. Lin Dan, A quintessential straight man, felt a wave of nausea from the lustful touches. Despite his weakened state, he instinctively kicked out at He eyes. But the blow lacked the strength he usually possessed and was easily thwarted. He eyes seized his ankle and yanked, forcing Lin Dan into a compromising position. Before he could contemplate further, He eyes firmly grasped his chin, warmth enveloping him as their proximity intensified. Time seemed to stretch as He eyes eventually released him. Both of their lips stained with blood, the metallic tang of it hanging heavy in the air, their eyes reflecting an undeniable tension, one charged with excitement, the other with indignation. He eyes pressed his thumb against Lin Dan's lips, saying, "Didn't you enjoy it when Lu Fang kissed you that night? Why the reluctance with me?" He continued, "If you were to transform in Thailand, I might consider indulging you. After all, I've yet to experience a ladyboy." Lin Dan's voice was faint, burdened by the herbal concoction he had consumed. He eyes, undeterred by the humiliation, playfully patted his face and quipped, "Let us hope your mouth remains as defiant later." With that, he bit down on Lin Dan's Adam's apple, leaving a trail of dark hickeys along his elegant neck. Realizing his feeble resistance was futile, Lin Dan gradually ceased to struggle. He eyes noted this shift with a smirk. It was about time he cooperated to mitigate his suffering, though not a man of impatience. He eyes, having coveted Lin Dan for over a year, found it difficult to contain his desires. He slowly ventured his hand towards Lin Dan's waist. But before he could delve deeper, the previously compliant Lin Dan seized a champagne glass from the back seat and smashed it against He eyes' head. Dazed, He eyes barely had time to react as Lin Dan, gripping the jagged remains of the glass, stabbed at his arm. Blood flowed freely from both wounds. The unexpected assault left He eyes reeling in pain, collapsing onto the seat, while Lin Dan, seizing the moment, broke free from his grasp. Lin Dan understood that this was his sole opportunity for escape. He did not dare to waste a single second and promptly pressed a button in the center of his seat, causing the partition to slowly rise. The driver in the front, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, widened his eyes in shock upon seeing his blood-soaked boss reflected in the rearview mirror. With great difficulty, Lin Dan grasped the driver's seat and managed to rise, feeling the weight of the driver's astonished gaze upon him as he reached for the control panel. This Maybach was a vehicle frequently driven by He eyes, and having served as a chauffeur on numerous occasions, Lin Dan was well acquainted with the controls within. He fumbled through his memories and pressed one of the buttons. With a resounding click, the door on the rear side swung open. The car was currently navigating a high elevated road at a rapid pace. Rain had begun to fall outside, and as the door opened, a tempestuous gust of wind swept in, bringing with it a torrent of raindrops. The cold rain striking his face cleared Lin Dan's mind from its previous haze. He eyes, enduring his pain, had just managed to sit up when he caught sight of Lin Dan's upper body already protruding from the vehicle. An ominous premonition surged within him, prompting him to shout, "Lin Dan, what are you doing? Come back." Lin Dan, steadying himself against the door, offered a mocking smile to He eyes, who was attempting to seize him. "Do not let me see you again, or I shall ensure your demise." With that, he relinquished his grip and leapt from the car. Lin Dan, He eyes watched helplessly as Lin Dan vanished before his very eyes, his anger swiftly eclipsed by concern. "Stop the car quickly." The driver, closing the door with a resigned expression, replied, "Mr. Yi, we cannot stop here. The elevated road is a one-way street, and at this speed, along with the rain, the surface is slippery. If we halt abruptly, it would surely result in a pile-up." He eyes understood the rationale behind this warning. He rolled down the window to glance back, but apart from the dense stream of vehicles and the pouring rain, Lin Dan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 21. So this kid is gay. As Lin Dan jumped, he did not possess total certainty. He merely wished to avoid being pinned beneath a man like a mere plaything. It would be far more merciful to end his life outright. Fortunately, the driver had sensed his intent to leap and had slowed the car at the last moment. The instant he jumped, he made contact with the icy ground, and his body, propelled by inertia, rolled uncontrollably backward. Lin Dan found himself utterly devoid of strength, incapable of movement, and could only attempt to shield his head with his arms to mitigate the impact. His body soon came to a halt. crashing heavily against the concrete barrier of the elevated road. After a brief period of unconsciousness, he was roused by the chilling rainwater soaking him. He was currently situated in the leftmost lane of the elevated bridge, the dim light of the overcast sky casting a gloomy pall over the scene. Remaining in this precarious position could very well lead to his demise at the hands of a speeding vehicle. He needed to vacate the spot post-haste. Using the adjacent concrete railing for support, Lin Dan struggled to rise, dragging his weary body forward step by step. Each time he reached his physical limit, he would clench his right hand, blood dripping through his fingers, only to be washed away by the relentless rain. The brain's reception of pain transmitted from the hand seems to grant him a fleeting moment of autonomy from the drug's control over his body. The downpour intensifies, the deluge obscuring his vision as Lin Dan instinctively propels himself forward. The darkened horizon is intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, while the traffic on the overpass rushes by, tires splashing rainwater all over him. The agony from the car crash, the fatigue induced by the medication, and the overwhelming heat surging within him form a vast net that nearly engulfs him entirely. What a wretched state he finds himself in. Ever since he foresaw the so-called plot, misfortune has relentlessly plagued him. He merely wishes to alter his fated demise. Why must it be so arduous? Is he truly destined to perish? Memories flit through his mind, and Lin Dan suddenly feels a prickling at the corners of his eyes, as if something is trickling down his cheek. He raises a hand to wipe it away, only to discover it is merely rainwater. Perhaps his past has long since drained away all his tears, for he ultimately does not weep. After trudging for over half an hour, he finally stumbles upon a temporary emergency parking spot, collapsing onto the ground in utter exhaustion. Upon leaving the rehabilitation center, he was impeccably clean, clad in clothing provided by Ashu, with nothing else to mention. Now, even reaching out to others for assistance seems impossible. Just as consciousness begins to slip away, Ashu's smiling visage suddenly materializes in his mind. Ashu, a white and blue Range Rover bursts through the rain curtain, traversing the overpass, its red and blue flashing lights signaling that it is a police vehicle on duty. Lu Qinghua leans back in the rear seat, half-heartedly squinting, his strikingly handsome features flickering in and out of the light cast by passing vehicles. Dressed in a deep blue police uniform and black trousers, the buttons are fastened meticulously to the top, and the straight-cut pants cling perfectly to his long, powerful legs. Abruptly, his gaze fixes on a point ahead, and he speaks up. Shunzi, pull over to the emergency lane. The driver, Shunzi, is perplexed but complies, signaling left. The passenger, Fu Nan, turns to inquire. Chief, what is the matter? He is aware of Lu Qinghua's keen eyesight, yet in this torrential rain and darkness, what could possibly be discerned? There is someone. The vehicle, hazards flashing, gradually comes to a stop in the emergency lane. Fu Nan and Lu Qinghua, umbrella in hand, exit the car and approach to find a man lying on the ground, completely drenched by the rain. The darkness outside is oppressive, and with the rain pouring down, Fu Nan cannot discern the man's features. He crouches down to check for a pulse. Chief, he is still breathing. Let's get him into the car. Together, they hoist the man into the vehicle. As the car roars back to life, the bright interior lights finally reveal the man's identity. Lin Dan, gazing upon that familiar face, a fleeting impulse to kick him out of the car surges within Lu Qinghua. The summer attire is already thin, and after being drenched for so long, the fabric clings to Lin Dan's skin, making his physical reaction quite evident. Fu Nan, seated in the front passenger seat, notices something amiss. Chief, could it be that this fellow overdosed on Viagra? In such heavy rain, is he courting death by wandering onto the overpass? Lu Qinghua chuckled coldly. Who knows, perhaps he was high on drugs. This kid has a criminal record. Let's take him back to the station for a urine test. He uses drugs? Fu Nan asked, surprised. No, he committed murder. Fu Nan replied incredulously. But he looks so young. Evil knows no age. Lu Qinghua produced handcuffs and snapped them onto Lin Dan's wrists, only to notice that the latter's right hand was clenched tightly, as if gripping something. His keen intuition as a detective compelled him to lean in for a closer inspection. It was uncomfortably warm. How could it be so hot? Lin Dan squirmed, feeling as if he were being roasted over an open flame, his wrists immobilized by the cuffs. Unable to contain himself, Lin Dan let out a muffled groan of anguish that echoed in the quiet confines of the vehicle. In the front seats, Shunzi and Fu Nin instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. Both were heterosexual men, yet their attention was inexplicably drawn to the young man in the back seat. Lin Dan's complexion was unnaturally flushed, his damp hair clinging to his face, mouth agape as he struggled for breath. His long neck bore dark hickeys, with 2 rows of bloodied bite marks prominently displayed on his protruding Adam's apple, an undeniable sight. There was an inexplicable allure to his appearance. Shunzi fixated on Lin Dan's lips, momentarily forgetting he was driving, until Fu Nan's warning jolted him back to reality, causing him to swerve the steering wheel sharply, narrowly avoiding the guardrail. Lu Qingwei, who had been focused on Lin Dan's hands, was suddenly thrown back as a searing body collided with him, hot breath cascading over his neck. A wave of unease washed over Lu Qingwei, prompting him to push the young man away. Bang! Lin Dan's back slammed against the car window, his body limply tumbling forward. Just as he was about to fall completely, Lu Qingwei scowled and caught him, fastening his seatbelt securely. After the commotion, Lin Dan's short sleeves had ridden up, exposing his waist and abdomen, marred by discolored marks of passion. Particularly notable were the several deep red handprints on either side of his waist, indicating he had been roughly handled. Initially intending to chastise Shunzi for his reckless driving, Lu Qingwei found his gaze drawn to these marks, leaning in for a closer look. As a detective accustomed to corpses and crime scenes, he quickly discerned that these handprints did not belong to a woman, but rather to an adult male. The implication was unmistakable. A man had left such marks on another man, leading to only one conclusion: a homosexual. So this kid is gay. Chapter 22. Unconscious having confirmed the young man's sexual orientation, Lu Qingwei felt a surge of disdain, yet his gaze inexplicably lingered on that exposed waist. With such marks left behind, Lin Dan must have been the submissive one, despite being such a fierce character. It was utterly baffling. A sudden warmth enveloped Lu Qingwei. The skin on his neck, where he had been in close contact with Lin Dan, began to flush subtly. He was lost in contemplation, oblivious to Lin Dan's subtle movements and increasingly rapid breaths. Perhaps tormented by the effects of the medication, Lin Dan suddenly stirred. Lu Qingwei leaned in closer to discern the marks on Lin Dan's waist, bowing his head low. In that moment, as Lin Dan moved, the thin fabric brushed against his cheek. Caught off guard, Lu Qingwei instinctively turned his head, his lips grazing the surface. Sensing the softness of that area, Lin Dan involuntarily stirred once more, and as Lu Qingwei stood in stunned silence, he was brushed against twice more. Reacting swiftly, Lu Qingwei, feeling a surge of indignation akin to a humiliated maiden, sat up and slapped Lin Dan with a resounding crack. The 2 individuals seated in front remained unaware of the unfolding drama. Upon hearing the sound of the slap, Fu Nin turned to see Lin Dan's right cheek swollen, the imprint of the hand distinctly visible. Meanwhile, the usually stoic and reserved Lu Qingwei bore a fearsome expression, his eyes fixed on Lin Dan with a predatory intensity. Truthfully, Fu Nin had worked alongside Lu Qingwei for several years and had never witnessed such an emotional upheaval from him. It left him wondering about the extent of their past grievances, especially with Lin Dan currently unconscious, yet capable of inciting such fury in Lu Qingwei. The slap was delivered with considerable force, jolting the previously unconscious Lin Dan awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself seated in a vehicle. Had someone rescued him? Regaining consciousness, Lin Dan moved his hands only to discover they were shackled. Still dazed from his awakening, he noticed the officer's uniform before hoarsely inquiring, "Officer, may I ask what crime I have committed?" Lu Qingwei was taken aback by Lin Dan's failure to recognize him. His expression darkened further as he retorted sarcastically, "What is it? Is your memory as impaired as your sanity?" Lin Dan looked up and quickly recognized him. Their past entanglements were far from trivial. Yet as an ordinary individual, Lin Dan had no inclination to confront the police. He didn't even know the officer's name. However, Lu Qingyue had clung to him since being responsible for a case 6 years prior. 2 years in a juvenile detention center, 2 years in prison. Lu Qingyue's visits were almost biannual. Although every encounter was filled with harsh words, he was the only one to visit Lin Dan during his imprisonment. On the day Lin Dan was released, Lu Qingyue had even waited at the prison gates, delivering a stern warning before leaving. The relentless pursuit made Lin Dan sometimes suspect that Lu Qingyue might be the illegitimate son of Ma Jiqiang. Shaking the cuffs on his wrists, Lin Dan smirked. What does this mean? A personal vendetta? Lu Qingyue crossed his arms. If I were truly seeking personal revenge, would you still be sitting here unscathed? Lin Dan retorted. Then release me. I am not a criminal, and keeping me shackled like this is unlawful. As the vehicle approached the exit of the overpass, he hastily unfastened his seatbelt and instructed the driver, Shunzi, just find a place to drop me off once we exit the overpass. Am I allowed to leave? Lu Qingyue pressed down on Lin Dan's shoulder, firmly pushing him back into his seat. First, you're a moving vehicle on an overpass, which poses a danger to traffic safety and constitutes a violation of traffic laws. Secondly, your current physical condition is evidently abnormal, and I have reason to suspect that you have ingested illicit substances or perhaps even engaged in drug use. Therefore, I must take you to the station for examination. Lin Dan met his gaze with composure, asserting, I have not used drugs. I wish to exit the vehicle. This matter is not yours to decide. Unless you can explain why you were present on the overpass and what substances you have consumed prior to that, you will remain here. This is a private affair, and I shall not divulge anything. Lin Dan had no inclination to recount the incident where he had nearly been assaulted by a man not long ago. Lu Qingyue, observing the marks on his neck, scoffed. Do you think your silence will keep me in the dark? It appears you have just emerged from a man's bed. Did he administer the drugs to you, or did you willingly partake? The marks on your body are undoubtedly his doing, aren't they? I must admit, I never would have guessed you were homosexual. I have heard tales of the promiscuity within your circle. You ought to be cautious not to contract any diseases. Lin Dan, well aware of how to repulse someone like Lu Qingyue, neither denied nor expressed anger, but rather regarded him with a sardonic smile. Officer, your keen interest in my private life raises questions. Are you perhaps intrigued by men? Alas, you do not fit my preference. I find you quite unappealing. Lu Qingyue, incensed by this remark, raised his hand and grasped Lin Dan's neck, tightening his grip. Lin Dan, are you seeking death? Though Lin Dan felt discomfort from the pressure, his eyes betrayed no fear. If I am courting death, you are welcome to test it. Lu Qingyue had no intention of taking his life. Upon noticing Lin Dan's breathing becoming labored, he released his grip. I would not soil my hands with the likes of you. Lin Dan ceased speaking, recognizing he could not leave for the time being, and leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes to rest. Yet, Lu Qingyue, typically reticent, found himself incessantly chattering whenever in Lin Dan's presence. Observing Lin Dan with his eyes shut, he continued his tirade. Let me remind you, for a parricidal criminal such as yourself, with heinous deeds beyond measure, to entertain the notion of feigning madness to evade the law is nothing short of a fantasy. Do not presume I am unaware. Your defense attorney, Su Li, is your aunt, and that psychologist is acquainted with her as well. They must be colluding to fabricate evidence on your behalf. I have seen this trickery before, and one day I shall personally ensure you are incarcerated. Ma Jiqiang had no grievance with you, yet you inflicted 16 wounds upon him. Such youthful cruelty. Do you not feel remorse? Are you not afraid he will haunt your dreams, seeking vengeance? Lin Dan, somewhat irked by Lu Qingyue's incessant prattle, opened his eyes, grasped his collar, and declared, I detest individuals like you. If you wish to imprison me, procure some evidence. For years, I have endured your repetitive accusations. I am thoroughly fatigued by them. Under the influence of drugs and restrained by handcuffs, Lin Dan's grip was not particularly forceful, allowing Lu Qingyue the opportunity to break free, yet he chose to remain still. The proximity between them allowed Lu Qingyue to feel the warmth of Lin Dan's breath as he spoke. Moreover, since you claim I am a monstrous criminal, why should I harbor any regret? Even if given the chance to relive the moment 10 or 100 times over, I would still take his life. As for retribution, Lin Dan suddenly displayed a chilling smile, fixing his gaze on Lu Qingyue, stating each word deliberately. If he dares to come for me, I shall strike him down with another 16 blows, ensuring he is utterly obliterated. Repeat that. As Lin Dan was halfway through his words, a sudden wave of dizziness overtook him. Instinctively, he clenched his right hand, but the pain only intensified the sensation of lightheadedness. Soon, a kaleidoscope of colors danced before his eyes. He attempted to grasp the back of a nearby chair, yet before he could reach it, he lost consciousness entirely, collapsing into Lu Qingyue's embrace. Initially, Lu Qingyue was fuming, but the unexpected weight in his arms drew his attention. He looked down to find Lin Dan's eyes tightly shut. Shaking his shoulders slightly, he urged, "Hey, wake up, Lin Dan. Don't pretend to be dead." Fu Nan, who had been too timid to speak earlier, finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Is he going to be all right?" Lu Qingyue, typically composed, found himself exasperated by Lin Dan's antics. He had never heard of misfortune lasting for a millennium. Surely someone like Lin Dan would be fine. His gaze fell upon the other's right hand. At that moment, Lin Dan lay in a deep unconsciousness, his previously clenched fist now relaxed, revealing a jagged shard of glass embedded in his palm. The force of his grip had driven the sharp fragment deep into his flesh, and after being exposed to the rain, the wound had become white and macerated, presenting a gruesome sight. How could this happen? Lu Qingyue quickly unfastened the handcuffs. The depth of the injury was alarming, and he hesitated to remove the shard, fearing that his lack of expertise might exacerbate Lin Dan's condition. Lin Dan, observing the flushed visage of the unconscious man, Lu Qingyue reached out to touch his forehead, finding his skin alarmingly hot, far from the temperature of a healthy person. An inexplicable dread gripped him, and he shouted, "Quick, take him to the nearest hospital." Chapter 23. Shunjiu. The used blue rubber gloves were discarded into the medical waste bin as Ji Yunting removed his surgical gown, standing by the sink to meticulously cleanse his hands with disinfectant. The prolonged focus and tension of the surgery had left his body fatigued, yet his nerves remained in an unusually heightened state. Upon returning to his office, he retrieved his phone, which displayed numerous unread messages. Selecting the important ones, he responded briefly before opening a conversation filled with dozens of unread notifications. This individual was someone he had added a few days prior at a bar. They had approached him, initiating a conversation. Ji Yunting, who usually held lofty standards when seeking a partner, initially found the person's appearance merely average. However, in the dim light of the bar, there was a fleeting resemblance to Lin Dan in their features, which stirred a flicker of interest reminiscent of the surveillance footage he had seen at Jinan Mountain. Thus, he changed his mind and took the person to the nearest hotel. The individual was a complete novice, uninhibited in their actions. When Ji Yunting emerged from the shower, he found that the other had already prepared lubrication. Yet, a counterfeit can never match the authentic. Witnessing their eagerness drained him of enthusiasm. What truly captivated him was Lin Dan's fierce, untamed spirit. The mere thought of dominating such a person thrilled him. Ji Yunting instructed his partner to lie down, his thoughts consumed by Lin Dan's visage. After a single encounter, he lost interest and casually gifted the other a watch he had been wearing. It wasn't particularly expensive, around 200,000, but for Ji Yunting, it was a trifling sum. Though he indulged in a life of leisure, he was lavish with his bed companions, who soon became accustomed to the sweet fruits of his generosity, frequently messaging him with requests to meet and occasionally sending intimate photographs. Noticing the persistent enthusiasm of this individual, Ji Yunting revealed a playful smile and typed a response. "Very well. Today, I shall introduce you to something extraordinary." He then sent the address of a hotel he often frequented. After changing into suitable attire, Ji Yunting descended the stairs, an umbrella in hand, as rain continued to pour outside. Upon reaching the outpatient hall on the first floor, he spotted a tall woman standing beneath the eaves. She was clad in a champagne-colored satin dress, with a classic Chanel CF chain bag slung over her shoulder. When the woman inadvertently glanced back, Ji Yunting immediately recognized her as the one he had seen kissing Lin Dan at Jinan Mountain. A smirk graced his lips as he approached her, umbrella in hand. Lu Fang had come to visit a friend who was ill in the hospital, and after an extended conversation, she realized it had begun to rain. Her car was parked some distance away, and without an umbrella, she pondered her predicament when suddenly, a shadow loomed above her. "Miss, the rain is rather heavy. Allow me to lend you my umbrella," Yunting offered, his handsome visage and gentle demeanor leaving a favorable impression on those unacquainted with his true nature. Although Lu Fang had only a single umbrella, she hesitated to accept. "No, thank you. I drove here. I can wait until the rain subsides," Yunting replied. "I happen to be heading to the parking lot as well. Where's your car parked? Allow me to escort you." The rain showed no signs of letting up, and not wishing to linger any longer, Lu Fang nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to leave, a police car suddenly arrived, halting directly at the entrance of the outpatient building. The high chassis of the Land Rover sped past, splashing mud onto Yunting, who was already particular about cleanliness. Frowning at the unwelcome shower, he approached the vehicle and rapped on the window, coldly demanding, "Drive the car away." As soon as he spoke, the rear door swung open, revealing a tall man in police uniform who disregarded Yunting entirely and hurriedly carried the person inside towards the entrance. Yunting's expression darkened further. However, Lu Fang recognized the man and called out, "Brother, what happened?" Her sentence trailed off as her gaze fell upon the person cradled in his arms, and she gasped in shock, "Lin Dan?" Upon hearing her words, Yunting's anger dissipated, and he stepped closer. "Brother, what happened to Lin Dan? Why is she like this?" Lu Fang pleaded, her heart aching as she gazed upon Lin Dan, who was covered in bruises and unconscious, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yunting leaned in for a closer look, noting the dark bite marks that marred her neck and the crimson scabs at the corners of her mouth. Stark evidence of her recent torment. How pitiable. It seems she has been thoroughly ravaged, he mused. Was it Karis? Or ye She-Eyes? Or perhaps this man before us? Lu Fang, consumed by concern for Lin Dan's injuries, had no time to dwell on the connection between Lin Dan and herself. "I have urgent matters to attend to. I will explain later," she said, urgency in her tone. Lu Fang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, declaring, "I will accompany you." Outside, a torrential downpour was relentless, and numerous patients sought emergency care. Upon learning that there were no available beds, Lu Qingyue furrowed his brow, preparing to make a call when Yunting pressed the elevator button nearby. "Let us proceed to the second floor. I will make the necessary arrangements." Lu Qingyue turned to him. Yunting explained, "I am a doctor here, and I happen to know Mr. Lin. His condition appears quite severe and requires immediate attention." Lu Qingyue, wishing for Lin Dan to receive prompt treatment, did not hesitate and followed him into the elevator, with Lu Fang hurriedly trailing behind. The bright, stark light of the surgical lamp illuminated Lin Dan's right hand, where glass shards stained with blood were extracted with tweezers and discarded into a nearby tray. Yunting leaned in to examine closely, confirming that no additional fragments remained in the wound. While disinfecting, he remarked, "The suturing process may induce some discomfort. Perhaps you two should step outside for a moment." Normally, hand lacerations do not necessitate sutures, but Lin Dan's injury was particularly deep, with nearly a whole piece of glass embedded in flesh. Without suturing, his recovery would be adversely affected. "No need," Lu Qingyue replied, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Dan. "I will step outside to make a call," Lu Fang said, unable to bear the sight of Lin Dan's injuries. She had promised her parents earlier in the day that she would return home for dinner, and now, delayed by unforeseen circumstances, she felt compelled to inform them. However, as she retrieved her phone from her bag, she discovered it had inexplicably run out of battery and shut down. "Brother, my phone is dead. May I use yours to call my mother?" Lu Qingyue and Lu Fang were cousins with a good relationship, so upon hearing this, he promptly unlocked his phone for her. "After your call, I will have Shunzi escort you home. It's unsafe for a young lady to be out so late," Lu Qingyue said. Lu Fang casually acknowledged this, leaving the ward for the deserted stairwell. Having completed her call to her mother, she was about to return when her phone unexpectedly received a message. Since the phone was unlocked, she directly viewed the contents of the message. It was from someone noted as Mr. Shun. "There's a meeting tomorrow afternoon, perhaps in the morning or the day after." Upon seeing the name Shun, Lu Fang instinctively clicked into the chat and scrolled through their previous messages, quickly confirming that this Mr. Shun was none other than Shun Jiyu, the current secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Beigang City. Lu Qingyue's grandfather was the esteemed General Zhao from the capital, and the Zhao family had been military officials for generations, maintaining a close relationship with the Shun family. Thus, it was not surprising that Lu Qingyue had contact information for Shun Jiyu. On the night Lin Dan was taken away, Lu Fang had called her uncle and learned that the young man in a mask was Shin Shu, the young master of the Shun family who had just returned to the country, and also the nephew of Shun Jiyu. In the time since, Lu Fang had been engulfed in guilt and anguish, desperately wanting to know Lin Dan's condition. However, upon seeing him today, she realized just how dire his situation was. She could scarcely fathom what he had endured over the past month. If only she had been more assertive at that moment or had offered a reminder when Lin Dan called the following day, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Although Lin Dan has managed to escape, he remains vulnerable should Shun Shu continue to pursue him. Lacking any connections, he is hardly a match for Shin Shu. Shun Jiyu, being Shun Shu's uncle, is likely to be heated by him, is he not? Lu Fang fixated on the message received just a minute prior and responded, "Let it be tomorrow morning then." The recipient, presumably engrossed in their phone, swiftly replied, 9 o'clock. Hongfu Club. Lu Fang acknowledged with a simple okay. After a brief pause without further messages, she exhaled in relief. Engaging in such activities for the first time, she felt a twinge of guilt, her fingers trembling slightly as she deleted the messages. The thought of meeting the head of Beigang alone the next day unsettled her. Yet the image of Lin Dan lying in a hospital bed transformed her unease into determination. No matter what, she must rescue Lin Dan from his plight. Chapter 24. Yongshun Garden. When Lu Fang returned, Lin Dan's wounds had already been stitched and bandaged. Lu Qingyue took the phone handed to him, placing it on the table without a glance, instructing someone to escort Lu Fang home while he remained at the hospital to await Lin Dan's awakening. With her mind preoccupied with the events of the following day, Lu Fang did not insist on staying. After confirming Lin Dan was stable, she took her leave. Shortly thereafter, Ji Yunting brought Lin Dan's examination report. Lu Qingyue inquired, "How severe are his injuries?" Aside from the wound on his hand, there were numerous contusions from impacts, compounded by a high fever induced by prolonged exposure to rain. Fortunately, he had been delivered in time. Once the fever subsided, he would be fine. Have the medications been identified? The director had specifically instructed cooperation with Lu Qingyue. Thus, Ji Yunting did not withhold information, responding candidly. The primary components are sildenafil and tadalafil, commonly known as recreational drugs. Having confirmed the composition, Lu Qingyue surmised the identity of the assailant. However, he was taken aback by Yi Shiai's incompetence. Having administered drugs, how could he still allow the victim to escape? Lu Qingyue fell into silence for a moment before asking, "Was he assaulted?" Ji Yunting adjusted his glasses. "Are you inquiring if he suffered any violation?" Lu Qingyue nodded. A fleeting smile crossed Ji Yunting's eyes. "This has not been examined yet. But if Officer Lu wishes to know, I can ascertain that right now." Lu Qingyue, momentarily taken aback, questioned, "How would you confirm that?" "Through a digital examination. One can assess the extent of damage to the rectal mucosa, thereby determining if the patient has engaged in sexual activity recently." Lu Qingyue. Ji Yunting proceeded to don medical gloves. The notion of a man examining another man's intimate area struck Lu Qingyue as inappropriate, and his personal inclination to shield Lin Dan from others' touch prompted him to say, "No need for that. Let's forego the examination. Thank you for your help tonight, Dr. Ji. Please head home early." Ji Yunting, somewhat regretful, confirmed once more, "Are you certain you don't want an examination? If a male engages in unprotected intercourse, the risk of infection is significantly heightened. It is best to verify in advance." Lu Qingyue had previously uttered the same to Lin Dan, recalling how Lin Dan had responded at that time. This reflection only fueled his anger further. "No, let him suffer. He deserves it." Ji Yunting shrugged, recognizing the futility of the conversation. This hard-won opportunity stirred within him a desire to do something for the person lying in bed, yet with Lu Qingyue vigilantly watching over. He could only depart in regret. The hospital room was left with only Lu Qingyue and Lin Dan. Confronted with a particularly challenging case, Lu Qingyue often spent sleepless nights. Yet the single-occupancy room was equipped with a caregiver's cot, allowing him to steal a brief moment of rest. His slumber was light, and he was awakened in the morning by a nurse coming to collect the empty 4-bag. The rain that had fallen throughout the night had ceased, and glancing at the time, he noted it was still before 7. Would there be another infusion? The nurse shook her head. The patient had already reduced his fever, and they would monitor the wound's recovery. Should it not improve adequately, further antibiotics might be required. Lu Qingyue approached Lin Dan, gently touching his forehead, confirming that his temperature had indeed returned to normal, though he remained asleep. He instructed the nurse to keep a close watch on Lin Dan before taking his phone and stepping out to procure breakfast. Outside the hospital, numerous stalls offered simple breakfast fare, congee, buns, and steamed bread. Considering Lin Dan's illness, Lu Qingyue wished to treat him to something more substantial. So he hailed a taxi to Yongchun Garden, located about 10 kilometers from the hospital. Yongchun Garden is regarded as one of the more upscale tea restaurants in Beijing. Known for its commendable dishes, Lu Qingyue had accompanied his family there on several occasions in the past. At this early hour, the establishment had just opened, and there were few patrons. He carefully selected 7 or 8 signature dishes and ordered 2 portions of fish slice congee. The fish slice congee at Yongchun Garden is a culinary masterpiece, made with freshly caught wild yellow croaker. The fish, worth thousands, is deboned and sliced into uniform pieces, then simmered in boiling white porridge, resulting in tender morsels of fish and a light, nourishing base, ideal for a patient. Upon returning to the hospital with 2 large bags of breakfast, Lu Qingyue found himself uncharacteristically willing to endure the inconvenience of venturing such a distance for someone else. However, to his astonishment, upon opening the door to the ward, the person he sought was nowhere to be found. The single-occupancy room had a dedicated nurse, whom Lu Qingyue called over. "Where is he? Wasn't I clear in asking you to watch him?" The nurse appeared equally bewildered, replying, "I don't know. Shortly after you left, he woke up and asked to take a shower, instructing me to wait outside. No one has exited during that time." Lu Qingyue's gaze fell upon the 2 wide-open windows across the room, and it dawned on him that Lin Dan had likely escaped through them. In truth, Lin Dan had committed no grave offense. Passers-by on the elevated walkway could be merely verbally reprimanded or fined, and the medication he had been taking was not classified as illicit. There was no valid reason to detain him. Lu Qingyue understood this well and had no intention of complicating matters for Lin Dan. Yet, the sudden and silent departure ignited an inexplicable anger within him. Remarkable indeed. He had fled even before fully recovering from his injuries, not fearing the possibility of further harm from jumping from the 2nd floor. He placed the packaged breakfast on the table, his tone devoid of emotion. "If he has left, then so be it. You endured a long night on duty. Take these breakfasts and enjoy them." The black insulated bags bore the gilded logo of Yongchun Garden, and with 2 such sizable bags, the value was undoubtedly in the thousands. As the nurse prepared to refuse the offering, Lu Qingyue had already turned away, departing from her sight. The morning sun was not yet harsh. The rain from the previous night had just ceased, and the air was imbued with the fragrance of damp earth and the refreshing scent of greenery. Lin Dan, clad in a blue hospital gown and wearing disposable slippers, leaned against the utility pole by the roadside. His unusual attire drew curious glances from passers-by, but fortunately, after a brief wait, Taitu arrived in a car. Lin Dan opened the door and settled into the passenger seat, reclining back immediately. The aftereffects of some stimulating medication left his mind foggy, and having just recovered from fever, he wouldn't have escaped the hospital through the window if not for his aversion to dealing with the police. "Take me home," he said, yearning for a good sleep. As Taitu started the engine, he noticed the bandages wrapped around Lin Dan's hand and neck. "Brother, where have you been lately?" he inquired. "Ran into some trouble, but it's been resolved," Lin Dan replied. "What happened to your neck?" Taitu asked, raising his hand to pat him on the shoulder. Lin Dan winced, taking a drag from a cigarette. "You bastard, be gentle. What's wrong?" Taitu pressed. "Forget it. I was bitten by a dog." Lin Dan cursed. That son of a bitch, you she-eyes, always goes for my neck. These marks won't fade in less than a week or two. Who? I can teach him a lesson for you. Forget it. You can't afford to offend him. Though Lin Dan had spoken fiercely about wanting to eliminate Yi Shi-eyes, he was acutely aware of their disparate standings. Moreover, he had already dealt Yi Shi-eyes some damage. It would be a miracle if the latter didn't come after him seeking revenge. Let me use your phone, Lin Dan said, grabbing Taitu's device. He scrolled through the call history from 2 weeks prior and dialed one of the numbers, but the call did not connect. A cold electronic voice informed him that the number had been disconnected. A shoe's number is out of service. After finally extricating himself, it was impossible for him to return to the western suburbs. With the vastness of Beigang, he might never see a shoe again. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Quickly, Taitu interrupted his thoughts. By the way, boss, you told me to keep an eye on Xiao Wei. Recently, a man has approached her twice, speaking inappropriately and even attempting to lay hands on her. Upon hearing this, Lin Dan's expression changed dramatically. Forget going back. Head to the city swimming pool. What for? To confront him. Lin Dan extinguished his cigarette, but forcefully in the ashtray. Chapter 25. 1 minute. I want all his information opposite the swimming pool. A rice noodle stall had been set up, accompanied by 2 folding tables and several red plastic stools. The cooked rice noodles were scooped into white bowls lined with plastic bags. The stall owner lifted the lid of a nearby pot, and a fragrant steam wafted out. A creamy broth made from simmered pork bones was poured over the noodles, finished off with a generous scoop of minced meat. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of rice noodles were served at the table. Since leaving the sanatorium the previous afternoon, Lin Dan had not eaten anything and was famished. He added 2 spoons of prepared chili into the bowl, mixed the noodles with chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. With an injured palm, he could only grasp the chopsticks with his fingers, making it somewhat inconvenient. The noodles already contained chili, but Lin Dan added a considerable amount more. A bowl overflowing with red oil and chili looked spicy, yet he ate without flinching, hardly breaking a sweat. The proprietress jested. This young man has quite the tolerance for spice. Once married, he will undoubtedly take charge at home. The culinary preferences of the residents of Beigang lean towards the mild, and individuals like Lin Dan, who relish fiery flavors, are indeed a rarity, perhaps a trait inherited from his grandparents hailing from Jiangxi. Taitu chimed in. My elder brother is formidable. His future sister-in-law will certainly heed his words. Lin Dan kicked him lightly, retorting, just focus on your meal. Having endured half a month of bland nutritional meals at the sanatorium, he found this humble stall far more to his liking. The 2 men, possessing hearty appetites, finished their bowls in no time. As Lin Dan, with his substantial appetite, was about to request another serving, he caught sight of a man approaching from the front entrance. He nudged Taitu, urging him to recognize the individual. Receiving an affirmative nod, Lin Dan strode over confidently and grasped the man by the collar, dragging him into a nearby alley devoid of surveillance. Taitu settled the bill and followed suit. What are you doing? The man, appearing in his early 20s, was fair-skinned and handsome, dressed in a fashionable manner that appealed to many young women today. However, despite his tall stature, he lacked courage. Upon sensing Lin Dan's hostile demeanor, he trembled visibly. Lin Dan, right? Lin Dan had learned from Scarbrother that Lin Dan was a member of the city's swimming team, who trained at the swimming pool every weekend. Today, being Saturday, he had decided to confront him here. Lin Dan, confused, nodded slightly, attempting to intimidate Lin Dan. Have you heard of the Zhao family? I'll have you know, my girlfriend is a Zhao. If you dare, Lin Dan, unimpressed by such a coward relying on a woman's name for bravado, forcefully pushed him against the wall and delivered a punch to his abdomen. Lin Dan let out a pained cry, clutching his stomach as he crumpled to the ground. Having been neglected in his youth and dropping out of school after junior high to navigate the streets, Lin Dan was well aware of the most torturous spots to strike without inflicting severe harm. He crouched down, patting Lin Dan's face. Consider this a warning. If you have a girlfriend, treat her well and refrain from pursuing 2 relationships simultaneously. If you dare to harass Su Wei at #1 high school again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lin Dan, sweating profusely from the pain, froze at the mention of Su Wei's name. Who are you? Su Wei's boyfriend? Who I am is none of your concern. If you dare to appear before her again, I'll have your hands severed. Lin Dan's sharp features grew more menacing when angered, his gaze fierce and piercing. Lin Dan dared not inquire further, nodding repeatedly in assurance that he would no longer pursue Su Wei. Seeing that Lin Dan was genuinely frightened, Lin Dan stood to leave, but then noticed a man suddenly shouting excitedly toward the alley entrance. Ching Ching, these two thugs are robbing and assaulting me. Hurry and call someone to apprehend them. Tai Tu, unable to contain himself, retorted, Who robbed you? You pretty boy? Speak with your eyes wide open. As Lin Dan heard footsteps approaching, he instinctively turned to look. At the forefront was a young and beautiful girl, dressed in a beige knitted polo shirt adorned with a diamond brooch shaped like a feather. She paired it with a pleated skirt in the same hue. Her long black hair cascaded casually, and an air of haughty elegance emanated from her expressive eyes, unmistakably marking her as someone extraordinary. Two female bodyguards clad in black suits trailed closely behind her. From Lin Dan's earlier remarks, Lin Dan deduced that this individual was Zhao Xiangqing, the one who had stirred trouble for Su Wei at Scar Brothers' behest. As she approached, Lin Dan assumed she was coming to defend Lin Dan and interjected, I was the one who struck. Allow my friend to leave first. Having fled the hospital before fully recovering to evade Lu Qingwei, he realized that, in his current condition, he might not be able to contend with the two bodyguards. He resolved to let Tai Tu depart first. Brother, I won't leave. If they wish to harm you, they must first incapacitate me. Do you think I intend to strike you? Zhao Xiangqing teased, with a playful smile, directed at Lin Dan. With your striking looks and melodious voice, I could never bring myself to do that. Lin Dan's voice possessed a quality that straddled the line between youth and manhood, slightly husky from frequent smoking, reminiscent of a popular bad boy persona online. Tai Tu remarked, This world is indeed one that values appearances. Lin Dan nearly misheard her. Isn't he your boyfriend? You misunderstand. He is not my boyfriend. We have already parted ways, Zhao Xiangqing clarified. Aesthetically inclined, she had always been drawn to beauty in people and things, but she maintained a strict demeanor, treating relationships as mere flings, primarily due to Lin Dan's appealing appearance. Despite lacking genuine affection, she was protective of her possessions, which led her to intimidate Su Wei upon discovering her entanglement with Lin Dan. Upon hearing this, Lin Dan's expression shifted. Xiangqing, when did we break up? I was unaware. Zhao Xiangqing blinked playfully. Just now. I thought I was notifying you. This unconventional method of breaking up amused Lin Dan, causing a smile to escape his lips. Zhao Xiangqing, noticing his smile, brightened. You look exceptionally handsome when you smile. Lin Dan was not one to smile often. His usual demeanor appeared somewhat fierce. However, when he did smile, it softened the sharpness of his features, exuding a carefree, rebellious charm. It is curious how girls are often attracted to the bad boys. Seeing him silent, Zhao Xiangqing leaned in closer. Are you Su Wei's boyfriend? Lin Dan's tone softened slightly as he faced her. No. That is good to hear. Zhao Xiangqing refrained from probing further into their relationship and smiled. I am Zhao Xiangqing. What is your name? Lin Dan. May I have your contact information? She inquired, pulling out her phone. I don't have a phone. I must be on my way, Lin Dan replied, feeling no inclination to pursue any future connection with her. He then departed alongside Tai Tu. Zhao Xiangqing made no attempt to stop him, watching as his figure gradually faded into the distance, before turning to her bodyguard, Huan Jie. 1 minute. I want all his information. Bodyguard Huan Jie. Chapter 26. Tire repair in the narrow streets of the old district of Beigang. Motor vehicles, tricycles, and electric bikes shared the same lanes. To avoid a tricycle crossing the road, Shenzheng found herself squeezed onto the far-right slow lane. Not long after setting off, the tire pressure monitoring system suddenly illuminated a red light, indicating an anomaly with the pressure in the left front tire. Fearing a potential blowout, Shenzheng hastily sought a nearby parking space and came to a stop, then exited the vehicle to inspect the front tire. To her dismay, she discovered several nails embedded in the tire, seemingly unnoticed until now. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated calling for assistance when a middle-aged man with a dark complexion jogged over. Ma'am, is your tire deflating? My repair shop is just around the corner. Would you like me to assist you? With engagements awaiting her at noon, Shenzheng was reluctant to delay further and thought it cumbersome to call someone else. Please fix the tire quickly. I have matters to attend to. The man feigned examination, glancing down at the tire. The nails are quite deep. You'll need to replace the tire to avoid a blowout. Shenzheng, who usually had a chauffeur and seldom drove, found herself in this predicament after impulsively taking the wheel today. Then let us proceed with the replacement. Please expedite the process. Noticing her elegant attire and the luxury Porsche she drove, the man reckoned she was likely a young mistress of a wealthy benefactor. Confident she wouldn't be short on funds, he boldly stated, 8,000. This is an imported vehicle, and I'll need to use quality imported tires. Shenzheng, unfamiliar with the market rates, found 8,000 to be trivial, barely enough to purchase a piece of clothing. Let us proceed with the payment, she replied. The man, pleased, quickly produced a QR code for her to scan. Just as Shenzheng prepared to scan the code, the man was suddenly kicked from behind, causing him to tumble to the ground and drop his phone. What the? He began, but the sight of the individual behind him silenced him. Shenzheng looked up to see a tall young man standing on the staircase of the crosswalk. With a cigarette held casually in one hand, his demeanor was frigid. Chuda, I warned you before, if I catch you littering nails by the roadside for a moral profit again, I will break your leg. Caught in the act. Chuda's expression soured as is expected. 8,000 slipped away. Who has littering nails? You're just a kid who isn't even matured yet. Stop spouting nonsense. He attempted to pull Shenzheng away, insisting, ma'am, he is a criminal who has served time. Don't listen to his lies. You wanted your car repaired, right? I can help you. Lin Dan descended the steps and seized Chuda's hand that was reaching for Shenzheng. Leave now, or I will call the police. With a guilty conscience, Chuda promptly retreated. Once he had distanced himself, Lin Dan explained to Shenzheng. He deliberately scattered nails at the intersection to puncture the tires of passing vehicles, aiming to lure people to his shop for overpriced repairs. If you comply, he will be encouraged to repeat this tactic. Shenzheng was taken aback by such underhanded schemes and was momentarily at a loss. What should I do now? Perhaps you could call for a tow truck and wait here. He wouldn't dare return. Lin Dan, sensing her unease from Chuda's earlier remarks, stepped back to create some space. I'm in a hurry. Are there any other repair shops nearby? Turn right at the intersection ahead. My workplace is a repair shop. If you trust me, you can go there for the repairs. What can be deemed untrustworthy in broad daylight? Can you still bind me? Shenzheng tossed the car keys to him. My driving skills are rather mediocre. You may take the wheel. Lin Dan did not decline, promptly settling into the driver's seat and gradually maneuvering the vehicle forward. The auto repair shop, modest in size, was managed by entices, who had been operating it for nearly a decade with commendable success. entices, whose real name was entices, was a year younger than Lin Dan, and the two had met in prison. Unlike Lin Dan, who was incarcerated for a definitive murder charge, entices' imprisonment was merely a consequence of being young and misled. Lin Dan had taken good care of him during their time together, and upon his release, entices had introduced him to his uncle's auto repair shop. However, after a short while, Ma Shang frequently created disturbances, prompting Lin Dan to leave to avoid impacting the shop's business. Though his tenure was brief, he was diligent and capable, and when he decided to return, Uncle Wong was quite reluctant to let him go the first time. Upon hearing of his return, he immediately consented. Lin Dan emerged with tire repair tools and advised Shenzheng, who was standing outside, to seek refuge inside from the glaring sun. The weather was sweltering, and with minimal customers in the shop that morning, only Lin Dan and entices remained. entices, initially lounging on the sofa in the break room, playing games, quickly followed Lin Dan outside as he prepared to work. Brother, allow me to assist. Your hand is still not fully healed. It's nothing, just a tire repair. I'm wearing gloves, Lin Dan replied, squatting down with practiced ease to remove the tire, extracting the nail that had punctured it with pliers, and subsequently began cleaning, sanding, and mending the damaged area. Shenzheng stayed inside, while entices remained outside, squatting beside Lin Dan under the sun. He shook the extracted nail a couple of times, observing that it would not fall, and remarked, "This nail seems problematic, doesn't it? It was placed by Chuda. I happened to see it while passing by." entices could not restrain a few curses, exclaiming the utter shamelessness of earning a living in such a morally bankrupt manner. unafraid of retribution. A leaking tire is inherently hazardous, yet with Shenzheng's high-performance vehicle, they narrowly escaped disaster. Some vehicles lack tire pressure monitoring systems, leaving drivers unaware of a flat tire, which can lead to accidents in such cases. Lin Dan paused momentarily in his task, stating, "Next time I encounter this, I will report it directly to the authorities." Aware of Lin Dan's aversion to police involvement, Tai Tu remarked, "No need. I will simply take him to the police station myself." The shop was air-conditioned, providing a refreshing breeze. After a short while seated, Shenzheng received a phone call from her father's secretary. "Miss, where are you?" She explained her current situation, intending to repair the tire and drive back. However, the secretary, having consulted her father, expressed concern for her safety and insisted on coming to pick her up. That wouldn't be necessary. Shenzheng did not share a deep emotional bond with her father, as he was perpetually occupied with work. They only saw each other during the New Year's Eve family dinner, and their communication was sparse. Since she could remember, she had not seen her mother and had been raised by her grandparents. Later, she was accepted into a university in Beigang, and with her boyfriend, also from Beigang. She chose to remain there after graduating last year. Had it not been for her father's job transfer to Beigang and her uncle's family moving there as well, it is unlikely that there would have been any private communication between father and daughter. Secretary Wang insisted, "Could you please send me the exact location? We should arrive in about 20 minutes." Shenzheng nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, she waited for a short while before Ironhead entered with his tools. "Beautiful lady, the car is ready," he announced, handing her the keys. It was then that Shenzheng remembered she had yet to settle the payment, prompting her to ask, "How much is it?" Ironhead methodically placed his tools on the shelf beside him. 80. There's a price list on the wall. You can scan it directly. Shenzheng nearly thought she had misheard him. How much? Just moments ago, someone had quoted her 8,000. Sensing her disbelief, Ironhead explained. The damage was a bit extensive. It required some effort. My brother spent about half an hour on it. Your car is good to go on the highway now. Without further ado, Shenzheng scanned 1,000 over, expressing her gratitude for today's assistance. The remainder is for you all to enjoy a meal. Just after completing the transaction, a call came in. It was Secretary Wang, likely indicating her father's arrival. Chapter 27. The broach's sleek black Audi A6 glided to a stop at the roadside. Recognizing Shenzheng's vehicle, Secretary Wang alighted from the passenger seat and made her way into the auto repair shop. Shenzhiu sat alone in the back seat. Having closed a document he had been perusing, he rubbed his temples, which were slightly sore, and inadvertently glanced out the car window. His gaze fell upon a young man emerging from a shop, clad in a black turtleneck and army green cargo pants, the fabric hugging his physique and accentuating his well-defined muscles. The midday June sun radiated intense heat, having been outside for a while. Beads of sweat trickled down the young man's forehead as he walked, lifting the hem of his shirt to wipe his face. In doing so, a glimpse of his toned, honey-hued waist was revealed, which Shenzhiu's eyes traced briefly before the shirt fell back into place, concealing it once more. Adjacent to the repair shop was a convenience store, with 2 vending machines stationed at the entrance. The young man paused before one of the machines, retrieved his phone to scan, and soon enough, an item dropped into the outlet. With long arms, he bent slightly to retrieve a bottle of water from the bottom compartment. Perhaps too thirsty, he swiftly twisted off the cap and tilted his head back, gulping down half the bottle in one go. Shenzhiu, possessing keen eyesight, could even discern the young man's atoms apple bobbing with each swallow. A few drops of water, hastily consumed, trickled down his neck, ultimately disappearing into the collar of his shirt. Although a simple act of drinking, the way he carried it out was inexplicably captivating. Meow. Lin Dan, having consumed half of her water, suddenly found a furry ball at her feet. A short-haired tabby cat recognized the human who had previously fed it, pawing at his trousers and mewing sweetly, attempting to charm him into providing more sustenance. Lin Dan smiled gently, crouched down, and poured the remaining water from her bottle into her palm, offering it to the small cat. The heat of the day left the kitten parched. It eagerly extended its pink tongue and soon lapped up every drop from Lin Dan's hand. She refilled her palm, and the kitten, without lifting its head, continued to drink. In no time, the majority of the water was consumed, filling its tiny belly, unwilling to merely settle for a meager existence. The cat licked its damp chest fur twice and continued to pester Lin Dan with soft meows. Lin Dan picked it up and entered the convenience store, soon emerging with several red sausages in hand. Just as he was about to unwrap one to feed the cat, he suddenly heard Tai Tu calling for him. So he simply carried the cat over. Shen Jiu's gaze followed the other S movements. Lin Dan approached Shen Zheng, exchanged a few words with her, and she smiled, gently stroking the cat nestled in his arms. She then pointed towards Shen Jiu, prompting Lin Dan to glance in the indicated direction, through the one-way glass. The occupants of the car were invisible to the outside, yet Shen Jiu could see them clearly. The young man possessed striking good looks, his facial features sharp and handsome, with a particularly noticeable scar on his brow. His pupils narrowed slightly under the sunlight, and the thick lashes of his upper eyelids cast a delicate silhouette. Secretary Wang opened the rear door of the car for Shen Zheng, who entered and called out, "Dad." Shen Jiu nodded slightly. The driver took the wheel of Shen Zheng's Porsche, while Secretary Wang occupied the driver's seat. The vehicle had scarcely moved when Lin Dan jogged over. Secretary Wang spotted him in the rearview mirror and voluntarily halted the car. Shen Zheng was busy replying to a message from her boyfriend and did not notice Lin Dan outside. Shen Jiu refrained from drawing her attention and instead lowered his window. Assuming it was Shen Zheng, Lin Dan approached, only to look down and realize that a man was seated inside. The man was simply dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, his sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing a wrist adorned with a Patek Philippe Nautilus in platinum. Leaning against the backrest, his face was obscured from Lin Dan's view. Lost in thought, Lin Dan was soon noticed by Shen Zheng. "Is there something else?" Lin Dan extended a plush toy into the car, asking, "This is yours, right?" Only then did Shen Zheng realize the toy that had been hanging from her bag was missing. "It's mine. Thank you for returning it." Out of politeness, Lin Dan only reached his wrist into the window, while Shen Zheng, seated on the opposite side in the back, found it somewhat cumbersome to retrieve it herself. So she turned to Shen Jiu and said, "Dad, could you please help me?" The man, who had been leaning back, straightened up and took the plush toy from Lin Dan's hand. As he did so, his face emerged from the shadows, revealing a visage that belied his actual age. Shen Zheng appeared to be in her early 20s, which would imply that her father was in his 40s, yet the man before Lin Dan possessed an ageless countenance. Strikingly handsome and exuding an air of quiet dignity and depth, his gaze carried an imposing presence, reminiscent of someone who had long held power. Noticing the attention directed at him, Lin Dan raised an eyebrow, maintaining his usual composure as he met the man's gaze. Their fingers briefly brushed against each other, but Lin Dan paid it no mind and quickly withdrew his hand. As the window rose, Shen Jiu passed the plush toy to Shen Zheng and then leaned back. Closing his eyes, having long surpassed the frivolities of youth, the interest stirred in him by the young man faded away, returning to tranquility with the swift flow of cars outside. A brass-framed Chinese chandelier hung from a ceiling nearly 10 meters high, with exquisitely carved glass lampshades featuring intricate floral patterns. Beneath the warm, golden illumination, nestled within a soft velvet box, lay an antique brooch fashioned in the design of a pocket watch. The brooch was adorned with diamonds and intricately faceted sapphires and rubies, and it featured a teardrop-shaped carved emerald dangling beneath it. The dial, elegantly shaped like an olive, was discreetly hidden beneath the main emerald stone. A delicate, fair hand lifted the brooch from the box and pinned it onto Shen Shu's suit jacket. "Do you like it? Your father and I were instantly captivated and guessed you would adore it, so we made sure to capture the moment," Eloise remarked, reaching to tidy the ends of his shirt collar that had tucked beneath his neck. Shen Shu cast a cursory glance at the brooch, which was worth millions, and nonchalantly responded, "It's all right." Rarely donning formal attire, he had donned a white suit today at Eloise's behest, his tall frame reclining languidly against the sofa, exuding an air of casual indifference. Opposite him, Shan Zheng, initially engrossed in responding to emails, looked up to find his wife and son engaged in conversation, finding the scene rather heartwarming, prompting him to capture the moment with his camera. A robust golden retriever puppy stumbled over. clambering up Shun Shu's leg and eagerly wagging its tail, ready to leap into his arms. Shun Shu, slightly perturbed by the energetic pup, swatted its plump rear, causing the golden retriever to tumble off the sofa. The thick, hand-woven wool carpet cushioned its fall, and the puppy lay sprawled on its back, unable to rise after rolling over several times. Eloise couldn't help but laugh, noting the puppy's mischievousness reminiscent of Surfa's antics in his youth. Shun Shu's expression darkened as he retorted, "It's so foolish. How could it resemble me?" Noticing her son's impatience, Shun Jirong interjected, "Didn't you say you liked puppies?" This particular golden retriever was a show-quality breed that he had specially arranged for his assistant to acquire from a kennel in England before returning home. Initially believing Shun Shu would take a liking to it, only to find him disinterested. Eloise recalled her son's previous remarks. "Oh, didn't you rescue a puppy? Where is it? Bring it out so I can see." "It ran away a few days ago," Shun Shu replied, tapping into a mobile app and fixating on a red dot on the screen. Shun Jirong inquired, "Haven't you looked for it?" Shun Shu shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips. He doesn't like being here, and I wouldn't want to impose. In truth, he felt a twinge of longing for the little wanderer he had once taken in. Chapter 28. Just for fun, on the second floor of the villa, there was an open tea room, with a southern wall adorned with flower-patterned windows. The luminous tiles, meticulously hand-polished from mica, gleamed like crystal set within the mahogany-framed windows. From the central plum blossom window, one could gaze out at the enchanting landscape of the gardens beyond. Shun Shu leaned casually against the window, his posture relaxed. Sunlight cascaded in, casting vibrant shadows on him, accentuating his already striking mixed-race features, rendering his visage even more resplendent. Like a painting brought to life, he harmoniously blended with the picturesque scenery surrounding him. Shun Shu glanced at Shun Jiu, who sat at the tea table, and asked, "Uncle, what brings you to seek me?" Shun Jirong and his wife arrived in Beijing yesterday. Upon disembarking from the plane, they proceeded directly to the sanatorium. Today at noon, they invited Shun Jiu and Shun Zheng, along with Karis, to share a meal. After dining, Shun Jiu called Shun Shu upstairs privately. "Are you familiar with Lin Dan?" Shun Jiu inquired, taking a sip of tea and lifting his gaze. At the mention of that name, Shun Shu's expression turned frosty. "Who told you? Have you investigated him?" "I haven't had the leisure to investigate someone inconsequential," Shun Jiu replied. Although both were in Beijing, he refrained from meddling in his nephew's personal affairs. However, with the younger generation of the Liu family bringing matters to his attention, he felt compelled to offer some counsel to Shun Shu. "You recklessly collided with someone, brought them back, and detained them for half a month, even resorting to threats with a gun. What difference is there between your actions and those of a bandit?" Unfazed, Shun Shu retorted, "It was merely a bit of fun, and besides, I have already released him." "What more do you want from me, uncle?" Shun Jiu, well aware of his nephew's notorious nature, recognized that there was more malice brewing beneath the surface. "Shun Shu, while I can shield you here in Beijing, there must be limits. Engaging with men is best avoided. Even though your grandfather and parents dote on you, they will not condone your entanglement with another man." Upon hearing this, Shun Shu revealed a playful smile. "Wasn't the case that you had your fair share of escapades in your youth, uncle? Did grandfather ever say anything then? Why is it unacceptable for me now?" Shun Jiu, unperturbed by his nephew's revelations, replied, "No matter how it is, I would never steal someone else's boyfriend. If that person has someone they cherish, then there is no point in lingering. It's meaningless." At the Yongfu Club, when Lu Fong mentioned Lin Dan, it was evident that she held a protective stance, leading Shun Jiu to initially believe they were lovers and that Shun Shu was the villain disrupting their romance. "So what? He belongs to me. I haven't had my fill yet. Why should I relinquish him to someone else?" In the courtyard downstairs, a gardenia tree grew against the wall, its verdant leaves cradling blooming white flowers, one branch stretching through the flower window. Shun Shu leaned out, plucking a gardenia flower to toy with, and without looking back, remarked, "If you desire him, wait until I tire of him before you speak." Men are inherently hunters, and when faced with a fierce and untamed prey, they are driven to pursue and tame it, seeking pleasure in the chase. The process of taming is exquisite. However, when desire transforms into a more profound emotion. It binds the hunter, willingly rendering them a mere prey to another. Ultimately, the once proud pursuer finds themselves pleading for love, while the previously submissive partner becomes the true master. You will bear the consequences if things go awry. Seeing that he could not reach Shunju lost interest in further discussion and rose to leave. "Brother, guess what I just saw outside?" Tai Tu exclaimed as he placed the meal he had purchased onto the table, eagerly squatting beside the car. Chuda's auto repair shop has been raided. They put up a seal, and several police cars are parked outside. They took Chuda and several of his employees away. A sound of wheels rolling beneath the car was followed by a long leg emerging, which kicked the ground before the person slid out from under the vehicle. "It seems he has crossed someone." Lin Dan rose from his workbench, shedding his soiled coveralls, which were stained with oil and dust, revealing only a black tank top beneath, thoroughly drenched in sweat. He made his way to the outdoor faucet to wash his hands. His right hand bore the remnants of a recent injury, with only a faint pink scar remaining where the stitches had been removed. As he washed, he carefully avoided the palm of his hand. Ironhead followed him outside, wondering if he had offended someone. Could it be the enchanting lady from a few days prior? As Lin Dan lathered his hands with soap, the black grime was swiftly washed away by the foam. During their conversation, a striking red Ferrari SF90 approached. Upon seeing the vehicle, Lin Dan furrowed his brow. "Brother, isn't that Miss Zhao's car? Why is she here again?" Ever since their last encounter at the swimming pool, Zhao Xianqing had somehow learned of Lin Dan's employment here and had been visiting frequently, claiming to wash her car. But who washes their car 3 or 4 times a week? Even flies would slip on it. Lin Dan turned to head back to the break room, intending to tell her to leave as his shift was over. However, Zhao Xianqing was quicker, rapidly catching up to him. Lin Dan stopped, turning to face her. He said, "Miss Zhao, I have no romantic intentions towards you, nor do I wish to pursue a relationship. At your age, you should focus on your studies and not waste time on me." "I understand that," she replied, "but I enjoy spending time with you." With that, she waved a few sheets of paper in front of him. "I have something interesting. Would you care to see?" Lin Dan had little interest and was about to leave when she added, "It's about Su Wei. If you don't want it, I will leave." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dan's curiosity was piqued. Zhao Xianqing produced a copy of an exam paper, densely filled with English text, with the name Su Wei elegantly inscribed at the top. Lin Dan examined the paper from start to finish and finally looked up to ask, "What does this say? How do you have her exam paper?" Su Wei was a senior at the first high school, while Zhao Xianqing was already in her second year of university. They were from entirely different institutions, and their paths would not have crossed if not for Lin Dan. Zhao Xianqing giggled. "You look so serious. I assumed you could understand it." Though Lin Dan was formidable in fights, he had always struggled academically, finishing middle school without pursuing further education. "I stopped studying after middle school," he admitted candidly. Zhao Xianqing did not mock him. Instead, she took back the paper and raised an eyebrow playfully. "Treat me to a meal, and I will tell you." Lin Dan nodded in agreement. He did not wish to miss any news about Su Wei. Once he changed his clothes, Zhao Xianqing tossed in the car keys. "Let us go." As they drove, Lin Dan lightly tapped the steering wheel and inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Zhao Xianqing opened her phone and showed him a restaurant recommended by a friend. "How about this one? A newly opened Michelin 3-star restaurant at Entices. I've heard the food is quite good." "Sounds good." Lin Dan was unfazed by the restaurant's high average cost, which equated to half a month's salary. Though he had little desire for material possessions and was not particular about food and clothing, he was not averse to spending money. After all, earning money was meant for spending, and once it was spent, one could always earn more. Chapter 29. You have already paid for this date by sitting here on Taishan Road. Adjacent to the Entices commercial district, the streets are lined with sycamore trees, and the restaurant is nestled in the middle of the road, shrouded in layers of dappled shade, providing a serene escape from the bustling surroundings. The interior boasts a classic French style, with a decor that is both comfortable and inviting, while soft piano melodies fill the air. Upon entering, a waiter guided them to a private room and promptly presented water and the menu. Such an upscale dining establishment is not frequented by Lin Dan, with his few visits being in the company of Yishi's, who has no dietary restrictions, allowing Zhao Xianqing to select the dishes. Zhao Xianqing, accustomed to such venues, skillfully chose several signature dishes, completing the order swiftly. Once the waiter departed, Lin Dan eagerly inquired, "Where did you obtain that examination paper?" "I do not wish for Su Wei to be aware of my existence, so please do not disturb her on my account." "I did not disturb her," Zhao Xianqing replied. Although she had investigated Lin Dan and was aware of his connection to Su Wei, her intentions in pursuing men were straightforward and unambiguous. She had no desire to leverage Su Wei for her own ends. Su Wei participated in our school's independent admissions examination, and I saw her name on the campus network. She has successfully passed both the written and interview stages. As long as her college entrance examination score meets the undergraduate threshold, she will be admitted. "What institution do you attend?" "Nan'an University." Nan'an is a prestigious institution jointly established by Huagua and the United Kingdom, ranking highly both nationally and internationally. Many scions of influential families in the country are enrolled there, as entering university is akin to stepping into half of society. For these individuals, a reputable university serves as a marketplace for cultivating networks of influence. Each year, Nan'an accepts new students through various channels, with those admitted via the college entrance examination constituting only half of the total, all of whom must also pass the independent examination before the entrance exam. Being an international university, the interviews and written tests are conducted entirely in English, and those who succeed demonstrate exceptional professional competence and spoken language skills. Su Wei performed admirably in both the interview and written test. I consulted with a teacher from the admissions office, who remarked that Su Wei is exceptionally talented and possesses a clear vision for her future. Having grown up in Beijing, Lin Dan was well aware of Nan'an University's esteemed reputation. He had long known of Su Wei's academic prowess, but hearing Zhao Xianqing affirm her excellence in person brought him a sense of relief and validation, reinforcing his belief that his past efforts had been worthwhile. To him, Su Wei's bright future held paramount importance. "Thank you for sharing this with me," Lin Dan said, his mood lifted, a gentle joy reflected in his eyes. "No need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, simply smile at me more often in the future," Zhao Xianqing replied, resting her chin on one hand as she stirred the fish maw and yellow fish soup in the delicate porcelain bowl, gazing at the young man across from her. In truth, Lin Dan's past was far from illustrious. Having lost his father to violence in his youth, he later took a life himself and had once struggled with mental illness. A person marginalized by society, even with striking looks, would find it difficult to attract a woman willing to be with him after learning the entirety of his story. Zhao Xianqing was drawn to Lin Dan's appearance, finding him refreshingly different from those who had previously pursued her upon discovering her status. His responses to her advances were notably indifferent, even bordering on impatience. Initially, Zhao Xianqing engaged in this merely for amusement, yet she found herself ignited by a burgeoning desire for conquest due to the other party's demeanor. "Miss Zhao," Lin Dan's voice interrupted Zhao Xianqing's reverie. "Do you happen to know the tuition fees at Nan'an University?" Lin Dan had heard whispers about the exorbitant costs associated with Nan'an, yet he was not privy to the precise figures. Zhao Xianqing had not paid much heed to this matter. She understood that Nan'an offered opportunities for international exchanges each semester. Thus, the tuition was greater than that of other institutions. It seemed that over 4 years, the total would be just shy of $1 million. But what of it? Lin Dan shook his head, gazing contemplatively at the marble patterns on the table. It was indeed commendable for Su Wei to gain admission to Nan'an. However, with annual fees exceeding 200,000, and given that Su Wei's adoptive parents were merely of average means, with a biological son just over 2 years old, would they truly be inclined to invest such a substantial sum for their foster daughter? Contemplating this, he lifted his gaze to Zhao Xianqing. "Miss Zhao, could you assist me with a favor?" After confiding in Zhao Xianqing, Lin Dan proceeded to the restroom. While attending to personal matters, he noticed someone standing at the adjacent urinal. Initially indifferent, he was startled by a derisive scoff from the individual. This almost provocative sound compelled Lin Dan to instinctively turn his head. The person was none other than Lu Qingyue. Lin Dan chose not to engage, but sensing Lu Qingyue's gaze fixate on him, he hastily secured his trousers, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyue grasped his arm firmly. Stop. Let go. As Lin Dan attempted to wrench himself free, Lu Qingyue anticipated his move, deftly twisting his arm behind his back in a manner reminiscent of subduing a criminal, forcing him down to the ground. Do you not understand what I am saying? Being restrained like this, Lin Dan, who had not intended to resort to violence, felt a surge of anger. Planting one hand on the ground, he summoned overwhelming strength to flip himself over and break free from his constraints. Seizing the moment, he drove his knee towards Lu Qingyue's lower region. Lu Qingyue instinctively raised a hand to block, but Lin Dan capitalized on the opening, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Lu Qingyue's chest. With considerable force aimed at such a vulnerable area, Lu Qingyue stumbled back several paces, allowing Lin Dan the opportunity to escape the restroom. Upon returning to the private room's entrance, he fortuitously encountered a server exiting. He called out to settle the bill, only to be informed that it had already been taken care of. Moments later, Zhao Xiangqing emerged with her bag, and the two made their way towards the restaurant's exit. Did I not say I would treat? Lin Dan pulled out his phone, inquiring how much. I will transfer you. No need. Zhao Xiangqing halted, tossing her hair back, a perfect smile gracing her lips. She stood on her toes, leaning close to Lin Dan's ear, her voice imbued with a uniquely feminine softness and charm. Your mere presence here has already settled the expenses for this date. As Lin Dan observed her gradually reddening earlobes, reveling in his own ability to charm, Zhao Xiangqing was abruptly tapped on the shoulder from behind. A sinister voice followed. Is that so? Then perhaps you could cover my bill as well. Startled, Zhao Xiangqing turned to find her expression tinged with embarrassment. Cousin, what are you doing here? Capturing a fugitive. Where? Zhao Xiangqing scanned the surroundings warily. Her cousin was a detective, known for apprehending the most heinous criminals. Was it possible a fugitive was hiding within this very restaurant? Lu Qingyue pointed at Lin Dan and said, Cousin, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Lin Dan ignored Lu Qingyue and turned to Zhao Xiangqing, saying, Let us go. I'll see you home. Lu Qingyue, undeterred, retorted, Did I say you could leave? Lin Dan, growing impatient, asked, What exactly do you want? He recalled how Lu Qingyue had hastily left the hospital that day. You mustn't have forgotten your reckless running on the overpass, right? Come with me to the Traffic Management Bureau to pay the fine. After saying this, Lu Qingyue pulled Lin Dan towards the exit. Lin Dan furrowed his brow and instinctively tried to break free. However, upon noticing the curious gazes from the restaurant and recognizing Lu Qingyue's identity as a police officer, he restrained himself. Zhao Xiangqing intervened, saying, Cousin, it's just a minor issue. There's no need to be so serious. Lin Dan is my friend. Just do me this favor. A favor? Lu Qingyue scoffed coldly, anger flaring at the thought of the closeness between the two. Zhao Xiangqing, I haven't even addressed you yet. If you continue associating with this dubious person, I will inform your elder brother. Lin Dan, not wanting to complicate things for Zhao Xiangqing, said, Let go. I'll go with you. With that, he bypassed the two and exited the restaurant. Only then was Lu Qingyue somewhat satisfied. Just as he prepared to follow, someone called out to him, Mr. Lu. The voice belonged to a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding elegance. Are you leaving? It dawned on Lu Qingyue that he had come for a blind date. I apologize. I've encountered a case and must take my leave. Miss Li, please feel free. The woman, referred to as Miss Li, watched him depart, fuming. What a tasteless, straightforward man. No wonder he can't find a girlfriend. My surname is Yu. Chapter 30. The chase. Lu Qingyue escorted Zhao Xiangqing to her car, and once she drove away, he turned to Lin Dan, who was standing by the roadside smoking. Let us go. Today he was off duty, driving not a police car, but a black and gold BMW 7 Series. After waiting a moment in the driver's seat without seeing Lin Dan take the passenger seat, he was surprised when the back door opened and Lin Dan climbed in. Lu Qingyue shot him a glare full of dissatisfaction. Why are you sitting in the back? Does it matter where I sit? Are you treating me like a chauffeur? Get in the front. Lin Dan found him absurd, but was too apathetic to argue about it. So he exited the car and took the passenger seat. The vehicle quickly departed Taishan Road, heading towards the Traffic Management Bureau. While waiting at a red light, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but steal glances at the person beside him. Lin Dan's attire was typically simple, much like his unkempt persona. Today, He wore a sleeveless black vest that accentuated his muscular arms, with prominent veins subtly visible beneath his skin. His lower half was clad in faded blue ripped jeans. Over the span of 10 days, the hickeys that had once covered his neck had nearly faded away. Lu Qingwei pondered how someone with such a chaotic personal life could capture the attention of both of his younger sisters, especially given that Lin Fang had been inquiring about him not long ago, as had Zhao Xiangqing, who had just seemed so enamored. Lin Dan had sent a message to Tai Tu, indicating he would return a bit later. Hearing Lu Qingwei call his name, he looked up at him. Lu Qingwei drummed his fingers twice on the steering wheel, feeling a surge of agitation. Aren't you gay? Why are you bothering my cousin? Surely you don't intend to play the marriage trick? I assure you, Miss Zhao and I are merely friends. Let's hope so. If you harbor any ulterior motives, it would be wise to suppress them. If her family finds out, you will face dire consequences. Lu Qingwei did not mean to intimidate Lin Dan. If anything were to transpire between them, it would not be just anyone who would retaliate. Zhao Xiangqing's hot-tempered cousin, Zhao Xiangyin, would certainly not spare Lin Dan. Lin Dan had no intentions towards Zhao Xiangqing, assuring him, "Rest easy. I, a person of dubious character, would never bring harm to your sister." His tone was casual as he leaned back, stretching his long legs comfortably. Lu Qingwei noticed a dark stain on his right knee, realizing that life must have been difficult for Lin Dan since his release. "Where are you working now? If you need a job, I can assist you." "No need," Lin Dan interrupted, rejecting the offer outright. Lu Qingwei was taken aback by the ungratefulness of his rare kindness. "If you ever require assistance in the future, feel free to visit me at the city bureau." Lin Dan dismissed it as mere politeness, responding with a casual acknowledgement. Glancing at the time, already past 2, he impatiently urged, "Could you drive a bit faster? I have matters to attend to this afternoon." Lu Qingwei maintained a steady speed of around 50, which felt painfully slow to Lin Dan, who relished speed. It had been over 10 days since the incident on the overpass, and if not for Lu Qingwei's idle curiosity, there would have been no need to visit the traffic management office again. Noticing Lin Dan's furrowed brow, Lu Qingwei prepared to accelerate when a black Volkswagen Magotan suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror, overtaking them swiftly without signaling. In the fleeting moment of their intersection, Lu Qingwei glimpsed a robust, dark-skinned man in the passenger seat, a typical Southeast Asian visage with prominent brows, high cheekbones, and full lips, clad in a military green tank top that revealed an array of tattoos on his shoulders. With just a glance, Lu Qingwei instinctively sensed that this man was no ordinary individual. He accelerated to follow, dialing a number. "Lu, I need you to trace a vehicle, a black Volkswagen Magotan on Footing Road. License plate gang B5741G. Lu Qingwei trailed cautiously, maintaining a safe distance in the congested city center, ensuring that the target remained unaware of his pursuit. As they approached the third ring road, his phone rang. "Lu here. This is Lin Yuanyang from the anti-drug second team. The occupants of the vehicle you reported matched the descriptions of a gang of drug traffickers we're pursuing. Do you know which direction they are headed?" "I'm in pursuit." "The Magotan just turned to the intersection ahead," Lu Qingwei replied, analyzing the situation methodically. "We just entered Zhongshan Avenue heading south. It appears they intend to board a boat. There are 2 embarkation points in this direction, number 5 and number 6. You and your team should head over to set up, and be advised that the individuals in the vehicle may be armed. Send another team to rendezvous with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dan, who had remained silent beside him, remarked, "There is an abandoned dock 5 kilometers south of dock number 6. Lu Qingwei glanced at him and replied, "Have someone keep an eye on that abandoned dock as well." The number of cars on the road gradually diminished, and Lu Qingwei understood that it wouldn't be long before they were discovered. He turned to Lin Dan and said, "The upcoming actions are perilous. I will find a place to drop you off ahead. You should take a taxi back." No sooner had he spoken than the speed of the Magotan ahead suddenly decreased. A smirk tugged at Lin Dan's lips. It seemed they had noticed us. In the next moment, the passenger window descended, and a tattooed arm emerged, brandishing a gun. Lu Qingwei quickly swerved the steering wheel to the right. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the left rear view mirror shattered. The assailant, having missed their shot, did not retract the weapon, clearly intent on taking aim again. Lu Qingyue was taken aback by their audacity. Cursing under his breath, he instructed Lin Dan, "Get down beneath the seat. I will handle them." With that, he opened the storage compartment beneath the seat and retrieved a 92-style handgun, loading it with one hand. Before he could retaliate, the crisp sound of 2 clicks was heard, and he felt the tension ease as Lin Dan unbuckled the seatbelts of the 2 individuals. "Let me drive. You deal with them. Are you insane? These are ruthless killers." As a criminal police officer, Lu Qingyue had encountered such situations numerous times and felt little fear. However, Lin Dan was merely an ordinary person, capable but nonetheless at risk of life-threatening danger from the bullets that did not discriminate. Driving while shooting would either result in being shot or plunging into the sea. In that case, I would have no chance of survival. It's better to take a gamble. Zhongshan Avenue was a coastal highway. If the vehicle lost control and crashed through the guardrail, plunging into the sea, the chances of survival would be 0. In this urgent situation, Lu Qingyue did not bother to argue further. He leaned over, reaching his left hand around Lu Qingyue's back to grasp the steering wheel. Switch positions. Recognizing that this was the best course of action, Lu Qingyue did not hesitate, climbing into the passenger seat, while Lin Dan seized the opportunity to leverage himself up into the driver's seat. The car swayed slightly before Lin Dan quickly stabilized it. Just as 2 more shots were fired, aimed squarely at the tires, clearly an attempt to force them to stop. Lu Qingyue leaned out of the window and fired 2 shots at the outstretched hand, causing the assailants to withdraw, realizing they were armed. With the target lost, Lu Qingyue refrained from wasting more bullets, returning to his seat. He loosened 2 buttons of his shirt and reassured Lin Dan, "Stay calm and drive normally. I will resolve this swiftly." "Officer, will you still fine me for violating traffic rules?" Lin Dan smiled, his striking features captivating. This was the first time Lin Dan had smiled at him, leaving Lu Qingyue momentarily taken aback, unintentionally returning a somewhat foolish grin. "It's my car. Drive as you wish. I'll cover the fines." Chapter 31. Gunfight. As soon as Lu Qingyue finished speaking, Lin Dan pressed the accelerator to the floor, swiftly catching up to the Magotan ahead, then abruptly yanked the steering wheel to the left, crashing into it with great force. 2 vehicles were nearly glued together, their friction igniting a flurry of sparks as they sped along the road. The Magotan was swiftly forced to the far left lane. Lu Qingyue, observing the person in the adjacent car who was now within arm's reach, leaned toward Lin Dan and pressed the button to lower the driver's side window, firing off 2 shots. In the next moment, a splash of crimson erupted from the opposing window. The man in the passenger seat had likely been hit, and Lin Dan heard a string of furious curses. What were they saying? In Burmese, they were extending greetings to the elders of their family. Lu Qingyue, having dealt with drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle, naturally understood their words. Lin Dan couldn't help but chuckle softly at this. To facilitate Lu Qingyue's shooting, Lin Dan steadied the steering wheel with his left hand, while Lu Qingyue practically pressed his entire upper body against Lin Dan's chest. Through the thin fabric, he could distinctly hear the rapid heartbeat and the vibrations resonating in Lin Dan's chest when he laughed. An incongruous thought crossed Lu Qingyue's mind, recalling how Lin Dan had lain quietly and obediently in his embrace when unconscious. Though Lin Dan's physique was not as supple as a woman's, there was an inexplicable satisfaction in holding him. Suddenly, he felt an urge to wrap his arms around the person in front of him. However, the next moment, the rear window rolled down and a gun barrel protruded, interrupting this somewhat romantic notion. Before Lin Dan could react, Lu Qingyue pressed him against the back of the seat. A gunshot rang out, the bullet shattering the passenger side glass. Had it not been for Lu Qingyue's quick reflexes, they might have sustained injuries. Lin Dan had never encountered the brutal reality of a gunfight before, and the thrill of narrowly escaping death left him feeling somewhat shaken. Sensing the slight tremor in Lin Dan's body, Lu Qingyue reassured him, "Don't be afraid. Support will arrive shortly." "I'm unscathed." Pinned down by Lu Qingyue, Lin Dan clutched the steering wheel tightly with his left hand, striving to maintain control of the vehicle. He quickly regained his composure, allowing Lu Qingyue to rise as he maneuvered the car into an adjacent lane. As the Magotan accelerated to flee, Lin Dan hurriedly pursued. The 2 cars engaged in a fierce chase, colliding several times. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingyue took out the gunman in the back seat. His marksmanship was remarkably precise. From the beginning until now, he had only fired 4 shots, eliminating 2 adversaries. His shooting and combat skills had been honed by a special forces instructor that his grandfather had sourced from the army. In truth, Lin Dan was no match for him. However, having mingled with ruffians since childhood, Lin Dan's unpredictable tactics, particularly in underhanded methods, rendered him difficult to defend against. Just as the Magotan was about to be cornered, a black Hummer appeared in the rearview mirror, barreling directly toward them. Fortunately, Lin Dan reacted swiftly, veering away in time. Otherwise, their vehicle would have been wrecked by the approaching iron behemoth. This vehicle had likely been dispatched specifically to deal with them, and upon entering shooting range, several occupants leaned out of the windows, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at their car. The BMW was not bulletproof, leaving Lin Dan to maneuver as best as he could to evade the line of fire, but the relentless pursuit, coupled with the hail of bullets, began to destabilize the vehicle. Lu Qingyue's expression was far from pleasant. The opposing force was numerous and formidable. He desired to launch an attack, yet the overwhelming firepower left him bereft of any opportunity. Swiftly, he changed the magazine of his firearm, and, at that moment, he noticed the sunroof above the vehicle gradually opening. "Go up," Lu Qingyue nodded. The Hummer towered above the BMW, allowing him to rise and extend himself through the sunroof. He quickly aimed at the driver, pulling the trigger with precision. The man was struck in the chest, gasping only briefly before succumbing. With the driver deceased, the vehicle raced forward uncontrollably, heading straight for the guardrail. The man in the passenger seat hastily grasped the steering wheel, flung open the door, and unceremoniously kicked the driver's body out before taking the wheel himself. By the time the others inside the vehicle realized what was happening and sought to retaliate against Lu Qingyue, he had already retreated into the vehicle, while Lin Dan skillfully maneuvered to the adjacent lane. Lu Qingyue was taken aback by Lin Dan's composure in such a tense situation. Their partnership was seamless, as if Lin Dan anticipated Lu Qingyue's next move, always steering the vehicle to the most advantageous sniping position, swiftly changing lanes after Lu Qingyue either succeeded or faltered. "I'm running low on ammunition." No sooner had the words left his lips than the distant wail of sirens grew closer. The Hummer, evidently reluctant to attract the attention of law enforcement, veered off onto a side road and disappeared. "Which one are we pursuing?" Lin Dan inquired. "The Volkswagen." Lin Dan nodded, accelerating towards the direction in which the Passat had vanished. Lu Qingyue returned to the passenger seat, wiping the sweat from his brow, twisting open a bottle of mineral water, and taking a few sips before offering it to Lin Dan. "Aren't you afraid?" Having driven with such intense concentration for an extended period, Lin Dan was also perspiring profusely. With one hand on the steering wheel, he accepted the water and drained the remaining half of the bottle. "A bit, but it's quite exhilarating." The man's innate sense of adventure ignited a warmth within him, his blood coursing with excitement. Lu Qingyue observed the glimmer in Lin Dan's eyes and suddenly entertained the thought that this fellow might actually possess the makings of a police officer with some training. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion. Lin Dan's numerous unstable factors and his history of violence rendered him utterly unsuitable for the police force. "You were indeed correct." Lu Qingyue spotted the Passat emerging from Dock 6. Due to the earlier obstruction by the Hummer, Lin Dan and he were lagging behind. Upon reaching the abandoned dock, they found the Passat abandoned at the roadside, its occupants having boarded a white speedboat. Lu Qingyue cursed under his breath. "Stop the car. I'll contact the Coast Guard for pursuit." Yet Lin Dan did not halt. The vehicle maintained its pace, descending off the road and onto the beach until the tires were submerged in water. He swiftly leaped onto the car roof through the sunroof, and as Lu Qingyue realized his intent, he secured his firearm at his side and followed suit. Lin Dan bent one knee, resting his hands on his thigh. Without waiting for him to speak, Lu Qingyue stepped onto him, leaping forward to grasp the railing of the departing speedboat, flipping onto the deck with agility. The commotion here was not insignificant. The crew aboard the vessel quickly discerned his presence. One individual, attempting to reach for his firearm, was promptly struck in the arm by a bullet from Lu Qingyue. He swept his gaze across the three men on the boat and barked, "Hands on your heads. Crouch down." Lin Dan, witnessing Lu Qingyue subdue the assailant, finally felt a sense of relief. Just as she leaped from the vehicle, the distant sound of police sirens reached her ears. Without further delay, she made her way ashore, departing the dock via a narrow path. The speedboat came to rest at the water's edge, and Lu Qingyue handed over the captured individual to his colleagues from the narcotics squad. He then leapt from the boat, a smile gracing his face as he strode toward the vehicle parked by the sea. Throughout his career in law enforcement, he had apprehended numerous dangerous criminals. Yet never had he felt such a profound sense of accomplishment. He was eager to share this joy with Lin Dan. However, upon peering through the half-open window of the car, he found it utterly vacant. The smile on his face faltered, and he glanced around. The relatively small harbor was dotted with several police cars, their occupants clad in uniforms. The young man he longed to see had vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Not far from the abandoned dock lay a bus stop, where a bus was en route to the auto repair shop where Lin Dan was employed. The distance to the old town was considerable, and a taxi ride would cost over 100 yuan, a sum Lin Dan could scarcely afford at the moment. Thus, she resolved to take the bus home. As she awaited her transport, she lit a cigarette, only to be interrupted by a call from Taitu on her phone. "Brother, when will you be back?" Lin Dan glanced at the estimated arrival time of the next bus, calculating it would take about an hour. "What is the matter?" "A friend of yours has come to see you. He has been here for a while, and I've been trying to reach you." Having recently been preoccupied with life and death matters, Lin Dan had no time to answer calls. "I was busy and didn't hear it." "Which friend?" There were hardly more than a handful of individuals she could consider friends in Beigang, making it difficult to fathom who would travel specifically to find her. "I don't know him well. He's quite tall, with green eyes, and looks like a foreigner. I forgot his name." "Ashu." Lin Dan extinguished her cigarette and hailed a passing taxi. "Tell him to wait for me, no more than half an hour. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 32. The affectionate man lies best. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the auto repair shop, and Lin Dan alighted. True to S garage was closed, and as a result, their business had improved considerably. Uncle Wang and several apprentices had taken charge. Lin Dan contemplated offering her assistance, but was stopped. "No worries. It will be ready soon. Your friend has been waiting for a while. You should go see him." Taitu approached, inquiring, "Brother, who is that person? I've never heard you mention him before." Ashu possessed a striking presence, although he had arrived with his hat and mask covering most of his face. It was evident he was no ordinary individual, just a friend I met recently. "When did he contact you?" "This afternoon, shortly after you and Miss Zhao left. He called me and said he was your friend. I provided him with our shop's location, and within an hour, he had arrived." Taitu gestured toward a door in the southern part of the shop. "Yes, in the break room." The so-called lounge is merely a small room of about 10 square meters, which was previously used for storing miscellaneous items. Later, Uncle Wang cleared out the space, placing a sofa and a coffee table within, allowing guests and staff to take a momentary respite. As Lin Dan pushed the door open, he found Ashu seated on the sofa, engrossed in play with a little tabby cat sprawled on the floor, the very feline that had taken a liking to him after being fed a few times. Ashu was clad in a loose-fitting printed t-shirt, adorned with a black fisherman's hat and a mask. As he bent slightly, a silver pendant around his neck peeked out from under his collar. Upon hearing the door creak, both he and the cat lifted their gazes. The two pairs of strikingly similar green eyes met Lin Dan's, prompting him to chuckle softly. "Brother," Ashu exclaimed, removing his mask and hat, leaping into Lin Dan's embrace. Lin Dan allowed the affectionate gesture for a moment before gently pushing him away, ruffling his hair playfully. "What brings you here?" "I missed you, so I came." "Aren't you happy to see me?" Ashu replied, settling beside Lin Dan on the sofa. "Of course, you're always welcome. That foreigner, didn't he give you a hard time after I left?" "Did he?" "Brother," the boss returned and was furious to learn you had departed. "He dismissed all of us," Ashu said, leaning closer. "Dismissed?" Lin Dan echoed, surprised. Ashu nodded. "In Beigang, I am a stranger, knowing only you, so I had no choice but to come to you." He grasped Lin Dan's arm and shook it gently. "I have nowhere else to go. Could you perhaps take me in for a while?" His voice was soft, and his silky hair brushed against Lin Dan's neck reminiscent of a large feline seeking affection. Lin Dan, naturally, could not refuse. Certainly, I live alone anyway. Your presence will be a welcome company. Previously, he had resided in a house owned by Shi's while working at Jinhua. After resigning and the fallout that ensued, their relationship had soured completely, and he had not returned to collect his belongings for fear of an encounter. It was not that he could not hold his own against Shi's. It was merely that the bodyguards surrounding him were retired mercenaries from abroad, armed and formidable. Lin Dan, ever pragmatic, opted to avoid confrontation. After all, Beigang was vast, and the chances of running into Shi's were slim. Later, he secured a job at an auto repair shop and rented an apartment in a nearby community. Being solitary, Ashu's arrival was fortuitous. Lin Dan initially intended to have Ashu wait until he finished work to escort him home. But Uncle Wong insisted that he leave with Ashu since closing time was approaching, and the remaining staff could manage. Lin Dan did not protest. He did not wish for Ashu to wait too long. "Then I shall take a leave today," he declared. Uncle Wong nodded and added, "You can take the shop's car back. It will make carrying your luggage easier." "No need, it's not far. I can just grab a taxi," Lin Dan replied. But before he could finish, the sound of suitcase wheels rolling interrupted him. Turning, he saw Ashu emerging with 4 oversized suitcases. Lin Dan hurried over to assist. "Ashu, are all these yours?" Ashu nodded. "You have quite a lot of belongings." Lin Dan mused, curious about how Ashu had transported all this from the outskirts. These suitcases would not fit in a standard taxi. He would need a larger vehicle. "They're mostly just my everyday clothes. It is still summer, and he has yet to gather his autumn and winter attire. Let us proceed." Upon recalling that Ashu, at the sanatorium, wears a different outfit and accessories each day, Lin Dan felt that 4 suitcases were indeed reasonable. He retrieved the keys from Uncle Wong, opened the trunk, and placed the luggage inside, not allowing Ashu to lift a finger. The vehicle, a second-hand van used for stock replenishment, had its rear door shut by Lin Dan. Only after settling into the driver's seat did he notice Ashu still standing by the passenger door, lost in thought. "What are you dawdling for? Get in the car," he urged. Having spent some time with Ashu, Lin Dan was aware of his penchant for cleanliness, so he brushed off the dust from the passenger seat. "Make yourself comfortable. We are quite close, just a 10-minute drive." After some persuasion, Ashu donned his mask and entered the vehicle. Due to the passenger seat being positioned too far forward, Ashu, tall as he was, found it a challenge to extend his legs. He reached for a lever on the side of the seat, intending to recline and adjust it. Having been accustomed to riding in luxury cars worth millions throughout his life, he was oblivious to the fact that some vehicles economize by employing outdated manual adjustments. As he pulled the lever, the entire backrest unexpectedly collapsed, causing him to recline abruptly. Just as Lin Dan was about to start the engine, he turned to find the passenger seat empty. Upon glancing down, he saw Ashu sprawled on the seat back. Ashu, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, instinctively attempted to sit up but found himself restrained by the seat belt and the seat itself. Lin Dan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "What's the matter? Are you already tired before we even reach home?" Ashu, noticing Lin Dan's amusement, took his time in rising. "Brother, are you laughing at me?" "No, not at all. Just get up," Lin Dan replied, suppressing his laughter with a fist against his lips. Ashu extended his hand. "I can't get up. Brother, please help me." Lin Dan unfastened the seat belt and, with a firm grip on his hand, assisted Ashu in sitting upright. "Brother, is this seat broken?" "Not at all." Lin Dan leaned in to adjust the seat to a more comfortable position. "It's manual. You have to adjust it yourself." Ashu's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother, you're truly remarkable. You seem to know everything." Lin Dan chuckled softly. "It's nothing extraordinary. You'll learn it after seeing it once." However, Ashu's moment of joy was fleeting. Once they hit the road, it vanished entirely. The narrow and uneven streets of the old district caused the van to jolt, and Lin Dan drove swiftly, necessitating quick lane changes to avoid electric bicycles crossing the road. Ashu felt as if he had been tossed into a tumble dryer, nearly losing the half-bowl of bird's nest soup his mother insisted he drink that afternoon. Upon arriving at the apartment complex, Ashu stepped out feeling somewhat nauseous. Noticing his pallor, Lin Dan handed him the keys. "It's the east unit on the 4th floor. You go ahead and rest. I'll carry up the luggage." The complex, built over 20 years ago, lacked an elevator, and Lin Dan made 2 trips to transport the 4 suitcases upstairs. On his final ascent, besides the 2 suitcases, he also carried a plastic bag containing several bright orange tangerines purchased from the fruit shop downstairs. You seem a bit carsick. Eating a couple of these should help ease your discomfort. Thank you, brother. The moment a fresh orange is peeled, it releases a rich and fragrant aroma. After consuming 2 segments, A's discomfort eased considerably. He handed the remaining orange to Lin Dan and began to survey the room. Chapter 33. Pork Knuckle Rice. Lin Dan's rented apartment is modest in size, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, approximately 70 square meters in area. Its decor is simple. It boasts cleanliness and tidiness, along with basic furniture and appliances. Since his birth, Shu has never resided in such a humble and confined space. To him, this place resembled a slum. Nevertheless, for Lin Dan's sake, he was willing to endure living here for a while. Shunjirong and Eloise, both engrossed in their work, spent a few days with him at the sanatorium before relocating to a property in the city center. They had initially intended for Shu to accompany them, but he declined. After his parents departed in the morning, he sought out Lin Dan in the afternoon. He had anticipated that they would share a bed as they had at the sanatorium. Yet when Lin Dan led him to the vacant secondary bedroom opposite the master bedroom, Shu's smile faded. Brother, can't we stay together? Why should 2 grown men share a room? A's reluctance was palpable, yet they had shared a bed at the sanatorium. That was unavoidable. Now you can enjoy the comfort of your own bed and roll around as you please. The secondary bedroom featured a spacious 2-meter bed, ample for A alone. Previously at the sanatorium, Lin Dan had noticed A's restless sleeping habits. He would start the night well, but invariably wake up having rolled over to Lin Dan's side. The proximity of 2 men often led to certain unavoidable reactions in the morning, leaving Lin Dan feeling somewhat awkward. Please tidy up. If you need anything, I'll take you to buy it later. Upon moving in, Lin Dan had thoroughly cleaned the apartment, and it hadn't been long since then, so there was no need for further cleaning. After speaking, Lin Dan returned to his bedroom to fetch clothes and take a shower. Seeing that reasoning was futile, he reluctantly opened his suitcase and began to hang his neatly folded clothes on hangers, placing them one by one into the wardrobe. The suitcase, containing his watches and jewelry, was carelessly tossed into a corner. Now that we are not sharing a bed, there will come a day when he will have to come to me, begging. Just as Lin Dan finished a shower and was about to step out, he heard a calling from outside. Brother, which building are we in? Building 5. Lin Dan emerged in pajama bottoms, bare-chested, to find a holding up his phone and speaking a few words. Before long, 3 or 4 individuals carried a blue and white checkered mattress into the apartment, followed by another person lugging 2 large bags that appeared to contain pillows and blankets. Pointed towards the secondary bedroom, and the workers proceeded to place the items inside. Isn't there already a mattress in here? Why did you buy another one? Lin Dan assumed he had purchased it from a nearby mall, and they had delivered it. However, he found a mattress oddly familiar, resembling the one he had previously used at the sanatorium. I can only sleep well on this brand. A custom Hastings mattress costing $300,000 to $400,000, along with several tens of thousands worth of goose-down pillows and comforters, complemented by silk bedding. This luxurious arrangement was essential to ensure the quality of sleep for the pampered Wan Do. Shu followed Lin Dan into the master bedroom, standing by as he dressed. Do you need a change? I can have them bring another one over. No need, Lin Dan replied, living rather ruggedly. To him, a hard bed and a spring mattress were equally comfortable. By the time Shu finished tidying up, night had fallen. Lin Dan, who never cooked, left the kitchen and used. Having eaten little at noon and busy throughout the afternoon, he said, "Let us go. I'll take you out for some delicious food." Although Shu longed to stay close to Lin Dan, he hesitated at the thought of the arduous journey they had taken. Brother, I'm afraid of car sickness. How about we just order takeout? No need for a car. We can walk nearby. With that, Shu followed Lin Dan downstairs, and the two made their way to the community entrance. Beside the residential area was a market, now dimly lit as many stalls had closed for the night. Under the sparse streetlights, Lin Dan led Ashu along the water-stained and oil-smeared path, circling several times before stopping at a dilapidated storefront that lacked even a sign. On the 1-meter-long counter outside, several large bowls contained various kinds of braised meat, soaking in savory broth, glistening under the light and utterly enticing. "Boss, 2 large portions of pig trotter rice and a roast goose," Lin Dan called inside. "Coming right up." Ashu noticed a red and yellow menu posted on the wall beside him. The first item listed was the signature pig trotter rice, small portion 15, large portion 20. Ashu squinted, thinking to himself, "All right, Lin Dan, taking a woman to a Michelin 3-star restaurant for lunch, and then treating himself to 21 portions of pig trotter rice for dinner." In the warm weather, the vendor had set up tables outside. Lin Dan, oblivious to Ashu's dissatisfaction, led him to an empty seat. The traditional chicken bowl was filled with half a bowl of rice, and the boss deftly lifted a piece of braised pork knuckle from the pot, slicing it thinly and plating it, drenching it with 2 ladles of rich sauce. Their pig trotter rice and roast goose arrived promptly. The meat, distinctively marbled, was arranged in the bowl, and the rich sauce coated the rice, giving it a glossy sheen. Lin Dan mixed it with his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. After a while, noticing that Ashu had yet to touch his food, he picked up a piece of roast goose leg and placed it in Ashu's bowl. "Give it a try. This place has been open for over a decade. I used to come here often as a child. It was likely a small restaurant, and the hygiene left much to be desired. The cutting board was blackened, and several containers filled with meat were carelessly strewn on the ground, with people walking past." Just the sight of it turned Ashu's stomach, and more importantly, he did not enjoy fatty meat. However, not wanting to dampen Lin Dan's spirits, he picked at the greens in his bowl and took a bite. The vegetables soaked in the sauce burst with the intense aroma of spices, but Ashu, accustomed to lighter flavors, soon set down his chopsticks. "Brother, I'm thirsty. I want some water." Lin Dan put down his bowl. "What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you." Against the wall in the shop stood a refrigerator filled with beer and drinks. "Just plain water," Ashu replied. Lin Dan went to the boss and asked for a disposable cup, pouring a cup of hot water for Ashu while grabbing a chilled beer for himself. "Would you like a beer?" Ashu shook his head. Lin Dan gazed upon his youthful and handsome visage. "You can't still be a minor, can you?" "I will be 20 in 2 months," he replied. 20? At that age, aren't you still in school?" Lin Dan mused, reflecting on his own academic struggles and the lack of supervision that led him to drop out. Yet, Ashu appeared to be the epitome of a diligent student, a paragon in the eyes of his teachers and a top performer in class. "School holds no allure for me. I have little desire to attend," Ashu stated, lifting a cup to sip water. "Moreover, I have a congenital heart condition, which makes a communal environment inconvenient." Due to his health issues, Shu seldom ventured outside. He had private tutors for his middle and high school courses and completed all his studies by the age of 16 before heading to the UK for university. He spent 3 years there, balancing his education with recovery from his illness, undergoing surgery last year, and he had since made a commendable recovery. Earlier this year, having completed his credits, he informed his parents of his intention to return home. Shun Jerome believed the air quality in Beigang was favorable and the rehabilitation facilities were well equipped. Moreover, with Shunji's projects advancing in the area, he encouraged his son to come here. In truth, Shunshu had initially planned to return to the capital. However, after encountering Lin Dan that fateful night on Jinan Mountain, he felt that being in Beigang was fortuitous. Otherwise, he would have missed the chance to meet the little dog. Congenital heart condition? A heart ailment? "Yes, I underwent surgery, and there's a scar," Ashu said, leaning closer to Lin Dan, pulling his collar aside for him to see. Upon inspection, Lin Dan noticed a scar the length of a finger on Ashu's side. The surgeon who operated on him was a world-renowned cardiac expert. Hence the scar was quite subtle. Had Ashu not mentioned it, Lin Dan might have overlooked it entirely. "What about your parents? How could they leave you here in Beigang? That seems rather irresponsible." Ashu's expression dimmed slightly, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his features as he spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. "They are both overseas, preoccupied with work. My illness has already been a burden. I do not wish to trouble them further." Hearing this, Lin Dan felt a pang of recognition, seeing in Ashu a reflection of his own childhood loneliness. His hand, resting on his knee, instinctively wrapped around Ashu's shoulders. How could someone as wonderful as you be a burden? Ashu rubbed his slightly reddened eyes and leaned into Lin Dan's embrace. You only say such sweet things to placate me. What worth do I possess? I feel as though I can accomplish nothing, like a complete failure. You're not a failure. Lin Dan, lacking in the art of consolation, could only manage a terse rebuttal. In his eyes, Ashu radiated warmth. During their half-month stay at the rehabilitation center, it was Ashu's presence that had made the experience bearable. Will my brother like someone like me? Huh? Lin Dan was taken aback by the question. Ashu grinned mischievously and added, if I were a girl, would my brother like someone like me? Of course, if you were a girl, I would marry you. Finally, Ashu's bowl of pig trotter rice found its way into Lin Dan's stomach. Lin Dan frequented this establishment, and the proprietress recognized him, greeting him warmly when it came time to settle the bill. You brought your girlfriend today. She is quite lovely. You are a fortunate lad. Later, in the evening, with his long hair cascading down and his androgynous features, it was no wonder the proprietress mistook him. Lin Dan smiled gently and clarified, he is not my girlfriend. He is my buddy, a man. Ashu, a grown man, found it acceptable to engage in playful antics with Lin Dan. Yet he did not wish to be mistaken for anything else by outsiders. Auntie, I am indeed male. His voice was undeniably that of a genuine man. At this, the proprietress was left somewhat speechless. Two grown men embracing one another in the night raised questions. Chapter 34. The clearer the water, the fewer the fish crystal ball-shaped colored lights hung from the ceiling, casting a dazzling array of colors that flickered above, accompanied by deafening music as scantily clad men and women danced intimately in the club. Yi sat comfortably in a single sofa at a booth, his long, slender fingers holding a cigarette as he perused photos just sent by his subordinates. The images captured from various angles were surreptitious shots set against the backdrop of Uncle Wong's auto repair shop, with the unmistakable focus being Lin Dan. The wounds on his arm and forehead had healed after the stitches were removed, yet the sight of that face still evoked an inexplicable twinge of pain within him. Having lived a life of ease, Yi had always been the one to impose on others. Never before had he suffered such a significant loss at anyone's hands. Scrolling further, he came across several photos taken a few days prior. The marks he had left, reminiscent of a beast claiming its mate, had yet to fully fade, and Lin Dan could only conceal them beneath a high-necked garment. Yet, the collar could not hide the evidence of kisses that had spread above the Adam's apple. Lin Dan, recalling that day when the other was under the influence of drugs, completely at his mercy, with those untamed eyes resembling a spark that had fallen into the wild, igniting into a conflagration in an instant. Indeed, he yearned for him fiercely. Never had anyone stirred such intense desire within him. Yiga, come play for a bit. Several girls just asked about you. A young man clad in trendy attire rushed out from the dance floor and seated himself beside Yi. Everyone who frequented the bar was astute. Despite Yi's understated appearance, the watch adorning his wrist was a Vacheron Constantine Tourbillon perpetual calendar from the Traditionnel collection, a limited edition worth over $1 million. It was evident he was a person of considerable means. Not interested. Yi had merely come to support an acquaintance and intended to leave shortly. As for carnal desires, his thoughts were consumed by Lin Dan. The advances of others seemed utterly unappealing to him. The young man raised his glass in Yi's direction. Yi's, acknowledging the gesture, clinked his glass but did not drink, placing it back down instead. The young man, unfazed, downed his drink before inquiring, Yigo, may I ask on behalf of my fellow brothers, does Lin Dan still work under you? Upon hearing Lin Dan's name, Yi's raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What? Did he offend you? Ma Sheng, the young man replied, it's just the same old matters. I previously received your instructions not to trouble Lin Dan. Recently, he seems to have acquired some information suggesting that Lin Dan is no longer with you, and he wanted me to ascertain your stance on the matter. He is correct. Lin Dan is indeed no longer with me. The overhead lighting cast a sideward glow, illuminating the face of Yi's, which had previously been shrouded in shadow, revealing a predatory glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a hunter poised to strike. He felt empowered to act as he pleased, with but one stipulation: do not let anyone perish in the process. As he spoke, He patted the young man's shoulder, cautioning him. Inform Ma Sheng that if anything happens to Lin Dan, I shall cast his entire family into the open sea to feed the sharks. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Yi Shiai's responded with a cold smile. A disobedient dog must receive a lesson to learn its place. He intended to corner Lin Dan, forcing him to seek his assistance personally. The youth, not lacking in intellect, immediately grasped Yi Shiai's implication. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I will ensure this matter is handled to your satisfaction. Very well. A celebratory meal awaits upon completion. Noticing the phone on the table ringing, Yi Shiai's excused himself and departed the bar. It was a call from his father, which he answered without hesitation. Where are you? Come to me at once. Ye's father spoke with an unusual gravity, prompting Yi Shiai's to furrow his brow. Dad, what has transpired? The Maybach gradually halted by the roadside, and Yi Shiai's opened the door and entered the vehicle. The driver, evidently informed, proceeded directly towards his father's villa. Your uncle, that incompetent who achieves nothing but causes trouble. I have repeatedly warned him against involvement with drugs, yet he defiantly disregarded my counsel and has evidently established connections with Boss Bai. Ye's father was visibly agitated, a testament to his genuine anger. Boss Bai was a notorious drug lord operating from northern Myanmar, and the drug trade flowing into the country often passed through the port city of Beigang, where the Yi family controlled several critical ports. Boss Bai had previously extended numerous offers to entangle Ye's father in drug trafficking, even proposing ludicrously low prices. However, Ye's father was no fool. Despite having amassed wealth through illicit means in his youth, he had never engaged in the drug trade. Even though it was a path fraught with immense profit, he had never wavered in his convictions. Anyone in his employ who dared to disrupt the peace would face dire consequences. Yi Shiai's harbored no affection for his inept yet ambitious uncle. Where is he? I shall send someone. It is too late. Boss Bai's right-hand man, Dan, arrived in Beigang a few days ago and was apprehended by the police this afternoon, leading to the arrest of all drug dealers in the area. Your uncle has already been taken into custody for investigation an hour ago. Dad, we had no knowledge of this. No matter how thoroughly they investigate, they will not implicate us. You must maintain your composure. Indeed, but your uncle bears the Yi surname. Ye's father sighed deeply. Do you know who is overseeing this case? Drug-related matters are typically managed by the Municipal Anti-Drug Unit, correct? The underground drug trade in Beigang is vast. Shen Jiu has ordered the formation of a special task force, appointing Lu Qingwei to take full charge. Lu Qingwei? Yi Shiai's had heard of him. Wasn't he from the Criminal Investigation Division? What could Shen Jiu possibly mean by this? Was he anticipating our moves? Historically, collusion between officials and merchants has been commonplace. Given the Yi family's influence in Beigang, it was only natural for the police system to have their informants. Furthermore, Lu Qingwei had the Zhao family backing him, and the Shun and Zhao families were long-standing allies. Shen Jiu's arrangement was clearly designed to guard against any covert maneuvers by the Yi family. For officials seeking advancement in their political careers, a suitable familial background must be accompanied by demonstrable achievements. Shen Jiu is destined to return to the capital sooner or later. For him, Beigang serves merely as a springboard. As long as he performs admirably during his tenure, leveraging the Shun family's stature in the capital, he is certain to ascend further upon his return. The ongoing drug case in Beigang presents an opportune moment, and he will not permit anyone to hinder its progress. Lu Qingwei is in charge, and if the Yi family is indeed involved, they cannot escape accountability. Yi Shiai's, however, remains unconcerned. Father, I have managed everything for the project in the Southern District. This matter concerning Uncle will not affect it, will it? He has been responsible for this project, with the bidding day approaching in just 2 days. Any misstep now would render all prior preparations futile. As for the Southern District project, it's irrelevant. Your uncle's sentence is already a foregone conclusion. He knows too much about the company's affairs, and keeping him around is bound to invite disaster. After all, if the Yi family truly investigates, they won't withstand scrutiny. In the past, it would not have been difficult for Yi Fu to arrange for someone to die quietly in custody, but at this critical juncture, he dares not take any action. Father, Shan Jiu has just arrived in Beigang. His foundation is still unstable. How could he dare to provoke us? Water that is too clear has no fish. The Yi family has entrenched itself in Bei Gang for many years, and uprooting them would inevitably stir up mud. If an investigation were to ensue, many would be implicated. Even Shunjiyu would not dare to act recklessly against them. Yifu glanced at the message recently sent by Boss Bai and said, "Come over here. Tomorrow we shall meet this leading figure of Bei Gang together. They are currently in a passive position and must take the initiative to extend goodwill, demonstrating sincerity. Since Shunjiyu harbors ambitions, it would be prudent to consider a partnership between both parties." Chapter 35. Luncheon. As July arrived, the weather turned decidedly hot, with the midday sun blazing overhead, causing heat to rise in shimmering waves from the ground. The auto repair shop lacked air conditioning, making the workshop unbearably stifling under the residual heat of the machines. Even the meager breeze from the lone fan felt scorching. Lin Dan opened the hood of the car, and the recently shut-off engine registered a temperature of 90 degrees, akin to a fiery furnace. Yet, to ascertain the cause of the malfunction, he had no choice but to approach the heat with a sensor in hand. Sweat streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, prompting him to wipe his brow intermittently. Eventually, succumbing to the oppressive heat, he stripped off his drenched shirt and continued working bare-chested. As he bent down, the lines of his back flowed seamlessly, exuding a sense of strength, while his well-defined abdominal muscles contrasted sharply with the beer belly of the middle-aged car owner observing him. "You've got quite the physique, young man. How did you achieve that?" the man enviously inquired. "I've never trained. It's all natural," Lin Dan replied. With his busy schedule, he hardly had time to squander at the gym. Only individuals like Yi Shi's, who are foolishly affluent and devoid of pressing commitments, will waste both money and time on personal trainers. After resolving the issue, Lin Dan closed the hood and stood up, stretching his neck, which had grown sore from maintaining a single position for too long. Once he bid farewell to the client, he did not immediately return inside, but instead squatted in the shade beneath a tree, lighting a cigarette. After a brief wait, as the clock struck 12:30, a shoe had yet to arrive. Just as Lin Dan was about to send him a message, that familiar silhouette appeared at the intersection not far away. A shoe held an umbrella in one hand and two thermal lunchboxes in the other, adorned with a baseball cap and a mask. He wore a white sun-protective hoodie with reflective stripes on the sleeves, paired with black shorts that left his calves exposed, glistening in the sunlight. Upon seeing a shoe, Lin Dan extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette and walked directly towards him, a smile gracing his features, unbeknownst to himself. As he approached, a shoe's gaze lingered on Lin Dan's bare torso for a few seconds before he broke into a grin, exclaiming, "Brother!" He tilted the umbrella slightly towards Lin Dan. Taking the lunchboxes from a shoe, Lin Dan remarked, "You can just set it down." At this time, the auto repair shop was devoid of work, as Tai Tu had stepped out for a meal, so Lin Dan and a shoe proceeded to the air-conditioned lounge. Upon entering, a shoe plopped down on the sofa, removing his mask and cap, and leaned against Lin Dan, complaining about the heat while his hands roamed playfully over Lin Dan's body. Lin Dan allowed him to indulge while he unpacked the lunchboxes a shoe had brought. "It's so hot lately, you really shouldn't come out. I could eat nearby, just as well." "Absolutely not. The internet says that restaurants use gutter oil, and eating too much can lead to cancer. For your health, I must come, even in this heat. Besides, where could you find food as delicious as mine?" Lin Dan found himself unable to counter that last statement. A shoe's culinary skills were truly exceptional. It had been about 10 days since the two began living together, and Lin Dan felt that a shoe had transformed their home into a haven akin to that of a diligent and charming housewife. The day after a shoe moved in, he purchased a complete set of kitchenware. Since then, aside from mornings when he could not rise in time to prepare breakfast, a shoe personally delivered lunch each day, and dinner was always ready by the time Lin Dan returned home from work. It could be said that Lin Dan had not dined out since a shoe's arrival, and the latter had also kept their home impeccably clean. If a shoe were not a man, Lin Dan might have truly believed he had married a capable, beautiful, and virtuous wife. The lunchboxes were fully unpacked, filling the table with a splendid array: 2 generous bowls of black truffle beef fried rice, 2 servings of spring bamboo shoots with shrimp roe, and 2 bowls of pearl ginseng stew with fish maw. At the bottom lay 2 large butter crabs, halved, revealing their golden crab, roe, and oil, a sight utterly tantalizing. Lin Dan arranged the food, handing chopsticks to a shoe before starting on his own bowl. A shoe, is the money still sufficient? Ever since a shoe began cooking, Lin Dan had transferred 5,000 for him to use. Although he was not adept in the kitchen and lacked knowledge about ingredient prices, the lavishness of a shoe's daily meals suggested a considerable expense, and he worried about a shoe's finances. A shoe, seated close to Lin Dan, rested his elbow on Lin Dan's thigh, feeling the strength of the muscles beneath the fabric of his pants. He leisurely picked through the green peas and matsutake mushrooms in his fried rice. It's enough. The market vegetables are quite affordable. When the money runs low, remember to tell me. A shoe nodded. Understood, brother. Unlike the sparse fried rice found outside, a shoe generously adds ingredients, with each piece of beef resembling the size of a die. This serving contains no less than a pound of beef. Lin Dan savored a morsel of the tender beef, which melted in his mouth, perfectly cooked. This beef is exceptional, distinct from anything he had tasted before. A shoe sipped his soup and remarked, I bought the vegetables casually from the market. I enjoy them, so I'll make it again tomorrow. In truth, the beef was Kobe beef that had just been air freighted from Japan that morning. After consuming half a bowl of fried rice, a shoe set down his chopsticks and pointed to the crabs on the table, saying to Lin Dan, brother, I want to eat crab. I'll help you with it. Lin Dan took a clean small bowl and used a spoon to extract the crab meat and roe from the shells, filling half the bowl before placing it in front of a shoe. Enjoy, he urged. A shoe then leisurely began to eat with a spoon. Lin Dan noticed a shoe's somewhat picky eating habits as he dined slowly, resembling a delicate kitten, exuding an air of elegance. After finishing the meal, a shoe sat playing on his phone while Lin Dan collected the bowls and chopsticks to wash them. Upon returning and just settling down, he received a message from Zhao Xianqing, a contact they had exchanged during their last meal at Yintai. With the end of June marking finals week at Nan'an, Zhao Xianqing was preoccupied with exam preparations and had little time to disturb Lin Dan, only occasionally sending messages to vent about her late-night study sessions. Lin Dan, needing assistance, would always respond when he saw her messages. After the July exams concluded, Zhao Xianqing seemed significantly more relaxed and shared news she had gathered with Lin Dan. I heard that this year as freshman at Nan and will be going to the UK for a half-month summer camp in mid-August. Following this was a copy of the summer camp itinerary. Su Wei had performed well on the college entrance examination, exceeding the cutoff score by a considerable margin. Zhao Xianqing inquired with the admissions office and confirmed that Su Wei had been accepted. Lin Dan opened the document, which encompassed all the planned activities for the summer camp. In addition to visiting renowned tourist attractions, they would also visit numerous prestigious universities in the UK. The last page of the itinerary featured iconic London landmarks, Big Ben and Tower Bridge. Returning to the chat interface, Zhao Xianqing sent 2 more messages. I happen to be free this summer. Let us go to the UK together next month. I'll cover the flights and accommodations. You just need to bring someone along. By the way, do you have a passport? I can take you to get one tomorrow. It's quite quick. Who is messaging you? A shoe, who had been playing on his phone, leaned over, his gaze falling upon the 2 messages on the screen. Is it a girl? Is brother going to the UK with her? He spoke with a smile, though a closer look revealed that the amusement did not reach his eyes. Chapter 36. Heart flutter, I want to go, Lin Dan replied, typing a response, no, thank you. I don't have time. A shoe noticed that he had saved the summer camp itinerary and remarked, if you want to travel to the UK, I can accompany you. Are you British? Lin Dan suddenly recalled that he didn't yet know a shoe's nationality. Judging by appearance alone, a shoe certainly had East Asian features. Yet those green eyes were undeniably rare among the Chinese populace. My father is Chinese, and my mother is of mixed British and French descent. After a shoe finished speaking, he persisted in persuading Lin Dan, saying, brother, let us travel to England. There are numerous delightful experiences awaiting us. I assure you will relish it. He would only remain in Beigang for a year before returning to England, and undoubtedly, the little dog would accompany him. It would be beneficial for Lin Dan to familiarize himself with the environment beforehand. A shoe had no consideration for the possibility of Lin Dan declining. If Lin Dan were to refuse, he would not hesitate to employ unconventional methods to persuade him. Lin Dan shook his head, feeling disoriented in an unfamiliar place, and added, "Besides, I cannot speak English. What purpose would there be in going?" Having lived over 20 years without ever leaving Beijing, he found the notion daunting. During his time in prison receiving psychological treatment, Ji Zhao had once inquired if he wished to see the outside world. At that time, he was under the effects of antipsychotic medication. His mind clouded and unclear, merely existing felt like a luxury, let alone contemplating the future. Lin Dan always believed he was not ill, despite everyone around him insisting otherwise. He longed to escape the confines of prison, to see Su Wei, and thus complied with their treatment. It was only later, when Ji Zhao stated his condition had stabilized, that he was released. Yet upon his release, he found himself unable to face Su Wei, only daring to observe her from a distance for over 2 years. The mere act of preserving the proposal was prompted by the knowledge that she would be present. "I can assist you, brother. I can serve as your translator and guide." Ashu's voice interrupted Lin Dan's reverie. He managed a faint smile, replying, "I have a criminal record. My application for a visa would not be approved. Last winter, Yi Shiais had intended to take Lin Dan skiing in Hokkaido. Although the passport was eventually obtained, the visa was denied due to his criminal history. Yi Shiais could only go with Ji Yunting and the others. It does not matter. The UK visa does not have such restrictions. If you wish to go, I can arrange it for you in a couple of days," Ashu reassured him. Lin Dan was taken aback by this. "Aren't you curious about my criminal record?" Ashu had already researched Lin Dan thoroughly, but feigned ignorance, stating, "If you wish to share, you may. If not, that is entirely your choice." "I have taken a life," Lin Dan confessed candidly. "Originally sentenced to life imprisonment, I was later released upon the discovery of a mental illness." Ashu nodded. "Oh, perhaps due to being subjected to judgmental gazes." Lin Dan misinterpreted Ashu's reaction, questioning, "I have killed someone. Are you not afraid to be with a murderer? A person with a mental illness?" Without hesitation, Ashu replied, "I am not afraid. I know you're a good person. If you did take a life, it must have been out of necessity." Upon hearing this, Lin Dan was momentarily at a loss for words. Ma Jiqiang truly deserved to die. If given another chance, he would not spare him. Yet, it is an ancient truth that one must pay with their life for taking another's. Killing entails accepting legal repercussions. During those years in juvenile detention and prison, upon his release, he was labeled a murderer, a mental patient pursued by Ma Sheng, abandoned by his mother, shunned by his aunt, and reviled by Su Wei. For years, Lin Dan believed he had grown numb to it all, but hearing someone willing to believe he was a good person, that his actions were born of necessity, stirred something profound within him. Ashu, sensing this shift, felt Lin Dan grasp his hand that rested on his lap. Sensing the force transmitted through his hand, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Ashu's eyes. How pitiable it is, the unloved little puppy, who upon the slightest display of kindness, eagerly wags its tail and seeks your company. Ashu willingly wrapped his arms around Lin Dan's waist, resting his head against his shoulder. "I shall not fear. Rather, I will only feel heartache for my brother." Lin Dan lowered his gaze upon Ashu. The young man in his embrace was gentle and obedient, his enchanting peach blossom eyes resembling the most resplendent jewels. Now, gazing at him unabashedly, he couldn't help but reach out to caress him. Deprived of sight, Ashu instinctively blinked, his long, thick eyelashes brushing against Lin Dan's palm, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him, quickening his heartbeat. With eyes closed, Ashu leaned in slowly. Lin Dan's throat tightened. He vaguely sensed Ashu's intentions, but was, as if enchanted, reluctant to retreat. Just as their lips were about to meet, bang. The window of the lounge was smashed from the outside, shards scattering across the floor. The intimate atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Lin Dan regained his senses, realizing they were on the brink of a kiss. His heart raced, and he hastily pushed Ashu away, leaping to his feet, only to collide with the table leg, producing a cacophony of noise. Disrupted at such an exhilarating moment, Ashu's expression soured as he turned to glance out the window, anger flickering in his eyes. Had it not been for the interruption, he could have advanced further with Lin Dan. A youth with a gray-blue wolf tail and clad in a dark green sleeveless t-shirt leaned through the shattered window. "Lin Dan, long time no see." His gaze swept over Ashu before fixing intensely on Lin Dan, his tone laced with barely concealed venom. Lin Dan furrowed his brow and took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of a shoe. Ma Sheng, what brings you here? Old classmate. Just thought we could catch up. Get lost. I have nothing to discuss with you, Lin Dan replied impatiently. Is that so? Ma Sheng turned to his minions behind him, commanding, smash it. Lin Dan's expression instantly turned frosty as he strode to the window, seizing Ma Sheng by the collar. How long do you intend to keep this up? As long as it takes. Ma Sheng's eyes brimmed with unbridled hatred. Lin Dan, you killed my father. This matter will haunt you for life. Fine. If it's a fight you seek, I shall oblige, Lin Dan declared, shoving him away, donning a short-sleeved shirt from the sofa and grabbing a crowbar from the corner, preparing to step outside. Concerned for Lin Dan's safety amidst the numbers against him, a shoe hurriedly stepped forward, grasping his arm and producing his phone. Brother, I'll call for help. You need not go out. Lin Dan, mistaking his intent to call the police, extinguished the phone with a decisive press. No need for that. I can handle this myself. Stay inside and do not come out. With that, Lin Dan exited, closing the lounge door behind him. As he stepped outside, he coincidentally encountered Tai Tu and Uncle Wong returning. Tai Tu intended to assist, but was halted by Uncle Wong. You two go inside. I will handle this. Lin Dan did not wish to involve others in his affairs. Once Uncle Wong and Tai Tu entered the shop, Lin Dan raised his arm, pulling down the roll-up door. He stood at the entrance of the store, casually hefting the crowbar in his hand and with an impassive expression, addressed Ma Sheng and his companions. Will you come at me together, or shall I face you one by one? Chapter 37. Recollections. Ma Sheng and Lin Dan were classmates in middle school, occupying the same classroom. Ma Sheng had taken note of him early on, perhaps due to Lin Dan's striking countenance, one that could not easily escape anyone's attention, had it not been for the sensational nature of his patricidal act. This visage would undoubtedly have garnered a plethora of love letters within the school. A murderer. For boys of 13 or 14, such a figure was to be shunned. Isolated by his peers and overlooked by teachers, Lin Dan remained unfazed by these circumstances, traversing the school in solitude. He learned to skip classes, smoke, and engage in fights, emulating the miscreants of society. What truly etched Lin Dan into Ma Sheng's memory was an unexpected incident. Is this all the money you have? It's not enough for even a pack of cigarettes, grumbled the delinquent with dyed yellow hair as he scrutinized the few green bills in his hand. You didn't keep anything back, did you? Leaning against the wall, Ma Sheng clenched the strap of his backpack. No, this is all I have. The yellow-haired youth, evidently skeptical, rifled through Ma Sheng's backpack and unearthed 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan is not an insignificant sum, bolstered by courage. Ma Sheng seized the delinquent's arm as he attempted to leave. No, this money is for my tuition. I cannot give it to you. The youth, growing impatient, raised his hand to strike Ma Sheng, but his blow was intercepted by another. Brother, give us some face. We're from the same school. A familiar voice emanated from behind. The two were in close proximity, and Ma Sheng caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. Turning, he saw a figure clad in a black hooded jacket, the zipper pulled up to conceal half of his chin. Strands of his hair were dyed a bluish gray, and a smile played on his lips, giving him a roguish yet charming demeanor. It was Lin Dan, a stark contrast to his typically taciturn presence in school. The yellow-haired thug scowled at the audacity of this young interloper. Who do you think you are? Lin Dan, shedding a smile, swiftly kicked the youth, commanding, hand over the money. In the realm of the streets, strength reigns supreme. The yellow-haired thug, unable to contend, begrudgingly relinquished the cash. Count it and see if it suffices. Lin Dan handed the money to Ma Sheng. That's enough, thank you. Ma Sheng whispered his gratitude after counting the bills. Lin Dan, let us go. They're calling for us to play pool. A group of swaggering youths beckoned from the alley's mouth. Lin Dan responded affirmatively, but before departing, he cautioned Ma Sheng. In the future, do not traverse this path alone. As Ma Sheng observed Lin Dan's retreating figure, he faintly overheard their conversation. Friends? He even rushed over to stand up for you. I do not know him. I just couldn't stand by. Get used to it. This area is like that. One youth draped an arm over Lin Dan's shoulder. You're about to graduate, right? What are your plans afterward? School is pointless. Just follow me. Indeed, I have no intention of continuing. It's devoid of meaning. Not long after, Ma Sheng's father brought home a young girl, declaring her to be his sister. Ma Sheng overheard his mother complain that this was Lin Dan's biological sister, Su Wei. The sister of a murderer. One cannot fathom the thoughts of their father, who insists on keeping her at home. Their mother finds it ominous, yet Ma Sheng remains indifferent. Since the incident, he has harbored an inexplicable curiosity towards Lin Dan, even sharing his candies with Su Wei and discussing her. However, Su Wei's reaction was vehement. She wept and declared her hatred for Lin Dan, claiming she had no brother. From her anguished words, Ma Sheng grasped that the person Lin Dan had killed was Su Wei's father. A brother had slain his own father. Who could bear such a burden without succumbing to despair? He had anticipated that Lin Dan would visit, given Su Wei's presence, but aside from rare encounters at school, he had not seen her again. Little did he expect to encounter Lin Dan once more, within the confines of his own home. One day, Ma Sheng returned home early from school, finding his mother absent. Upon entering, he was struck by a strong metallic scent of blood emanating from the master bedroom. As he opened the door, he was confronted with a scene he would never forget. The bedroom was in disarray. His father lay on the floor, disheveled and drenched in blood, covered in wounds. Nearby, someone crouched with their head bowed, clutching a blood-stained fruit knife. Hearing the door creak open, the figure slowly lifted their gaze. Ma Sheng instantly recognized that bloodied face. Lin Dan. Leave, came the softly uttered command, barely above a whisper, yet Ma Sheng heard it clearly. Overwhelmed by the horror of the scene, he turned to flee, just as he collided with his mother returning from outside. Trembling, he relayed the events to her, prompting her to swiftly call the police. The authorities arrived promptly, and soon a female officer emerged carrying Su Wei from the secondary bedroom. She was draped in a man's coat, visibly shaking beneath it. A short while later, Lin Dan was led out, hands cuffed. With numerous residents in the building, the police could only cordon off the scene, unable to disperse the crowd, many of whom had come to witness the commotion. Isn't that the boy from the Su family? What a tragedy. He is so young and already a murderer. To kill his own father at such a tender age, what hope can there be for him? Murmured the onlookers. Oh, one cannot entirely blame him. You don't know how he was treated before. Beating one's son is a parent's right. Yet to murder one's own father, what manner of human does that? Another voice lamented. They should have dealt with him harshly from the beginning. Why let him out at all? Poor Mr. Ma, such a good man, lost his life so tragically. Perhaps we should cover his head, suggested an elderly resident, feeling pity for the child. Lu Qingyue, fresh from the police academy and fueled by a fierce sense of justice, was not skilled at masking his emotions. Cover him? This vile murderer deserves to be seen by all, he exclaimed, forcefully pushing Lin Dan forward. Now move. Lin Dan stumbled, his abdomen colliding with a somewhat rusted railing. Releasing a muffled groan, he turned to look at Lu Qingyue, who glared back. What are you staring at? Focus on the road. With that, Lin Dan lowered his head and continued walking forward. As the moment to board the vehicle approached, the frenzied Ma Sheng suddenly broke free from his mother's grasp and dashed into the crowd. He raised his fist and struck at Lin Dan, exclaiming, Why did you kill my father? What have you done to him, you murderer? Why didn't you just die? It should have been you. Seeing this, Lao Li attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Lu Qingyue, mindful of the other's identity, ultimately remained silent. Confronted with Ma Sheng's accusations, Lin Dan remained impassive, uttering not a word as he endured the onslaught. As the gathering crowd swelled, Lu Qingyue stepped forward to pull Ma Sheng away, and his mother swiftly took him from the scene. Leaning against the car door, Lin Dan struggled to stand. Ma Sheng's blows had left his face swollen and marred with dust and streaks of blood from earlier. It was a pitiful sight. Just as Lu Qingyue prepared to assist him, Lin Dan climbed into the vehicle by himself. The police car screeched away from the community. After his father's death, Ma Sheng had dropped out of school and immersed himself in the underworld. Over the years, he had managed to thrive alongside Zhou Si, establishing a few venues and amassing a group of followers. His hatred for Lin Dan had only intensified with time. How could he accept that Lin Dan had regained his freedom so easily, based solely on an absurd psychiatric evaluation? If not for the powerful influence of Yishi's, Lin Dan would have been eliminated long ago. Recalling Zhou Si's earlier instructions, Ma Sheng felt a surge of resentment and could not help but taunt. What's wrong? Has he eyes forsaken you, leaving you in such a state? A flicker of revulsion passed through Lin Dan's eyes as he retorted, Don't you dare mention him. He has nothing but common whore, so why act so high and mighty? Ma Sheng leaned closer, whispering in his ear, I've never been with a man in my life. If you let me have you just once today, before he could finish. Lin Dan struck him fiercely in the abdomen. Ma Sheng let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Lin Dan stepped on his back. A crowbar pressed against his face, declaring, If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. But dare to utter such words again, and I swear I'll ruin you. Chapter 38. Provocation. Lin Dan's experiences in prison had instilled in him a profound disdain for the lascivious gazes of those who desired him and the crude language that accompanied such lewdness. Ma Sheng's words had genuinely incited his anger. Veins bulged on Lin Dan's forehead, and his facial muscles twitched with rage as he looked down upon the man sprawled on the ground, his gaze sharp as a blade. With his cheek pressed against the scorching concrete, Ma Sheng's breath quickened under Lin Dan's fierce scrutiny, a mix of exhilaration and fear washing over his face. The realization that Lin Dan was indeed angered thrilled him. How intriguing it was that Lin Dan, who had remained stoic even when nearly beaten to death, could now display such emotion. Fully aware of Lin Dan's formidable strength and vicious fighting style, Ma Sheng could not resist further provocation. What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve? Is he eyes pleasing you? What is your preferred position? Taken from behind or spread open in front? I've heard that prisoners in jail love playing with men. Someone like you must have been thoroughly used by now, pretending to be tough with me. Before Ma Sheng could complete his taunt, Lin Dan forcefully shoved the crowbar into his mouth. The steel pry bar, flat in shape with a forked middle, resembled a sharp hook. The delicate mucous membrane of the mouth, subjected to such brutal treatment, soon oozed with blood. The metallic taste of iron filled Ma Sheng's mouth. His tongue pressed tightly against the searing metal, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. The pointed end of the pry bar pressed against his upper gum, and with a firm tug from Lin Dan, blood quickly surged from the mangled gums, uncontrollably trickling down the corner of his partially open mouth. The excruciating pain in his mouth compelled Ma Sheng to struggle. However, Lin Dan held him firmly in place with just one foot, rendering him immobile. The group of underlings who had accompanied Ma Sheng hesitated to intervene, intimidated by Lin Dan's formidable presence. And with Ma Sheng silent, none dared to step forward. Lin Dan, controlling his strength, refrained from actually dislodging any teeth. He withdrew the pry bar and struck it heavily against the concrete floor before him. Ma Sheng felt the ground beneath him tremble, and with the obstruction removed from his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood, probing his teeth with his tongue to discover that his front teeth had already begun to loosen. You are correct. Such beasts do indeed abound in places like prisons, Lin Dan remarked as he crouched down, gripping Ma Sheng's hair. However, there are not merely dozens, but certainly not fewer than 100 whom I have left incapacitated. If you wish to keep that tongue of yours, I suggest you continue speaking. Aware of Lin Dan's ruthless resolve, Ma Sheng dared not provoke him further. Did ye eyes send you? Lin Dan had been with ye eyes for a considerable time and was familiar with the entourage surrounding him. Ma Sheng's boss, Zhou Si, had a good rapport with ye eyes. Their recent fallout had occurred merely a month prior. To brazenly seek confrontation now implied that Ma Sheng had either consulted ye eyes or was acting upon his directive. Indeed, you believe that offending ye eyes would allow you peace in Bei Gang? You are now akin to a rat scurrying across the street, universally reviled. Sooner or later, you will find yourself begging like a dog for his mercy. Lin Dan, unafraid to oppose ye eyes, removed his foot from Ma Sheng and observed the bloodied mess before him. Is that so? Yet in your current state, you resemble a dog far more than I do. Rising from the ground, Ma Sheng's eyes turned a furious crimson upon hearing these words. He shouted to his companions, What are you waiting for? Get him. He intended to personally extract each of Lin Dan's teeth. As the group prepared to strike, a voice suddenly called out, Hold on. The rolling shutter door was pulled open, and a shoe burst forth, followed closely by Tai Tu and Uncle Wang. Brother, Lin Dan's previously menacing demeanor softened upon seeing a shoe. What are you doing out here? Quickly go back inside. I was worried about you, a Shu replied, glancing at the advancing crowd. I've already called the police. If you don't leave now, be prepared to face detention. Ma Sheng looked at a Shu's effeminate face and scoffed. Who let you speak here, you little sissy? Upon hearing this, Lin Dan struck Ma Sheng on the back with a pry bar and pulled a Shu behind him. Watch your mouth. Ma Sheng staggered forward a few steps, barely steadying himself by clutching onto a younger associate. Infuriated by the beating he had received from Lin Dan, he had completely disregarded the instructions given to him by Zhou Si before arriving. Seizing a long-bladed dagger from one of his underlings, he gritted his teeth and declared, Lin Dan, if I don't end your life today, I shall share your surname. No sooner had he spoken than the shrill wail of sirens echoed from a distance. Drawing nearer, the onlookers froze in astonishment. This was not their first time ganging up on Lin Dan, and despite their previous brutality, the latter had never involved the police. Lin Dan, equally taken aback, turned to his companion, A Shu, and asked, Did you call the police? With an innocent expression, A Shu nodded. There are so many of us bullying you, of course, I had to report it. Ma Sheng erupted into laughter. Report it? Excellent. I shall wait for the police to see who the real aggressor is. If I take a beating and you end up behind bars, it's worth it. Lin Dan already had a criminal record, and with Zhou Si as Ma Sheng's backing, coupled with the injuries Lin Dan had inflicted not long ago, it was evident that he would be at a disadvantage in front of the police. Nevertheless, he did not blame a Shu. Instead, he reassured him, It's all right. You won't be held for long. The police are on their way. You should stay inside for a while. Lin Dan was concerned that a Shu might be mistaken for an accomplice and face repercussions. A Shu refused to leave, clinging to Lin Dan's arm. I want to go. I want to stay with you. As they spoke, several blue and white police cars arrived at the auto repair shop. A dozen officers clad in blue uniforms disembarked, led by a slightly portly middle-aged man. He surveyed the crowd before inquiring, Who called the police? The location of Wang Er Shu's auto repair shop fell under the jurisdiction of the Dongfeng police station. The middle-aged man, Vice Director Li, had hurried over in response to a call from the city bureau. A Shu stepped out from behind Lin Dan, her demeanor strikingly different from her usual obedient self. Her expression was icy, and her voice carried an authoritative tone as she stated, It was I. These individuals are causing a disturbance in the shop. Please take them away immediately. Ma Sheng retorted, What do you mean we're causing trouble? I haven't done anything. Was it you who smashed the window? It's just a window. That was an accident. Despite having never encountered the young master from the Shen family, Vice Director Li inferred a Shu's identity and paid no heed to Ma Sheng's protests. He followed a Shu's lead, saying, You are causing a public disturbance. Come with me. Ma Sheng's expression darkened as he lifted his shirt to reveal large bruises on his waist and back, pointing at Lin Dan. Officer, this person did this to me, and you're not going to do anything? Since the police had arrived, Lin Dan had remained unusually quiet upon hearing this. He did not refute it. I did it. I'll go with you. My actions were in self-defense. A Shu blocked Lin Dan's path. Smiling as she addressed Vice Director Li, I'm right, aren't I, officer? Faced with such an ancestral figure, Vice Director Li found himself at a loss for words. Given the City Bureau's current focus on major cases, he was reluctant to allow this young master to create any more trouble at that moment. So he hastily nodded, Yes. He doesn't need to come along. Ma Sheng, realizing they were deliberately favoring a Shu, seethed with anger. Do you know who I have backing me? How dare you arrest me? I don't care who you are. Vice Director Li waved his hand dismissively, and the officers behind him proceeded to handcuff Ma Sheng. No matter who it is, none can surpass the authority of the leader of Beigang. Chapter 39. The shards of glass that had scattered across the lounge floor had been meticulously cleared away. Shen Shu stood before the window, which now bore only a layer of gauze, gazing at Lin Dan, who was conversing with Uncle Wang and Tai Tu beneath the shade of a tree by the roadside. Though he could hear their voices, the distance rendered their words inaudible. Just moments earlier, Deputy Director Li had taken Ma Sheng and his companions away, prompting Lin Dan to send Shen Shu back indoors while he remained outside with Uncle Wang and Tai Tu. A sense of discontent brewed within Shen Shu. Was there truly anything about the little dog that he was not meant to know? The three engaged in a lively exchange of banter, and soon enough, Uncle Wong produced a cigarette, offering one to Lin Dan, who waved his hand dismissively, declining the offer. After a brief conversation, Lin Dan suddenly placed his hand on Tai Tu's shoulder, drawing close to him and affectionately patted him twice. Shen Shu's irritation deepened. The disobedient little dog seemed preoccupied with enticing men outside. Just earlier, Ma Sheng, along with Karis, Yi Shi'ais, and Ji Yunting, had shown interest in him, yet he remained utterly oblivious to the attention, lacking any sense of vigilance. Shen Shu's expression shifted repeatedly until he spotted Lin Dan approaching him. He promptly returned to the sofa. Upon unlocking his phone, he received a message from Gao Fei inquiring about how to handle Ma Sheng. Gao Fei was an assistant appointed to him by Shan Zhirong during his time in England, and due to his adeptness at discerning intentions, Shen Shu held a favorable view of him. Due to health concerns, Shen Shu's family had refrained from urging him to join the family business. With Old Master Shen even contemplating establishing a family office to safeguard his grandson's interests. However, Shan Zhirong disagreed. He recognized his son's capabilities and questioned the need for external interference. He intended for Shan Shu to spend another 2 years in leisure before immersing himself in the family's operations. Shen Shu himself was indifferent, knowing that his father adored his mother deeply and would never entertain the notion of an illegitimate child. His father, in essence, was working for him, and he was more than willing to enjoy a few more years of tranquility. Handle it as you see fit. After responding to the message, Shen Shu idly scrolled through his phone while playfully teasing the tabby cat sprawled on the floor. As he roused the feline's annoyance, leaving several black paw prints on his limited edition sneakers, he finally withdrew his foot, just as he was about to grab the cat for a playful scolding. The lounge door swung open, and Lin Dan stepped inside. In an instant, Shen Shu shifted his expression, softening his voice to call out, "Brother," and then proceeded to complain about the cat having dirted his shoes. Lin Dan's previously troubled demeanor lightened upon seeing a shoe. With a smile, he retrieved 2 wet wipes from the table, crouching down to clean the prints from his shoes. Once the task was complete, he casually discarded the soiled wipes into the trash. "A shoe. Shall we go?" "Go. Aren't you working this afternoon, brother?" "I'm quitting. I've informed Uncle Wong of my resignation." Lin Dan had learned from Ma Sheng that Yi Shi'ais had no intention of letting him off easily, and he realized he could no longer remain there. He did not wish to jeopardize Uncle Wong's business due to his own circumstances. Haunted by the lingering presence of Yi Shi'ais, Lin Dan felt an intense frustration simmering within him. It was he who had been drugged by the other party, yet he had not sought any trouble with him. Instead, Yi Shi'ais had the audacity to confront him first. Meanwhile, Ashu remained blissfully unaware of Lin Dan's pent-up resentment. Upon learning of Lin Dan's intention to resign, he was elated beyond measure. Ashu had never approved of Lin Dan toiling away at such exhausting physical labor. With Lin Dan's departure, he could finally have a small dog by his side every day. How delightful it would be to share every moment together, much like in a sanatorium. Ashu cherished the time spent with Lin Dan, finding joy even in their shared silence. "How can we be idle all the time? What shall we eat?" Lin Dan chuckled helplessly, recognizing Ashu's naivety. Yet, he was quite fond of that innocence. Since his release from prison, he had no intention of saving money. Following Yi Shi'ais had merely been a way to pass the time. With a monthly salary of over 20,000 from Jinyu, he rarely spent on himself, often treating his employees to meals and drinks. Currently, he had just under 200,000 in hand, which, while substantial for an ordinary person, left him uncertain about whether he could cover Su Wei's tuition. It was prudent to retain some funds for unforeseen circumstances. "I have money. I can support you," Ashu remarked. He had never worried about finances, for even without taking over the family business, the trust fund his grandfather established at his birth, combined with his stock trading profits in the UK, had amassed a liquidity of over $100 million. Unfortunately, Lin Dan was not the type to rely on others. "No need. Money will always come," Lin Dan replied, picking up the lunchbox from the table. Once Ashu donned his hat and mask, they prepared to leave. Meow. Perhaps sensing their imminent departure, the tabby cat raised its paw and clung to Ashu's ankle, having been spoiled with treats from him recently, and thus growing quite attached. Ashu had never been particularly fond of animals. The two dogs at home were gifts from Shun Jerome, who was concerned that he might feel lonely. Typically, the servants took care of them, and he only occasionally played with them without forming any deep bond. The only dog he truly intended to nurture for a lifetime was Lin Dan. Initially, his playful interactions with the cat were merely an extension of his affection for Lin Dan, who had fed it before. Believing Ashu had a fondness for the animal, Lin Dan inquired, "Would you like to adopt it?" His motivation for feeding the cat stemmed from its emerald-like eyes, reminiscent of Ashu. Having never owned a pet before, Lin Dan was open to the idea of welcoming another life into his home if it pleased Ashu. Just as Ashu was about to shoo the cat away, he blinked in surprise at the suggestion. Is that possible? Having a shared pet could indeed deepen their bond. Of course, if you like it, we can keep it. I'll inform the landlord. Lin Dan, considering Ashu's health, added, however, we must first take it for a checkup to ensure it's healthy. Ashu nodded obediently. All right, I will listen to you. With no plans for the afternoon, Lin Dan searched for the nearest veterinary clinic, finding one less than 2 kilometers away, and they decided to walk there. As the afternoon sun cast its warm glow, they headed towards the Mengji pet store. The bell chimed as the front desk had just bid farewell to a plump orange cat that had undergone a bath and grooming. Just as the attendant was about to take a moment's respite, the sound of wind chimes at the entrance resonated. Hello, welcome. The front desk employee instinctively wore a professional smile and glanced towards the door. 2 young individuals entered. The taller of the two, with long hair, cradled a tabby cat in his arms, his face obscured by a hat and mask. The slightly shorter one, strikingly handsome, revealed a hint of abdominal muscles beneath his thin, short-sleeved shirt as he bent down to gather a sun umbrella. Captivated by such striking good looks, the attendant couldn't help but steal a few glances before inquiring, "Are you here for the cat's vaccination or a bath?" Lin Dan and Ashu, both novices in cat care, replied, "This cat was found outside. We would like to have it bathed and thoroughly examined. If vaccinations are necessary, please administer those as well." After Lin Dan spoke, Ashu handed the cat to the front desk. As the distance closed, the attendant noticed the young man possessed a pair of exquisite eyes, their irises mirroring the same hues as the tabby cat. The feline was whisked away for a blood test, while Lin Dan and Ashu settled on a sofa in the waiting area. Chapter 40. After approximately an hour, the attendant returned with the cat. Ashu, who had been leaning against Lin Dan while engrossed in his phone, straightened up to receive the cat. The freshly bathed feline exuded a delightful scent of shampoo, its black and brown fur shimmering with a subtle golden halo under the sunlight streaming through the window. Recognizing the familiar aroma, the cat instinctively extended its pink paw pads, playfully kneading Ashu's thigh. Ashu found this endearing, gently stroking the cat's back. The cat was well-behaved during the bath and was quite affectionate. The front desk attendant remarked to Lin Dan, however, it is rather underweight. At 6 months, it weighs only 4 pounds. It has likely been living on the streets. Most stray cats congregate within residential areas, and this particular tabby appeared lost, probably having wandered near an auto repair shop. No worries. With proper care, it will soon regain its health. Upon learning that they had decided to adopt a cat on a whim and had not yet prepared any supplies, the attendant recommended suitable kitten food, canned food, and essential cat items to Lin Dan. If you intend to adopt, you must take responsibility for this little life. Lin Dan listened attentively and soon selected a considerable number of items. Meanwhile, as Ashu was preoccupied with the cat, he felt a twinge of neglect seeing Lin Dan engrossed in conversation with the attendant. Just then, the cat extended its barbed tongue to lick his palm, prompting Ashu to lean toward Lin Dan with the cat in his arms. "Brother, look, it's licking me." Lin Dan's attention was indeed captured, and he turned to observe. The cat might have been hungry. The front desk handed Lin Dan a cat treat, suggesting that he could feed the cat something. Lin Dan cradled the cat and passed the treat to Ashu for him to feed it. Ashu tore open the treat packet, and as soon as a whiff of the enticing aroma reached the cat, it eagerly approached and devoured it voraciously. After finishing, it began to groom itself while purring contentedly. The cat's breathing was typically so gentle that it was nearly imperceptible. However, Lin Dan found himself somewhat anxious upon hearing the engine-like rumbling and the vibrations emanating from the feline. Why is its breathing so labored? Could there be an issue with its respiratory system? He wondered. The receptionist, smiling, reassured him, not at all. When cats feel content and relaxed, they often produce such sounds. If you scratch its shin, it will respond similarly. With this clarification, Lin Dan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Observing Lin Dan's startled expression, Ashu couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Lin Dan playfully wrapped his arms around Ashu's neck, giving a gentle tug toward himself. "Oh, so you dare to laugh at me?" he teased. "No, I'm just admiring the cat tree," Ashu replied, his lips curling into a broader smile. Succumbing to the gentle pull, he reclined into Lin Dan's embrace, resting his head against the sturdy expanse of his chest while raising his phone. "Brother, what do you think of this?" Displayed on the screen was an image of a verdant, towering cat tree, which appeared quite appealing. "It looks good, but might it be too large?" Lin Dan inquired. "Not at all. The kitten will grow," Ashu confidently asserted, proceeding to click the purchase button. He then suggested that it could be placed in the living room. Lin Dan nodded in agreement, adding that the balcony would also suffice, as kittens often enjoy basking in the sun. "Then it shall be on the balcony," Ashu decided. Ashu then proceeded to show Lin Dan other items he had purchased, including an automatic feeder, a water dispenser, a cat bed, and surveillance equipment. "You have acquired quite a lot," Lin Dan remarked, affectionately ruffling Ashu's hair. The receptionist, observing the intimate exchange between the two, couldn't help but think to herself that indeed, these days, the handsome ones seemed to be drawn to one another. After a while, the doctor emerged with the examination report. "The cat is quite healthy," he stated. "Aside from a slight case of malnutrition, there are no other issues. Vaccinations and deworming have already been administered. You will simply need to follow the vaccination schedule for the second dose." Lin Dan carefully stored the vaccination record, and recalling Ashu's health concerns, he inquired further. "By the way, does having a history of congenital heart disease in the household affect cat ownership?" The doctor responded, "As long as the patient's condition is stable, with good heart function and proper hygiene and sanitation are maintained at home, along with regular deworming and vaccinations for the cat, there should be no significant issues." With this reassurance, Lin Dan felt at ease and followed the receptionist to the checkout. She recorded his contact information and inquired, "Does the cat have a name? If not, you may choose one, as we need it for the records." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Dan decided on Ali. The bill, which included vaccinations, examination fees, grooming, cat food, and a host of other supplies, printed out to reveal a total exceeding 3,000. Just recently, half of his salary had been transferred by Uncle Wang Air. "Brother, look at how clumsy it is. It can't even manage to jump," Ashu exclaimed after Lin Dan completed the payment. Turning around, Lin Dan noticed Ashu's eyes slightly crinkled with concealed amusement as he played, with Ali using a feathered wand adorned with bells. Unable to resist, Lin Dan chuckled. "It's still quite young. You should lower the wand a bit." By the time they left the pet store, evening had descended. With their arms laden with numerous purchases, walking back proved cumbersome, prompting Lin Dan to hail a taxi directly. The summer heat renders it unbearable, with the air conditioning in the vehicle preventing the driver from opening the windows. As the car journeys throughout the day, a myriad of passengers contribute to the accumulation of unpleasant odors within the enclosed cabin. For an ordinary individual, such a stench would be intolerable, let alone for Ashu, who had never set foot in a taxi and is notoriously fastidious about his comforts. The moment he entered the car, he couldn't help but grimace behind his mask as he detected the foul scent. Before long, Ashu found himself overwhelmed, leaning listlessly against Lin Dan. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Dan inquired, gently placing his hand on Ashu's forehead. In a hushed tone, Ashu leaned closer to Lin Dan's ear, lamenting, "It smells awful." Previously, he had ridden in Lin Dan's van, which, despite its bumpy ride, offered ample space and lacked any peculiar odors. However, being confined to the cramped quarters of a taxi, with stagnant air, rendered the experience far less pleasant than before. "How about we switch vehicles?" Ashu shook his head, dismissing the idea as too cumbersome. "All my belongings are still in the trunk." Observing Ashu's pitiful demeanor, Lin Dan felt a pang of sympathy. If only he had his own car, Ashu would not have to endure such discomfort. Perhaps it was time to consider purchasing one? although his finances were somewhat limited. A decent second-hand vehicle could be procured for around 100,000. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Dan glanced at a shoe. Upon entering the car, a shoe had removed his hat, allowing his long hair to cascade messily over his shoulders, revealing a fair, elongated neck. In an effort to evade the unpleasant odor, his face was buried in the crook of Lin Dan's shoulder. Lin Dan gazed at the smooth curve of a shoe's head for a moment before suddenly altering his decision. Never mind, a new car would be better. If a full payment was insufficient, he could opt for installments of 1,000 or 2,000 each month, which would not impose a significant repayment burden. The more he contemplated this notion, the more feasible it appeared. What are you thinking about? A shoe noticed Lin Dan's gaze and lifted his head. Lin Dan shared his idea of buying a vehicle for greater convenience in their travels. Upon hearing this, a shoe became intrigued. Great, I'll buy it for you. What kind of car do you like? A sports car, an SUV, or a sedan? The Northport has vehicles readily available for immediate delivery, while custom orders may require a waiting period of up to half a month. However, Lin Dan replied, no, I'm merely looking for a practical vehicle. He had no intention of using a shoe's money. Instead, he opened his phone and searched for a comfortable four-seater sedan, asking, what do you think of this one? A shoe leaned closer to examine it. The model was rather ordinary, the specifications lacking, and the interior could only be described as rudimentary, with the top configuration costing less than 200,000. It's acceptable, he conceded, considering it was Lin Dan's choice and refraining from voicing any objections. You tend to get car sick. This car has ample space, so you shouldn't feel dizzy. It's getting late today. Shall we visit the dealership tomorrow to test it out? Upon realizing Lin Dan was purchasing the car for his benefit, a shoe's eyes lit up, and he no longer found the vehicle's simplicity off-putting. He eagerly nodded, yes, yes. Let us go tomorrow morning. Chapter 41. Suffocation in the narrow and oppressive corridor. Footsteps echoed, triggering the motion sensor lights. It was just past 8 in the evening, and Su Wei, exhausted from a day of supplementary classes, returned home. July should have been a time of leisure for students preparing for the college entrance examination, and many classmates in the group chat were planning group trips. Su Wei, well-liked and serving as the class monitor, received numerous messages from her peers inviting her to join. However, she declined them all. It was not that she lacked the desire to participate, but rather that since the exam concluded over half a month ago, she had scarcely found a moment of respite. Her adoptive mother, in pursuit of income, had arranged numerous tutoring sessions for her prior to the exams. Given the low rates she charged and Su Wei's consistent top performance in her class, many sought her assistance in their studies. As the key turned twice in the lock, Su Wei pushed the door open. Her adoptive parents were seated at the dining table, enjoying their meal, while her nominal younger brother sat in her mother's lap, stuffing a piece of braised pork into his mouth. In his haste, grease and sauce smeared across his face, rendering his already chubby visage even more unappealing. What a remarkable child, consuming such a large piece in one bite, her adoptive mother remarked, glancing toward Su Wei, who was in the kitchen serving herself. Aunt Lu mentioned you were late today, causing her son to miss half an hour of tutoring. She insists on a refund for an hour. You must be more punctual tomorrow. You can't schedule everything so tightly. Do you not need time to eat or walk? Can't you just grab a bread roll for lunch? The family can manage without you for a meal. Why must you be so greedy? Seating herself at the table, Su Wei noticed that the only meat dish, the braised pork, had already been devoured by 3 people, leaving only the remnants of stir-fried cabbage. With a cold laugh, she said nothing and simply dipped her steamed bun into a bowl of rice soup, leaving the leftover dishes untouched. When did this all begin? Perhaps it was with the birth of her younger brother, when her adoptive father lost his job due to accepting bribes, and the family's circumstances plummeted. Since then, Su Wei felt increasingly superfluous within this household. She had been enduring it all, telling herself that if she could hold on for just 2 more months, once she entered university, she would be able to apply for dormitory accommodation and finally escape this suffocating environment. After dinner, her adoptive mother casually mentioned, by the way, your acceptance letter has arrived. It's in your room. Upon hearing this, Su Wei hurried back to her chamber. With excitement, she opened the already unsealed envelope, only to find that the acceptance letter was not from Nan, but from an ordinary undergraduate institution in Beijing. Her scores were clearly sufficient, and the admissions office at Nan'an had even confirmed her application preferences. Acceptance seemed certain. How could this have changed? Anger coursed through her veins, causing her fingers to tremble. At that moment, the realization struck her. Her preferences had been altered without her consent. They must have tampered with her application. In a surge of pent-up fury, she hastily stuffed 2 articles of clothing into her backpack, secured her identification card, and the few remaining 100 yuan she possessed before striding out of her bedroom. "You alter my application," she stated firmly, her tone resolute. The adoptive father did not conceal the truth. "Indeed, you speak highly of that foreign school. But I have investigated its nature. It is merely a scheme devised to exploit our Chinese citizens, demanding an exorbitant fee of 1 million for just 4 years of education, money that could otherwise secure a home and a bride for my son. I do not require your financial assistance, as I have already applied for a student loan. With such a considerable sum, when will you be able to repay it after graduation? And what about your younger brother's education? After all I have provided for you, have you ever considered your brother's needs?" The adoptive mother chimed in. "Look at the Yang family's second daughter across the street. She went to work right after high school. And here we are, willing to invest in your university education, and yet you remain unsatisfied. You are a burden, merely consuming our resources." No sooner had she finished speaking than the child in her arms, with a tender voice, directed the most venomous words at Su Wei. A surge of anger caused Su Wei's chest to heave violently, her voice trembling as she declared, "I have promised to repay every cent you have spent on me once I graduate. Which university is not an option. If you do not wish to support me, I will simply enter the workforce next month." The adoptive father slammed his hand on the table, reprimanding, "Were it not for adopting you, our family would not be in such misfortune. Damn it, you are truly my nemesis." Su Wei was not naive, she retorted. "You only agreed to adopt me to secure a position in the Forestry Bureau, and now you blame me for your dismissal due to your own indiscretions. Without me, you would never have even approached that level." She added vehemently, "You and your criminal brother deserve to rot in prison forever. Dare you utter another word about him?" Upon hearing this, Su Wei lost all composure, flipping the dining table, sending remnants of the meal splattering over everyone and shattering the dishes into pieces. The adoptive father raised his hand to strike her, but Su Wei, not lacking in wit, dashed out with her backpack. "Damn it, if you have the guts. Don't come back." The adoptive mother, soothing her inconsolable child, felt a twinge of concern. What if she truly did not return? After all, I have already collected the tutoring fees, and if she skips classes, I will certainly have to refund the money. Where could that yellow-haired girl possibly go? Do not worry about her. She will return by tomorrow. Su Wei rushed down the stairs in one breath, pausing momentarily as she passed the family car. In the next instant, she picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully at the car's windshield. The sharp sound of the alarm pierced the air as the glass shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. Feeling a slight sense of relief, Su Wei departed without looking back. Across the street from the old city, in a bustling commercial district, a white Accord parked in front of a cafe. The vehicle appeared quite new, bearing a temporary license plate, suggesting it had been purchased recently. Zhao Xianqing sat at a window seat, a vanilla latte before her, positioned perfectly to view the car directly. Initially indifferent, she became intrigued when the vehicle came to a halt, and she spotted a familiar figure in sunglasses, donning a black short-sleeved shirt, emerging from the driver's side. It was Lin Dan. Instead of entering the cafe immediately, he circled to the passenger side and opened the door, from which a long-haired youth clad in a blue and white striped shirt emerged. Due to his sideways stance and the hat obscuring his face, Zhao Xianqing could only glimpse the rose gold diamond ear cuff adorning his left ear, along with half of his pale visage and his softly tinted lips. Zhao Xianqing felt an inexplicable familiarity with the other person, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him before. The two appeared quite intimate. The long-haired youth leaned against Lin Dan in a boneless manner, while Lin Dan removed his sunglasses and personally placed them on him. He then gestured towards the cafe, conversing with him for a few moments. Only then did the long-haired youth take the driver's seat and drive away. Though she had only caught a glimpse, Zhao Xianqing recognized the limited edition sneakers he wore, recently released and in scarce supply in Beigang, with only a handful available. each priced in the six figures. Her younger brother, Zhao Xiangyan, owned a pair. Wearing shoes worth over 100,000, yet driving a Honda Accord valued at less than 200,000. This person was quite intriguing. Chapter 42. The new car. Lin Dan watched the car disappear into the distance before turning to enter the cafe. Upon spotting Zhao Xiangqing seated by the window, he strode over. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Lin Dan said as he sat down across from her. "It's all right. I arrived early," Zhao Xiangqing replied, gesturing towards the direction the car had departed. "Is that your friend?" Lin Dan nodded. Zhao Xiangqing did not delve further. "I went to the repair shop looking for you today, but the owner mentioned you no longer work there." Lin Dan nodded again. "Yes, some issues arose." "Do you need my assistance?" "No need," Lin Dan replied, disliking the idea of asking for help. He intended to resolve matters with Yi Shi's on his own. "You called me here today for a reason, didn't you?" "It's about Su Wei." Zhao Xiangqing took a sip of her coffee before addressing the matter at hand. "She passed the entrance exam, but she didn't apply to Nanan. I had the admissions office contact her family to confirm, and they said she plans to attend another school. The admission letter has already been sent to her home. The prestige of Nanan University is exceedingly high, being accepted there, even with the exorbitant tuition fees. A typical person would not choose another institution. It seems they wish to avoid paying tuition," she concluded. Lin Dan, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the process, inquired, "Can she still change her mind?" "I can cover her tuition." "It's a bit complicated," Zhao Xiangqing affirmed. The freshman list for Nanan had already been finalized, and adding someone at the last moment would require substantial connections. While it would be an arduous task for others, for Zhao Xiangqing, it was merely a matter of a word, given her mother was the largest donor at Nanan. With a playful intention to tease Lin Dan, Zhao Xiangqing leaned in closer. "If I manage to make this happen for you, how do you plan to thank me?" "What kind of thanks do you want?" Lin Dan retreated slightly, creating distance between them. "If I get Su Wei into Nanan, how about you give a try with me?" Lin Dan was momentarily taken aback. "Try what?" Zhao Xiangqing shot him a sidelong glance. "Of course, as a couple." Lin Dan promptly shook his head without hesitation. "That won't do. Anything else is acceptable." Zhao Xiangqing smiled mischievously. "Anything else is acceptable, is it?" Noticing her gaze lingering suggestively between his legs, Lin Dan quickly closed them. That sort of thing is also out of the question. In truth, Zhao Xiangqing was merely indulging in playful banter, having no intention of pursuing anything serious with Lin Dan. After their meal together at entices, her cousin, Lu Qingyue, had explicitly warned her. He was not one to tolerate nonsense, and while she herself might escape unscathed, Lin Dan would undoubtedly face the consequences. However, Zhao Xiangqing considered herself to be quite attractive, and being rejected outright by the opposite sex left her somewhat perplexed. Yet, her doubts did not linger on her own allure, but rather on Lin Dan. "You can't possibly be gay, can you?" "What? As in, liking men?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dan's expression darkened. "No, I could never be attracted to men in my lifetime." He was resolute in his sexual orientation. Even if all the women in the world were to vanish, he would never turn to men. Zhao Xiangqing had encountered her fair share of delicate individuals in their circle, and Lin Dan certainly did not resemble them. However, the interaction between him and the long-haired youth did seem excessively intimate. "But you just said he was a friend." Lin Dan wished to avoid further discussion about his sexual orientation. "As for Nanan, I will find a way. Regardless, thank you for informing me about Su Wei." With that, he attempted to rise and leave, but Zhao Xiangqing quickly stopped him. "You, not even a single joke? If we're not in a romantic relationship, can we at least be friends?" Lin Dan smiled helplessly. "I thought we were already friends." This was somewhat agreeable to Zhao Xiangqing, who assured him, "That is more like it. I will contact Su Wei. She will definitely be on that flight to England in August." "Thank you. Consider this a favor owed. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Given the disparity in their statuses, Zhao Xiangqing did not anticipate needing Lin Dan's assistance in the future, but she genuinely liked him as a person. "Then I expect you to join me for outings. You cannot refuse." "Of course." Before leaving, Lin Dan transferred the remaining 100,000 from his card to Zhao Xiangqing. "The remaining 150,000 will be sent to you soon." Nanan's tuition for the year was 250,000, and he did not intend for Zhao Xiangqing to cover any of that cost. Though their interactions had been limited, Zhao Xiangxing understood Lin Dan well enough to know he disliked taking advantage of others, so she accepted the money without decline. Xinshu drove past a traffic light and soon spotted a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside, with Gao Fei standing beside it. Xinshu pulled over and lowered the window. Gao Fei approached. "Young master, would you like to change cars?" "No need, you all can head back. I will drive myself." Gao Fei nodded. But noticing Xinshu's lingering presence, he perceptively asked, "Young master, don't you think this car is quite nice?" Xinshu patted the steering wheel with a sense of pride. "I'm not accustomed to taxis. Lin Dan specifically bought this for me." Gao Fei nodded in agreement, realizing that in Mr. Lin's eyes, the young master was indeed someone of great importance. Xinshu was in good spirits today and felt unusually chatty. Of course, fearing I might be bored. He even got a cat to keep me company. Its name is Ali. I'll show you when the opportunity arises. Just then his phone, resting on the central armrest, rang. It was a call from Eloise, urging him to hurry. "Understood," Xinshu replied. He had spent considerable time with Lin Dan lately, and though his mother had called several times seeking his presence, he had managed to evade her. Today, however, family dinner was a commitment he could not ignore. Ironically, at this very moment, Lin Dan was alone with a woman. The lingering sense of sour discomfort dissipated as the car came to a halt in front of the Hongfu Club. Upon unlocking his phone, Xinshu discovered that Lin Dan's location indicated she had already returned home. The Hongfu Club, situated on Yonghong Road in the second ring of Beigang, occupies the former site of the British consulate, replete with red walls and white roofs, exuding a vintage European charm, nestled beneath lush greenery that imbues it with a sense of history. This establishment stands as the most prestigious private club in Beigang, frequented by the elite and powerful. Unlike the ostentatious opulence typically associated with places favored by the wealthy offspring, such as Jin Yu's usual haunts, this venue resembles a private residence at first glance. Marked only by a plaque inscribed with the words Hongfu Club in black on a white background, affixed to the wall to the left of the entrance. The security guard at the entrance, unfamiliar with Xinshu, insisted he park outside. Rather than engage in explanation, Xinshu promptly called his uncle, who facilitated his entry in under a minute. As the car proceeded forward, curious glances from staff and guests alike were cast upon it. Those who frequent this locale typically arrive in understated luxury cars worth millions. Thus, the sight of a Honda Accord with a temporary license plate felt decidedly out of place. The new car, which had yet to receive its privacy film, offered a clear view of its interior, but Xinshu, donning a hat and sunglasses, remained obscured from outside scrutiny. The vehicle soon stopped before a quaint two-story villa by the lake. Shun Zhurong and Shun Jiyu were fishing by the water's edge, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man. Eloise, clad in a lake blue Su embroidery qipao, sat alone under a nearby sunshade, sipping tea. Upon hearing the commotion, they all looked up, momentarily mistaking the arriving vehicle for an intruder until Xinshu emerged from the car. Eloise waved to her son, who approached and settled into the white rattan chair beside her. "Why did you drive yourself?" she inquired, glancing at the vehicle. "I haven't seen you driving. Did you just purchase it?" "Just a friend's," Xinshu replied, removing his hat and sunglasses. Eloise reached to smooth his tousled hair, displaced by the hat. As she did so, her exquisite violet jade bracelet slid down her fair arm. Hearing his words, she promptly asked, "Have you made friends in Beigang? Is it a girlfriend?" Xinshu smiled playfully. "Boyfriend. Would you like to meet him?" Despite having never dated, Eloise had never questioned her son's orientation, interpreting his jest as mere humor. She playfully tapped his forehead. "Your Chinese is lacking. It's called a male friend." Xinshu scoffed softly, refraining from argument. He took out his phone, noting that Lin Dan had sent a short video moments earlier, which he opened eagerly. The video depicted Ali crouching while drinking goat's milk, utterly engrossed, nearly submerging its head in the bowl. Suddenly, the camera shook as a hand reached in from the side, grasping Ali by the nape and lifting it out. The video concluded with a freeze frame of Ali's milk-stained face. Xinshu responded with a cute cat emoji, followed by a text, "Brother isn't out on a date." "Why are you back so early?" "Lin Dan, it's not a date, just a friend." Xinshu, "Oh, I thought you were going to have a girlfriend." After a brief pause, Lin Dan did not reply, prompting him to send another message. You must tell me when you have a girlfriend in the future, so I can move out and give you space. A few minutes later, Lin Dan responded, no need. Shu felt a surge of joy. Observing the indicator showing Lin Dan was typing, he assumed Lin Dan would express that he wouldn't be dating anyone. However, the next message read, there's enough room at home. Shu, since it was not yet mealtime, Eloise suggested that he accompany Shun for fishing, explaining that his father had not caught many fish that morning and was in a foul mood, and that he should go cheer him up. Shu hesitated, thinking, Mom, you would be more effective at comforting him. Eloise shot him a sideways glance and pointed to a young man conversing with Shun. That guest brought by your uncle is the eldest of the Liu family. He even held you as a child. You should go and introduce yourself. As the youngest among their generation, Shu often heard people mention how they had held him as a child, which had grown tiresome. Nevertheless, he was not one to be rude and complied with Eloise's suggestion, approaching the gathering. Shu, meet Qingyue. Shun introduced as he noticed Shu's arrival. Your brother Qingyue is quite remarkable. At a young age, he is already the captain of the criminal investigation team at the Municipal Bureau and has solved numerous major cases. You two should have crossed paths in the capital before. Liu Qingyue was 8 or 9 years older than Shu and had no particular memory of the young man in front of him. His last visit to the capital was a decade prior to celebrate Shun's grandfather's 60th birthday, a time when Shu was likely still under 10 years old. He extended his hand toward Shu, introducing himself, Liu Qingyue. Shu replied, shaking his hand. Shun had noticed the car Shu had driven over, and, to be honest, he was quite curious. He and his wife never meddled in Shu's private life and had not requested Gao Fei to report on him. Now, he asked a question similar to Eloise's. The astute elder, guessed from Shu's expression that the so-called friend was likely Lin Dan. After all, he had driven him here, indicating a close relationship. How about inviting him over for dinner sometime? Upon hearing this, Shu turned to look at Shun and noticed the ripples forming on the water's surface where he had cast his fishing line. He grabbed a few shelled pine nuts from the small table, tossed them into the water, startling the fish away just as they were about to bite. When Shun glanced over, he smiled nonchalantly. Sure, uncle. When will you treat us next? I'll definitely bring him along. You scared away all your uncle's fish. Shun playfully chided, giving him a light pat on the back. Although his tone seemed reproachful, the smile on his face revealed his reluctance to scold his son. Shu, feeling the heat of the sun, complained, Dad, I'm hungry. Let's eat. He was eager to finish the meal and return to spend time with Lin Dan. Elios was verifying the dishes with the staff and called over Liu Qingyue and Shu, inquiring if they had anything to add. Liu Qingyue, indifferent about the meal, chose not to order. However, Shu perused the menu and instructed the waiter. 2 baskets of crab roast soup dumplings, black truffle beef fried rice, smoked silver cod, and 2 vegetarian dishes. Have them packaged and delivered in an hour. The waiter acknowledged and departed. Elios inquired, Are these for friends? Shu nodded, sending a message to Lin Dan about the meal he would be bringing back. He had become well acquainted with Lin Dan's preferences over time. Lin Dan was not picky, but he had a penchant for spicy food, a love for meat, particularly beef, and a fondness for seafood. While they discussed their meal options, Shen and Shun were by the lakeside organizing fishing gear. Jiu, is there any progress on the Northern Myanmar case? The Municipal Special Investigation Team had been following up on the drug trafficking case in Northern Myanmar for over half a month, and Shen took this case very seriously. Even Shun had heard whispers about it. It's going relatively smoothly. Mingda has provided some leads. He even sent his only son to act as an informant. Mingda was indeed generous. If they could apprehend the individual surnamed Bai, I wouldn't hesitate to turn a blind eye to the Yi family. Shen poured the fish from the bucket into the lake, watching the bass swim away with a flick of its tail, his eyes glinting with uncontainable ambition. The #1 drug lord of the Golden Triangle loomed as a threat over Beigang and even across Huagua, if he could bring this case to resolution. His trip to Beigang would have been worth it. Chapter 44. Blocking the alcohol as night deepened, the vibrant neon lights coalesced into a flowing river. shedding the bustling chaos of the day. The evening in Beigang transformed into a mesmerizing city of indulgence. Exiting the subway station at Ben-Hai River, a magnificent building shimmered in gold and jade nearby. It was Jinhue, where Lin Dan had spent over a year. He did not approach directly, but paused at the roadside to light a cigarette, waiting until he finished before heading toward the grand edifice. Lin Dan did not come to Jinhue to see Shi's. Rather, he had received a message from Zhao Xiangqing inviting him out. Zhao Xiangqing had resolved the matter with Su Wei, and this gesture was no small favor. Though the venue was Jinhue, he did not decline the invitation. Upon entering, the receptionist, adorned with a headset, had just escorted several guests to the elevator. Hearing footsteps, she instinctively called out, "Hello, welcome. Do you have a reservation?" "Xiao Zhou." "It's me." Recognizing the familiar voice, the young man named Xiao Zhou instinctively looked up. "Lingu." Lin Dan responded affirmatively, although he was not older than Xiao Zhou. Due to his association with Yi Shi's, the staff either called him Gu or Manager Lin. "You finally returned." Upon seeing Lin Dan again, Xiao Zhou was somewhat excited, grabbing his arm and saying, "Bro, where have you been?" "I tried calling, but no one answered." Lin Dan had left Jinhue without warning, and even Hong Jie was unaware of the circumstances. None of the staff dared to boldly inquire of Yi Shi's. "My phone was lost. I have a new number now." Lin Dan's phone had gone missing during his time at the sanatorium, and after leaving the hospital, he did not bother to retrieve his old number, but instead opted for a new one. Xiao Zhou recorded Lin Dan's current number and inquired, "Brother, are you looking for General Yi? He hasn't been around lately." "Not looking for him, just visiting a friend." As he spoke, his phone chimed. It was a message from Zhao Xiangqing asking if he had arrived and whether she needed to come down to meet him. Lin Dan replied that it was unnecessary and requested her to send him the room number, then proceeded to the elevator. The beverages he retrieved from the ice cabinet still bore the chill of the cold, and within moments, droplets of condensation adorned the bottles as they were placed on the tray. After verifying the quantity, Men.One lifted the tray and made her way to the private room. She was responsible for a luxurious suite on the 10th floor that evening. Although the guests appeared youthful, their spending was extravagant, opting for six-figure beverage packages. Her commission alone for the evening would amount to over 1,000 yuan. Upon reaching the entrance of the suite, Men.One attempted to open the door with one hand, but the weight of the beverages made it difficult to maintain balance, causing the bottles to wobble slightly. These drinks were worth several months of her salary, and she feared that a momentary lapse could result in a disastrous spill. Just as she contemplated making 2 trips, she felt the tray lighten abruptly. Someone had taken it from her side. "Let me handle it," came the voice of Lin Dan, whom she had not seen for several days. He was significantly taller than Men.One and effortlessly steadied the tray with one hand, preventing any tremors in the bottles. Men.One felt an inexplicable tension upon seeing Lin Dan and wanted to utter something, yet found herself at a loss for words, ultimately calling out, "Manager Lin." At the sound of this title, Lin Dan chuckled. "I'm not a manager anymore. Just call me by my name." Noticing that she remained motionless, gazing at him in surprise, he gestured toward the imposing black door. "Inside are my friends. You may continue with your duties. I will deliver the drinks." It was then that Men.One regained her composure, hastily stepping back to create space for him. As she opened the room door, laughter and chatter spilled into the corridor. Inside, 3 women and 4 men adorned in stylish attire lounged on the sofa, exuding an air of wealth and privilege that suggested they were not of ordinary means. Lin Dan, with the tray of drinks, garnered no attention as he entered, mistaken for a staff member of the establishment. "Xiangqing, has your friend arrived yet? If not, let's start a game," one of the guests urged impatiently. "Soon, just a moment longer. He just messaged me that he is downstairs," Zhao Xiangqing replied, reaching for the juice on the table. It was then that she noticed Lin Dan bending to place the drinks, and she quickly approached him. "Look, he is here." Only then did the others turn their attention to him. As Lin Dan straightened up, a beam of light from the suite illuminated his face, casting a remarkable shadow that accentuated his already striking features, rendering him almost excessively handsome. Moments later, the group burst into laughter, turning their gaze toward a beautiful girl with short hair. "Cindy, come on, drink up." "Indeed, it would be rude not to." "Haha, hurry, pour the drinks." "Just a few," he mentioned. 3 glasses, right?" Lin Dan, bewildered by the sudden commotion, instinctively glanced at Zhao Xiangqing for clarification. Zhao Xiangqing elucidated. I suggested inviting a handsome gentleman, yet someone was skeptical and insisted on a wager. They proposed that if the gentleman arrived and was indeed handsome, she would drink. If not, I would. As she spoke, she glanced at the youth seated beside Cindy. Lin, your family operates an entertainment company, and you have encountered many handsome men. Pray tell, who should drink, I or Cindy? Before Lin could respond, Cindy willingly conceded, jesting, Zhao Xiangqing, I never thought your taste would finally align with reality. Choosing someone other than that pretty boy Lin Dan. Let us not bring him up, shall we? My friend is indeed handsome. Cindy, with her forthright nature, praised him in front of Lin Dan, exclaiming, handsome, simply divine. As she lifted her glass, ready to drink, Lin Dan, who had been silent thus far, suddenly interjected, how can we allow a lady to drink? Allow me to take her place. 3 glasses were trivial for him. It was prudent for girls to drink sparingly in such settings. Cindy did not refuse. Thank you then. I shall treat you to something to eat later. Hold on. If you're substituting, it won't be merely 3 glasses, interjected Lin, the youth who wore a pair of lotus black frame glasses. He appeared fair-skinned and delicate, with slightly curly hair, presenting an overall impression of a refined young man. However, his manner of speaking was imperious, clearly underestimating Lin Dan. Lin Dan raised an eyebrow at him. And how many do you propose? Lin adjusted his glasses and replied with a hint of hostility, at least 5. Moreover, we have been waiting for you for over half an hour. You must pour yourself 3 more as a penalty. Those of their social standing often regarded others with a degree of disdain, and at just over 20, they were brimming with vanity. A life of inherent material abundance afforded them a sense of superiority, allowing them to look down upon those they perceived as inferior, who resorted to cunning flattery for monetary gain. Lin had discerned Lin Dan's background upon his arrival. Dressed in a simple black t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, altogether not exceeding 500, Lin Dan appeared to be nothing more than a pauper with a pretty face. Had he not ingratiated himself with Zhao Xiangqing, he likely would never have set foot in such a place. Lin had harbored an interest in Cindy for some time. Tonight's gathering was orchestrated with her in mind. Yet now, Lin Dan attempted to shield the object of his affection from drinking, a display of misplaced bravado. If one relished alcohol, then they should indulge fully. Chapter 45. A game of chance. The Kagami Edo Kariko blue chrysanthemum wine glass radiated a stunning blue halo under the lights. Lin retrieved a bottle of champagne from the ice bucket, tilting it so that the pale green liquid cascaded over the glass's intricate chrysanthemum patterns. Drink up, Lin nudged the glass toward Lin Dan. Zhao Xiangqing frowned. Lin Dan is my friend. Is it necessary to put him in such an awkward position? Among those present, no one could rival Zhao Xiangqing's lineage and background. Noticing her defense of Lin Dan, Lin ceased to press the matter, shrugging lightly. He wishes to be a hero, does he not? I am merely providing him the opportunity. If he is unwilling, then so be it. As the atmosphere in the room grew tense, Lin Dan proactively seized a bottle of Hennessy XO from the table. I am not accustomed to sparkling wine. Will this suffice? Hennessy is indeed among the stronger spirits. Lin, indifferent to others, mused that if he were to indulge in the bottle, he would likely sleep until the following evening. Ah, how delightful! He secretly hoped Lin Dan would embarrass himself in a drunken stupor and turn to Zhao Xiangqing, saying, Xiangqing, did you hear that? I'm not forcing him. He insists on drinking. Zhao Xiangqing gently advised, Lin Dan, you need not do this. It's nothing. We're just having fun, and my tolerance is quite commendable. Lin Dan unscrewed the bottle and began to drink with abandon. His capacity for alcohol had always been impressive, and having grown accustomed to such potent spirits at Jinhua, he consumed it rapidly and fiercely. As the fiery liquid coursed down his throat, a trickle of the amber fluid escaped the corner of his mouth, gliding down his elegantly long neck before disappearing into his collar, leaving a damp trace that evoked an instinctive urge to lick. At some point, the private room fell into an unexpected silence. Regardless of gender, all eyes were fixated on Lin Dan. The bottle was soon emptied, the sound of the hollow vessel striking the marble table resonating clearly. Only then did the others come to their senses, and, aside from Lin, a round of applause erupted. "Is that sufficient?" Lin Dan, with a hint of inebriation in his eyes, turned to Lin, his voice slightly raspy from the alcohol. Lin felt an uncharacteristic warmth on his face under the gaze of the man, responding with a vague nod. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such audacity. He had underestimated him. "Are you all right?" Zhao Xiangqing, snapping back to reality, worried he might be too intoxicated, and attempted to offer support. Lin Dan shook his head, appearing unfazed as he settled onto the couch, fortuitously seated next to Lin. With everyone present, sitting in silence was not an option. Someone inquired, "Yin, what shall we play? Dice or poker?" "Dice, I suppose." Lin, a frequent visitor to bars and nightclubs, excelled at shaking dice and saw this as an opportunity to showcase his prowess before entices. "What stakes are we betting on?" "Playing dice without a wager is hardly entertaining," someone suggested. "How about drawing straws?" Lin glanced at Lin Dan, who was engrossed in texting on his phone, and added, "Drawing straws is fine, but let us add one more rule. The loser must call the winner dad." At their age, maintaining face was paramount. Enduring a little pain from drawing straws was one thing, but calling someone dad was a significant bet. Yet, his proposal met with no objections. For a game was meant to be thrilling. Entices then asked, "What if you boys lose to us girls?" "Surely, we can't have you calling us dad." "Then what do you suggest, Mom?" Laughter erupted in the room. After some contemplation, Entices quipped, "How about calling you son? And you must respond." "Agreed." Seeing that the others had finished speaking while Lin Dan remained preoccupied with his phone, Lin's irritation grew. "Lin Dan, we're here to have fun, and you keep staring at your phone. What gives?" "Just a moment. I'm replying to a message." Lin Dan had only been out for just over an hour when Ashu sent him several videos about Ollie, along with a dozen messages inquiring when he would return. "I'm playing with Ollie, but he seems unhappy. He must be missing you." "Brother, it's almost 9 o'clock. It's unsafe to be out so late." "Brother, when will you be back? I can come pick you up." "Brother, why aren't you replying to my messages?" A crying emoji followed these messages. Lin Dan replied, "I'm uncertain. If it's too late, you should go to bed early." Shun Shu suggested, "Should I go look for him? I've never been to a nightclub." "Absolutely not. It's too chaotic here." Lin Dan didn't want to keep anyone waiting too long. After sending her message, she turned her phone face down on the table and began to play. Lin shook the dice cup in his hand, proposing, "Shall we have a round first to set an example?" Lin Dan was indifferent and nodded in agreement. Lin's dice rolling was impressive, executed with remarkable speed. Only shadows of the cup could be seen as it spun in the air, and for over a minute, not a single die touched the ground. It was evident he had practiced, likely using this skill to impress girls often. A confident smile adorned his face as he rolled, adding a touch of mischief to his otherwise innocent appearance, making him quite popular among the ladies at the bar. Even Zhao Xiangqing, who usually disregarded him, cast a few extra glances. Lin Dan, however, was less flamboyant, shaking the cup a few times before stopping. Once Lin set the cup back on the table, they began to call out their results. Lin slightly tilted the cup to create a gap and exclaimed, 2 5s, 4 5s, 6 5s, open, surprised. He hadn't expected to reveal such a good outcome so swiftly. Lin Dan nodded in affirmation. As Lin lifted the cup, 5 5s lay within, an exceptional roll that made him feel quite pleased. "What about you? Surely you didn't roll a 0? Lin Dan revealed his roll. The 5 dice stacked together with only a solitary red one on top. The group leaned in to inspect, and he couldn't help but ask, "How'd you manage that?" "It's impressive. Not difficult. Just a bit of clever technique," Lin Dan replied. Zhao Xiangqing laughed joyfully. "Lin, you lost." Lin's expression darkened significantly, feeling disgraced not just by losing, but by having to announce Lin Dan as father in front of so many people. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have kept his mouth shut. Zhao Xiangqing, noticing his silence, added, "You're not trying to back out, are you?" "Of course not." Lin insisted, not wanting to appear weak. He extended his hand towards Lin Dan. "Go ahead and hit me." Though Lin Dan bore no grudges, he seized the opportunity for a mild reprisal. Aligning his index and middle fingers, he struck Lin's forearm with moderate force. "Ah, that stings." Lin yelped. You did that on purpose. The rules didn't specify I couldn't use force, did they? Lin Dan replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Lin suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth as he muttered, Father. Zhao Xiangqing teased, what was that? Say it louder, we didn't hear you. Zhao Xiangqing, don't push it, Lin retorted. Lin Dan, not want to make a fuss, assured him, it's fine, I heard you. Lin slammed the dice cup back onto the table, declaring, let us continue. I refuse to believe Lin Dan can keep winning. Chapter 46, Tattoo Smack. Father. Smack. Father, be gentle. Unbeknownst to him, after enduring countless slaps from Lin Dan and repeatedly calling him dad, Lin finally managed to triumph over his opponent once. His eyes locked onto Lin Dan, asserting, it is my turn to strike you now. Lin Dan, equally playful, lifted his arm, inviting go ahead. The arm before him was well-defined, with taut muscles that exuded strength without being overly exaggerated. Instinctively, Lin touched it. The skin was smooth and surprisingly resilient. Lin Dan, unperturbed by the touch, scoffed. What's wrong? Is your arm too damaged to strike back? Today, fortune was not on Lin's side. Not only did he endure Lin Dan's slaps, but also those from others. His arms bore alternating marks, a myriad of bruises and swelling. Among them, Lin Dan's strikes were the most painful. Despite his restraint, Lin could hardly bear the sting. Why is your flesh so resilient? How am I supposed to hit you? Lin Dan quipped, attempting to retract his hand. Who says I'm done? It's a rare occasion that I've managed to win against you, Lin insisted, quickly grasping Lin Dan's wrist and exerting all his strength to deliver a slap. The sound echoed loudly, yet Lin Dan neither cried out in pain nor even flinched. The area he struck only turned slightly red, and against his sun-kissed skin, it was barely noticeable unless one looked closely. How come you feel nothing at all? Lin fumed, his arms aching with every movement while Lin Dan appeared unfazed. Lin Dan cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, you should practice more. With your feeble strength, it's akin to a mere tickle. Even 100 slaps wouldn't faze me. Nearby, a young man chuckled. Yinzi, he's calling you weak. You are the weak one. I have abs. Lin retorted, for men despise being labeled as weak. He lifted his shirt to showcase his abdominal muscles. After some playful banter, Lin Dan teased. Be cautious with excessive protein powder. It might harm your kidneys. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know? It's just an observation. I only consume a little. Lin huffed, clearly unconvinced. And what about you? How many abs do you have? Surely, those are not merely from protein powder? I don't consume that stuff. I don't believe you. Let me see, Lin insisted, attempting to lift Lin Dan's shirt. In his 20s, Lin Dan enjoyed playful antics, yet since his release, he had mostly stayed at Jinhue, lacking friends. This was his first time engaging with peers of a similar age as Li Yan. Perhaps out of consideration for Zhao Xiangqing, aside from Li Yan's initial unwarranted antagonism, the others treated him relatively kindly. Seizing the rare opportunity to have fun, Lin Dan was in good spirits and did not stop Li Yan from lifting his shirt. After all, they were both men. A mere glance wouldn't cost him anything. Sitting casually, he exuded a relaxed demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips, his shoulders sinking into the soft backrest, and his arms stretching naturally to either side, embodying an effortless nonchalance. This posture inexplicably attracted attention. The other boys in the room, who had been engrossed in their games, began to gather around. As Lin lifted Lin Dan's short sleeve to his chest, Lin Dan's entire waist and abdomen were exposed to the cool air, in contrast to Lin's somewhat insipid abdominal muscles, which were honed through deceitful means. His physique is markedly more impressive. His six-pack abs, smooth and well-defined, are complemented by the alluring lines of a V-shape trailing down his sides. With such low body fat, even while seated, there is no trace of excess flesh around his waist, presenting a figure that is not only slender, but also imbued with a sense of strength. Your waist. Lin placed his palm horizontally above Lin Dan's waist, the length of his hand nearly matching the width of Lin Dan's waist. How is it so slim? Having grown up in a family that ran an entertainment company, Lin was accustomed to seeing many handsome men and beautiful women, with physiques and looks surpassing Lin Dan's in number. Yet, Inexplicably, whether during their recent gaming session or now, with only a glimpse of Lin Dan's waist visible, there was an undeniable allure about him that captivated the eye. Lin Dan suspected he was being mocked, lifting his eyelids slightly. "Shall we settle this with a fight?" Lin quickly shook his head. With Lin Dan's striking looks and their shared moments of camaraderie, he certainly didn't wish to engage in a scuffle. Soon, someone noticed the tattoo on Lin Dan's side and leaned in for a closer look. "You have a tattoo?" "Yes," Lin Dan replied lazily, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol that evening. Though not inebriated, the effects of the alcohol had rendered him somewhat fatigued. "Is that a Cobra King?" "Quite attractive." "Where's the tail?" "You wouldn't have it inked there, would you?" Lin cast a mischievous glance at Lin Dan's lower half. Due to Lin Dan's long legs and slim waist, the pants he was wearing were somewhat loose around the waist. At this moment, he had a belt cinched tightly, concealing the tattoo's lower half. Lin Dan playfully kicked him, not exerting much force. "You try getting that one." Under normal circumstances, such a kick would have riled Lin. But his curiosity about Lin Dan kept him calm. He chuckled. "Then let's take a look." The area was too private. Lin Dan had made a significant decision to get the tattoo when he had it done by Lu Feng, and it was out of the question to expose himself for them to see. "If you wish to see, look at your own. What I possess. You all do as well." Not one to indulge them easily, Lin Dan pushed away the several eager hands that had gathered. "All right, just a look will suffice. If you truly like it, get one for yourselves." However, it was not just Yin who was intrigued. The interest of the four was piqued, and after exchanging glances, two of them seized Lin Dan's arms while the other two held his legs. They were dorm mates, accustomed to playful antics, and the more Lin Dan resisted their curiosity, the more determined they became to unveil the mystery of the tattoo's location. "What's the matter? It's not like he girl. Just take a look." "Exactly, Yin. Loosen his belt. Hurry, the girls will be back soon." Zhao, Xiangqing, and a few other girls had gone to the restroom. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so brazen in their antics. Li Yin nodded, eagerly reaching for Lin Dan's belt. However, the moment his hand made contact, he was swiftly kicked away. He fell onto the cold floor, and before he could react, the other three were also toppled over by Lin Dan's kicks and pushes. "Can't understand what I'm saying?" Lin Dan, unperturbed, dealt with the four with ease, standing up to adjust his clothing before grabbing the phone from the table and heading outside. Li Yin scrambled to his feet, chasing after him. "Where are you going?" "We were merely jesting. There is no need for anger." "Not angry. Just stepping out for a smoke." Li Yin noticed his sour expression and ceased to smile, doubting, "Really?" Indeed, if he were truly incensed, several of Li Yan's companions would have already found themselves in the hospital. However, being restrained and having one's trousers forcibly removed is certainly not conducive to amusement. "I do not appreciate such jokes. Please refrain from them in the future." With that, Lin Dan opened the door and departed the private room. Chapter 47. A lighter, black, strapless dress barely concealed the voluptuous curves, while a hand carelessly caressed and kneaded gently, accompanied by soft moans. Wine uncontrollably dribbled from their pressed lips, the crimson liquid trailing down the porcelain skin, appearing particularly alluring under the soft glow of the lights. Ji-Yunting sat in a corner, his long, elegant fingers, accustomed to performing countless intricate surgeries, idly twirling a lighter. "Yunting, why aren't you joining the fun?" A stranger approached, noticing he was alone. "I have a surgery scheduled for early morning. I shall be leaving shortly." The individual took a seat beside him, retrieving a cigarette from the box on the table, only to realize he lacked a lighter. He smiled at Ji-Yunting. "May I borrow a light?" Ji-Yunting tossed the lighter to him. The pure gold lighter, adorned with an obsidian skull, clicked open with a crisp sound. The man raised an eyebrow. "Ah, this model is quite rare." "A gift from someone," Ji-Yunting replied, casually tossing the lighter back onto the table. "Where has Z been lately?" "I've called him several times, but he claims to be busy. Not even here at Jinhua." "I'm not sure. He probably has matters to attend to." Ji-Yunting had indeed heard whispers about some affairs, but he would not speak recklessly. The families they belonged to were involved in substantial businesses, each member astute. Sensing Ji-Yunting's reticence, the man chose to remain silent. After lingering for a while, Ji-Yunting bid farewell and made his exit. The private room they occupied was situated at the innermost part of the 10th floor, requiring a short trek to the elevator, passing by the restrooms along the way. Ji Yunting walked slowly forward, estimating the event was nearing its conclusion. No need. I haven't drunk much. I can take the subway home. You should rest. There's no need to wait for me. A voice, not loud, emanated from a stall adjacent to the restroom. Ji Yunting halted, initially suspecting he misheard, but then approached the stall to listen more closely. He soon heard a deep chuckle. What is there to ponder? We see each other every day. It appeared to be a storage room, filled with numerous cleaning supplies. Through the slightly ajar door, Ji Yunting spotted Lin Dan leaning against the wall. A cigarette perched between his fingers, a phone at his ear, speaking gently with a smile gracing his lips. After a mere glance, Ji Yunting unhesitatingly pushed the door open. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Dan looked up. What a coincidence! Ji Yunting adjusted his frameless glasses, a charming smile gracing his lips as he regarded him. Upon seeing Ji Yunting, Lin Dan's expression hardened, standing upright and glancing behind him. Ji Yunting seemed to have anticipated his thoughts. Are you looking for He eyes? He is not here. Just as Shu was about to hang up the phone, he immediately became alert upon hearing the voice on the other end. Who's my brother with? If they want to play, let them come find me. I'll hang up now. After Lin Dan finished speaking, he ended the call. Ji Yunting's gaze fell upon his right hand, which held a cigarette, noting that the wound had healed quite well. Seeing the confusion on the other's face, he elaborated. I stitched up your wound. Thanks, Lin Dan replied, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Ji Yunting was unusually intrigued by Lin Dan. Despite knowing that the latter held disdain for him, he still approached closely, shaking the cigarette in his hand, asking for a light. Lin Dan, with a half-smoked cigarette between his lips, was about to retrieve his lighter from his pocket when Ji Yunting lowered his head, bringing his cigarette closer. The two cigarette tips quickly touched, and Lin Dan did not flinch. He inhaled deeply, the glowing tip of his cigarette igniting Ji Yunting's. White smoke billowed from both their mouths, and due to their proximity, the two puffs entwined in the air before dissipating together. Ji Yunting, through a thin layer of lenses, gazed at the yellow filter resting on the other's lips, his eyes darkening slightly. Lin Dan disliked being stared at in such a manner, and Ji Yunting had encroached too close, clearly exceeding the bounds of social distance. With a wall behind him and no space to retreat, he said, "Move aside." Ji Yunting did not budge, but inquired, "Are you afraid of He eyes? Were those marks in the hospital left by him?" He paused deliberately for a moment before leaning closer to Lin Dan's ear, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Rape you?" The last three words were pronounced slowly, laced with mockery. Lin Dan flicked the cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his foot, his gaze turning sharp as he looked at Ji Yunting. "Don't push me to ruin you." Ji Yunting understood that he was serious and recognized his fierce fighting abilities. He prudently took a few steps back, chuckling lightly. "Don't be angry. I'm concerned for you. Offending He eyes can't make your life in Beijing easy, can it? What does that have to do with you? I can help you. Although I cannot assist you in exacting revenge on He eyes, I can at least ensure he does not dare to touch you." Ji Yunting's family background was on par with He eyes, and he had no intention of falling out with the latter over a man. Yet, Lin Dan intrigued him too much. The allure of something he could not have made him restless, rendering all other men and women dull by comparison. No need. Lin Dan was aware of Ji Yunting's good relationship with He eyes, and he neither expected nor required his assistance. Really not needed? I am sincere, Ji Yunting pressed on. Unwilling to give up, Lin Dan, growing impatient, said, "Move aside. I do not wish to repeat myself." Lin Dan. Ji Yunting suddenly called his name, feigning despondency as he sighed. "I haven't offended you, have I?" Lin Dan's expression turned to one of confusion upon hearing this. "We haven't met often. Yet why do I feel that you somewhat dislike me?" Lin Dan had never been adept at concealing his emotions. Ji Yunting had noticed the latter's aversion to him from their very first encounter in the hospital. "We're not familiar. There is no need for us to interact more." Considering what Ji Yunting might do in the future, Lin Dan found it difficult to muster any warmth towards him. "Actually, we have met before," Ji Yunting reminded him. "At Beijing Prison, in the psychology consultation room." Beijing Prison is the very institution where Lin Dan previously served his sentence. Yet he possesses no recollection of Ji Yunting. "I have never seen you before," he states. "Ji Zhao is my aunt. I once visited her to deliver some items and happened to see you, though you may not have noticed me at that time. His relationship with Ji Zhao is genuine. However, Ji Yunting has never set foot in Beigang prison. He had conducted thorough investigations on Lin Dan and was well aware of his history of mental illness. As fate would have it, his aunt had once been Lin Dan's psychologist, transforming a life sentence into a mere 4-year term. One could say that she has significantly aided Lin Dan, and he is incredulous that Lin Dan would not acknowledge this favor. Indeed, upon mentioning Ji Zhao, Lin Dan's expression noticeably softened. How is Aunt Ji doing now? He inquires. Last year, she and her partner obtained a marriage certificate in the Netherlands and are currently traveling around the globe, Ji Yunting replies. Lin Dan merely hums an acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. Though still somewhat aloof, he clearly exhibits less aversion towards Ji Yunting. Ji Yunting fixates on a swirl of hair atop Lin Dan's head and remarks, "In truth, we are quite akin to family." Family? Lin Dan queries, bewildered. Did my aunt not inform her partner that Aunt Sue is a woman? He is momentarily taken aback. After all, both are women. How could this be? Ji Yunting, with a serious demeanor, responds, "Love can flourish not only between different sexes, but also among the same. 2 women can love each other just as 2 men can." Lin Dan harbors no prejudice against such notions, but finds himself startled by the sudden revelation. Before he can utter a word, a knock resounds from outside. "Lin Dan, are you in there?" It is Hong Jie's voice, to which Lin Dan promptly replies, "You two carry on. I shall take my leave," Ji Yunting says, stepping towards the door. Suddenly, he turns back to Lin Dan. "Let us exchange contact information. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me." Out of respect for Ji Zhao, Lin Dan cannot refuse, and they exchange details. Ji Yunting adds, "Lin Dan, I suppose we are friends now, correct?" After contemplating, Lin Dan responds, "As long as you do not engage in criminal activities or coerce others, we shall be friends." Ji Yunting, despite having numerous partners, has always upheld the principle of mutual consent and has never resorted to coercion. "What do you imply by that?" He questions. "Do I strike you as some sort of outlaw?" Chapter 48. Hong waits for Ji Yunting to depart before entering. Inside, Lin Dan leans casually against the shelf behind him, one hand tucked into his pocket. Upon her entrance, he smiles and greets her, "Sister." Seeing his face, Hong Jie's irritation dissipates by half as she feigns anger. "Well, Lin Dan, you left without a word, and your phone was unreachable. Do you no longer consider me a friend?" "I encountered some issues. I lost my phone. It was not intentional," Lin Dan explains. Hong Jie recalls that he had left Jinyu alongside Yi Shi's, who appeared quite distressed, and asks, "Did you and He have a quarrel? If so, I could give him a call, and you might have a proper discussion." Having worked at Jinyu for over a decade, she has been responsible for the establishment's affairs and holds considerable sway in front of Yi Shi's. Lin Dan shrugs, not concealing the truth. "It wasn't a quarrel. I hit him. There's nothing more to discuss." "You, Lin Dan," Hong Jie chides, being a decade older than him. She has always viewed him as a child and knows his stubborn nature. But one cannot simply resort to violence. She raised her hand and tapped the other person's forehead, admonishing, "When will you learn to yield? What status does He hold? And how dare you confront him? Have you lost your mind?" "Sister, he drugged me and still expects." Lin Dan, a grown man, found it difficult to utter the words, lowering his gaze to the patterns on the tiled floor. His voice tinged with anger. "My retaliation was quite restrained. He even wants me to beg him. What a delusion." Recalling the events of that day, Lin Dan felt a surge of frustration. Having been exposed to society's darker side, he had encountered numerous unsavory tactics, yet he maintained a basic level of caution. He never touched drinks that had been tampered with or left unattended, fearing the deceit of others. It was only because he trusted Yi Shi's that he drank from that bottle, only to discover that the other party had drugged him and had ulterior motives. This truly crossed his boundaries. Although Lin Dan did not finish his sentence, Hong Jie quickly grasped the situation. Yi Shi's had intentions towards Lin Dan and even planned to force himself upon him. This revelation was so shocking that she found herself momentarily speechless. "Sister, don't concern yourself with this matter. If he wishes to harm me, let him come. I fear him not." Hong-Jie, merely a worker, could not truly assist. But her heart ached at the thought of Lin Dan being troubled by Yishi eyes. She inquired, "Where are you currently employed?" Lin Dan replied honestly, "I'm not working at the moment. I was at a friend's place, but Yishii sent someone to create trouble, so I left." After a moment of contemplation, Hong-Jie said, "Give me your current contact information. I have a friend at Mint. I'll ask if he can help you get in." Mint was an exclusive private club in Beijing, focused on sports and leisure, offering facilities for swimming, fitness, tennis, and golf. Such upscale venues attracted individuals of status and wealth. Thus, the standards for service personnel were exceptionally high. Lin Dan, possessing a degree of self-awareness, responded, "Sister, given my circumstances, they likely wouldn't want me. Don't worry. My friend is the HR manager." Hong-Jie advised him. "That place is frequented by the affluent and powerful of Beijing. If you manage to cultivate good relationships there, mister, you will have to think twice before making a move against you." "I lack such capabilities," Lin Dan remarked with a slight smirk. His personality did not lend itself to being particularly adaptable or ingratiating, and he believed there was no such thing as a free lunch. People rarely offered assistance without a motive. Hong-Jie teased, "Perhaps not. You're quite handsome, young, and physically fit. Many wealthy women are attracted to your type." Lin Dan felt his face flush at her words, finally managing to retort, "I do not intend to sell my body." Hong-Jie laughed, "I know. Just wait for my news. Mr. Yi seems quite busy lately, and likely won't have time to trouble you." As she spoke, she moved to open the door, adding, "Do not even think about opposing Mr. Yi. You are still young, and your future is long. Do not sacrifice yourself, understand?" Lin Dan never regarded himself as someone with a promising future, yet he nodded in agreement. As long as Yishii's did not seek him out, he had no intention of provoking him. "One last question. Do you want it?" "I only have one left." Lian flicked the last remaining card between his fingers with a smug expression. When he saw the others shake their heads, he tossed the card onto the table, revealing a hard ace. "I win. You all drink up." Lin Dan's glass was already empty, and, just as he reached for the bottle, Lian approached with it lifted high. "Allow me to pour for you," he insisted, justifying his action with the excuse that he feared Lin Dan might cheat and pour less. Lin Dan let him fill his glass to the brim and downed it in one go. After finishing, he leaned back against the sofa, hand pressed to his forehead, tilting his head back. He had consumed quite a bit tonight. While the others sipped on low-alcohol fruit wine, he had indulged in high-proof whiskey, and despite his good tolerance, he felt a pleasant buzz settling in. Lian, riding the wave of his triumph, nudged him. "Lin Dan, don't lie down. Let's keep playing." Lin Dan covered his eyes with his hand. "You all play. I need a moment to rest." "Come on," Lian urged, pulling at his arm. Lin Dan, growing increasingly irritable, opened his eyes to glare at him. "Don't touch me." It seemed Lin Dan was genuinely a bit drunk. His once clear gaze now bore a hint of inebriation, as if veiled by a mist. This fleeting look made Li Yan's heart race inexplicably. "Then take a break," he replied, deciding to wait until Lin Dan regained his composure to continue the game. Zhao Xiangqing noticed Lin Dan's intoxicated state and suggested, "Li Yan, it's getting late. Let's call a night." Glancing at the clock, Li Yan realized it was nearly 1 o'clock and couldn't help but pout. "Why is it so late already? He had a few girls. Why don't you head back? We can play a little longer." The other 3 boys were also feeling tired and chimed in, "Come on. Yinzi, let us call a night. We can play another time." "Exactly. It's summer break. No classes to worry about." Li Yan protested. "What do you mean it's too late? It's barely past midnight. The nightlife for us young people is just beginning." Zhao Xiangqing, disinterested in further debate, remarked, "All right then. Lin Dan, we're leaving. Let him play by himself." Lin Dan truly wanted to leave. Had it not been for Zhao Xiangqing's presence, he would have departed much earlier. Moreover, since hanging up with the Shu not long ago, he had sent several messages, and the absence of a reply weighed on his mind. He needed to return and check on things. "No, Lin Dan must stay," Lian insisted, grabbing hold of him. "Let us play a little longer. I'll order more drinks." "No more drinking. I'll be too drunk," Lin Dan replied firmly. "Then we won't drink. What do you want to play? Or should we change venues?" "Not going," Lin Dan bluntly refused. Zhao Xiangqing observed Li Yan's eager demeanor, her expression reflecting a mix of sentiments. They all understood the underlying reason for their gathering. It was clear that Li Yin had orchestrated this meeting in pursuit of Xin. Although Xin had no interest in Li Yin, their families had business ties, and after several invitations, she felt obliged to accept, bringing Zhao Xianqing and the others along. Initially anticipating an evening of annoyance, she found herself relieved, as Li Yin spent the entire time fixated on Lin Dan, leaving her largely unbothered. Chapter 49. Taking you home despite Li Yan's reluctance. He could not prevent Lin Dan from insisting on leaving. "How did you get here? I could drive you back," he said, producing his car keys from his pocket. The emblem revealed it to be a Ferrari. "You've been drinking. You can't drive," Lin Dan cautioned. "Not a problem. I'll call a designated driver," he replied. Lin Dan chuckled. "But there are only 2 seats. If you call a driver, where will I sit? On the roof?" The effects of the alcohol were beginning to take hold of Li Yin, and it took him a moment to process her words. "Then I'll just have the driver come here." Lin Dan, eager to return, promptly refused. "No need. I'll take a taxi. Let us add each other on WeChat. So we can hang out next time," he suggested. Lin Dan nodded and took out her phone to add him as a friend. As several young men gradually departed the room, Zhao Xianqing soon stood up, saying, "Let us go. The driver will be here shortly. I'll escort you downstairs." Li Yin offered. Late into the night, an abundance of inebriated patrons had caused quite a ruckus, and Lin Dan was concerned for the safety of the 3 girls leaving alone. Li Yin chose not to accompany them downstairs, feeling slightly dizzy and deciding to rest a moment before heading upstairs to book a room for the night. The elevator quickly arrived at their floor, and as the doors opened, 2 middle-aged men in their 40s stood inside. Upon seeing the young and beautiful Zhao Xianqing and her friends, they could not resist stealing a few glances. Lin Dan held his hand up to block the elevator door, allowing the girls to enter first, and he stepped in last, positioning himself in front of the 3 girls to shield them from the men's gaze. The men, perhaps intimidated by his imposing stature, quickly diverted their attention. "Lin Dan is quite the gentleman," Xin whispered from behind. Another girl chimed in, "Indeed, he's handsome, just like Xiaoqing's brother." Zhao Xianqing rolled her eyes at this remark, asserting, "He and Lin Dan are not comparable. Please do not insult Lin Dan." It seemed that in the eyes of an older sister, her brother could never measure up. "Are you interested?" he asked, single at the moment. "I could introduce you," one of the girls suggested. The girl quickly shook her head. "I wouldn't dare. He asked someone our campus flower Couldn't win over. I certainly lack the ability." Zhao Xianqing's brother, Zhao Xiangin, had previously dated the campus beauty, Guanming. They appeared to be the perfect couple, admired by all, but their relationship ended in less than a month amidst a dramatic breakup. Rumor had it that their parting was particularly ugly, culminating in a physical altercation. Fortunately, Guanming had trained in Muay Thai, enabling her to hold her ground against Zhao Xiangin, resulting in a stalemate that left both bruised and vowing never to cross paths again. Though both parties remained tight-lipped about the reasons for their separation, it was universally acknowledged that a man striking a woman is indefensible. To this day, Zhao Xiangin's disparaging remarks on the campus forum had garnered widespread condemnation. As the 3 conversed, the elevator swiftly descended to the ground floor. Noticing that the driver had yet to arrive, and finding the wait tedious, Zhao Xianqing pulled Lin Dan aside. "I was so caught up in the fun that I forgot to mention something to you," she said, opening her phone and showing him a chat record. "I added Su Wei on WeChat, but I didn't mention you. I just said we're from the student council." She wished to earn some money during the summer vacation. Yet finding a summer job proved to be quite challenging. Thus, I arranged for her to work as a tutor at a training institution run by an acquaintance. Additionally, I informed her that exceptional students would be exempt from tuition fees. Their conversations were frequent, with the latest exchange being Su Wei inquiring about the materials required for her visa application, to which Zhao Xianqing provided a detailed response. "Thank you. Without you, Xiao Wei would not have been admitted so smoothly." Under the glow of the streetlights, Lin Dan's features softened, and he gazed earnestly at Zhao Xianqing, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Zhao Xianqing, with her warm and cheerful disposition, had always enjoyed helping others, yet she had never been so committed to a single endeavor, meticulously overseeing every detail. She herself was uncertain of her motivations, especially considering the improbability of any romantic connection with Lin Dan. However, the sincerity in his gaze brought her immense psychological satisfaction. making her feel that her efforts were indeed worthwhile. My friend even sent me Su Wei's employment photo. Just a moment, let me find it, Zhao Xiangqing said, rifling through her phone. After a brief search, she raised the screen for him to see. What do you think? Lin Dan leaned in closer to take a look. In the photograph, Su Wei donned a white blouse and a black skirt, her long hair elegantly pinned up, exuding a youthful and graceful charm. Her smile slightly shy as she gazed at the camera. Previously, Lin Dan had only caught glimpses of her from a distance, and seeing such a clear image left him momentarily reluctant to look away. Noticing his interest, Zhao Xiangqing offered, "Shall I send it to you?" "Yes," he replied. Not far from the entrance of Jinwei, a white Accord was parked in the shadows, away from the reach of the streetlights. A Shu sat in the driver's seat, observing the two figures who were almost touching, his gaze cold and sinister, akin to a bottomless turquoise pool. Just as he prepared to exit the vehicle, a Bentley Continental with consecutive license plates approached. The car halted at the entrance of Jinwei, and a frantic male voice echoed from the back seat. "Zhao Xiangqing, what are you doing?" Embracing a man in the street. Zhao Xiangqing glanced at the Bentley, retorting, "Who is embracing whom? Mind your own business." She then explained to Lin Dan, "That's my brother, a real nutcase. I need to go now. I'll contact you later." "All right, make sure to rest early," Lin Dan replied, watching as the three of them got into the car. Turning around, he was surprised to find a Shu standing behind him, having arrived unnoticed. "Brother." The Shu tilted his head with a smile. "I came to take you home." "A Shu, what brings you here?" Lin Dan asked, somewhat astonished, as he had not mentioned his whereabouts to a Shu. "I was worried about you, so I came," a Shu said, wrapping his arms around Lin Dan's waist possessively, his voice soft yet laced with reproach. "How could you embrace other women? It truly makes me sad." Lin Dan, hearing this, chuckled lightly. "What? Are you afraid I might start dating and make you move out?" A Shu's teeth clenched. "So are you planning to date?" Should Lin Dan dare to confirm, a Shu would immediately take him away and confine him. "No," Lin Dan replied. "Oh." A Shu's expression fell slightly at this answer. Lin Dan gently removed a Shu's arms from around his waist. "Wait for me in the car for a moment. I need to go upstairs." "What do you need to go up for?" "There is still one person remaining. I'll take a quick glance, and then we shall return." When he emerged, Lian was still in the private room. Though a grown man is unlikely to encounter serious trouble, Lin Dan still intended to ascertain the situation. "I went along with my brother." "All right, put on your mask." Chapter 50. You smelled delightful. The soundproofing in the upscale club as private rooms was exceptionally effective. Yet through the slightly ajar door, sound still seeped out. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" What is this?" "It feels wonderful." Lian's voice was somewhat dazed. A man with ulterior motives remarked, "It's an e-cigarette. Care for another puff?" As Lin Dan approached the doorway, he heard the commotion inside, and his expression changed dramatically. He forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, Lian slouched on the sofa, his shirt disheveled, eyes glazed over, and his glasses nowhere in sight. Beside him sat a stranger, holding an e-cigarette, taking a puff before extending it towards Lian's lips. Lian, with half-closed eyes, opened his mouth to take a draw. Seeing the scene, Lin Dan instantly realized the danger posed by the e-cigarette in the man's hand. This was not an ordinary e-cigarette. It contained etomidate, which is highly addictive. Desperate addicts often lure wealthy second-generation individuals into consuming such substances in nightclubs, KTVs, and bars, with the aim of extracting money from them to sustain their own vices. Lin Dan, though not well-versed in this area, understood that whatever was being exhaled could be harmful. Regardless, Ashu had a congenital heart condition and should never come into contact with such substances. Before Ashu could fully grasp the situation, Lin Dan pushed him out, saying, "Brother, wait for me outside." He then firmly closed the door. Due to prolonged use of etomidate, the man was somewhat sluggish, only realizing someone had entered when he heard voices. Lin Dan rushed over, snatching the e-cigarette from his hand, grabbing him by the nape, and forcefully pinning him to the ground. "You're truly asking for death." Bang! The man's head struck the hard floor with a resounding thud. Those who entice others into drug use are as despicable as drug dealers. Having ruined their own lives, they seek to drag others down with them. Lin Dan, showing no mercy, delivered a thorough beating before tearing a data cable from the drawer and binding the man's hand behind his back. He then took out his phone to call Hong Jia. While making the call, Lian opened his eyes and looked over. With slight myopia, he squinted to barely recognize the person. Lin Dan, why are you back? He shook his slightly dizzy head and staggered to his feet, attempting to grasp Lin Dan's hand. I feel so dizzy. Stay with me for a while. As he spoke, he began to lean backward, prompting Lin Dan to quickly grasp his hand and pull him upright. Li Yin felt as though he were floating in the clouds, his body and spirit slipping out of control. He could only barely remain standing with Lin Dan's support. Lin Dan steadied him with one hand on his shoulder, gently patting his face. When he received no response, he cursed under his breath, wondering how much this fool had consumed. After answering the phone, Hong-Jie swiftly arrived with a group of people. As the door to the private room swung open, Ashu, standing outside, spotted Lin Dan intimately embracing a man within. His expression darkened instantly as he strode over and roughly yanked Li Yin away from Lin Dan. The commotion was not insignificant, drawing Hong-Jie's attention instinctively. Upon sensing the gaze upon her, the young man turned to look at her. His eyes, adorned with alluring peach blossoms, seemed capable of ensnaring anyone in their depths. However, a closer inspection revealed a chilling detachment, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Hong-Jie found it difficult to articulate this sensation. The young man's demeanor was not one of disdain or contempt, but an utter indifference, as if he viewed everyone else as beings of a lower dimension. Of course, there was one exception, Ashu. Lin Dan called out. Hong-Jie watched as the young man's once unfeeling green eyes suddenly sparkled with warmth, a smile blooming at the corners of his eyes as he glanced at Lin Dan. Take him to sit over there for a while, Lin Dan instructed, pointing to the nearby sofa. All right, brother. Ashu obediently guided Li Yin over. Sister, it seems to be Itamade. Take a look. Lin Dan handed the electronic cigarette to Hong-Jie. Hong-Jie quickly regained her focus. I'll call the police right now. She instructed the security to escort the bound man out, then turned to Lin Dan. It's rather late. How about I book 2 rooms for you to rest here tonight and return tomorrow? No need, sister. Do you know him? Can you contact his friends or family? Lin Dan replied, having just met Li Yin and only knowing his name. It was imperative not to leave him stranded here. So someone had to be contacted for his pickup. With countless patrons visiting every day, Hong-Jie felt a vague familiarity with the young man, but could not place him, and simply shook her head. Once Hong-Jie departed, Lin Dan sat beside Li Yin, picked up the phone on the table, and held it before him. Li Yin, what is the phone password? Hearing the familiar voice, Li Yin groggily opened his eyes, sniffed a couple of times, and leaned in to bury his face in Lin Dan's neck. Lin Dan initially thought he had fainted and was about to assist him up, but he instead inhaled deeply and murmured, Lin Dan, you smell so good. This remark repulsed Lin Dan to no end. She grabbed his hair and forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, what nonsense! Get away from me! His body collided with the sofa. For Li Yin, it was neither painful nor bothersome, and before long, he attempted to crawl back to Lin Dan's side. Observing him cling to Lin Dan like a dog, Ashu seized the ice bucket from the table and splashed the melted ice water onto his face. As Lin Dan turned to look, Ashu innocently blinked. Brother, see? Isn't.He awake now? The cold water indeed momentarily revived Li Yin's senses. When Lin Dan inquired again, he provided a string of numbers. Someone's coming to pick you up, Lin Dan said, handing him the unlocked phone. Li Yin promptly dialed his brother, then wiped his face with his hand. Noticing an unusually rapid heartbeat, he asked Lin Dan, what is wrong with me? Don't you remember? Li Yin pondered for a moment and said, I only remember that a person came in and offered me a cigarette. I refused, but he forcibly shoved it into my mouth. I had drunk too much at the time and somehow inhaled a puff. After that, I don't recall much. In the future, I should be cautious about accepting things from strangers. You almost fell into someone else's trap just now. If you truly get involved with such substances, your life would be ruined. Although Lin Dan's expression was somewhat stern as he spoke, Li Yin understood that he was expressing concern for him. With a contented nod, he replied, thanks to you today, Lin Dan. Let us go, brother. Ashu, disapproving of Li Yan's behavior, placed a hand on Lin Dan's shoulder, subtly creating distance between the two. However, Li Yin was like an unyielding piece of gum, continuing to lean closer to Lin Dan. Let us wait a bit longer. My brother hasn't arrived yet. What if someone else tries to harm me? Since it was already quite late, Lin Dan did not mind waiting a little longer. We can leave once your brother arrives. Li Yin was satisfied, while Shu's expression darkened. Chapter 51. Comforting someone under the dim glow of the streetlights. Three shadows were closely intertwined. Lin Dan supported the inebriated Li Yin with one hand, while Shu hooked his arm around Li Yin, leaning a significant portion of his weight against him. Fortunately, Lin Dan possessed strong core strength and stood firmly despite the burden of two adult men. As car headlights swept across, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class business vehicle approached and came to a halt. Lin Dan initially paid it no mind until Li Yin called out brother, prompting him to look at the newcomer. Li Zhuang recognized him first and expressed surprise. Lin Dan? Lin Dan gave a slight nod. Li Xiao. Li Zhuang had not anticipated encountering Lin Dan again. Recently, He provided many details over the phone, merely stating that he had drunk too much at Jinyu and asked him to come pick him up. Being his younger brother, Li Zhuang promptly contacted a driver to take him to Jinyu. Brother, do you know Lin Dan? Li Zhuang looked at Lin Dan, responding ambiguously with a hum. He was inherently homosexual and had no interest in women. That night at Zhenan Mountain, he had genuinely taken a liking to Lin Dan. Had it not been for Yi Shiai's influence, he might have acted on his desires. He had kept Lin Dan in mind, but upon returning to Jinyu, he learned that Lin Dan had already left. In such a vast Beigang, finding someone was not an easy endeavor, so Li Zhuang had abandoned that thought. However, seeing Lin Dan appear before him again, seemingly quite familiar with Li Yin, rekindled his interest. Lin Dan, oblivious to Li Zhuang's ulterior motives, said Li Xiao. Li Yin inadvertently inhaled etomidate. You should take him for a checkup. Fearing his older brother's reprimand, Li Yin explained, brother, that person saw I was drunk and directly shoved it into my mouth. I had no idea what it was and just inhaled a bit. Upon hearing this, Li Zhuang cursed and asked, where is he? How dare he touch my brother? He must be tired of living. Lin Dan replied, the police have already taken him away. Lin Dan helped me deal with him. Brother, you have no idea how formidable Lin Dan is in a fight, Li Yin boasted, his tone betraying an unmistakable pride, as if he had been the one to confront the adversary himself. Li Zhuo was indeed aware of Lin Dan's prowess in combat. Karis was merely kissed once before being rendered unconscious. He also understood that Lin Dan was heterosexual and favored women. Yet what did that matter? Engaging with a straight man could not compare to the thrill of being with another man. Li Zhuo was filled with anticipation at the thought of Lin Dan beneath him in bed, and as this notion coursed through his veins, he said to Li Yin, thank you for today. I shall treat you to a meal another time. No need. We shall take our leave now, Li Zhuo replied, glancing at the departing figures of the two before pulling Li Yin into the car. Throughout the journey, his attention was solely on Lin Dan and Li Yin, failing to notice the tall young man beside him, who was none other than Xin Shu, who had briefly appeared at the Zhenan Mountain Villa that night. Lin Dan, having consumed some alcohol, was driven home by Shu. He was already feeling slightly drowsy, leaning against the seat and inhaling the faint scent of the car's fragrance, soon succumbing to a state of semi-slumber. Do you know that young man, Li? Shu suddenly inquired, breaking the silence of the tranquil cabin. Hearing his voice, Lin Dan opened his eyes, taking a moment to respond. I know him, though not very well. I previously worked at Jinyu, and he visited a few times. Why do you ask? Looking rather carefree. He doesn't seem like a good person. It would be best for you to keep your distance from him. Indeed, Lin Dan nodded. Anyone who associates with Yi Shiai's cannot be a person of good character. And that Li Yin as well. You should avoid him too. Shu was genuinely struggling to contain his frustration. Lin Dan had merely stepped out for a moment, yet attracted so many undesirable individuals. He loathed the way those eyes fell upon Lin Dan and detested their lack of decorum as they draped their arms over him. Lin Dan held a favorable impression of Li Yin, assuming Shu's objections stemmed from seeing him partake in substances, and thus explained, he is actually quite decent. He didn't intend to indulge today, and he is friends with Miss Zhao. I cannot disregard that connection. Shu's tone turned frigid. Why should you give Zhao Xiangqing any consideration? Both he and Zhao Xiangqing had grown up in the capital. The Zhao and Shun families were longtime acquaintances. Before departing for England, he had encountered the Zhao siblings on numerous occasions. He was all too familiar with Zhao Xiangqing's character. A girl who could charm her male classmates into doing her bidding since childhood, and by adulthood, had had more than a few romantic entanglements. With Lin Dan's limited experience, mingling with someone like her could only lead to heartache and deception. Miss Zhao previously assisted me with a matter. Lin Dan sensed the shoe's discontent and grasped his hand resting on his thigh, soothingly coaxing, "Please do not be upset. It is not good for your health." Today was my fault. A shoe was his closest friend, and Lin Dan wished to avoid any quarrel or seeing him in distress. His voice was low and gentle, deliberately softened, akin to soothing an irate partner. A shoe, feeling Lin Dan's hand in his, found some of his anger dissipating. Though he refrained from turning to look at Lin Dan and instead asked, "What did you go wrong?" Lin Dan's contrite demeanor was both proactive and sincere. "I should not have hung up on you, nor should I have returned so late and made you stay up waiting for me." A shoe maintained a remarkably regular routine, retiring to bed at 11 o'clock each night and awakening around 10 in the morning. However, this evening, in anticipation of his own arrival, he remained awake far later than usual, leaving Lin Dan with a twinge of guilt. A shoe merely hummed in response, not engaging further, yet in the next moment, he playfully scratched the palm of Lin Dan's hand. Lin Dan smiled softly, tightening his grip on a shoe's hand. In the remote northern regions of Myanmar, as the vehicle traversed the winding roads, the lush canopy of trees revealed an array of waterborne villages constructed upon the river's surface. The sultry subtropical climate proved somewhat challenging for Shi's, who had spent years in the cooler Northport. Since his arrival in northern Myanmar a week ago, he had been ensconced in a five-star hotel arranged by Boss Bai, who only sent for him today. Shi's understood that this was a deliberate slight due to the previous refusals of the Yi family to collaborate. Yet, what did it matter? It was Boss Bai who was eager to engage in partnership, not the Yi family who sought him out. As they entered the realm of the water villages, guards were stationed every few steps, and firearms, strictly prohibited in Hua country, were commonplace here. Through the car window, he even spotted several children, no older than 10, brandishing rifles, their expressions menacing as they scrutinized the passing vehicle. The car halted before one of the waterborne structures, where individuals awaited at the entrance. With the car door opened, Shi's was finally introduced to Boss Bai, the man who controlled half of the narcotics trade in the Golden Triangle. Boss Bai, a striking blend of Chinese and Burmese heritage, appeared quite youthful, likely in his 30s. With the prominent features typical of Southeast Asians, high nose and full lips, yet his eyes and facial contours bore the gentle softness characteristic of Hua nationals. His complexion was fair, his hair meticulously styled, and he sported narrow gold-rimmed glasses, presenting more as a refined educator than a notorious drug lord. Boss Bai spoke impeccable Mandarin and, upon seeing Shi's alight from the vehicle, extended his hand in greeting, saying, "Young Master Yi, I have long admired your name." He welcomed him inside. Inquiring about his stay with Mr. A. Cha, Shi's remarked, "Mr. A. Cha is an excellent guide, though after 7 or 8 consecutive days of Burmese cuisine, one begins to tire of it. I have only just returned to northern Myanmar, and upon my arrival, I arranged this welcoming feast for you, with a chef from Hua country to ensure your satisfaction," Boss Bai replied. Chapter 52. Temptation. Shi's had volunteered to serve as an informant in northern Myanmar, as the sole heir of his family. Despite his father's stern demeanor, tiger mothers do not eat their young. He understood that the Yi family needed to offer something substantial to secure a partnership with Shenjiu. Young and ambitious, he was willing to embrace this risk. The meal extended over 2 hours, requiring considerable effort to navigate the cunning nature of Boss Bai. After returning to his room to wash, he emerged to find a young, beautiful woman waiting on his bed. Although lacking interest, he decided to comply, hoping to ease her wariness. By the time their encounter concluded, it was deep into the night. He had no habit of allowing overnight guests and dismissed her to the outer room. Just as he lit a cigarette, his phone vibrated. He had ostensibly come to northern Myanmar to negotiate with Boss Bai, and the latter had never restricted his personal freedom or communication, except for the 2 bodyguards who were disarmed upon entering the water village. Yet, should any trouble arise, those firearms would serve only to ensure self-preservation. The message was sent by Li Jua, and the recipient responded with a photograph. The image captured the entrance of Jinhua, with Lin Dan, who had not been seen for many days, positioned centrally as he raised his hand to open the car door. The photo, slightly distorted due to the glass window and the night setting, was nonetheless instantly recognizable to Yishi eyes. Was Lin Dan seeking him at Jinhua? Before Yishi eyes could ponder further, another message arrived. Shi eyes, your previous partner wouldn't mind, would they? Suddenly, a woman lounging on the outer bed rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Upon entering, she noticed the colorful porcelain elephant that had been on the bedside table was now shattered on the floor. The man seated on the bed remained composed, offering her a smile, and as he stepped down, he inadvertently knocked against it, suggesting she call someone to clean it up. The woman complied and exited to summon assistance. The bedroom window was partially ajar, the sheer curtains gently swaying in the breeze, allowing a beam of sunlight to illuminate the eyes of the person on the bed. Lin Dan awoke, rubbing his temples, which throbbed from excessive drinking, and rose to retrieve a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table. Ever since a Shu had moved in and he learned of the latter's congenital heart condition, he had significantly reduced his smoking. In the period immediately following his release from prison, he had been plagued with nightmares, awakening in the dead of night, relying on nicotine to alleviate the overwhelming palpitations. During that time, he would smoke 1 or 2 packs daily, but as the days passed, the frequency diminished. Perhaps it was the presence of a Shu that kept memories of the past at bay. He found it less arduous to abstain from smoking. The pack he had purchased last week still contained 7 or 8 cigarettes. Just as he extracted one to light, he heard the sounds of a door opening and closing. Had a Shu awakened? Lin Dan returned the cigarette to its place, donned a pair of sleep pants, and stepped outside. Upon entering the dining area, he spotted a large bag on the table containing 7 or 8 transparent containers filled with freshly washed and cut seasonal fruits, ready to eat. Standing outside the kitchen, Lin Dan gazed through the sliding glass door. A Shu was clad in a matching light blue silk loungewear set, turned sideways towards the kitchen entrance, his eyes downcast, intently watching the soup on the stove, occasionally stirring it with a spoon. The midday sun bathed him, making his already fair skin glow with a warm brightness, akin to the first snow of winter, serene yet imbued with a touch of chill. As his hair fell loosely behind his ear from the act of bending down, a Shu, finding it bothersome, bit down on the black hair tie around his wrist and raised his hand to gather his hair at the back of his head. He soon noticed Lin Dan standing at the doorway, releasing his hair and holding the hair tie between his lips as he turned to look at him. A Shu possessed a beauty that transcended conventional gender boundaries. Such allure would typically attract many suitors, yet he was inherently cold-hearted, spoiled unconditionally by his elders, and born into privilege that placed him atop the social hierarchy, free from concern for anyone or anything. Lin Dan was the first person to pique his interest, prompting him to invest additional time and energy. With the allure of his appearance coupled with an intentional seduction, the subtle charms he exuded were irresistible to Lin Dan. This was not merely a hair tie. He was utterly captivated, his gaze revealing an undeniable obsession. After a few moments, a Shu finally removed the hair tie from his hand. "Brother, are you awake?" Lin Dan seemed to realize his own lapse in composure and retreated a couple of steps to lean against the dining table. "I'm going to take a shower. Wait." A Shu called out to him, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Brother, could you help me tie my hair?" Lin Dan, who had never been one to refuse a Shu, pushed open the kitchen door and stepped inside, accepting the hair tie that was offered. It was slightly damp to the touch, and recalling that a Shu had bitten it not long ago, Lin Dan felt his cheeks warm. A Shu's hair was well cared for, the strands soft and smooth like exquisite silk, glimmering with an inky sheen. Lin Dan, typically capable of effortlessly twisting bones, was now hesitant to apply too much pressure, fearing he might hurt him. With one hand grasping the ends of the hair and the other gently combing through from the crown, it took about 5 or 6 minutes to secure it. A Shu did not rush him. Once it was done, he leaned back, and Lin Dan instinctively caught him, allowing him to rest against his frame. A Shu glanced back, his eyes landing on Lin Dan's sharply defined jawline, and he reached out to touch it. Lin Dan did not shy away from this intimate gesture. Instead, he leaned in, inviting a Shu to explore, his gaze softening with an unrecognized tenderness. They lingered in this closeness until the sound of a cat meowing interrupted them. As Ali squeezed through the slightly ajar glass door, a shoe stood up. "Brother, go take a shower. Dinner will be ready shortly." "All right." As the person in his arms departed, Lin Dan felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Once in the bathroom, after washing up, he realized he had forgotten to bring a change of underwear, leaving him to emerge clad only in pajama pants. He had intended to return directly to his bedroom to change. However, upon exiting, he was immediately accosted by Ali, who meowed incessantly around him. Perhaps due to its past as a stray, Ali rarely exhibited such urgency unless hungry. Lin Dan glanced at the food bowl resting against the wall, and indeed, it was empty. He walked over to retrieve a packet of freeze-dried food. Upon hearing the rustling of the bag, Ali promptly pawed at Lin Dan's pants. Lin Dan paid no mind, allowing it to cling. However, the silk fabric was prone to snagging, and as Ali's paws moved rhythmically, the already loose waistband of Lin Dan's pants slipped down. With no shirt or underwear on, the pants fell to his ankles, leaving him completely exposed. Just as a shoe emerged from the kitchen with a dish in hand, a shoe's gaze traveled from above downward, ultimately landing on Lin Dan's lower half. In a flurry, Lin Dan covered himself and turned away, bending down to pull his pants back up. Unbeknownst to him, in this position, his bare backside was laid bare before Shu. "Ah," a shoe's voice was hoarse. I need to get dressed." Lin Dan tossed the half-open packet of freeze-dried food back on a shelf, disregarding Ali's plaintive meows behind him, and dashed into the bedroom. Chapter 53. Husband. As the gilded enamel soup bowl at the center of the dining table was lifted, a rich aroma wafted through the air. The exquisite wooey red mushroom and the fresh whole duck simmered gently for several hours, creating a harmonious blend of the mushroom's delectable essence and the duck's tender succulence. The broth was a vibrant crimson, clear and rich in flavor. Lin Dan carefully skimmed off the layer of oil floating atop, serving a bowl to Ashu first. Only after watching him take a spoonful did he pour himself another bowl. Having slept from the early hours until now, Lin Dan felt a pang of hunger. The warm soup brought considerable comfort to his stomach. When he went to refill his bowl, he noticed Ashu seated across from him, propping his elbow on the table, chin resting on his hand, gazing intently at him. The soup in front of Ashu remained less than half finished. "Why aren't you drinking? It'll lose its warmth and flavor," Lin Dan prompted. "I'm not in the mood," Ashu replied, displaying his usual finicky palate and lack of enthusiasm for meals. Lin Dan, having invited a multitude of chefs from both domestic and international cuisines, continued to urge him. Lin Dan offered a tender piece of fish belly into Ashu's bowl. "Come on, eat up. We haven't finished yesterday's game. Let us play together after we eat." He was casual with his eating habits, not using serving chopsticks. Yet Ashu didn't mind, graciously accepting the food. Seeing him eat, Lin Dan added more dishes to his bowl, and before long, Ashu had consumed quite a bit. By the end, he slumped in his chair, lamenting, "I'm so full. I feel like you're trying to make me fat." "That's all right. A little extra weight can be charming," Lin Dan replied as he stood to clear the table. "But it won't look good if I get fat." "Will you still like me then?" Ashu queried, tilting his head back to look at him, his beautiful green eyes sparkling, nearly melting Lin Dan's heart. "I wouldn't mind at all," he reassured. Ashu huffed softly, appearing somewhat skeptical. His sulky expression evoked Lin Dan's playful urge to pinch his cheek. "I'll wash the dishes. You go wait for me in the living room." Only then did Ashu shuffle off in his slippers, but not before pointing to the refrigerator. "Brother, I want strawberries." "All right, I'll wash some and bring them over shortly." Originally, the house had a small refrigerator in the kitchen, which Ashu found insufficient. So he had procured a built-in Gagano refrigerator. It was brimming with various fruits, wines, dairy products, and an array of ice creams. Lin Dan emerged from the kitchen with the freshly washed strawberries, and Ashu beckoned him with the game controller. "Brother, come quickly." "Okay." With the air conditioning on, they delve into a post-apocalyptic survival game. For an enhanced gaming experience, they drew the curtains in the living room, plunging the room into darkness. With only the television screen ahead casting a glow, Ashu was not one to sit still at home. He sank into the lavish six-figure custom sofa, supported by a lumbar cushion with a white wool blanket draped over his legs. Lin Dan settled beside him, and Ashu's feet brushed against Lin Dan's thigh. Taking advantage of the blanket, he playfully nudged his feet against Lin Dan's leg. Whenever Lin Dan glanced over, Ashu would smile, disarming Lin Dan's irritation, leaving him no choice but to endure the playful antics. As the game commenced, Lin Dan soon became engrossed, paying little heed to Ashu's mischief. The television boasted top-notch audio and visual effects, the sounds of zombies' growls and the graphic splatter of blood rendered with startling clarity. Ashu's attention was elsewhere, and despite pushing through the first half of the game, he eventually let Lin Dan play the remaining levels solo. As the colossal creature was on the brink of demise, Ashu, whether intentionally or inadvertently, suddenly stepped on the spot. Separated by merely 2 layers of fabric, how could Lin Dan remain oblivious? His muscles tensed momentarily, and his grip on the controller faltered. KO. The character, devoid of any player control, swiftly succumbed to a counterattack. Lin Dan tossed the controller onto the sofa, laughing as he tackled Ashu, playfully swatting his backside through the fabric of his trousers. "Where you stepping?" Ashu feigned ignorance. "Huh? Where did I step? Which spot?" Noticing the mischievous grin on Ashu's face, Lin Dan pretended to unbutton his pants. "Am I wrong?" Ashu did not resist. Instead, he seemed rather exhilarated, his eyes glinting as he replied, "I am not mistaken." Lin Dan, feeling somewhat embarrassed at this point, thought it would be rather unbecoming to refrain from undressing Ashu, especially since Ashu was wearing undergarments, and nothing would be visible. With that in mind, he pulled Ashu's trousers down slightly. Ashu playfully complained, "You're so naughty. How can you take off my pants?" His tone was soft, almost like a pout, and with a smile on his face. One could hardly perceive any discontent. Lin Dan was amused by his words, glancing down and teasing, "You little rascal." Ashu, satisfied with his development, intentionally arched his waist to nudge Lin Dan. "Do you want to see?" He then feigned shyness, batting his eyelashes. "But you must take responsibility." Lin Dan pondered that if anyone else dared to rub against him in such a manner, he would have surely dealt with them harshly. However, he found it difficult to part with Ashu. At that moment, Ashu lay obediently on the sofa, his face slightly flushed, hair tousled, breathing lightly, his lips gently parting, which made Lin Dan's heart race. "What kind of responsibility?" he asked hoarsely. "Of course, you must marry me," Ashu replied. "But I'm a man. If anything, I'd be the husband." This thought startled Lin Dan himself. Ashu, as if anticipating Lin Dan's reaction, added, "Well, I could be your wife instead." Lin Dan chuckled awkwardly. "No, that's unnecessary. Marrying a wife means marrying a woman. How could one marry a man?" Just then, Ashu wrapped his arms around Lin Dan's neck, sweetly calling out, "Husband." Upon hearing this term of endearment, Lin Dan's face instantly turned crimson. They were so close that it felt as though the atmosphere was charged with tension. At that moment, the phone on the table rang. Lin Dan hurriedly sat up, draping a blanket over his lower half before reaching for the phone. It was a call from Hong-Jie. Lin Dan answered, "Hello? Lin Dan, are you free right now?" "Yes, what is up?" "Come to Mint. We need to finalize your employment paperwork." "So soon?" Lin Dan, aware of Hong-Jie's extensive network, was surprised that he was indeed being brought into Mint. "Don't forget who your sister is. Bring your ID and dress formally." While Lin Dan was on the call, Ashu was beside him, listening intently to the conversation. "You got a job?" "Yes, at Mint. Hong-Jie arranged everything. I'm heading over to complete the paperwork now. Then I'll go with you." Ashu was well aware that Lin Dan's temperament would never allow him to remain at home indefinitely. Although he yearned for companionship, the current circumstances rendered such a desire somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, Lin Dan's demeanor towards him had evidently softened over time, and Ashu believed that it wouldn't be long before their relationship advanced further. He eagerly anticipated that day. Chapter 54. A bit warm near Lin Dan's community lay an old-fashioned clothing wholesale market that had been in operation for over 30 years. The garments there were affordably priced and varied in style, attracting not only local residents, but also numerous retail clothing vendors seeking inventory. Rather than heading directly to Mint, Lin Dan first drove to this market, prompting Ashu, seated in the passenger seat, to pause in surprise as he unbuckled his seatbelt. "I'll buy some clothes. Then we can go," Lin Dan declared. Hong Jie suggested formal attire, but I truly lack any decent garments. Previously, Yi Shi's had tailored a few suits for me during my time at Jinhue, yet I never retrieved them. Now, I only possess a few hastily purchased summer outfits. "Here?" Ashu inquired, gesturing towards the bustling, dilapidated market filled with food stalls. "Yes, wait for me in the car." "I'll be quick," Lin Dan replied before exiting the vehicle. "I want to go too," Ashu insisted, rushing to open the car door. As Lin Dan stepped out, he turned back to retrieve a mask from the car. Handing it to Ashu. "Put this on, it's crowded inside," he advised. The two walked side by side towards the market, and, after just a few steps, Ashu instinctively linked his arm with Lin Dan's. Typically, they strolled this way without a second thought. But recalling recent events left Lin Dan uncertain on how to respond to Ashu's proximity. He was confident in his sexual orientation, feeling repulsion towards male advances. Although he didn't mind friendly touches among friends, their previous actions had crossed a line, especially when Ashu had jokingly called him husband, provoking an embarrassing reaction from him. Regaining his composure, Lin Dan began to ponder whether he and Ashu were perhaps too intimate. Observing the passers-by, he noticed couples and close friends. Yet rarely did he see two men walking hand in hand. Clearing his throat, Lin Dan casually remarked, "It's a bit warm," and then subtly withdrew his arm, stepping forward to create some distance between them. Ashu watched Lin Dan's back as he walked ahead, his expression darkening. He realized Lin Dan was deliberately distancing himself. Yet he refrained from pressing the matter. Just as they were about to enter the market, a playful couple ran towards them. The male half of the duo glancing back at the female and failing to notice anyone in front of him. When Ashu saw the couple approaching, he could have easily dodged, but instead he stood still, allowing the boy to collide with him. Thud! Despite Ashu's imposing stature, he feigned a fall, landing on the ground. The boy, realizing his error, hurriedly crouched down, filled with apologies. "I wasn't watching where I was going. I'm really sorry. Are you all right? I didn't mean to run into you." The girl hurriedly caught up, asking, "Are you all right? Shall we escort you to the clinic?" The commotion caused Lin Dan, who was walking ahead, to halt and turn around upon noticing a shoe had fallen. "What happened? Did you hurt yourself?" A shoe deliberately avoided Lin Dan's gaze, replying, "It's nothing. I wasn't paying attention." As the boy attempted to help him up, a shoe shook his head, insisting, "You both go ahead. I can get up by myself." Once the two had departed, Lin Dan reached out to assist him, and only then did a shoe grasp his hand to rise. Lin Dan brushed the dust off a shoe's trousers, his tone betraying deep concern. "Is anything hurting? Let's go to the hospital." "I'm fine," a shoe said, lifting his reddened hand, which had touched the ground, to show Lin Dan. "It just stings a bit. Could you blow on it for me?" Lin Dan thought a shoe was quite childish for believing that blowing on it would alleviate the pain, yet he still held his hand and gently blew on it twice. The warm breath sent a tingling sensation coursing through a shoe's palm. He quickly withdrew his hand and resumed walking ahead. A sense of disappointment washed over Lin Dan, prompting him to step forward and take a shoe's hand. When a shoe glanced back, he explained, "There are too many people here. I'm holding your hand to help you through. Aren't you feeling hot?" "The air conditioning is inside," a shoe replied. The market was densely packed with stalls selling women's, children's, and men's clothing, along with various accessories. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out to customers and buyers haggling over prices. This was a shoe's first experience in such a place. Typically, his attire was either custom-made or selected from the latest offerings presented to him. And during occasional visits to the department store with his mother, he was always attended to in a private VIP room. Noticing the clothes haphazardly strewn on the ground at many stalls, a shoe furrowed his brow. "Brother, there's so many people here. Why don't we go to SKP? I'll buy you some clothes." SKP was the largest luxury mall in Beijing, where even a single piece of clothing could cost several thousand. Lin Dan was aware that a shoe's parents were abroad and that their family was well off, but he truly did not wish to spend a shoe's money, especially since he did not place much importance on clothing. "It's fine. This place will do," he replied, leading a shoe to a nearby stall selling men's attire, where he simply asked the vendor to bring items in his size. The The most common formal attire consists of a white shirt and dress trousers. The vendor presented him with a standard white dress shirt and black trousers. Do you want to try it on? Lin Dan nodded. Ashu looked around, asking, brother, where are the fitting rooms? He was reluctant for Lin Dan to change clothes in front of so many people. There are some, the vendor replied, pulling down a cloth from a metal frame. The stall was compact, and to save space, metal frames had been welded on the sides and back, displaying 3 rows of clothing. A cloth was tied to the second row of the back frame, creating a temporary fitting area when the end was hung on the right side of the frame, concealing the corner from view. The vendor called out to Ashu, "Hey, handsome, my hook is broken. Just stand here while I help your brother try it on." Upon concluding his words, he proceeded to introduce the garments to the newly arrived guests. Ashu lifted the fabric curtain, allowing Lin Dan to step inside and change, while he held the other end high, ensuring Lin Dan was completely concealed from prying eyes. Yet, he could not resist peeking through a small opening to steal a glance inside. Lin Dan, with his back turned, was changing his pants, revealing a pair of black underwear that accentuated his firm and alluring physique. Ashu could scarcely contain himself at the sight. However, when Lin Dan finally emerged in his new attire, Ashu's fascination intensified even further. Chapter 55. Billiards. A somewhat blurred full-length mirror reflected a tall, statuesque figure. Lin Dan, already of considerable height and proportion, was further enhanced by the simple black and white ensemble. The perfectly fitted white shirt clung to his skin, revealing the distinct contours of his muscular frame, with broad shoulders tapering elegantly down to his waist in a pleasing inverted triangle. Below, the black dress pants encased his long, straight legs, the tailored fit accentuating the enticing curve of his backside. On his feet, he wore black Vans canvas shoes. While such shoes might seem incongruous with formal wear, they suited Lin Dan perfectly, lending him an air of casual nonchalance amidst the elegance. When paired with his striking visage, he appeared nothing short of extraordinary. He seemed like a masterpiece sculpted with precision and care, an exquisite work of art that would command attention even in the most ordinary attire. Ashu found himself yearning to design various tailored suits for Lin Dan, imagining him trying them on at home and envisioning future moments shared in formal wear. Lin Dan seldom donned formal attire, as it proved uncomfortable in summer's heat and winter's chill, restricting movement. He rolled his cuffs up to his elbows, moved his legs a bit, and inquired of the shopkeeper if there were larger sizes available, as the pants felt a tad snug. The shopkeeper explained that larger sizes would result in a looser waist, and that this particular fit was just right for him. Noticing the time, which was nearing 3 o'clock, Lin Dan decided against prolonging his visit, as he merely needed to fill out some information. "How much is it?" he asked. 50 for the top, 60 for the pants. "Let us make it an even 100, came the reply. Just as Lin Dan prepared to make his payment, Ashu suddenly inquired, "Do you have shirt stay?" "Yes." The shopkeeper responded, rummaging through a pile of clothing to produce a black bag from which he extracted a packaged shirt stay. "Here, brother, put this on." It was then that Lin Dan noticed his shirt had ridden up while tucked into his dress pants. He unwrapped the transparent packaging and retrieved the somewhat unconventional yet practical shirt stay. "Do you know how to use it? Need any help?" Ashu asked. "No need," Lin Dan replied. Though he had never used one before, he quickly grasped the design. The clip would secure the hem of the shirt while the attached strap would wrap around the upper thigh, leaving an enticing imprint on his skin. As Lin Dan sat on the bench, focusing on fastening the stay, he remained blissfully unaware of Ashu's appreciative gaze through the fabric curtain's gap, indulging in the view before him. Mint is situated in the bustling district of Jinshafe, occupying a multi-story edifice in the heart of the city, where space is at a premium. This establishment operates as an exclusive private club, with entry secured by fingerprint recognition, and high-ranking members even enjoy access through clandestine passages. Lin Dan and Ashu found themselves unable to enter and thus contacted Hong-Jia, waiting at the entrance for approximately 10 minutes before a man in his 30s, clad in a gray pinstripe suit, emerged. "Are you Lin Dan?" he inquired. "Indeed." The man, evidently pleased with Lin Dan's appearance, introduced himself. "My surname is Chun. I am a friend of Hong-Jia. You may call me Manager Chun. She has briefed me about your arrival. Let us proceed with the onboarding process." As he spoke, He entered his fingerprint at the turnstile, but when a shoe attempted to follow Lin Dan inside, he was halted by Manager Chun. Individuals from outside are not permitted within MIT. There's a cafe across the street. Perhaps your friend could wait there for a while. I cannot enter. A shoe had never encountered a place that dared to deny him access, and though slightly displeased, he refrained from expressing his frustration, considering Lin Dan's upcoming employment. Lin Dan reassured him, the onboarding process will be swift. Please wait for me across the street, and remember to avoid coffee and anything too cold. Suppressing his reluctance to part ways with Lin Dan, a shoe departed alone. The interior of Mint is extraordinarily opulent, featuring a colossal shark tank in the center of the lobby, designed to replicate a genuine marine environment, housing several sharks measuring up to 3 meters in length. Upon closer inspection, Lin Dan could discern the formidable, sharp teeth of the sharks as they glided through the water. The clientele of Mint comprises individuals of considerable status, and during working hours, electronic devices, such as mobile phones, are strictly prohibited. It is advisable to feign ignorance towards anything seen or heard, for any inadvertent disclosure could lead to severe repercussions for numerous individuals involved. After submitting all necessary documents and signing a confidentiality agreement, Manager Chen escorted Lin Dan to the elevator. Your role will be that of a practice partner, he explained, while proficiency in all activities is not required. A basic understanding is essential. The compensation for a junior practice partner is $500 per hour, $800 for intermediate, and $1,000 for advanced. You will start at the junior level. Manager Chun patted Lin Dan on the shoulder, encouraging him. If you excel here, top-tier practice partners can earn upwards of $100,000 a month, with the least earning around $30,000. Lin Dan was pleasantly surprised by the lucrative pay. Previously, he had received a monthly salary of $20,000 at Yi. You possess an attractive appearance, which guarantees your popularity. Many young heiresses frequent this place, and with a charming demeanor, tips will be generous. To be candid, while Mint boasts numerous practice partners, none quite matched Lin Dan's physique and looks. Manager Chun had agreed to Lin Dan's presence based on the assurance from Hong Jie, having only seen his photograph. Subsequently, Manager Chun provided Lin Dan with an overview of the club's layout. Upon passing a billiards room, he pushed open the door and entered. Do you know how to play? Lin Dan nodded. Aside from golf, he had experience in all the mentioned sports. Despite his academic struggles, he possessed a certain aptitude for physical activities and had dabbled in various sports enough to grasp the fundamentals. Manager Chun removed his suit jacket, suggesting a game. Lin Dan responded with a cheerful agreement, all right. Deeper inside the billiard hall lies a sprawling tennis court, empty save for 2 individuals seated within. News had arrived indicating that Boss Bai was too deeply entangled with the local government in northern Myanmar, and given that the water village was a stronghold, cross-border capture seemed rather impractical. Deputy Director Liu expressed his dilemma. Then let us bait him out. Shun Jiu took a couple of sips from his water bottle and proceeded toward the door. Deputy Director Liu acknowledged and, seeing him about to leave, hurriedly opened the door, allowing Shun Jiu to step through. Not far into his walk, Deputy Director Liu received a phone call, but Shun Jiu did not pause. He continued toward the private elevator, stopping momentarily as he passed the billiard hall. The hall was constructed entirely of electronically controlled glass, allowing for adjustable transparency. However, since it was a private game, Manager Chin chose not to modify it. Peering through the transparent glass, he observed a figure in a white shirt, back turned toward the entrance, leaning against the pool table while holding a Q-tip. After the other player took a shot, he assessed the arrangement of the remaining balls, then positioned himself, resting his upper body on the table and placing the cue in the crook of his hand. As he executed the motion, his shoulder blades subtly flared, accentuating the graceful curve of his spine, the inward dip of his waist, and the elevated contour of his hips, all illuminated by the soft golden light above, creating a strikingly perfect arc. Beneath his sharply tailored trousers, the taut thighs subtly revealed the imprint of his tucked-in shirt. With a crisp sound, he swung the cue to strike the final ball with remarkable precision, pocketing it effortlessly. He set down the cue, stood up, and while responding to the other player, inadvertently turned his head, revealing a profile that quickly caught Shunjiu's eye. Chapter 56. Zhao Xiang and the lights in the dressing room flickered on, illuminating an entire wall adorned with luxury handbags. Having changed her attire, Zhao Xiangqing selected a golden-brown Hermes Kelly doll from the collection, standing before the dressing mirror to admire her meticulously crafted makeup. Just as she prepared to leave for a friend's gathering, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle echoed from outside. Glancing down from the balcony, she witnessed a Ducati Superleggera V for entering the courtyard. The man astride the motorcycle was tall, clad in a black and white leather jacket, with a fitted black tee that showcased his athletic build. A jade pendant hung from a red string around his neck, swaying slightly as he leaned forward. Once the bike came to a stop, he straightened up and removed his helmet, revealing tousled red hair that, when paired with the crimson motorcycle, resembled a flickering flame, almost scorching in its intensity. Zhao Xiangqing glanced briefly before averting her gaze. By the time she descended the stairs, he had already settled confidently on the living room sofa. She acted as if she hadn't noticed him and walked directly toward the door. Zhao Xiang called out, halting her. "Is there something you need?" He threw a stack of documents onto the table. "You certainly have some audacity, associating with a convicted murderer." "A murderer?" Zhao Xiangqing cast a fleeting glance at the photograph in the upper left corner of the topmost page, which featured Lin Dan. She quickly regained her composure, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "What business do you have investigating him? If I hadn't looked into it, I wouldn't have known you were associating with such a person. You even got his sister into Nan'an and paid 4 years of tuition up front. You are remarkably generous with him. I can spend my own money as I please. Besides, his academic performance has always been commendable. It is only fitting that he gains admission to Nan'an. Do not contact him again, or I will make him pay." Zhao Xiang'an and Zhao Xiangqing were fraternal twins, each possessing strikingly delicate features. However, Zhao Xiang'an's facial contours were more rugged, and coupled with his explosive temperament, his narrow eyes could appear quite intimidating. While others feared him, Zhao Xiangqing was unperturbed. She slammed her bag against him, declaring, "Lin Dan is my friend. If you dare to harm him, do not blame me for severing ties with you." Zhao Xiang'an's anger flared further. "You still protect him? Be wary. One day he might snap and stab you. Lin Dan is a good person. He wouldn't resort to violence against women like you." Zhao Xiang'an recognized she was referring to his own past with Guanming, his tone growing colder. "Do not mention her in my presence. I have nothing to discuss with you. You deserve to be single. Anyone who associates with you has surely fallen into misfortune." With that, Zhao Xiangqing stormed off. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor, the doors sliding open to reveal a man and a woman. The woman, tall and striking at approximately 1.7 meters, donned a pristine white tracksuit. Her exposed arms and legs were gracefully toned, a faint blush gracing her cheeks from recent exertion, embodying beauty and vitality. The man beside her, slightly taller, wore the establishment's standard black uniform, trailing half a step behind her while carrying some items. "Lin Dan," just as they were about to exit, someone called out, hastening toward them. Lin Dan turned, surprised. "What brings you here? I thought you were working here. I had some free time, so I came to check on you." He glanced at the woman beside Lin Dan, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, Guan Xiaohua is here too." Guanming smiled, "Yes. I just came over to play some tennis. Do you two know each other?" Lian casually draped an arm over Lin Dan's shoulder. "We're friends." Lin Dan found the young man rather familiar, considering they had only played together once before this acquaintance was established. "Let us all hang out sometime. I must be off now," Guanming said, taking her tennis bag from Lin Dan's hands. Once she departed, Lin Dan remarked, "I'm still on the clock. Since you're here and likely bored, why not head back? We can arrange to meet another day when I'm off." After joining Mint, Lin Dan underwent 2 days of reception etiquette training before officially starting his role. This job was relatively relaxed for him, with most of the clients he practiced with being young women like Guanming, making conversations with peers quite effortless. Lian had messaged him the previous afternoon, inviting him to hang out, but Lin Dan had only seen the message after work and informed him he was unavailable. When questioned, he had not hidden his employment at Mint, though he had anticipated that less than a day later, Li Yan would show up. "Do you have any clients waiting for you?" Li Yan, having faced confinement for half a month due to matters concerning Jinyu, emerged without a clear plan. Instead of frequenting bars or nightclubs, he found himself eagerly seeking out Lin Dan. Upon encountering him, It was evident that he was reluctant to leave without further interaction. "Since you're here, why don't you take me out? My father has a card here," he said, as they approached the front desk. Lin handed over a card, intending to load $1 million, attributing the expense to Lin Dan. "You need tea," Lin Dan replied. "Mint spending isn't trivial. Card loads start at tens of thousands, often exceeding $1 million. While Lin Dan does receive a commission from customer card loads, he was hesitant to allow someone to spend such money solely for his sake. "It's fine. Now that you're here, I'll surely be back often. My brother mentioned you're a good person and encouraged me to spend more time with you." $1 million was inconsequential to Lin. He enjoyed Lin Dan's company, and spending money on a friend felt trivial. While the elevator lingered on the lower level, Lin suddenly decided to visit the restroom, leaving Lin Dan to wait alone. Nearby, a private passage for VIPs caught his attention, and shortly after, 2 men approached. Aware of the distinguished status of those using the private entrance, Lin Dan stepped back to allow them space near the elevator. To his surprise, one of the men halted as he passed, asking, "Are you working here?" Lin Dan looked up and recognized the speaker as the father of Miss Shun from a previous encounter. "Yes," he replied, keeping it brief. Shun Jiu regarded the young man before him, recalling the scene he had witnessed in the billiard hall, and asked, "Do you have time? Shall we play a few rounds?" Lin Dan shook his head. "I have customers." Shun Jiu, accustomed to being surrounded by shrewd individuals who often anticipated his needs, was momentarily taken aback by the refusal of his initial invitation. "That's unfortunate," he responded before stepping into the elevator without further comment. As the elevator doors began to close, Lin Dan caught sight of someone rushing over, warmly embracing the young man's arm. Secretary Wang, contemplating Shun Jiu's demeanor, inquired, "Should I call General Jean?" General Jean was the enigmatic owner of Mint, and a single phone call could easily arrange matters. Shun Jiu shook his head. No need. The young man had indeed piqued his interest. His previous inquiry had been a mere test, but the lack of interest from the other party was noted. He preferred not to impose. Chapter 57. Pretentiousness. Lin Dan led Lin upstairs, asking, "What would you like to do?" "Anything works for me," Lin replied thoughtfully. "How about swimming?" The thought of swimming, which required changing clothes, stirred a sense of curiosity within Lin, particularly recalling the unfinished tattoo from before. "The pool is probably undergoing maintenance. Would you prefer the boxing gym instead?" "Boxing? I can teach you a few self-defense moves. Next time you find yourself in a bar or nightclub, should anyone attempt to lure you into drug use, don't hold back, strike decisively, just leave them breathing." Lin, eager not to appear weak in front of Lin Dan, quickly defended himself. "That day, I had simply overindulged, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten close. I would have knocked him out before he even recognized his own mother." Lin Dan was aware of his own capabilities and did not refute the assertion. Mint possessed a boxing gym, fully equipped with all necessary facilities. Today, Lin donned a blue and white striped short-sleeve jacket, revealing a portion of the white t-shirt beneath, while his lower half was clad in denim shorts. He had not changed his attire. Instead, he removed his jacket, donned boxing gloves, and ascended the boxing ring. After a few warm-up movements, he exuberantly declared his readiness. Lin Dan casually tossed his uniform jacket onto the sofa, unbuttoned a couple of buttons on his shirt, and joined him in the ring. "You may attack me directly. Aren't you going to wear protective gear?" "Typically, sparring partners wear some," Lin Dan noted, as he had not even donned gloves. "Not necessary," he replied, as he did not wish to discourage Lin. The latter's strength was insufficient to inflict any harm on him. To be candid, Lin held little interest in fighting, but the presence of Lin Dan piqued his curiosity. A primal desire for conquest stirred within him, compelling him to wish to overcome Lin Dan, though he had yet to contemplate what he would do afterward. Lin Dan maintained a relaxed stance, easily evading Lin's powerful punches. "Your speed is lacking. Lower your fists and try again. Your footing is too light. Your center of gravity is unstable. Execute an uppercut aimed at my head, and remember to apply force." In his pursuit to topple Lin Dan, Lin had no choice but to continuously adjust his movements according to Lin Dan's instructions. After several rounds, Lin Dan remained unfazed, while Lin was drenched in sweat. Ultimately, Lin Dan executed a sweeping leg kick that sent Lin crashing to the ground. "Ouch!" The floor was cushioned with thick mats, making the fall relatively painless. However, to Lin Dan's surprise, Lin clutched his abdomen and writhed on the ground, seemingly in great pain. Lin Dan had moderated his strength, yet witnessing Li Yan's dramatic display, he inquired, "What is wrong? Where does it hurt?" As he crouched down to assess Li Yan's condition, the latter, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly ensnared Lin Dan with his limbs and exerted all his strength to push him down. This transpired within mere seconds. Lin Dan, caught off guard due to his lack of vigilance, found himself on the ground. Lin, triumphantly pinning him down, exclaimed, "How about that? This is what I call cunning strategy." Lin Dan chuckled lightly, exerting minimal effort to shift their positions, thus reversing the roles and pinning Lin beneath him. "I believe you still need a couple more years of practice." The two male bodies, radiating warmth from their vigorous exertion, were in close proximity. Lin's legs entwined around Lin Dan's waist, and, as he slid down slightly along that waistline, he reached the curvature of Lin Dan's hips. Uncomfortable, he swallowed hard at the sensation. Unaware of Lin's discomfort, Lin Dan, having freed himself from the latter's grasp, rose from the floor and extended a hand to assist the still-dazed Lin to his feet. "Let us go. Aren't we continuing?" Lin, though fatigued, still felt a lingering desire to fight. "I've finished work," Lin Dan indicated toward the clock on the wall. Noticing Lin's reluctance to leave, he assumed the latter was intrigued and added, "In truth, I am not very professional. I've only taught you the most basic self-defense techniques. If you wish to learn boxing, you should seek a qualified boxing coach." Although Lin Dan possesses considerable skill, much of it stems from informal training, and his extensive experience in brawling has rendered his teaching rather unprofessional. Due to their earlier interaction, Lin developed a slight sense of possessiveness, expressing, "I still believe your guidance is superior." "Very well, come by when you have time, and I shall teach you," Lin Dan replied. After Lin went to take a shower, Lin Dan descended to change out of his work attire. Upon retrieving his phone, he noticed a flurry of messages from Shu, the most recent indicating that he had arrived. Without waiting for Lin Dan left. Seeing him, Shu, who had been waiting outside, hurried over and presented a thermos to him. "It's sweltering today, so I made you some strawberry juice." Lin Dan unscrewed the lid and took a few sips through the straw. Despite being in the thermos for some time, the juice, enhanced with ice, remained refreshingly cool. "Quite delightful," he remarked. "Is it? Let me try." Shu leaned in, taking a bite of the straw Lin Dan had recently used, then released it and nodded. "Indeed, it's quite good." Noticing the straw now tainted with their mingled saliva, Lin Dan swallowed slightly, then took another sip. "Lin Dan, don't leave yet. Let us go have dinner." Just as they were about to head back, Lin emerged, grabbing Lin Dan's arm. "Are you going to eat?" Shu quickly recognized him. "Lin Dan, who is he?" The last time Shu visited Jinyu, Lin had been quite intoxicated and, under the dim lights of the private room, had completely forgotten this individual. "Shu, he is a friend of mine. Since he is a friend, let us all go together." Lin Dan turned to Shu. "Do you wish to join?" Not wanting to decline in front of Lin Dan, Shu smiled and agreed. "Sure." Lin pressed the car key, and the door of the Ferrari parked beside the Accord opened like butterfly wings. "Lin Dan, come ride in my car." "No need. Just send me the location. You go ahead." Lin Dan took the keys from Shu. "Shu, get in the car." Shu complied with a nod, casting a playful glance at Lin before taking the passenger seat. The dining venue was also located in the Jinsha, not far from Mint, and was an old Western-style house transformed into a hot pot restaurant. The two vehicles arrived almost simultaneously. Lin, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Lin Dan, you drive quite swiftly. Do you race?" Lin Dan nodded. Given that they were still in the city with Shu in the car, he refrained from speeding too much. If he truly let loose, Lin's sports car wouldn't stand a chance against him. Seizing the rare opportunity to share a mutual interest, Lin eagerly said, "I also enjoy racing. My brother has a racetrack in Zhenan Mountain. Let us go play there someday." "We'll see," Lin Dan replied. Lin had reserved a private room on the second floor, which connected to a terrace offering a view of the nearby Jinsha. The food arrived promptly. The hot pot broth, a clear concoction simmered with matsutake and bamboo fungus, contained no additional seasonings, preserving the original flavors of the ingredients. thinly sliced abalone, snappers, wagyu beef, prepared king crab, and 9-section prawns were elegantly arranged on a platter of crushed ice, accompanied by an assortment of fresh mushrooms and vegetables. Throughout the meal, the staff expertly cooked and divided the ingredients, requiring minimal effort from them. This marked Li Yin's first dining experience with Lin Dan, and even with another person present, his enthusiasm remained undiminished. Try this. The beef here is exquisite, all freshly airlifted from Japan. Li Yin used serving chopsticks to place several slices of cooked beef in a Lin Dan's bowl. You can eat it yourself. There's no need to worry about me. Lin Dan, unaccustomed to having others serve him, nonetheless took a bite. The flavor of the beef was indeed delightful. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that it bore little difference from the beef purchased at the Shu market. Shu sipped from the juice in his thermos, hardly touching the dishes in his bowl. Lin Dan quickly noticed this and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Spotting a few boiled shrimp on the platter, he donned gloves to peel them. The server attending to the hot pot interjected, "Sir, I can handle that." "It's fine," Lin Dan replied, placing the peeled shrimp into Shu's bowl. "You should eat a bit. Otherwise, you'll be hungry later." Only then did Shu pick up his chopsticks. Beside them, Li Yin felt a twinge of jealousy. It wasn't as if Shu had no hands. Yet he insisted on being served. Such pretentiousness. Chapter 58. Suit at the top floor of SKP. A weekend afternoon should have been the peak time for foot traffic in the mall, yet the expansive first floor had been cleared out, leaving only 2 patrons in the VIC private room. Several fitting models emerged wearing the newly arrived early autumn collection, while the client manager patiently explained the selections to the woman seated on the sofa. The air conditioning in the mall was somewhat chilly, and Elios draped a wool shawl over her shoulders, holding a tablet to scroll through the latest offerings from several high-end brands. A staff member entered with freshly baked pastries and freshly squeezed juice. As Elios inadvertently glanced up, she noticed a plate of liqueur-filled chocolates in front of Shu, prompting her to frown. "Remove that," she commanded. The manager, understanding immediately upon following her gaze, quickly instructed the staff member who had yet to leave, "Hurry, take it away." The new staff member, unfamiliar with the situation but sensing the manager's displeasure, promptly removed the plate. "I sincerely apologize." The new staff member was unaware of the situation. "It's all right. Just be mindful in the future. Surfa cannot consume food containing alcohol." The supervisor nodded in agreement. Shinjirong had been quite busy at work these past few days and did not come today. After observing the models wearing the clothes, Elios selected a few outfits for her husband. "Do you like any of these?" she asked as she handed the tablet to Shu, who was seated beside her. "This collection has some lovely styles. I'll have the models try them on for you to see. If you don't like them, we can always customize." Since being with Lin Dan, Shu's wardrobe had become more vibrant and flamboyant, a change Elios had noticed. As she selected outfits in this style for him, "All right," Shu replied, realizing that Lin Dan was at work and he had no real interest in returning home just yet. The manager swiftly arranged for a model of similar stature to Shu to try on the clothes. After viewing several outfits, Shu's phone buzzed. "Lin Dan, are you out?" Shu, "Yes, are you off work?" Lin Dan, "Someone booked the venue this afternoon, so I finished early." "Where are you? Should I come pick you up?" Shu had been driven here by a chauffeur today and had not brought his own car. "Yes. Please come pick me up now." Shu sent his location to Lin Dan and then told the fitting model, "No need to try anymore. I'll take these. What about the other few sets?" "No, I shall leave shortly," he remarked, his gaze settling upon the last model who had entered. Adorned in a gray suit, distinct from the conventional rigidity of men's attire, this ensemble boasted an exquisite cut, its silhouette elegantly soft. A silk sash with an impeccable drape cascaded from the inner neck, traversing the chest and cinching the figure akin to a belt, its surplus flowing down to the calves, swaying gracefully with each step of the model. Beneath, a high-neck gray sweater complemented the trousers of the same hue. The moment Shu beheld this attire, he was reminded of Lin Dan and immediately recalled her size. Elios, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Are you purchasing this as a gift?" To which Shu nodded, expressing his discontent with the model's ostentatious accessories, and picked up a tablet from the table to make his selections. Ultimately, he chose a pair of black ankle boots, an obsidian brooch embossed with golden foliage, and a Jaeger-LeCoultre moon phase watch. "Wrap these up. I shall take them with me," he instructed. Aside from the haute couture garments, the other items were readily available in stores, and the staff promptly delivered the clothing and accessories. Elios discerned Shinshu's thoughtful intent and remarked, "Wouldn't gifting that watch seem rather casual? I've seen several classic models from the same collection that are quite splendid." It wasn't that the watch was unappealing, but presenting a piece worth over 80,000 yuan might be somewhat embarrassing for them. Shinshu understood Lin Dan too well to overlook this detail. Upon hearing this, Elios refrained from further commentary and gently reminded him, "You have a flight tomorrow. Do remember to take your medication in the morning." Shinshu had undergone surgery for a congenital heart condition, and while his health now mirrored that of an ordinary person, he still took precautions by adhering to his medication regimen before flying. "Understood," he replied, reflecting that had it not been for his grandfather's birthday, he would not have abandoned Lin Dan at this moment to return to the capital. Karis had returned to England for the summer and would not be back until school commenced. This time, only Xinzheng and her boyfriend accompanied them. Shinshu inquired, "Is uncle not going?" "Your uncle is busy with work and will not be attending this time. He will return during the National Day holiday," Elios replied, choosing not to elaborate in the presence of many outsiders. Missing the grandfather's birthday seemed indicative of a significant work commitment. As Shinshu concluded the call, his phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he quickly answered, "Brother." He gathered the shopping bags from the floor and made his way outside, declining the staff's offer to assist him. "Are you on the first floor? All right, I will descend now." No one understands a son better than a mother. The tone of the call was one Elios had not heard in years. It reminded him of Shinshu's younger days when he would sweetly plead for what he desired or to avoid medication. Now grown, the warmth of their bond had somewhat faded, lacking the charm of his childhood. This conversation was hardly one to be shared with friends. Yet Shinshu was eager to leave, prompting Elios not to inquire further. After waiting a few minutes, he exited the reception room and stood by the railing on the top floor, gazing down. Before long, Shinshu appeared on the first floor, clutching luxury bags, and walked directly toward the young man who stood waiting. SKP is a premier luxury department store, and though the floors are not particularly high, with only 4 levels, including the basement, Elios is able to clearly observe the movements of the 2 individuals from her vantage point 3 stories above. However, due to the angle of her view, she cannot discern the young man's features. Upon seeing Shinshu, the young man promptly takes the bag from his hands. Shinshu then affectionately links his arm with the young man, and as they walk, he brings the hand holding the bag closer to the young man's face. Subsequently, the young man lowers his head and presses his lips against it. Elios is taken aback, recalling Shinshu's previous jest about having a boyfriend. She instinctively senses that their relationship is rather special, though the specifics remain unclear. As Elios contemplates how to inquire about this with Shinshu, she received a call from Shunjiro. She has not disclosed to her husband the possibility of their son being homosexual. Uncertain matters are best addressed once she has clarity. Chapter 59, A Fight. Lin Dan, do you have tomorrow off? After finishing work, and just as she picks up her phone, Lin Dan receives a call from Lian. "Yes, what is up? Let us go out to sea. I've chartered a yacht." In recent days, Lian has been frequenting Mint almost daily, and they have grown quite familiar with one another. Given the invitation, Lin Dan does not decline and asks, "For how many days?" "I only have 3 days off. Mint operates on a 4-on, 3-off schedule, so tomorrow is perfect for me. We're heading to Saipan Island, which isn't far. I've already booked a hotel for 3 days of fun." Saipan Island, situated in international waters, is an exclusive vacation destination, approximately a 3-hour yacht ride from the northern port. "Sounds good." Lian, elated by her acceptance, intentionally invites Lin Dan, while Shinshu is absent to avoid any awkwardness. "I'll pick you up tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Lin Dan exits Mint, but does not see the familiar figure waiting for her, which feels somewhat strange. She glances at her wristwatch, a gift from Shinshu. While she is not fond of wearing accessories, as they feel cumbersome during fights or work, she accepted it due to its sentimental value. In Shinshu's absence, Lin Dan resumes her previous habits. Instead of going straight home after the subway ride, she heads to a nearby snack street and casually selects a small eatery where she orders a plate of fried noodles. Accustomed to shun Shu's cooking, she finds no discomfort in eating from a roadside stall, even if the flavors are mediocre. On a hot day, tables are set outside, and her meal arrives swiftly. However, before she has taken more than a couple of bites, a van stops nearby, and 7 or 8 individuals disembark. Their commotion is enough to prompt nearby diners to hurriedly settle their bills and leave. Lin Dan glances over. The group approaches her direction, clearly with ill intentions. Rather than retreating, she sets down her chopsticks, stands up, and removes her watch, placing it in her pocket. The small eatery, with half-lit signage, is surrounded by restaurants along the street, coated in a layer of grease that has likely gone unclean for ages. The ground appears darkened and faintly emits a smell of decaying food. Zhao Xiang'an stands across the street, observing the man seated on a plastic stool outside, eating. That night, he could only catch a glimpse of Lin Dan's profile, and the photographs he had retrieved from the archives were several years old. Now, confronted with the real person, he had to concede that Lin Dan indeed possessed the allure capable of captivating Zhao Xiangqing. His phone illuminated, a message arrived, asking, "Zhao Xiao, shall we proceed?" Zhao Xiang'an, wary of provoking Zhao Xiangqing, refrained from deploying the family bodyguards and instead hired individuals from an external security firm. A handful of capable adults were sufficient to handle a street thug like Lin Dan. Once they subdued him, he would merely need to issue a warning to keep his distance from Zhao Xiangqing. This had been his method of dealing with the unsavory characters surrounding her in the past. "Yes, be swift," he replied, eager to vacate the premises. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality soon became apparent. Amidst the cacophony of overturned tables and anguished cries, those who had encircled Lin Dan were swiftly brought down, half of them already on the ground. Observing this, Zhao Xiang'an extinguished his cigarette and approached. Was there more to come? Lin Dan had been living a relatively stable life lately, with a considerable interval since his last brawl. Previously, Ma Sheng had always surrounded him with 40 to 50 men. Thus, dealing with these few was hardly a warm-up. He glanced at those hesitating to advance, advising them to flee now if they wished to minimize their injuries. No sooner had he spoken than a voice from behind remarked, "I underestimated you." Lin Dan turned to see a man with red hair. "Are you one of them?" Zhao Xiang'an nodded, not bothering to engage further, and addressed his hired hands. "Whoever brings him down today will receive tenfold the reward." Upon hearing this, the individuals previously felled by Lin Dan rose once more. Amused, Lin Dan remarked, "You truly are courting death." Unfazed by the throng surrounding him, he launched a punch at the man at the forefront, then pivoted to deliver a kick, sending another assailant reeling several meters away. Zhao Xiang'an, now closer and having witnessed the exchange, had to acknowledge Lin Dan's formidable skill. Although he had followed his grandfather in the military since childhood and his abilities paled in comparison to those of his cousin, he recognized the necessity to intervene as his hired men struggled to subdue Lin Dan. With a resounding impact, as Lin Dan battled his opponents, Zhao Xiang'an unexpectedly struck, leaving Lin Dan no time to evade. He staggered backward from the punch that landed squarely on his right cheek. Wincing, he brushed the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, then swiftly pivoted, raising his knee and using his core strength to leap and deliver a kick aimed at Zhao Xiang'an's face. The ferocity of his strike was unparalleled. Zhao Xiang'an, a man over 6 feet tall, was knocked to the ground as though struck by a heavy object. Lin Dan regained his balance, then advanced to plant his foot on Zhao Xiang'an's back, forcefully driving his head into the ground. Blood immediately flowed from Zhao Xiang'an's forehead, cascading down his face. Observing several individuals contemplating an approach, Lin Dan, disinterested in further engagement, threatened, "If you wish for him to remain alive, you best not come any closer." "Do you dare?" Zhao Xiang'an found himself firmly pressed to the ground by Lin Dan, his face uncomfortably close to the earth, his nostrils filled with a scent he found utterly repulsive, causing his complexion to flush with anger. "Care to try?" Lin Dan said, grasping his hair and yanking him upright. Addressing Yi eyes, "Stop hiding behind the scenes. If you wish to confront me, do so personally. I shall ensure he is well entertained." He had initially assumed that Shiai's prolonged silence indicated forgetfulness or an intention to avoid trouble, but now it seemed he might be harboring ulterior motives. He was thoroughly irritated by such underhanded tactics. If one harbored intentions, they should be declared openly. Even if he were to be overpowered, he would accept it. But this covert harassment was rather distasteful. Upon finishing his remarks, Lin Dan released him and stepped over the disarrayed ground into the establishment, retrieving 500 yuan from his pocket as compensation for the proprietor hiding within before departing. During his time in the capital, Zhao Xiang'an had been a little tyrant within the military district, having only ever been the one to strike others. Never had he been subdued in such a manner. As he was assisted to his feet, he pressed a hand against the wound on his forehead, glaring at Lin Dan's retreating figure with a cold intensity. Damn it. Just wait. This matter is far from over. Chapter 60. Surfing on the distant horizon, the sun cast its golden rays upon the shimmering sea, where the sunlit waves danced in a magnificent tableau of blue and gold. This time, Lian had not invited anyone else. It was just him and Lin Dan aboard a small catamaran, which featured an open leisure area and a helm above, while the lower deck housed bedrooms, a restroom, and a kitchen. Lin Dan stood at the bow, his hands resting on the rail, his hair tousled by the sea breeze. Lin Dan, Lian called from the sofa in the leisure area, come over for a drink. Today, he opted for contact lenses instead of his glasses. His sunglasses perched atop his head, dressed in a blue LV short-sleeve shirt adorned with hand-stitched sailboats and logos at the collar and pocket. His attire and demeanor exuded the charm of a carefree scion of wealth. Lin Dan approached and took a seat beside him. Since they intended to engage in activities shortly, Lian only opened a bottle of Candy Long's premium beer. Although classified as beer, its slightly sweet and tart flavor resembled that of non-carbonated champagne. Lin Dan set down his glass after a single sip. Does your face still hurt? Lian inquired, noticing the swelling on Lin Dan's left cheek. Unable to resist, gently brushing his fingertips against it. Lin Dan had taken a punch from Zhao Xiang'an the previous night and, neglecting to apply any ointment afterward, had awakened to a prominent bruise at the corner of his mouth. Lian had noticed it when he picked him up that morning. The yacht was equipped with emergency medical supplies, and the crew had already tended to him. Lin Dan's face felt warm from the swelling, and Lian's hand, having just touched the chilled beer, felt cool against his skin. It's all fine now. Lin Dan remained still as Lian's hand grazed lower, almost reaching his neck. But he turned his head away when it became ticklish. Sitting close together, Lin Dan's watch caught Lian's keen eye. He quickly recognized its design. You have a penchant for Jaeger-LeCoultre watches? It was a gift from a friend. I don't know much about them, Lin Dan replied. Lian immediately surmised it was that a shoe, with a hint of envy in his tone, remarked, this watch is nothing special. It hardly befits Lin Dan. You should wear mine. As he spoke, he promptly removed the timepiece from his wrist. Lian's watch was a limited edition Vacheron Constantine, adorned with a denim blue strap. Perfectly suited to his age, Lin Dan, disapproving of his disparagement of the gift from a shoe, blocked his outstretched hand, her tone growing icer. I think it's quite nice. You should keep your own. Lian, having indulged in revelry outside, often gifted the watches or necklaces he wore, and this gesture was merely instinctive. Noticing Lin Dan's displeased expression, he realized she was different from others. Gifting a watch he had worn felt too casual. He quickly suggested, then I'll buy you a new one when I return. No need, Lin Dan replied. While she was aware of Lian's wealth, she appreciated him not for his money, but for his character and the rapport they shared. If you don't like watches, what do you prefer? Perhaps I could gift you a sports car, and we could go to Jinan Mountain next time. Lian and Lin Dan had known each other for some time. Initially, he had perceived her ordinary attire as a sign of poverty, finding it rather unappealing. Yet now, he recognized her admirable qualities, her prowess in fighting, her striking looks, realizing that even in simple clothes, she exuded a charm that surpassed those clad in designer brands. Feeling slightly exasperated by Lian's incessant chatter in her ear, Lin Dan casually picked a strawberry from the fruit platter and stuffed it into his mouth, stating, I prefer you to be quiet. Lian promptly fell silent. The strawberry was somewhat tart, but knowing it was offered by Lin Dan, he savored every bite. Soon, Lin Dan's phone on the table rang. It was a video call from a shoe. He stepped out onto the deck to answer, and a shoe's face swiftly appeared on the screen. "Are you out at sea?" A shoe, dressed in casual loungewear and reclining on his bed, appeared as if just waking from slumber, his green eyes glimmering and cheeks slightly flushed. "Yes, I'm out at sea." Lin Dan, wary of causing a shoe unnecessary concern, deliberately angled the camera away from his injured right cheek. "Who are you with?" "Lien." A shoe pouted. "That's unfair, brother. We've known each other for so long, yet we haven't gone out together. I just left, and you're already with someone else." Having seen Lin Dan's location at sea, a shoe had called, but was taken aback to learn his companion was Li Yin. He felt a pang of irritation, though his expression remained impassive. "When you return, where would you like to go? I'll take you somewhere fun, okay? I want my brother to accompany me to England. Would you be willing?" Lin Dan had not considered traveling abroad before, but he was willing to support a shoe's desire. "All right, but it may not be feasible right now. Can we wait until the National Day holiday?" A shoe was taken aback by Lin Dan's agreement and nodded eagerly, "Yes. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy to go anytime." After chatting for a while longer, Li Yin approached, calling out, "Lin Dan, stop the call and hurry up. The wind is calm now, and the sun is rising. Perfect for surfing." Lin Dan ended the call and followed him to the stern deck. Surfing is one of the popular activities at sea, typically categorized into tail wave surfing, shallow water surfing, and deep sea surfing. The latter presents a higher degree of danger, and most novices tend to engage with the first two options. The waves stirred by the yacht's swift movement resemble those of the sea. Li Yin stood on the surfboard, his legs slightly bent to maintain balance, propelled forward by the waves. After playing for a while, he began to feel fatigued and, once pulled back onto the boat by the crew, inquired of Lin Dan whether he wished to join in. Lin Dan, having the same inclination, changed into a black wetsuit. When the crew attempted to fit him with a life jacket, he found it cumbersome and declined, clutching his surfboard as he descended into the sea. Li Yin, aware of his swimming prowess and the current calmness of the water, did not insist on the jacket. Lin Dan had previously accompanied Yi-Shi's on various water activities, such as surfing and paragliding, and was well versed in these pursuits. Upon entering the water, he knelt on the board, waiting for the right moment to stand and stabilize himself as the waves approached, then began to glide diagonally with the current. Compared to Li Yin, his movements were far more adept, akin to a nimble fish navigating through the shimmering surf. After observing for a moment, Li Yin could not resist the urge to record the scene. The ocean's temperament was capricious. One moment it was serene, and the next, a tempest arose, conjuring towering waves. In the presence of the vast sea, humanity appeared insignificantly small. As Li Yin filmed, he watched Lin Dan skillfully maneuver through the monstrous waves, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Without a life jacket, if the waves were to knock him unconscious and cast him into the sea, his life would be at stake. "Quick, bring the boat closer," he urged. The winds and waves were fierce, affecting the vessel as speed, and despite intentions to approach, they found themselves pushed further away from Lin Dan. Before long, a colossal wave surged, engulfing Lin Dan, who had been beneath the water. "Lin Dan!" Li Yan's heart raced as he shouted at the hesitant crew, "Hurry, save him!" The crew, fearful of the potential tragedy, swiftly lowered the rescue boat. Just as they prepared to move, Lin Dan emerged, drenched from the enormous wave. Seeing this, Li Yin exhaled in relief, expecting Lin Dan to head towards the yacht. However, to his astonishment, the recently rescued Lin Dan pivoted on his surfboard, turning directly into the oncoming waves. Li Yin was left in awe as he witnessed the small black figure, seemingly insignificant against the towering waves, lean forward, gripping the surfboard with one hand. Utilizing the wave's momentum, Lin Dan launched himself into the air, tracing a perfect arc before executing a 720-degree spin mid-air and landing gracefully back on the surface. The sound echoed with a series of impactful splashes. Li Yan's heart raced, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lin Dan. Chapter 61. Aromatherapy. A damp hand rested on the yacht's railing as Lin Dan ascended the steps, unzipping the wet wetsuit that clung tightly to his body. Just as he pulled the sleeves down to his elbows, Li Yin rushed over and embraced him forcefully. The momentum of his approach was considerable, and Lin Dan, already somewhat exhausted, stumbled back a few steps until his lower back pressed against the railing of the deck. What's wrong? Lin Dan, feeling way up, found no motivation to push him away, leaning against the railing to catch his breath and regain his strength. Sensing the warmth of the body in his arms, Lin momentarily regained his composure and lamented, "That was perilously close. Just now, you nearly lost your life, which left me utterly worried." Aware of his concern, Lin Dan smiled gently. "I hadn't anticipated that the waves would suddenly swell. Just moments ago, he had been engulfed by the surf, and had it not been for his swift gliding speed, he would have surely met a grim fate." Reflecting upon it now, a twinge of fear surfaced within him. Yet the predominant emotion was the exhilarating thrill of conquering the ocean. You truly fear nothing. Having ventured out, you returned again, unafraid of being swallowed by the sea. Lin remarked, captivated by the intimacy of their embrace for the first time, his arms encircling Lin Dan's waist, his chin resting on his shoulder. Reluctant to release his hold. "But I did come back, didn't I? I know what I'm doing," Lin Dan replied, embodying a rather extreme nature. Whether it was racing previously or surfing just moments ago, he would charge headlong into activities without a thought for the consequences. Once he had regained some strength, Lin Dan playfully pushed Lin toward the bathroom. After showering, he did not ascend, but instead laid down in the cabin's bedroom, succumbing to slumber. Recognizing that Lin Dan was utterly exhausted, Lin chose not to disturb him, waiting until the yacht reached Saipan Island to rouse him. Upon disembarking, they were met by hotel staff who had been waiting patiently. After exchanging brief greetings, they were escorted to their accommodation. Access to Saipan Island was exclusive to hotel guests, which rendered the place relatively uncrowded and quite suitable for a vacation. Lin had booked a standalone water villa, elegantly perched above the ocean's surface. Upon opening the door, a crystalline sea awaited them, teeming with vibrant tropical fish, alongside a private pool that was perfect for snorkeling and swimming. Throughout the journey, Lin found himself somewhat distracted, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Dan. Yet, when Lin Dan caught his gaze, he would quickly avert his eyes, blushing. His demeanor resembled that of a lovesick maiden. But only Lin Dan, with his perceptive nature, seemed oblivious. Anyone else would have surely noticed his peculiar behavior. One was genuinely fatigued, while the other felt a pang of guilt, and they opted not to have the steward introduce the villa's amenities and services, instead retreating to separate bedrooms to rest. Lin had previously been convinced of his attraction to women, as evidenced by his pursuit of him.He for quite some time. Him.He, he pondered anew. It seemed that since meeting Lin Dan, he had been orbiting around him, demonstrating more eagerness than he had ever shown while courting Him.He. Attempting to defend his precarious sexual orientation, he opened his phone to watch videos of beautiful women and played a few games in a bid to divert his attention. Yet, in the end, these distractions proved futile, as his mind was consumed by the image of Lin Dan soaring through the waves, leaping from the air. After lying beneath the covers for a while, unable to endure the turmoil any longer, he left his bedroom and ventured into Lin Dan's room. The door was ajar, and the room was vacant, with their belongings casually placed upon the sofa. As Lin pondered Lin Dan's whereabouts, the villa's steward approached to inquire whether he desired lunch to be served. Lin nodded in agreement before asking, "Where's my friend? He should be in the spa. The gentleman mentioned feeling unwell, so I summoned a therapist. He should be finishing up now. Would you like to go see him?" Lin had reserved the island's most luxurious accommodations, where services such as massages were included. After finishing his surfing session, Lin Dan felt his muscles ache all over. His supervisor recommended that he visit the spa room in the villa for a massage to help him relax. The spa room was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few calming aromatherapy candles. When Lin entered, Lin Dan was lying on a massage table, a blanket draped over his lower body, his head resting on his arms in a deep slumber. The massage had concluded, and the female therapist was performing the final soothing strokes. Her delicate hands glided over Lin Dan's shoulders, tracing the contours of his pronounced scapulae and narrow waist, ultimately resting on the two dimples above his lower back. Soon, those hands slid down, following the curvature of his waist before returning to his shoulders. Lin swallowed hard, feeling a surge of desire for Lin Dan. a feeling that had arisen more than once. Observing Lin Dan's bare upper body, he could not deny his reaction. However, the sight of the therapist's hands on Lin Dan's back stirred feelings of displeasure and jealousy within him. Nevertheless, he wanted Lin Dan to relax and did not intervene, instead choosing to sit patiently on the sofa until the massage concluded. Lin Dan had taken a nap on the yacht earlier, so he wasn't particularly tired now. He merely felt fatigue from the muscle relaxation, which had lulled him to sleep. Not long after the therapist departed, Lin Dan awoke, and upon lifting his head, spotted Li Yin seated on the sofa. "Why didn't you wake me when you arrived? You looked so peaceful while sleeping," Li Yin replied. After the massage, Lin Dan felt rejuvenated, sitting up from the table, stretching his arms overhead. Since the massage covered his entire body, he wore only a pair of underpants, and, as he rose, the blanket slipped away. Lin Dan was unbothered by exposing his body in front of another man. What he despised were men who harbored lewd thoughts about him. Still groggy from sleep, he didn't rush to get dressed, remaining seated with his shoulders slightly slumped and his spine naturally arching in a languid curve. One leg bent while the other hung down from the bed's edge. He then reached for a cigarette from a pack on the bedside table, placing it between his lips, and searched for a lighter but couldn't find one. Li Yin stood up and pulled a lighter from his pocket, just as he was about to approach Lin Dan to light his cigarette. However, Lin Dan took the burning aromatherapy candle from the nearby rack instead. The room was already dim, with the only source of light coming from the few scented candles. Now, the flame was held in Lin Dan's hand, captivating Li Yin like a moth drawn to fire, his gaze fixated on the flickering flame. Lin Dan held the candle up to his face, the warm orange glow illuminating his features clearly. The cigarette in his mouth ignited quickly from the flame, and as he squinted while taking a drag, he noticed Li Yin standing nearby, lost in thought. "Care for a smoke?" he asked. Li Yin nodded. He knew how to smoke, though his craving wasn't particularly strong. Taking a cigarette from the pack, Li Yin looked at Lin Dan and said, "I didn't bring a lighter." Lin Dan extended the aromatic candle towards him. Li Yin didn't take it, instead leaning closer, cigarette in mouth, to ignite it with the candle as flame. The flickering light danced between them as Li Yin leaned in, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Dan's face. In that moment, as he beheld the visage so near, Li Yin realized with startling clarity that he had indeed developed feelings for a man. Chapter 62. An Unbearable Sight, Beijing. Shun family old residence. Shun Shu reclined languidly in the yellow pear wood rocking chair on the balcony, leaning against the plush cushion, basking in the sun and teetering on the brink of slumber. Gazing outward from the balcony, his eyes fell upon the resplendent red walls and glazed tiles of the Forbidden City, separated by a mere street, while beyond loomed the modern skyline of towering edifices. The Shun family, tracing back several generations, had indeed wielded considerable power, their legacy enduring amidst the political upheavals of the capital over the years. The grand entrance of the villa, adorned with a copper door, creaked open, allowing a consecutively numbered Hongqi car to glide in. Shin Shu, not deeply asleep, roused quickly at the commotion. The elder Shun, a figure of notable influence in the political arena, though retired for several years, still had many of his protégés in prominent positions within the governmental departments. It was customary for visitors to drop by, especially with the elder's birthday approaching tomorrow, leading to an influx of guests in recent days. However, it was rare for visitors to drive directly into the villa. Most would park outside. Once the car came to a halt, the rear door swung open, revealing a young man with striking red hair who did not immediately enter the villa, but instead turned to retrieve a 2-year-old boy from the vehicle. Subsequently, 2 more individuals emerged from the other side. Shen Shu squinted, recognizing all 3. Zhao Xiangqing, Zhao Xiangan, and Lu Nan, the wife of Zhao Xiangzhou, the eldest of the Zhao clan. Upon confirming their identities, Shen Shu reclined once more, picking up his phone to check the time. Since their video call earlier in the morning, Lin Dan had not reached out, which irked him somewhat. Just as he stewed in his thoughts, a video from Lin Dan arrived. In the footage, Lin Dan donned merely swim trunks, equipped with goggles and a snorkel as he submerged beneath the waves. A swarm of clownfish darting about him, vying for the fish food in his hand. The presence of Li Yan accompanying Lin Dan only deepened Shen Shu's discontent. Had it not been for the impending occasion tomorrow, he would have returned to Beigang at that very moment. Lin Dan's message read, "The sea here is splendid and tranquil. How about I take you here to play next time?" Before Shen Shu could respond, a knock echoed at his door. It was Gao Fei, announcing that the elders summoned him downstairs. As Shen Shu descended, he found the Zhao trio, Elios, and the elder Shen already seated on the living room sofa. "What happened to Xiang'an's face?" inquired the elder, occupying the principal seat. "I had a little mishap," Zhao Xiang'an replied, his demeanor sour. Being a man of pride, he would never admit to seeking trouble only to end up on the receiving end of a beating. Shen Shu took a seat beside Elios and noted that Zhao Xiang'an had a medical bandage on his forehead, with significant swelling on his face, which hardly resembled an accident. His long-standing rivalry with Zhao Xiang'an almost made him chuckle aloud at the sight of his misfortune, but the presence of elders restrained him. Zhao Xiangqing, playfully engaging with Men.One, seemed skeptical of her brother's account. She had arrived in the capital just yesterday. Zhao Xiang'an was supposed to accompany her home, but he insisted on staying behind, only to return today with visible injuries. Zhao Xiang'an was no child. It was implausible that he simply stumbled. Most likely, he had been embroiled in a conflict or had an accident while riding a bike. At the age of 2, Men.One is indeed at a lively and active stage. After a brief moment, he rises from Zhao Xiangqing's lap, swaying unsteadily as he walks, only to bump into Shen Shu's leg after taking just a few steps. Shen Shu, engrossed in responding to messages from Lin Dan, does not lift his head, allowing Men.One to cling to his leg. Elios recalls the man she saw at SKP and deliberately lifts Men.One, guiding him towards Shen Shu. "Surfa, look how adorable Men.One is. Don't you have any thoughts?" Shen Shu sidesteps slightly, feigning ignorance. He is indeed quite charming. If his mother likes him, then she should hold him a little longer. He has never had an inclination towards children, having never contemplated family or offspring, and after meeting Lin Dan, such thoughts have become even more distant, especially since she is unable to bear children. Unless Lin Dan were to conceive, he would be willing to raise them. "Shu, your mother is right. You're not young anymore and should consider settling down soon." The elderly gentleman had not previously considered the matter regarding his grandson, who was once too young and in poor health. Now that he is older, it is time to address certain matters. As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at Zhao Xiangqing, noting that Shu and Xiangqing were of similar age. Zhao Xiangqing had been watched over by the elders since childhood, and the Shen and Zhao families shared a long-standing friendship. If the two could come together, it would be most fitting. Upon hearing this, both Shen Shu and Zhao Xiangqing looked toward the elders simultaneously, their gazes inadvertently meeting, each displaying a look of disdain. The two parties remained silent, while Lunan discerned the elder's implications, adding, "I heard Shu is in Beigang, and Xiangqing just happens to be studying there. You two could meet often." Shen Shu did not respond. Instead, he addressed the elder. "If Grandpa wishes for a grandson, he should urge my sister to marry soon." The elder chuckled. "You need not worry about your sister's marriage. However, you're already 20, still behaving like a child. It is time for you to settle down and mature. In prominent families, lineage is of utmost importance. Although Shan Zheng shares the Shen surname, he is not of the Shen bloodline, with the youngest son unwilling to marry, and with only Shen Shu as the grandchild. How could the elder not be concerned? I remember Xiangqing is studying at Nan'an, isn't she? She'll be a junior this year?" Elios proactively struck up a conversation with Zhao Xiangqing. "Yes, she'll be entering her 3rd year after the summer break." Observing their engagement in conversation, Shen Shu decided to leave. At that moment, Gao Fei approached, seemingly with something to discuss, providing Shen Shu the perfect opportunity to exit the living room. On the azure sea, a white yacht rested, with 2 men standing on the deck. One man, with his back to the camera, leaned against the railing, clad in a black wetsuit that had slipped down partially, revealing his broad shoulders and back. The slightly shorter man embraced his waist with both arms, resting his chin on his shoulder, their posture radiating intimacy. These two were Lin Dan and Li Yan. Shen Shu fixated on the video screenshot displayed on the screen, his expression dark and forbidding. He had only been gone for a few days, and Lin Dan had certainly surprised him greatly. Earlier that morning, someone had uploaded a video of Mr. Lin surfing online. Initially, it garnered little attention, but as soon as Lin was recognized, the video's views skyrocketed into the thousands within mere hours. Lin, known for his flamboyant personality and hailing from a family that owns an entertainment company, maintained a public social media account where he occasionally shared snippets of his daily life, amassing a considerable following. Shen Shu took Gao Fei's phone and perused the comments beneath the original video, which were utterly abhorrent. The original poster appeared to be a surfing enthusiast, intending to engage with netizens about Lin Dan's remarkable surfing skills. However, the comments either praised Lin Dan's appearance, expressed desires to have children with him, or suggested surfing on his abs. Even more troubling were the speculations regarding the shape accentuated by his drenched black wetsuit, questioning Lin Dan's endowments. What infuriated Shen Shu further was that 8 out of the top 10 hot comments were shipping Lin Dan with Lin. Delete it immediately. Shen Shu clenched his phone so tightly that his fingertips turned pale, gritting his teeth. I do not wish to see a single one of these videos or photos online. Gao Fei nodded. All right, I will handle it right away. Chapter 63. Is it fun? Are you and Lin Dan together? When Zhao Xiangqing's call came in, Lin and Lin Dan had just finished snorkeling and were dining at the hotel restaurant. Yes, we're here in Saipan for a couple of days. Lin Dan had stepped away to the restroom, leaving Lin alone, who, having just confirmed his feelings, couldn't resist showing off to Zhao Xiangqing. It's just the two of us out here together. He emphasized the word together. Who cares how many of you are out together? Have you seen the videos online? Zhao Xiangqing, a 5G surfing expert, recognized Lin Dan and Lin from the video and immediately called. I saw them, so what? Many netizens tag his account. Lin had seen the video earlier in the afternoon. Contact them to delete it. Zhao Xiangqing insisted, her tone leaving no room for refusal. In the past, she would have handled it herself, but now that Zhao Xiangqing was aware of Lin Dan's existence, her actions were constrained. Moreover, Lin's family owned an entertainment company, making it relatively easy to manage such online affairs swiftly. Why delete it? Netizens have a short attention span. They're just talking for fun. If you don't want to see it, then don't. To be honest, Lin did not wish to delete the video. The comments were affirming his compatibility with Lin Dan, which resonated deeply with him. He was almost tempted to send red envelopes to every netizen. How could he bear to delete it? Besides, even if the matter escalated and his father inquired, he could simply say it was a friend. After all, they merely hugged. Nothing more. Zhao Xiangqing was infuriated by his nonchalance. It's easy for you. But what if Lin Dan's identity is exposed? His past isn't ideal. Who knows how he would be vilified? What do you mean by not ideal? Just delete it as soon as possible. Zhao Xiangqing said with gravity, Lin Dan is my friend. If this escalates and he gets hurt, I will not let you off the hook. In matters concerning Lin Dan, Lin's petty concerns paled in comparison. Although the company was managed by his father and brother, he had access to the contact information of all department heads. He directly reached out to the public relations department, instructing them to erase all online mentions of Lin Dan, leaving not a trace behind. The supervisor agreed, and after a while, he received a call stating that the photos and videos had been removed from the internet, though the source of the deletion was unknown. Lin assumed it was Zhao Xiangqing's doing and thought little of it, responding affirmatively before hanging up. With a pop, as the cork was removed, the champagne, filled with bubbles, erupted from the tightly held bottle, creating an arc in the air. A young man, clutching a bottle of wine, deliberately aimed its opening at a girl in a white dress amidst the crowd, dousing her in the splattered liquid. This action immediately drew the ire of the girl's friends. Unfazed, the young man remarked, "We seldom have a chance to enjoy ourselves. It was merely a jest. No need to take it seriously." With that, he beckoned others to join him in the swimming pool. On the second deck, Lin Dan observed this scene with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Beside him, Lin, mistaking Lin Dan's expression for discomfort, suggested, "Let us linger a bit longer before we leave." Initially, they had set out for a solitary day at sea, but upon encountering acquaintances who warmly invited them to join in their revelry, Lin felt obliged to accept, thus bringing Lin Dan aboard their yacht. While Lin Dan found little appeal in their merriment, he had accompanied Lin and felt it inappropriate to decline. enduring the situation until now. After a while, two of Yin's roommates arrived, with whom he had previously socialized at Genu. Upon spotting Lin Dan, one of them eagerly exclaimed, "Lin Dan, did you know you've gone viral online? Someone recorded your surfing video yesterday and posted it." "What video?" Lin Dan was oblivious to such online happenings. For him, his phone served merely for messaging and calls. The speaker opened his phone, noting that the video was no longer available online, but he had saved it beforehand. He proceeded to show the video to Lin Dan. The footage initially captured the colossal waves crashing upon the sea, but soon Lin Dan inadvertently entered the frame, drawing all focus onto him. The quality was impeccable, with no shakiness, and a gasp escaped the filmer's lips as Lin Dan leapt into the air. The video continued with Li Yin and Lin Dan embracing on the yacht, only concluding when Lin Dan pushed Li Yin away and vanished into the cabin, disappearing from view. "You must admit, the two of you looked rather intimate," remarked one of them. Hearing this, Li Yin cast a shy glance at Lin Dan, who exhibited no reaction. "Online. They even claim you're 20, another interjected mischievously, casting a glance at Lin Dan's lower half. "Lin Dan, is that true?" Initially, Lin Dan assumed they referred to his age, but upon witnessing their smirks, he realized they were inquiring about his endowment. No man is immune to vanity when such topics arise, and Lin Dan was no exception. He casually replied, "Not quite, but I'm getting there." "Really? Is that so?" Although Li Yin had come to terms with his own inclinations, the thought of potentially being with Lin Dan made him anxious about the prospect of intimacy. He certainly wouldn't want to find himself in a situation where Lin Dan surpassed him in that regard. Lin Dan raised an eyebrow, responding with a non-committal hum. He spoke without exaggeration. Though he had never measured, he estimated he was not quite 20, but perhaps 18 or 19. Li Yin was left yearning, almost tempted to remove Lin Dan's trousers for a closer inspection. Yet the thought of Lin Dan's prowess deterred him. "It's a pity. The original video had garnered thousands of views, yet I wonder who took it down," one mused. "Li Yin, it wouldn't be you, would it? Why did you delete it? Are you jealous that Lin Dan is more handsome than you? What is there to be jealous of?" "I admit Lin Dan is indeed more attractive than me," Li Yin shrugged, showing no concern over Lin Dan's superior looks. "His charm only reflects my good taste." "Then why delete it? It will be better to let it go viral. Lin Dan's face is far more appealing than the group of pretty boys in your company." Li Yin replied, "I simply prefer it this way. Lin Dan is a regular person. Why should he be subjected to the scrutiny of the internet? Like a spectacle for others to gawk at?" Lin Dan was taken aback by Li Yin's thoughtfulness. He patted Li Yin's shoulder, expressing gratitude for removing the video. "I truly do not wish to be discussed online. His past was too painful. Every mention of it left him uneasy, let alone having it dragged into the open." Seizing the rare opportunity to bond, Li Yin refrained from mentioning that it was Zhao Xiangqing who deleted the video. Instead, he leaned in closer, shoulder to shoulder, saying, "What is the big deal? Given our relationship, feel free to ask for my help whenever you need." As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted, girls gasping in surprise and men cheering. Lin Dan glanced down at the lower deck, where two young men were dragging a girl, recently sprayed with champagne, toward the pool. Her friends attempted to intervene, but were held back by bystanders. With a splash, the girl in the white dress was unceremoniously thrown into the pool. Lin Dan's expression hardened. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped over the railing and dove into the water, swiftly rescuing the struggling girl. Soaked to the skin, her white dress clung to her body, rendering it nearly transparent, exposing her undergarments for all to see. Embarrassment washed over her, and she couldn't help but weep softly. Lin Dan brought her to a nearby beach chair, positioning himself to shield her from prying eyes, never once glancing at her. "Li Yin, fetch a towel," he instructed. Li Yin complied quickly, delivering a towel to Lin Dan, who wrapped it around the shivering girl. Afterward, he approached the two young men, asking, "Was that amusing?" They hesitated before replying, "We were just joking." Without warning, Lin Dan kicked one of them in the chest, retorting, "Then allow me to share a joke as well." He then seized both by their hair and forcefully plunged their heads into the water. Chapter 64. An apology. No one anticipated Lin Dan's sudden aggression. By the time they processed what had happened, the two were already submerged. Some attempted to intervene, but upon hearing footsteps, Lin Dan turned to see the loudest instigators from earlier. With a dark expression, he warned, "If you want to try your luck, feel free to come forward." These individuals were merely a group of hedonistic heirs, while Lin Dan exuded an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. His words quelled their bravado. And for the moment, no one dared to advance. Estimating the time, Lin Dan only pulled the two out when they could no longer hold their breath. "Have you realized your mistake?" he asked. "Cough, you bastard." Upon hearing this, Lin Dan promptly submerged them again. This time, one of the young men, unable to endure any longer, surrendered and admitted his fault. One individual, a youth who had initially sprayed champagne, continued to boast defiantly, panting as he cursed. "What do you think you are? Do you know who my father is? I will not allow you to be enscathed in Beigang. I share my father's surname." Lin leaned closer to Lin Dan, whispering, "Lin Dan, Zhang Siwei's father is the director of the Land Bureau. Perhaps we should let this matter rest." Lin Dan remained silent. He had encountered many such individuals who, bolstered by their fortunate lineage, believed themselves superior, displaying a vile character devoid of boundaries. It was inconceivable for him to simply let Zhang Siwei off the hook, dragging him along like a lifeless dog. Lin Dan confronted the girl who had fallen into the water, declaring, "I do not care who your father is. Apologize to me." The girl sat on a beach chair, observing the disheveled Zhang Siwei sprawled on the ground, instinctively tightening her grip on her towel. Zhang Siwei clenched his teeth in silence. The thought of apologizing to a girl in front of so many onlookers was unbearable. "Do you wish to repeat your foolishness?" Lin Dan crouched down, a mocking smile on his face as he remarked, "Just don't let me be the one to finish you off before you can take me down." Though he smiled, his words carried no hint of jest, sending a shiver down Zhang Siwei's spine. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced, muttering, "I'm sorry." Ultimately, Lin Dan spared Zhang Siwei further humiliation, showing consideration for Li Yan. Otherwise, had it been any other day, he would have undoubtedly broken the arm of such a coward who bullied women. With an apology offered, Zhang Siwei, feeling utterly humiliated and aware he could not match Lin Dan's strength, retreated into the cabin, followed by his few sycophantic companions. "Thank you," the girl on the beach chair said, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she addressed Lin Dan. "It's nothing. This place is not suitable for you. You should return early." He replied, "Yes, my friend's boat will arrive shortly." The girl looked up at Lin Dan, as if she wished to say more. However, Li Yan, unwilling to let them converse further, interjected, "Lin Dan, we should be on our way. There's nothing worthwhile here." "Are you leaving?" Just as they took a few steps, Li Yan's two roommates caught up with them. "Join us. This area is home to pods of whales and schools of sharks. We are preparing a chase after them on a speedboat." The mention of sharks piqued Lin Dan's interest. "Are you in for some fun?" Li Yan asked, as they had initially planned to go diving. Lin Dan nodded in agreement. The four of them quickly reached a consensus and instructed the crew to arrange for the speedboats. They set out with two speedboats, each accompanied by a skilled crew member responsible for navigation. Lin Dan and Li Yan took one boat, opting to steer it themselves. Driving was akin to operating a car for Lin Dan. He exhibited speed and precision, swiftly pursuing the whales that occasionally leaped above the surface, creating frothy white waves in their wake. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol prior to arriving, Li Yan soon found himself overwhelmed and reluctantly switched to the other speedboat. The crew member accompanying him, feigning seasickness, also boarded the second boat. Lin Dan paid little mind, continuing to navigate ahead on his own. Meanwhile, the slower boat carrying Li Yan and his companions received a radio message shortly thereafter, warning of an impending super typhoon in the area, instructing all vessels from Huagua to return to port. Under the brilliant midday sun, it seemed improbable that a storm would arise. Although puzzled, they decided to comply and head back. The speedboat belonging to Lin Dan was a considerable distance away, rendering any shouts completely inaudible. Li Yan contemplated making a phone call, yet the vast ocean offered no signal. He instructed the crew to retrieve his friend. The crew recalled the promises made by several young masters prior to their arrival. If they could find a way to deal with Lin Dan, a substantial reward awaited them. This was a rare opportunity. The radio and navigation system of the speedboat had been sabotaged. Once they departed, adrift in the boundless sea without direction, The only fate awaiting their adversaries would be a dead end. With the speedboat running low on fuel, venturing closer was too cumbersome. There's a radio on board. I will contact him to return. Lin, slightly disoriented from seasickness, slumped in his seat and nodded, urging prompt communication. The crew nodded in agreement, feigning a series of operations before stating, "We will return first. He will follow us." Before them, an inconspicuous white patrol vessel, devoid of any markings, anchored beside the yacht. Individuals disembarked, presented their identification, and demanded an immediate return. "Do you have any other vessels at sea?" Zhang Siwei inquired, glancing towards the water, where only one speedboat remained from the two that had set out. A knowing smile crept across his face. "Yes, but it has already returned. We are heading back now." "Please do so promptly," the individual replied before departing. Upon re-entering the patrol vessel's cabin, various sophisticated devices were in operation. A dozen personnel sat around a conference table, intently observing the central screen while continuously recording data on their computers. The screen displayed a red dot for positioning, alongside a moving image captured by a handheld device, revealing the interior of a luxurious yacht. They diligently mapped out the distribution of all personnel and rooms on board, facilitating the design of an optimal breach plan. Lu Qingwei occupied the chair at the head of the conference table, glancing at the newcomers before asking, "Have they left?" "Yes, most nearby vessels have been cleared. Only our disguised fishing boats remain," came the response. Lu Qingwei nodded, rising to lean on the table with both hands. His body slightly inclined as he fixated on the red dot at the center of the screen, exuding an air of determination. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare opportunity. We must seize this chance to capture this malignant tumor entrenched in our North Port and indeed throughout the entirety of Huagua. We shall only accept success, not failure." Chapter 65. Captured beneath the azure sky, a few clouds drifted lazily by, while a red parachute glided through the air, descending onto the ocean not far from Lin Dan. As he fiddled with the radio and navigation system of the speedboat, Lin Dan glanced up and promptly steered the vessel towards it. With a splash, a man emerged from the water, wiping the sea from his face, his expression one of indifference towards the sudden appearance of another. Lin Dan leaned forward, extending his hand towards the stranger. However, the man remained motionless, floating silently on the surface. "Why are you dawdling? Come aboard." Lin Dan, perceiving the man's lack of movement as a sign of confusion, grasped his arm firmly and hoisted him onto the speedboat, perhaps due to swallowing seawater. The man coughed a couple of times upon sitting down. Lin Dan retrieved the last remaining bottle of mineral water from the boat and offered it to him, saying, "Have a sip of water." The man remained silent, merely observing him. After several attempts at conversation yielded no response, Lin Dan began to suspect that the other person might not speak Chinese. "Aren't you from Huagua?" He scrutinized the man's face for a moment. He appeared refined and cultured, and certainly did not seem like a foreigner. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter reverberated through the air, approaching their direction. Lin Dan's spirits lifted. Help had finally arrived. Moments earlier, he had been preoccupied with chasing dolphins, only to realize that Li Yin and the others were nowhere to be found. He had intended to return, but the speedboat's navigation system malfunctioned. His phone had no signal, and the radio was inoperable. He had been adrift on the sea for over half an hour, believing the helicopter to be a rescue sent by Li Yin after discovering his absence. He waved his arms frantically. The helicopter hovered above the speedboat, approximately 5 or 6 meters above the water surface. As the door opened, a scar-faced man leaned out. Upon seeing his features, Lin Dan instinctively took a few steps back. The scar-faced man wore a sleeveless black top, revealing a wolf tattoo on his shoulder, and held an AK-47, its dark muzzle aimed directly at Lin Dan. "Boss," he shouted in Burmese as he jumped onto the speedboat. The man seated behind Lin Dan stood up, but before he could take 2 steps, Lin Dan yanked him back behind him. "Who are you? What do you want?" The scar-faced man, unable to comprehend Chinese, asked, "Boss, should we eliminate him?" The man remained silent, intrigued by how Lin Dan grasped his wrist. It was quite amusing, he thought, that a sheep already surrounded for slaughter still dared to put on a brave front. However, this notion was swiftly overturned. Before either of them could react, Lin Dan struck first, sweeping the man's legs out from under him and pinning him against the stainless steel railing of the speedboat. The scar-faced man struggled to break free and attempted to fire his weapon. Sensing his intent, Lin Dan seized his wrist with force, resulting in a pained scream as the gun slipped from his grasp. Lin Dan, unfamiliar with firearms, kicked the weapon aside, where it landed at the feet of the other man. Noticing more individuals descending from the helicopter, he quickly instructed the man behind him, "You take the wheel. I'll deal with them." To ensure comprehension, he pointed towards the steering wheel and, with his limited English vocabulary, urged, "Go, go, go. We need to escape. Do you understand?" The man bent down to retrieve the fallen gun and aimed it at Lin Dan's temple, uttering the first words he had spoken since their encounter. An interesting Huagua person. He had assumed Lin Dan was merely a sheep, but now he saw him as a foolish little wolf cub. How intriguing, he mused. Seizing the opportunity, the scar-faced man extricated himself from beneath Lin Dan and positioned himself behind the other man. The latter spoke in Chinese, which Lin Dan understood perfectly. It was abundantly clear now that they were allies. Furious, he thought to himself that had it not been for the gun pressing against his head, he would have kicked the man into the sea. "Damn it, you little pretty boy, pretending you can't speak Chinese." The man struck Lin Dan's face with a gun barrel, warning him to watch his language. His voice was light as a feather, yet his gaze was icy, exuding an undeniable sense of oppression that would have terrified an ordinary individual. However, Lin Dan was no ordinary person, even with a gun pointed at his head. He maintained a fierce glare at his adversary. "Had he known you were no good, I would have kicked you into the sea just now." The man fell silent, instructing two of his subordinates to bind Lin Dan. "Boss, why not just kill him? What if he's a cop?" "No, take it back first." Initially, the plan was to eliminate him, but now he had changed his mind. The group boarded a helicopter and departed, leaving only a speedboat behind. A ruby necklace dangled from the man's chest. Yishi eyes embraced the woman in his arms, drinking down half a glass of wine that she brought to his lips. "This necklace is truly stunning," the woman remarked, caressing the pigeon blood red gem the size of a pigeon's egg. Yishi eyes grinned with a roguish charm. "Do you like it? Shall I gift it to you?" The woman giggled, covering her mouth. "You jest little y. This was a gift from Boss Bai. I wouldn't dare accept it. Then when you come back to Beijing with me, I'll buy you one even larger." The woman nestled against him, shyly nodding. The pair exchanged intimate words until a waiter brought more drinks. As the waiter poured, he accidentally knocked over a glass at the edge of the table, spilling wine all over Yishi eyes. One of the bystanders cursed in Burmese, drawing a gun on the waiter. Yishi eyes waved it off, saying it's fine. It was an accident. I'll change my clothes. The woman wanted to follow, but Yishi eyes gently patted her hand, pointing to the fishing rod he had cast earlier. "Darling, the fish are biting. Keep an eye on it for me." After he spoke, he retreated to the cabin's bedroom, casually removing the ruby necklace from his neck and placing on the table before entering the inner room. Soon, a servant brought in clothes, inadvertently brushing against the table and knocking the necklace to the floor. Yishi eyes emerged after changing, donning the gemstone necklace and adjusting its position before stepping outside. Instead of heading straight to the deck, he strolled leisurely about the yacht, pausing to survey the surroundings and taking note of all those stationed nearby. "Little Yi, is there something you need?" Someone soon inquired. "Where's Boss Bai? He went paragliding this morning and hasn't returned yet." "Oh, never mind then. I was just thinking of finding him." With that, Yishi eyes departed. He later used the excuse of checking the evening menu to deliberately detour to the kitchen, putting in considerable effort to explore much of the five-story yacht. It wasn't until the sound of whirring helicopter blades resonated in the air that he decided to step outside. The helicopter landed on the yacht's aft deck, and as the door opened, Boss Bai disembarked first, followed by two burly men who brought a bound individual down. The person had their head lowered, and Yishi eyes, coming up, could not discern their features. "Little Yi, how was your day?" Before Yishi eyes could respond, the restrained individual suddenly forcefully knocked down the two men flanking him and sprinted toward the edge of the deck, attempting to leap into the sea. As he barely grazed the deck railing, the relentless Boss Bai seized him by the hair, displaying a recklessness that defied logic. How daring to leap from such a height! He cast a sidelong glance at the lifeboat tethered below, patting the man's face, exhibiting a certain cleverness. The bound man recoiled from his touch, exclaiming, "Get away from me." The familiar sound caused Yi eyes to stiffen abruptly. Lin Dan, how could he be here? Chapter 66. Thirsty? The midday sun radiated merciless heat, with temperatures at sea approaching 40 degrees. On the unshielded top deck, Lin Dan's hands were bound behind him, his upper body firmly secured to the railing. He struggled to free himself, but the more he fought, the tighter the ropes became. Realizing escape was impossible for the time being, Lin Dan ceased his futile efforts and sat quietly, conserving his strength. However, the oppressive heat soon caused the teak floor and stainless steel railings to scorch. Clad in lightweight attire for a day at sea, Lin Dan's bare calves and arms reddened under the relentless sun. His body nearly drenched in sweat as moisture evaporated rapidly from his skin. Periodically, he glanced at the sun as it slowly descended towards the west. He swallowed hard. His throat parched. How thirsty he felt. Soon, footsteps echoed from the stairway leading to the deck, and Lin Dan shook his lightheadedness, squinting at the approaching figure. It was the scar-faced man he'd encountered on the speedboat. The scar-faced man approached and kicked him lightly, asking, "Not dead yet?" Lin Dan lifted his eyelids briefly before shutting them again. Remembering the grudge from their recent encounter, the scar-faced man squatted down, speaking in a halting Chinese. "Kid, want some water?" Lin Dan did not trust his intentions and refused to meet his gaze, continuing to hang his head. The scar-faced man poured the bottle of mineral water onto the deck, untied the ropes binding Lin Dan to the railing, and then pressed his face down onto the floor. Taunting, "If you want water, lick it off the ground." A black Audi, adorned with the license plate A00001 and 2 red flags on its hood, halted in front of the municipal police department. Secretary Wang opened the door, and Shun Jiu, impeccably dressed, stepped out. The two hurried inside. The top floor was eerily quiet as Shun Jiu made his way to the conference room. 2 suited men promptly opened the door, and upon seeing him, everyone seated in the room rose to their feet. "Please, everyone sit," Shun Jiu said with a slight nod as he took his place at the head of the table. "Is the position confirmed?" he inquired. "Yes, confirmed. It is located 100 nautical miles from the northern waters of Myanmar. The Special Task Force has mapped out the interior of the yacht and devised 3 potential escape routes." After speaking, a man seated in the corner clicked on his mouse, and the plans drafted by Liu Qingyue and his team appeared on the large screen before them. All 3 routes ultimately led to a room on the 2nd level of the yacht, marked in red. This was Boss Bai's bedroom, with detailed annotations indicating the locations of surrounding guards. The Bai family stands as the largest drug trafficking organization in the Golden Triangle, controlling nearly 2/3 of the opium fields in northern Myanmar. Initially, they dealt in heroin, but under the leadership of the Bai boss, they transitioned to manufacturing new synthetic drugs, expanding their operations throughout Asia. This individual is known for his cautious and suspicious nature, surrounding himself only with trusted confidants. Despite numerous attempts by law enforcement to infiltrate his ranks with informants, no success has been achieved, and to this day, the public security system lacks a clear photograph of him. Recently, the Yi family agreed to allow Yi eyes to personally take on this perilous venture, which was seen as an opportunity to ensnare this elusive figure. The ruby necklace worn by Yi eyes was a gift from the Bai boss, which the police meticulously replicated, embedding a tracking system and a miniature camera within it. To deliver this necklace onto the yacht, they enlisted the help of an informant who had been stationed at the border for 5 years. Should this operation fail, the border would undoubtedly witness a violent aftermath, resulting in irreparable losses for the police. Shun Jiu glanced at Yi Mingda, who sat a short distance away. His agreement to allow the latter's participation in today's meeting signified his acceptance of the Yi family's allegiance. The surveillance feed from the informant on the yacht was soon projected onto the screen, revealing a view of the distant sea beyond the deck railing, with the occasional white gull gliding through the sky. The Bai boss retreated to his bedroom to change, while Yi eyes, visibly preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Dan on the top deck, struggled to maintain his composure. The woman, with her delicate and ethereal physique, inched closer, and Yi eyes recognized her as someone tasked with monitoring his actions, compelling him to conceal his concerns and adopt his usual nonchalant demeanor. As someone called out, "Young Master Yi," he turned swiftly, and soon a figure appeared on the screen. The man at the forefront appeared refined and handsome. Clad in a well-tailored white linen shirt and khaki trousers, his hair meticulously slicked back. The attendees in the conference room quickly deduced his identity, and Yi-Shiai's utterance of "by boss" further confirmed it. As they engaged in conversation while fishing, 3 hours passed, and with the sun beginning to set, the by boss inquired, "What is happening with the one above?" His subordinate replied, "Initially, there was quite a struggle, but then they fell silent." The by boss responded with an enigmatic smile, saying to Yi-Shiai's, "Interestingly, the captured individual shares a similar accent with you, young Master Yi. It sounds like they might be from Beigang. Perhaps they are an acquaintance of yours." Yi-Shiai's understood that the by boss was casting doubt on Lin Dan's identity and was deliberately probing him. Maintaining an air of casualness, he replied, "By boss, you jest. I haven't even had a clear look at the person you brought. You whisked them away to the top deck before I could recognize them." He refrained from being definitive, fearing that Lin Dan might see him later and seek his assistance without sufficient context. "Why not go up and take a look? If it turns out to be someone familiar, I could release them sooner," he suggested. "Sounds good," Yi-Shiai's readily agreed. "By the way, I have quite a few friends in Beigang. Is that so? It seems Beigang is indeed a blessed place. Dan has been there for so long. Yet he is reluctant to return," the by boss remarked. "My father is aging, and as the only son, having spent so much time in northern Myanmar, he needs companionship. That's why he is reluctant to let Dan go." Shannon had already been apprehended by the police. During this period, all communications with Boss Bai were conducted under police surveillance. Regarding Shannon's prolonged stay in Beigang, being evasive would only arouse suspicion. It was more prudent to assert that he had been retained as a hostage by the Yi family. One was a trusted confidant privy to numerous secrets, while the other was the only son of the Yi family and the future heir, a dynamic that could effectively balance the interests of both parties. Boss Bai was a shrewd individual and would not question this explanation. Their dialogue in the conference room was distinctly audible, and the director proactively addressed Shunjiu, secretary. "It has been confirmed. He is not one of ours. It appears someone ventured into international waters and inadvertently collided with them." Shunjiu acknowledged this with a nod. Their operational plan was set for the evening, and with nearly 3 hours remaining until nightfall. According to Boss Bai's ruthless policy of preferring to mistakenly kill 1,000 rather than let one escape, it was evident that this individual would not survive until nightfall. However, it was unavoidable. One could not disrupt the entire police operation for the sake of a single individual while disregarding the safety of others. Chapter 67. When the scene wavered slightly as Yi-Shiai's advanced. Soon, they reached the top floor, where Yi-Shiai's witnessed Lin Dan pinned to the ground. His fist clenched. Get lost. Having been tied up like a dog for several hours and now subjected to such humiliation, Lin Dan's fury reached its zenith. He swiftly executed a roll, entwining his legs around the scarred man's thigh, and with a forceful twist of his abdomen, he overturned his adversary onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity as the scarred man fell, Lin Dan sprang to his feet and delivered a series of brutal kicks to the man's chest, ultimately sending him sprawling into a puddle. With an imposing stance, he pressed his foot against the man's face, coldly commanding, "Now, clean it up. Clap, clap, clap." As the words left his lips, Boss Bai, positioned at the stairway, couldn't resist applauding, impressed by the display of skill. Lin Dan turned to face him, his visage appearing on the large screen. No one in the conference room recognized Lin Dan, save for Shunjiu and Lu Qingwei, who was on the patrol ship. Unlike their previous encounters, where he had appeared taciturn, he now stood dominantly with one foot on the fallen man, his gaze warily fixed on Boss Bai. Reminiscent of a wild, untamed wolf baring its teeth at a hunter daring to invade its territory. Even in a position of clear disadvantage, this wolf refused to concede, waiting for a moment of inattention from the hunter to seize a piece of flesh. "Boss," the scarred man began. "Useless." Boss Bai suddenly changed his demeanor, drawing a gun from his waist and pulling the trigger. Lin Dan, sensing the motion, promptly ducked and rolled to the side. Boss Bai's action was alarmingly swift. By the time Yi-Shiai's reacted, the gunshot had already echoed. A wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him momentarily disoriented, but fortunately, a woman standing nearby steadied him. Regaining his composure, he looked down to see not Lin Dan lying on the ground, but one of Boss Bai's subordinates, a bullet wound to his forehead. Sprawled in a pool of blood, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Lin Dan was unharmed. Lin Dan stood closest to the lifeless body, its unblinking eyes fixed upon him, an image that inevitably conjured memories of nightmarish events from the past. Overcome by a sudden chill, he instinctively rose and took 2 steps back, turning away to avoid the sight. The other subordinates exhibited no reaction to Boss Bai's sudden act of murder, as if it were merely an inconsequential affair. Soon, someone approached to lift the corpse and cast it into the vast sea, where it sank without causing a ripple upon the surface. Quite quick to respond. I thought you feared not for your life, Boss Bai remarked, holstering his weapon as he beckoned Lin Dan. Yet, Lin Dan remained unmoved. Perhaps having never encountered someone like Lin Dan before, Boss Bai exhibited a measure of patience, stating, "Thus far, no one has managed to leave after offending me, but you are different. How about I offer you a chance to live?" Only then did Lin Dan approach. Locking eyes with him, his voice hoarse from thirst. What opportunity! Boss Bai gestured towards the man behind him, saying, "If you can defeat ACHA, I shall allow you to leave." Really? Lin Dan questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. I could easily arrange for your demise. Shall we test that? Naturally. Lin Dan could not resign himself to fate. Nodding in agreement, untie me. The ropes were swiftly loosened. As he flexed his numb wrists and surveyed his surroundings, he finally noticed Yi Shiai's standing behind Boss Bai. Their eyes met, and Yi Shiai's felt a surge of anxiety. It was best to avoid recognition until nightfall, when the police would act. However, if Lin Dan sought his assistance, he would need to provide a plausible explanation for their connection. Rapidly, he devised a plan to dispel Boss Bai's suspicions and ensure their safe retreat. Ultimately, Lin Dan merely cast a fleeting glance at him before averting his gaze. Uncertain of Yi Shiai's presence, he had no intention of seeking help from someone with whom he had fallen out. Lin Dan continued to negotiate with Boss Bai, stating, "If I win, not only must you allow me to leave, but you must also provide me with a fully fueled speedboat." Agreed. Lin Dan discerned the truth in Boss Bai's expression. He had no real intention of letting him go, but the man's interest had indeed been piqued. He wished to prolong the game before sending Lin Dan to meet his end. On the upper deck, a sunken semi-open lounge area offered a view, where Boss Bai and Yi Shiai's settled upon a sofa, a table laden with drinks before them. Boss Bai took a sip of his beverage, keenly observing the two standing before him. Among his subordinates, ACHA ranked among the top 3 in skill. Lin Dan had previously secured victory twice, relying on surprise. Yet, facing overwhelming strength, his luck would not hold. The predetermined outcome held little intrigue. Yet Boss Bai relished the thought of witnessing Lin Dan's defiant visage pinned to the ground. Ultimately forced to concede, ACHA, a Thai national, was of dark complexion, in stark contrast to Lin Dan's lean frame. His solid, muscular build commanded an imposing presence. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he loomed over Lin Dan, who at 185 meters, appeared significantly dwarfed. ACHA had scarcely regarded Lin Dan, the frail Chinese man, as a worthy opponent. Had it not been for his employer's intervention, he would not have engaged in this contest unarmed. Eager for a swift conclusion, he struck first with a sweeping kick, generating a gust of wind aimed directly at Lin Dan's ribs. Lin Dan bent low to evade the blow and retaliated with a soaring knee directed at ACHA's abdomen. Caught off guard as ACHA retracted his leg, he took the hit squarely. For a fighter, pain serves as a stimulant within the arena, and once steadied, ACHA unleashed his fists with renewed ferocity upon Lin Dan. The speed of ACHA's strikes left Lin Dan little room for evasion, and he soon felt the sting of a blow across his face. Nonchalantly, he wiped the blood from his cheek with the back of his hand and continued his assault. ACHA exhibited formidable strength and aggression, while Lin Dan, having skipped lunch and endured the scorching sun, found his stamina waning. In the ensuing rounds, both men bore numerous injuries. ACHA was taken aback by the tenacity of his opponent, who seemed as slippery as an eel. Lin Dan's limbs trembled slightly from exertion. He understood that he needed to conclude the fight swiftly, lest his energy be depleted and defeat become inevitable. Glancing at the nearby railing, he swiftly tore his shirt in half and fashioned it into makeshift bindings for his sweat-drenched hands. He had no choice but to gamble everything on this moment. As ACHA charged again, Lin Dan feigned retreat, maneuvering closer to the deck's railing. When ACHA launched a straight punch, Lin Dan pressed his slender waist against the railing, contorting his body at an astonishing angle. Grasping the handrail, he executed a spin, leaving him suspended outside the railing, 5 stories above the vast ocean below. Yishi eyes watched with bated breath. From this precarious position, Lin Dan propelled his left leg toward ACHA, who narrowly evaded the strike. However, Lin Dan had anticipated this and swiftly followed with a powerful kick aimed at ACHA's temple. The force of Lin Dan's kick left ACHA momentarily dazed, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Dan leaped back onto the deck, immediately attacking ACHA's lower body. This tactic was decidedly underhanded. ACHA, still reeling from the earlier blow, instinctively sidestepped, inadvertently exposing his entire back to Lin Dan. With a deft pivot, Lin Dan's leg struck ACHA's side with the force of a whip, followed by a leap, wrapping his arms around ACHA's neck. As Lin Dan's biceps and forearm muscles engaged, ACHA felt the constriction around his throat, his face reddening as a sense of suffocation enveloped him. He swayed, attempting to shake off Lin Dan's grip, but Lin Dan held on tenaciously. Ultimately, it was ACHA who conceded, prompting Lin Dan to release him. As the contest concluded, Lin Dan, nearly exhausted, leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, his throat aching from dehydration. After a few minutes of recovery, he mustered the strength to approach his employer, bracing himself against the table to ensure he would not collapse. "I have one. It is time for you to fulfill your promise." Chapter 68. Can you shoot? The sky had yet to darken completely, yet the yacht's lights had already been illuminated. The overhead spotlight and the surrounding LED strips illuminated the area with brilliance. At this moment, Lin Dan appeared rather disheveled. Not only was his face marred, but his entire bare torso was covered in purple bruises. In several places, the injuries were severe enough that faint traces of blackened blood could be seen congealed beneath the skin, presenting a gruesome sight. Confronted by Boss Bai and his cadre of armed mercenaries, Lin Dan, clearly at a disadvantage, faced him with unwavering resolve. His expression was sharp and indifferent, akin to a drawn blade, poised to inflict harm upon any who dared approach. "I observe your condition is rather dire. Perhaps you should rest before departing," Boss Bai suggested. "No need," Lin Dan replied firmly. "You possess commendable skills. Why not stay and work for me? The remuneration I offer shall surely satisfy you." Having witnessed the confrontation, Boss Bai regarded Lin Dan with newfound admiration. Although he had no intention of letting the man leave, thoughts of retaining him began to take root. "Unnecessary," Lin Dan directly rejected. "Provide me with a boat, as promised." "You have seen my face. It would be unwise to leave so easily," Boss Bai retorted. Lin Dan paused, his brows furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean?" Leaning back against the sofa, Boss Bai casually crossed his legs, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I agree to let you go, but I never specified whether it would be in life or death." As he spoke, he twirled a sapphire ring on his finger and smirked. "If you refuse to work for me, I shall have no choice but to kill you and send your remains back to Beiyang. You're playing me for a fool." Realizing he had been deceived, Lin Dan swiftly vaulted over the table, pinning Boss Bai against the chair back. In an instant, a dozen guns were aimed at Lin Dan. With a resounding slap, Lin Dan pressed his arm against Boss Bai's neck and struck him hard across the face. "I've tolerated you long enough, you little white face." Boss Bai's head was knocked to the side, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his gaze toward Lin Dan filled with murderous intent. "You are courting death." Having ruled the Golden Triangle for years, he was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. The notion of being slapped in such a manner was utterly preposterous. "Be calm. Do not move," Lin Dan said, reaching around to retrieve the gun tucked into Boss Bai's waistband, aiming it at his head. "Provide me with a boat, or I will shoot him right now." The surrounding men seemed oblivious to his command, remaining motionless, their guns still trained on him. Lin Dan furrowed his brow, realizing they were not Chinese, and turned to Yi, who sat nearby. Translate for them. Tell them to arrange a speedboat for me, or I will send their boss to meet the Grim Reaper. Yi was taken aback by Lin Dan's audacity. Not only had he struck Boss Bai, but now he dared to hold a gun to him. Unless he could escape, his fate was sealed. All right, I will translate. Just remain calm. He quickly complied with Lin Dan's request, speaking in Burmese. Hurry and arrange a boat for him. What if something happens to Boss Bai? Yet no one moved. Yi now understood the gravity of the situation. Despite the usual banter, when push came to shove, these desperate men only heeded Boss Bai's orders, rendering his words insignificant. He understood that time could no longer be delayed. Boss Bai must not perish tonight, nor could Lin Dan be allowed to meet a similar fate. Disregarding any suspicion that might arise, Yi promptly instructed his bodyguard to arrange for a speedboat. Wait. Boss Bai, pinned beneath Lin Dan, raised his hand to caress Lin Dan's side waist and languidly inquired, "Can you shoot?" "I sense a tremor in your hands." Lin Dan pressed the gun firmly against his forehead, his index finger resting on the trigger. "Would you like to find out?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a sharp pain radiated from his side waist, swiftly followed by a numbing sensation that spread uncontrollably throughout his body. Reminiscent of the last time he had been drugged by Yi. Boss Bai opened his right hand, revealing an unexpected small prickle on the ring of his index finger. Coated with a potent anesthetic capable of rendering an adult man defenseless with just a single jab, he swiftly turned the tables, pinning Lin Dan onto the sofa in the same manner, then seized the gun from his grasp. "Let me teach you how to use a gun." With one hand, Boss Bai chambered a round and fired into the air. In the next moment, a seagull fell, struck down, landing on the deck nearby. The gun, still warm from a discharge, was pressed against Lin Dan's face as Boss Bai playfully tapped it twice. "Have you learned?" Lin Dan, feeling utterly weakened, slumped onto the sofa, silent, his gaze fixed intently on Boss Bai. "I considered sparing your life, but alas, you are too ungrateful." Boss Bai aimed the gun at Lin Dan's chin, his hand brushing over his eyes as he sighed. "Very well, I shall grant you a swift end." At that moment, Lin Dan, devoid of strength and fully aware of his impending doom, gradually closed his eyes. The dense lashes brushed against his palm, and Boss Bai, inexplicably stirred by a hint of compassion, struggled against the searing pain on his face, hardening his heart. Just as he hesitated, Yi suddenly pushed his arm aside, causing the gun to misfire, the bullet striking the deck. Boss Bai's expression darkened. "What do you mean by this, Mr. Yi?" Yi smirked, his tone nonchalant. "I have taken a liking to this one. It would be a shame to kill him. Why not let me have my turn?" Boss Bai raised an eyebrow. "And how do you intend to play?" "Why, like this." Yi lifted a glass of liquor from the table, tilting it back but not swallowing, before ignoring Boss Bai entirely and grasping Lin Dan's chin, kissing him fervently. As their lips met, Lin Dan, who faced death with an unusual tranquility, suddenly began to struggle violently, desperately attempting to grasp Yi back in an effort to push him away, but as soon as his hands made contact, they began to slide down in weakness. This action was less an attack and more akin to a flirtatious caress. When Lin Dan's lips parted, Yi's tongue slipped inside, only to be bitten fiercely. Unfazed, Yi mixed the blood with the liquor in his mouth and fed it to Lin Dan, whose thirst compelled him to swallow the liquid instinctively. As his Adam's apple bobbed, he emitted a few low gasps, aware that Lin Dan did not favor men. Yi had no intention of humiliating him. After feeding him the drink, he released him, planting gentle kisses on the injured areas of his face, imbued with a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Lin Dan, who could be subjected to such treatment, felt a wave of nausea rising within him, and he raised his hand to push him away, gritting his teeth and uttering, "Get lost. Just go." The last time Yi had drugged Lin Dan, his primal instincts had taken over. Even though Lin Dan resisted, all he could think about was holding him tightly. Yet now, faced with Lin Dan's unabashed disdain once more, the thrill of conquest had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of bitterness that welled up within him. Chapter 69. Humiliation in the Perilous Golden Triangle. The number of those who have perished at the hands of their bedfellows is not insignificant. Boss Bai did not indulge in desires nor place faith in those who share his pillow. His true cravings lay in the pursuit of wealth and power. The young man he had inadvertently encountered at sea resembled a fierce, vengeful wolf, untamable by any means, which was precisely why he sought to eliminate Lin Dan. To keep a wild beast that could turn on him at any moment was an act of sheer folly. Boss Bai sat closely beside Lin Dan, acutely aware of the latter's resistance and struggles when kissed by another man. The youth's handsome features were marred by injuries, yet in this vulnerable position, with his eyes closed and lashes trembling slightly, he exuded a fragility that contrasted sharply with the reckless ferocity he had displayed moments earlier, awakening a desire within Boss Bai to humiliate and torment him. It was a revelation to him. Taming a person could be achieved not only through brute force, but also through intimacy. Boss Bai's gaze fixated on the subtle changes in Lin Dan's expression, his eyes gradually growing inscrutable. He extended 2 fingers, prompting ACHA to promptly bring him a cigarette, which he lit and inhaled while observing the intimate embrace of the 2 men. Yishiai's final kiss landed softly near Lin Dan's ear. He nibbled on the earlobe and whispered in a barely audible tone, "Trust me, I won't let anything happen to you." With that, he released Lin Dan, his hand playfully resting on his shoulder, addressing Boss Bai. "Boss Bai, I shall take him with me." Lin Dan's expression was utterly despondent after the earlier treatment, but recalling Yishiai's words, he ultimately remained silent. Boss Bai did not yield, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Instead, he remarked with a hint of amusement, "Young Master Yi, should you take him away, Sui may become jealous." The woman seated beside them immediately grasped the implication, wrapping her arms around Yishiai's and teasing, "Is there something wrong with Sui, young Master Yi? Didn't you promise to accompany her tonight?" Yishiai's, feeling inexplicably guilty under her embrace, instinctively glanced towards Lin Dan, who kept his head lowered, avoiding his gaze. "Boss Bai, I cannot help it. He is simply to my taste, and I must apologize to Sui for this," he confessed. Boss Bai flicked his finger to shake off the ash from his cigarette and replied with a smile, "Young Master Yi, I'm afraid I cannot part with him." Yishiai's, fearing Boss Bai still harbored intentions to kill Lin Dan, grew anxious. "Boss Bai, what harm could a man do to our plans? Why must he be killed? If you're truly concerned he is a threat, it would be wiser to wait until after my amusement before dealing with him." After all, Boss Bai was already in a precarious position. As long as they could endure through the night, Lin Dan would be safe. "Young Master, Yi has misunderstood. I have no intention of killing him," Boss Bai said, gripping Lin Dan's chin and forcibly raising his head. Due to their kiss, Lin Dan's previously parched lips now resembled a ripe grapefruit. He gently rubbed them with his fingers before taking a drag of smoke and leaning in to press his lips against Lin Dan's. Realizing the intent behind this action, Lin Dan instinctively turned his head to evade, but his chin was firmly grasped, leaving him powerless to resist. He could only submit as the smoke was introduced into his mouth. The vapor he inhaled was swiftly expelled, a pale mist cascading over their faces, seemingly imbued with a burning warmth. "You've stolen my kiss. Now I desire him." Yishiai's recognized that Boss Bai was not jesting. Being a man himself, he saw the same desire reflected in Boss Bai's eyes that he harbored for Lin Dan. "Boss Bai, there is a natural order. After all, I was the one who set my sights on him first." Boss Bai's gaze sharpened. "Are you certain you wish to compete with me for him?" Yishiai shrugged nonchalantly. "How can it be deemed theft? I shall be returning to Beigang in a few days. He's merely a man. Is it unreasonable to borrow him for a night? Xiaoyi, I possess a certain fastidiousness. I dislike others meddling with what I have taken a liking to." As he spoke, Boss Bai removed Yishiai's hand from Lin Dan's shoulder. "If you continue this foolishness, I would not hesitate to ensure the Yi family faces extinction." As the 2 men vied for Lin Dan as if he were an object, he erupted in fury, shouting, "For heaven's sake, both of you, get away from me." Ignoring Yishiai's, Boss Bai seized Lin Dan's hair, compelling him to tilt his head back and lean down to kiss the long, elegant curve of his neck. Witnessing Lin Dan being treated in such a manner, Yishiai's could hardly contain himself. If he could endure this, he would no longer be a man. Overcome with emotion, he attempted to rise and intervene, only to be firmly restrained by Boss Bai's henchmen, rendering him immobile on the sofa. Boss Bai dismissed Shi's futile struggles and turned to Lin Dan, asking, "What is your name?" Lin Dan retorted with a cold laugh, "Your father." To this insolent remark, Boss Bai merely chuckled, "I have yet to indulge in a man. You are the first to ignite my desire. I am confident we shall share a splendid evening." Lin Dan found this amusing. "What, after I slapped you, do you wish to be ravished by a man?" He gestured towards Shi's, who also had an affinity for men. "Perhaps you two should engage in a meaningful exchange." His words darkened the expressions of both men. Boss Bai, not one to tolerate provocation, decided that even if he chose to keep Lin Dan, he would ensure the latter faced some consequences. Suddenly, he turned hostile, grasping Lin Dan's arm and throwing him onto the deck before the sofa. Lin Dan's back collided with the table behind him, causing him to collapse helplessly on the ground. He attempted to rise, but after several futile tries, he fell back down. "Since you fail to recognize your place, I shall enlighten you regarding your true nature tonight." Boss Bai commanded his subordinates to fetch a bottle of red wine from the cellar. Freshly retrieved, the wine still carried a chill. Soon placed in an ice bucket and brought forth. Lin Dan was pressed against the ground as Boss Bai poured ice directly onto his bare back. As night falls, the sea carries a chill. The icy cubes, upon making contact with Lin Dan's skin, provoke an involuntary struggle, yet he is restrained, unable to move. The ice cubes, uniformly shaped like thumbs, begin to meld upon touching his warm skin, sliding down either side of his back and pooling on the ground. Only the hollow of his spine serves as a perfect vessel, where the melting ice remains steadfastly in place. A bottle of Romanicani worth over 200,000 is uncorked, and the proprietor tilts the bottle, allowing the deep red liquid to cascade onto Lin Dan's back, leaving dark crimson streaks on his sun-kissed skin, while a gathering of red wine accumulates in the hollow of his spine. You have two choices. Either I take care of you right here, or you crawl around the table, and I shall attend to you afterward. Chapter 70. Who is in Gang? The semi-transparent silk screen resting on a rosewood base is adorned with exquisite landscapes and floral designs, slightly yellowed with age. Behind the screen, an enameled incense burner emits the fragrance of white sandalwood, filling the room with a cool, sweet aroma. The curling incense smoke dances upon the screen, appearing to flow like a gentle stream when viewed from the front. The Shun family boasts profound heritage. Their ancestral home adjacent to the Forbidden City, a centuries-old structure with red walls and gray tiles, having undergone several renovations yet retaining its original layout. Filled with relics from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Elios enters, finding Shun Shu already dressed, seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. He wears a new white suit with a mandarin collar, intricately embroidered with golden thread, adorned with precious sequins and gemstones. The tailored fabric hugs his physique, accentuating his tall, elegant stature. Shin Shu, however, feels a twinge of agitation. Since noon, he has sent a plethora of messages to Lin Dan without receiving a reply, and his calls go unanswered. Checking Lin Dan's location reveals he is quite far from Gang, nearing the northern seas of Myanmar, and has not moved since 2 in the afternoon. Shin Shu senses something amiss and promptly contacts Gao Fei to inquire about Lin Dan's whereabouts. "Why the long face since yesterday? Who has upset you?" Elios sits beside Shin Shu, noticing his furrowed brow, and gently reassures him. "Do not take your grandfather's words to heart. If you do not wish to marry, then do not. You are still young, and no one in the family is pressing you. I am not unhappy." Shin Shu dismisses the old man's matchmaking attempts. His desires are his own, unaffected by others. "Then cheer up, for today is your grandfather's birthday." Shin Shu manages a faint smile for Elios. Satisfied, she affectionately ruffles his hair. The climate here is dry, unlike Gang. "You've only been back a few days and already seem to be feeling the heat." She unveils the soup that the servants have brought, offering it to Shin Shu. "I had the kitchen prepare some soup. Let's drink it while it is warm before we depart." Due to the overwhelming number of guests attending the elder's birthday banquet, it was deemed impractical to host the event at home. Therefore, Shen Zhurong had made arrangements well in advance for the celebration to be held at a luxurious 5-star hotel under the FS brand. As the clock approached 5 o'clock and the banquet was scheduled to commence at 7, Shen Zhirong had already departed in the afternoon, and they were now preparing to leave as well. Shen Shu, however, felt no desire to indulge in drinking. His appetite was lacking. He was indeed irritable, having woken up this morning with a blemish on his chin, but his discomfort stemmed not from climatic factors, but rather from witnessing Lin Dan being affectionately embraced by Li Yin the previous day. The stylist had come by in the afternoon to deliver his attire, intending to apply some concealer, but Shen Shu, disinclined to smear his face with various products, had politely declined. It was advisable to consume a bit beforehand, as dinner would surely be delayed. Casting a glance at his phone, Shen Shu noted that Gao Fei had yet to respond, prompting him to set his phone down on the table and pick up a spoon to sip his soup. The broth was exquisite, having been simmered gently for an entire afternoon with aged kumquat and a tender chicken. Carefully prepared to suit Shen Shu's aversion to greasiness, the surface oil had been meticulously skimmed off, and the chicken consisted of the choicest cuts. The harmonious blend of the kumquat's tangy sweetness rendered the soup refreshing and nourishing, alleviating his internal heat. Yet, Shen Shu, with his discerning palate, set the spoon down after just 2 sips, contemplating his immediate return to Beigang following the banquet. Why the rush? Your grandfather has been longing to see you. It would be a shame to leave after such a brief visit, his mother remarked. Shen Shu remained silent, his intentions unmistakable. He was indeed eager to return. You were reluctant to go to Beigang before, and now, just a few days back, you wish to leave again. Understanding her son well, Elios had surmised the reason behind his urgency and playfully inquired, "Then tell me, who awaits you back in Beigang?" Shen Shu refrained from making eye contact, responding, "Mother, you already know the answer to that." While conjecture was one thing, an outright admission was another, Elios felt a wave of concern wash over her. Have you truly begun a relationship? You've been living together without formally dating, and he kissed you at SKP last time. Does he intend to shoulder any responsibility? That was simply me complaining about my hand hurting while carrying something. He just blew on it, Shen Shu defended, unable to suppress a sense of pride as he added, "Mother, next year when I return to England, he will accompany me." Shen Shu's heart was scheduled for a second surgery next year at a hospital in England. Lin Dan had promised to join him for the National Day holiday, which Shen Shu interpreted as a commitment to accompany him in the following year as well. Observing the sparkle in her son's eyes whenever he spoke of the other, Elios recognized that he had truly fallen for him, having doted on him since childhood. She found herself unable to oppose his feelings and resignedly asked, "Do you have any pictures?" "Let me see." "I do," he replied. Lin Dan was not fond of photography, so Shen Shu's phone contained hardly any pictures, except for a recent video of Lin Dan reluctantly donning a suit at Shen Shu's behest before his departure. Just as Shen Shu opened his phone to access the album, a call from Gao Fei interrupted him. He hurriedly rose and went to the balcony, pressing the answer button. "Have you found anything?" "Young master, the coastline near Beigang has been sealed off this afternoon, and all vessels have returned to port. I located Mr. Lin's companion, Li Xiao. They have returned, but Mr. Lin is not on the boat." Shen Shu's voice was laced with anger. Li Yin left Lin Dan alone at sea. If they truly dared to do such a thing, he could toss him into the open sea to feed the fish right now. Mr. Lin offended someone on the boat and was deliberately abandoned at sea. Li Xiao was unaware of this. Upon learning the situation, he sent someone back to search and only found Mr. Lin's watch and phone on that speedboat, yet the person himself has mysteriously vanished. What a useless fool Li Yin is. Shen Shu's heavy breaths came through the receiver to Gao Fei, who, knowing his physical condition, quickly advised, "Young master, please remain calm. I will contact Secretary Wang immediately to arrange for a search party to find Mr. Lin." Shen Shu took a deep breath, suppressing his rising fury. "No need for that. I will personally retrieve him." After saying this, he hung up the phone and left without changing his clothes. Elios quickly grabbed his arm. "Where are you going?" "The banquet is about to begin." "Mom, I have urgent matters to attend to. I need to return to Beigang. Please inform grandfather for me." What could possibly be so pressing at this moment, with so many guests present? Elios, noticing his grave expression, asked, "Is it about that friend of yours?" "Yes. Something has happened. I must go back." Elios sighed. "Very well, you go ahead. I will speak to your father and grandfather." Thank you, Mom. Shu embraced Elios before departing. Chapter 71. I want Lin Dan, the current commander of the Imperial Military District, is Commander Zhao. As Shu descended the stairs, he called one of his subordinates, instructing them to arrange a helicopter for him. When the young master of the Shun family personally made the call, the response was immediate and accommodating. 10 minutes later, Gao Fei and Shu boarded the helicopter. Normally, one must submit a flight plan to air traffic control in advance to obtain approval for takeoff. However, Shu's status made this unnecessary. And given that it was a military helicopter departing from the second ring of the capital, no one dared to question it. Shortly after takeoff, Gao Fei received a phone call and then informed Shu, young master, our yacht has been intercepted by the Coast Guard and cannot enter international waters. The straight-line distance from the capital to Beigang is about 1,000 kilometers, and the helicopter would take at least 2 hours to arrive. Gao Fei had arranged for the yacht to proceed according to the coordinates, allowing them to land directly on the yacht's location at the designated time. With Jiyu detained in Beigang and such a commotion occurring at sea, something significant was certainly afoot. He intercepted Gao Fei, who was about to contact Secretary Wang, and directly called Jiyu. The sudden ringtone resonated loudly in the quiet conference room, where participants typically kept personal communications silent or off during such important meetings. Except for Jiyu. Upon seeing the incoming number, he answered the call. Is there something you need? My boat needs to go to international waters. Have them clear the way. Jiyu's gaze remained fixed on the young man on the large screen before him, and without hesitation, he rejected his nephew's request. No, there is an important operation tonight. I care not for your actions. My person has gone missing on the high seas, and I must embark on a search. Shu's helicopter is dispatched from the Imperial Capital Military District. Should he choose to force his way through, none would dare to impede him. It is a rare sight to witness Shu so emotionally stirred. Jiyu paused for a moment. Was it the same individual as last time? Yes. I shall arrive at Beigang shortly. Hearing the whir of the helicopter above, Jiyu chuckled. Is this all merely a game? Why such a grand commotion over a man? Enough of your prattle, Shu threatened. Jiyu, should anything happen to Lin Dan, I assure you, your endeavors tonight will not go smoothly. Shu cared not for their intentions. All he desired was Lin Dan. If Lin Dan were in peril, then none would find peace. Such insolence. For this nephew, spoiled by his family, Jiyu felt utterly powerless. First, send me his photograph. I shall have someone search for him. Like an acrobat suspended by wires, the youth on the screen gripped the railing with one hand, his entire figure dangling from a yacht several meters above the sea. Then, relying solely on the strength of his arms, he propelled himself upward, executing a soaring kick towards the man standing on the deck. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, and Jiyu found his gaze wholly consumed by the youth, his heartbeat momentarily faltering. Soon, a notification chimed on his phone. Shu had sent a video. Without even glancing at it, he directly forwarded it to Lu Qingyue, who was at sea. The identities of those aboard the vessel had been verified. He was acquainted with an informant named Lin Dan, a native of Beigang, previously sentenced to life for murder, later deemed mentally ill. The identity of the youth on the screen was swiftly confirmed, and as Jiyu ended the call, someone rose to report. Upon hearing this, a rare disarray crossed Jiyu's typically placid visage. He interrupted the speaker. Lin Dan? You say his name is Lin Dan? Indeed, the man cautiously inquired. Secretary, is there a problem? None at all. Continue. With no response yet from Lu Qingyue, Jiyu hurriedly retracted the video he had just sent. Following that, the other party's status remained as typing. Yet after a considerable wait, Lu Qingyue did not reply. Jiyu initiated the conversation. A yacht is heading to the high seas. Please dispatch someone to intercept. Lu Qingyue's response was prompt. Understood. Returning to the chat with Jiyu opened the video. The backdrop was a modest living room, with a blanket haphazardly draped over the sofa and a tablet scattered among half-eaten desserts and 2 game controllers. Though the room was small, it exuded traces of life. A ribbon traversed across the chest, tightly embracing the slender waist, as if the youth clad in a gray suit were a finely wrapped work of art. Standing at the center of the frame, Perhaps unaccustomed to such attire, he lowered his gaze and tugged at the hem. "Brother, look at me." Lin Dan raised his head, a gentle, affectionate smile illuminating his face. "Are you taking a photo?" "Yes, you look splendid in that outfit. I must capture several more." Upon hearing this, Lin Dan obediently stood still. After a few seconds, Shun Shu inquired, "Why do you not move? Did you not wish to be photographed?" Shun Shu chuckled. The grand contest has concluded, and the victorious youth, unwrapping the cloth binding his hands, approached with the demeanor of a ferocious beast, brimming with vigilance. "Surely, you're not recording a video?" The young man in the phone screen also advanced towards the lens, his gaze penetrating yet clear, imbued with a hint of mirth. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his expression and state were worlds apart. Shun Jiu leaned against the back of his chair, raising a hand to his forehead. "Lin Dan." The individual who piqued his interest happened to be the very one that Shun Shu had set his sights on. It made sense. His nephew had always possessed discerning taste, and ordinary individuals could hardly catch his eye. "Are you apprehending someone? Is Lin Dan involved?" Not receiving a timely response, Shun Shu sent another message. "Lin Dan is close to the northern border of Myanmar. Are you targeting individuals from there? How is he faring now? Is he in danger?" "Shun Jiu, answer my questions." A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the deck due to Yi Shiai's intervention. Shun Jiu replied to Shun Shu, "He is indeed on the ship and is currently safe." "Shun Shu, is there surveillance on your vessel? I require footage to ascertain Lin Dan's condition." The large screen dimmed to a yellow hue, revealing only a patch of skin at Lin Dan's collarbone. Yi Shiai's and Lin Dan were sharing a kiss. "Shun Jiu, it involves confidential matters. It is rather inconvenient. Should Shun Shu catch sight of this footage, he would likely deploy armed helicopters to obliterate the yacht owned by Boss Bai. "Shun Shu, I demand to see it." Shun Jiu, no longer dismissive, instructed the personnel responsible for the network department to transmit 2 already infiltrated surveillance feeds from the yacht, one from the second-floor corridor and the other from the first-floor deck, both failing to capture the situation on the top level. "Shun Jiu, rest assured, I will ensure that our informant protects him." With this assurance, Shun Shu fell silent for the time being. Chapter 72. Do Not Kill Me. Air was suffused with the exquisite aroma of fine red wine. While on the floor between the table and the sofa lay the robust and youthful body of a man. Boss Bai crouched down, lifting Lin Dan's chin with his finger. Pondering his thoughts, Lin Dan was not an astute individual. Had he possessed sufficient wisdom, he would not stubbornly refuse to concede, even when clearly at a disadvantage. "Damn you. Pretty boy, you had better kill me now, or I shall ensure your demise." He strained to lift his hand in an attempt to strike Boss Bai, who was leaning in to speak with him, but before he could make contact, his arm was pressed back down. "Do you have any idea how many informants your police have sent my way since I took over this business?" Boss Bai did not anticipate a response from Lin Dan and continued on. "I can hardly recall. But the one that left the deepest impression on me was an informant who infiltrated my ranks for 3 years. After I exposed him, I did not end his life. Rather, I captured his son and injected drugs before his eyes. The child succumbed after only a few attempts, and the informant, witnessing his son's tragic demise, ultimately succumbed to despair and took his own life. In the end, I disposed of their bodies in the Mekong River to feed the fish." "You truly are a despicable beast." Lin Dan had finally discerned the identity of the drug dealer, unable to suppress his rage as he cursed vehemently. Boss Bai, unperturbed, calmly replied, "You may continue to disobey. I want to kill you. But how about I bring your family here for a reunion?" Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Lin Dan's forehead, and his eyes threatened to ignite with fury. "Dare to touch them, and see what happens." "There's truly nothing I wouldn't dare," Boss Bai retorted, extending 3 fingers and languidly stating, "I shall grant you 3 seconds. Either you remove your trousers and let me have my way, or you crawl away. 3, 2, 1, I crawl." Lin Dan exhaled deeply, his disheveled hair swaying slightly as he clenched his teeth and uttered 2 words. The force that had bound him dissipated, and Lin Dan lay on the ground for a moment. Just as Boss Bai's impatience began to surface, he propped himself up with his elbow and gradually moved forward. The ice and red wine that had gathered at the indentation of his spine wobbled with his movements, occasionally spilling forth in a slow trickle. The red wine coursed over him, swiftly drying on his skin into streaks resembling crushed petals, mingling with the bruises and scars left behind not long ago, transforming his back into a slowly unfurling canvas. Boss Bai gazed down at Lin Dan, his eyes betraying an unmasked desire. As Lin Dan crawled past one side of the table and was about to turn, Boss Bai raised his hand and grasped the tattooed side of his waist. Ugh! Lin Dan's entire body reacted to the sensitivity of that spot, and he collapsed to the ground, a piece of ice sliding down along with the red liquid. How careless of you! Boss Bai offered a seemingly sympathetic reminder. Take it slow. If an ice cube falls, you might end up with one in your rear. Lin Dan turned his head to glance at him, his deep gaze a terrifying crimson, his expression increasingly feral and menacing. Don't look at me like that. It only makes me want you more, Boss Bai chuckled, finding Lin Dan's previously perceived defiance now amusing. Remove your hand. Boss Bai complied, gesturing for him to continue. Lin Dan's fingertips nearly sank into his own flesh as he continued to crawl forward, trembling, unable to bear the sight from the sidelines. Yixi's eyes forcibly broke free from his restraints and approached to lift Lin Dan from the ground. Boss Bai, is it truly necessary to demean him in such a manner? Boss Bai's rare good humor was interrupted, and he cast a frigid glance at Yixi's. Yixi's, I have shown you courtesy by addressing you as Little Yi General. Should you continue to be obstinate, do you believe I1T have you killed? No sooner had he spoken than Aseche's gun was pressed against Yixi's temple. Boss Bai, let him go. I can arrange for a 20% cut of the docked profits. Do you really think I need that paltry sum from you? Boss Bai retorted, seizing Lin Dan's arm and pulling him into his embrace. Asecha, escort Little Yi General back to his room. Lin Dan understood he could not escape that night, but if it meant enduring such humiliation, he would rather perish alongside his captor. With this thought, he grasped Boss Bai's wrist to maintain his balance and seized a wine bottle from the table, striking it forcefully against Boss Bai's head. Crack! The bottle met Boss Bai's skull with a resounding impact, blood mingling with the wine as it trickled down his forehead. Boss Bai staggered backward, clutching his head, as Lin Dan gripped a shard of sharp glass in his hand and swiftly lunged toward his opponent's neck. However, the effects of the drug had slowed his body, and before he could make contact, Boss Bai delivered a powerful kick, sending Lin Dan sprawling. As he fell backward, he was perilously close to striking the back of his head against the edge of a table when Yixi's rushed forward to intervene. The impact caused a sharp pain to shoot through his fingers, and without needing to look, he surmised that he had likely fractured a bone. Fortunately, his timely intervention spared Lin Dan from serious injury, though he did sustain a blow to his abdomen. Just as Yixi's breathed a sigh of relief, Boss Bai pushed aside the doctor who attempted to assist and, disregarding the blood still oozing from his wound, seized Lin Dan by the throat. You have truly provoked my ire. Typically, a person in such a predicament would succumb to fear and panic due to the suffocating grip around their neck, struggling for mercy. Yet Lin Dan remained motionless, gazing at the enraged man before him with a mocking smile playing on his lips. This provocative expression only fueled Boss Bai's fury, intensifying his grip. Soon, Lin Dan's head began to droop helplessly, his sweat-drenched hair cascading behind him. His lips parted unconsciously, and his dark pupils began to dilate. Boss Bai, as it appeared that Lin Dan was on the verge of losing consciousness, Yixi's hurriedly grasped Boss Bai's hand, his voice trembling as he pleaded, do not kill him. Boss Bai, I implore you, do not take his life. Boss Bai's rationality returned, albeit slightly, as he loosened his grip on Lin Dan's throat. With the loss of support, Lin Dan collapsed to the ground, his eyes tightly shut, rendered temporarily unconscious from suffocation. Boss Bai, still simmering with rage, breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the man on the floor. Gasping for air, he commanded, bind him and take him to my room. I intend to have my way with him tonight. Chapter 73. Action. The helicopter descended slowly onto the yacht situated in the heart of the ocean. As the cabin door opened, Shun Shu eagerly leapt out. The yacht was adjacent to a cruiser, and as Shun Shu steadied himself, He spotted a familiar figure leaning against the railing on the opposite deck, smoking and periodically checking his wristwatch. It was the man he had encountered at the Hongfu Association, Lu Qingwei. Shu merely glanced at him before diverting his attention back to the screen of Gao Fei's phone. He felt that Shu was intentionally neglecting him, as throughout the journey, he had not seen Lin Dan's image in any of the surveillance feeds. Just as Shu was about to return the phone to Gao Fei, he noticed someone approaching in the corridor captured by the second-floor camera. The young man, already unconscious, was being supported by two individuals, his head hanging limply. Upon seeing the silhouette, Shu immediately recognized Lin Dan. He quickly enlarged the screen, and through the slightly distorted footage, he could discern the purple bruises encircling Lin Dan's neck and the myriad of kiss marks on his exposed upper body, where numerous contusions were vividly apparent. Just before entering the room, Lin Dan seemed to regain consciousness, beginning to struggle in an attempt to escape. Amidst his movements, his battered visage came into view, revealing several dark blood scabs at the corners of his mouth. What has Lin Dan truly endured? Is this what they call protection? With a loud thud, Shu hurled his phone away. Ignoring Gao Fei's attempts to stop him, he leaped over the barrier and onto the neighboring patrol ship. As Lu Qingwei turned upon hearing the commotion, he found himself seized by the collar by Shu. What the hell? My life hangs in the balance. When do you intend to take action? Recognizing Shu, Lu Qingwei, already perturbed by Lin Dan's situation, irritably explained, "Young Master Shun, actions are meticulously planned in advance. They cannot be altered for the sake of one individual. This is not the opportune moment, and I cannot jeopardize everyone's safety." Shu promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Shinjiyu. "Shinjiyu, are you mocking me? You claimed there were operatives protecting Lin Dan, yet look at his current state. Where is this so-called protection?" Upon hearing Lin Dan's name, Lu Qingwei hesitated at the threshold of the ship's cabin, the voice on the line striking a familiar chord, reminiscent of one he had heard not long ago. The video sent by Shinjiyu revealed Lin Dan's unabashed intimacy with another, a sight that was painfully glaring. Now that he recognized the identity of the other party as Shu, he pondered their relationship. Were they lovers? Understanding that Shu was now aware of Lin Dan's predicament, Shinjiyu reassured him, "Shu, Lin Dan is currently safe. His life is not in danger." Shu scoffed coldly, "Since you are unwilling to act in advance, I will take matters into my own hands." Shinjiyu watched as Boss descended from the upper deck, the destination unmistakable. With half an hour remaining until the planned operation, the thought of the potential harm Lin Dan might endure compelled him to relent, handing the phone over to Qingwei. Lu Qingwei took the phone, and Shinjiyu's voice came through clearly. "The operation is moved forward. I will take responsibility for any consequences." This statement struck a chord with Lu Qingwei, who quickly made arrangements. He then added, "Secretary, I wish to delegate the rear command to someone else and participate in this capture." Shinjiyu recognized Lu Qingwei's prowess, knowing his marksmanship was among the best. "With you involved, the operations stand a better chance. Ensure that Boss captures him alive and prioritizes the informant's safety." Just as Lu Qingwei was about to hang up, he added in Lin Dan. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the sea, seemingly brewing a tempest. The clock on the upright cabinet gently chimed. Its sound clear in the stillness of the room. Yi Shiai's lay on the sofa, his gaze fixed vacantly on the chandelier above. The assembled handgun clasped tightly in his hand, an indicator of his frayed nerves. Lin Dan, what is he enduring just walls away? At this moment, he loathed Boss with an intensity that made his teeth grind, mentally cursing the man's ancestry. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he realized that Boss was merely doing what he had once wished to accomplish, but failed to do. Lin Dan's temperament, unyielding and resolute, left him bewildered as to why he had once been foolish enough to drug him. His eyes, strained from staring at the light for too long, began to ache, and he covered them with his injured left hand. Moments later, a single tear slipped from the corner of his eye. It dawned on him that he had long since fallen for Lin Dan, only now becoming aware of this truth. Bang! Bang! The deafening sounds of gunfire and furious curses resonated from the deck outside, soon followed by a rhythmic knocking on the door. The two bodyguards accompanying him were affiliated with the police, a prearranged signal for the operation. Yi's eyes glanced at the time. Had the action commenced earlier than planned? Without further contemplation, he swiftly chambered his firearm and exited the room. Yi's eyes had a singular objective, heading straight for the room of Boss Bai. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, most had rushed to the deck, leaving only a handful behind, who fell victim to Yi's lethal precision without even a hint of defense. Due to the suppressor, the gunfire was barely audible. As he approached Boss Bai's room, he collided with a man who was entering through the window, clad in a black bulletproof uniform and wearing a mask. Only his eyes were visible. He had already dealt with the two guards stationed at the door. Recognizing the man, Yi's realized it was Liu Qingwei. Prior to his plan to head to northern Myanmar, they had been in communication regarding the undercover operation. They exchanged hand signals, and Liu Qingwei used his silenced handgun to unlock the door. With a click, the door swung open. The two moved stealthily, careful not to alert those inside. Inside, they heard the clinking of chains, causing Liu Qingwei to think of Lin Dan, prompting him to push open the bedroom door and step inside. The scene within was unexpectedly shocking. Boss Bai lay diagonally on the bed in a bathrobe, his hands and feet bound by towels, with evident marks around his neck from iron chains. His left wrist was bent, likely fractured, and the sapphire ring that adorned his finger had been removed and tossed carelessly onto the bed. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead from the pain. And as he saw Yi's enter with the police, a knowing expression crossed his face. "So that's why you begged me not to kill you. It turns out you three are in cahoots," Boss Bai remarked, his gaze landing on Lin Dan, who stood with his back turned. "You've truly outdone yourselves, finding someone so agreeable to capture me." He mistakenly assumed Lin Dan was an operative arranged by the police. After all, were it not for Lin Dan's intervention, he might have escaped by now. As the only person completely unclothed in the room, Lin Dan paid no heed to the scrutiny of the three. Unfazed, he used a key he had found to unlock the chains binding him, then rose to retrieve a white bathrobe from the wardrobe. Yi's keen eyes caught sight of several dark hickeys on his chest, while his exposed wrists bore the marks of the chains, evidence of a struggle. Lin Dan's expression remained impassive, leaving Yi's uncertain as to whether he had suffered any violations. The anesthetic in Lin Dan's system had worn off. Otherwise, he would not have been able to subdue Boss Bai while bound. Once he secured the robe, Lin Dan spoke. "I don't know them. This is purely because you've offended me. Aren't you one of the cops?" Boss Bai inquired. "No. What a pity. If they hadn't shown up, you would have been taken back to northern Myanmar tomorrow." Boss Bai's tone was laced with regret. "I assure you, before that happens, I will ensure your demise," Lin Dan replied, his voice growing colder. Chapter 74. Embrace today has unfolded with an overwhelming series of events, leaving Lin Dan utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Standing here now is a mere act of willpower. Upon concluding his statement, his heavy body swayed uncontrollably, prompting Yi's, who stood closest, to swiftly extend a hand to steady him. "Are you all right?" Lin Dan shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure and shaking off the other's hand. He resembled a wounded wolf in a forest. Despite his diminished capacity for resistance, he still bared his fangs to ward off any approaching predators, unwilling to be devoured. Outside, the sound of gunfire diminished as Boss Bai, resigned to his fate, allowed Liu Qingwei to cuff him without a hint of concern. His expression remained stoic throughout the ordeal. Yet upon witnessing Lin Dan's trembling legs, barely able to stand, a smirk crept across his lips as he taunted, "What's the matter? Are your legs giving way after our encounter?" He had not even completed his final move when Lin Dan seized him with a chain around his neck. His derogatory words were merely intended to humiliate. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingwei, who had a firm grip on Bai's shoulder, exerted a bit more pressure. "How brazen you are, Bai. Even at death's door, you still have the audacity to speak." After which he turned to Lin Dan, saying, "Fear not, I shall take you away immediately." "Young Yi, weren't you just eager to engage him? Why pretend to be the good Samaritan now?" Lin Dan disregarded their quarrel, never casting a glance at Boss Bai, and strode purposefully toward the exit. "Lin Dan, is that your name?" Boss Bai, unwilling to be overlooked, continued to provoke him. "When you were crawling on the ground, You resembled a dog begging for grass, and I couldn't help but want to take you from behind. Are you seeking death? Such words were intolerable to Lin Dan, who halted, clenched his fists, and swung at Boss Bai's face. Yet before he could connect, Lu Qingwei seized his wrist. I understand your fury, but he is the primary suspect in this operation. You cannot harm him. Get lost. On the brink of fury, Lin Dan found his path obstructed by Lu Qingwei, and in a fit of rage, he delivered a punch to the latter's face. At that moment, several SWAT officers burst through the door. Witnessing Lin Dan assaulting Lu Qingwei, mistakenly believing him to be an accomplice of drug traffickers, and swiftly subdued him, placing him in handcuffs. Lin Dan offered no resistance. Lu Qingwei was a police officer, and striking him would undoubtedly result in his arrest. Yet, he felt no regret. The antagonism stemming from past cases had persisted long enough. He was not a criminal. Having been struck, Lu Qingwei displayed no anger. Instead, his expression remained calm as he approached Lin Dan, unfastening his handcuffs and gesturing toward Boss Bai. Take him away. The group descended the stairs. Outside, rain had begun to fall, and dozens of helicopters hovered above, their searchlights illuminating the yachts moored on the ocean. Lin Dan surveyed his surroundings, noting the bodies strewn across the ground, as police officers moved about in uniform. A sense of disorientation washed over him. He found himself at a loss as to how to escape this place or return to Beiyang. As soon as he emerged, Yi Shiai spotted his father's secretary and swiftly took the umbrella from the secretary's hands, holding it over Lin Dan's head. Lin Dan, my father has dispatched a helicopter. Come with me, he urged. Although Lin Dan harbored some grievances against Yi Shiai's, he recognized him as the only familiar face in that moment. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a voice pierced through the rain and mist, reaching his ears. Brother. Lin Dan looked up to see a familiar figure standing on the deck of the yacht across from him. A Shu. Lin Dan hurriedly ran over. Shen Shu quickly directed the yacht to approach. As they neared the railing, Lin Dan's pace did not waver. Shen Shu's heart skipped a beat as he realized Lin Dan's intention and shouted, Brother, no. Don't jump. I'm coming over. The two yachts were nearly 10 meters apart, separated by the pitch-black depths of the ocean, and a misstep could send Lin Dan plummeting into the sea. Ignoring the warning, Lin Dan's gaze was fixed solely on the familiar figure before him. With a light leap, he used the railing for support and propelled himself into the air. Leaping towards Shen Shu's yacht, Yi Shiai's quickly followed, reaching out to grab Lin Dan, but his grasp found only emptiness. With remarkable agility, Lin Dan successfully landed on the opposing deck. Without waiting for Shen Shu to speak, he wrapped his arms tightly around him. A Shu. Their bodies pressed closely together, and Lin Dan's grip was so strong that it caused Shen Shu some discomfort. Brother, I'm here. The tension that had gripped Shen Shu throughout the afternoon finally eased, and disregarding the pain, he wrapped his arms around Lin Dan, gently patting his back to soothe him. Soon, utterly exhausted, Lin Dan fainted in his embrace. Call for a doctor, Shen Shu instructed Gao Fei, who was holding the umbrella, before swiftly carrying Lin Dan into the cabin. Lu Qingwei stared at the two figures embracing on the opposite deck. Not long ago, the right side of his face, which Lin Dan had struck, inexplicably throbbed with pain. He lowered his head in a daze, and it was only when a colleague beside him reminded him that he boarded the command cruiser. Yi Shiai's had just confirmed his feelings when he helplessly watched Lin Dan fall into someone else's arms. How could he possibly accept it? Just as he contemplated approaching, his secretary blocked his path. Young master, President Yi wants you to return immediately. I have matters to attend to. Whatever it is, it can wait until you bring Lin Dan back. The secretary, seeing that he could not be persuaded, handed him a ringing phone. It's President Yi. You should take it. Yi Shiai's had a sinking feeling about the nature of the call. He took the phone and held it to his ear. Dad, don't call me Dad. I have no son like you. Dad, why are you so angry? Didn't the operation go successfully tonight? Yi Shiai's, I usually don't care how you conduct yourself, but today you dared to kiss a man in front of so many leaders. I intended to have you make a good impression in front of Secretary Shan. But now the entire Beiyang City Bureau knows that my son is gay. You have brought shame upon the Yi family. I only acted that way out of necessity to save someone. I never knew you could be so soft-hearted, nearly exposing yourself for a man. Dad, I can't talk right now. I have things to do. What could possibly be more important? The operation is over. You need to come back immediately. Under the obstruction of the secretary and 2 bodyguards accompanying him, Yishi's eyes could only watch helplessly as the yacht across the way departed, subsequently boarding the helicopter with reluctance. Chapter 75, Watering. Yes, I have located him. Everything is fine. The bedroom door swung open, and a doctor clad in a white coat emerged. Upon noticing Shinshu, who was on the phone by the window, he turned to his mother. Say, Mom, I can't talk now. I have matters to attend to. I'll call you back. What is the situation? The injuries on the patient's abdomen and neck are rather severe, but fortunately, no internal organs were harmed. I have administered him 4. He should recover adequately after a night's rest. Please ensure his diet remains light for the upcoming week. All right, you may leave now. Once the doctor departed, Shinshu inquired of Gao Fei, have you clarified the situation regarding the individual surnamed Zhang? It has been clarified. Zhang Siwei is currently a sophomore at Nanning University. His family is quite well off. His father, Zhang Liang, is the director of the Land Bureau, and his mother is a university professor. If it were not for Zhang Siwei ordering someone to cast Lin Dan into the sea, today's incident would never have transpired. Reflecting on the tribulations Lin Dan had endured, Shinshu let out a cold smile. As the upper beam is crooked, so is the lower beam. Have the inspection department thoroughly investigate Zhang Liang and ensure he is brought to justice. Gao Fei nodded in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, Shinshu added, your brother has seen you at the sanatorium. You should leave tonight to avoid his notice. Understood, young master. Once Gao Fei had departed, Shinshu entered the inner room. In the tranquil chamber, only a lamp at the head of the bed illuminated the scene, casting warm yellow light on the young man lying flat upon the bed. Lin Dan's eyelids were firmly shut, delicate lashes casting shadows upon his cheeks, while his slightly furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips indicated a restless slumber. Leaning down, Shinshu smoothed the furrows between Lin Dan's brows. Due to his physical condition, such emotional turbulence as exhibited tonight was rare for him. Brother, I love you so much. You had better love me in return. If you do not, I truly do not know what I might do. His eyes, akin to a deep cold pool, swirled with intense emotion. Soon, the ringtone of his phone echoed. It was a call from Shun Jiu. Shinshu hung up without hesitation. Yet the phone rang once more the very next second. Reluctantly, he answered the call. Is there something you need? You seem rather agitated. Is everything all right with your people? With by Laoban's apprehension, Shun Jiu's mood was buoyant, and he took the time to inquire about his nephew. There is no need for your concern. Your unexplained absence from the banquet, flying from the capital to Beihang by helicopter, has stirred quite a commotion. Even the old man has inquired about it. When you have a moment, return his call. Understood. Is there anything else? I'm so thirsty. Water. His throat burned with a fiery sensation from dehydration, yet his body, too fatigued to awaken, compelled Lin Dan to murmur unconsciously in his dreams. Noticing Lin Dan speaking, Shinshu tossed his phone carelessly onto the bedside and retrieved a glass of warm water that had been prepared earlier. Instead of directly feeding it to Lin Dan, he took a sip, held in his mouth, and leaned down to press his lips to Lin Dan's, feeding him mouth to mouth. As the warm water entered Lin Dan's mouth, he eagerly swallowed it, even reaching up to pursue Shinshu's lips when he momentarily withdrew to sip more water. The ambiguous sound of lips brushing against each other echoed in the tranquil room, and on the other end of the line, Shun Jiu quickly deduced what was transpiring. The scene witnessed during the day resurfaced vividly in his mind, despite not being one to eavesdrop. He knew he should terminate the call, yet found his hand unmoving until the other party ended the conversation. The empty cup was placed back on the table, emitting a crisp sound, and it was only then that Shun Jiu awoke from his reverie and hung up. A night of relentless rain gave way to a rare sunny day. Outside the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the bedroom, the shimmering sea greeted him as he opened his eyes. Sunlight poured through the glass unabashedly. Shinshu turned over, pulling the blanket over his head, and instinctively reached out to embrace Lin Dan, only to find emptiness. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and noticed that the bed beside him had grown somewhat cool. Peering through the window, he observed Lin Dan sitting on the terrace, smoking, with an ashtray on the table overflowing with cigarette butts. Shu descended from the bed and slid open the glass door. Lin Dan was clad in a long beige robe, hiding the scars beneath its fabric, save for a mark on his neck, which had deepened into a more glaring shade of dark red after a night's passage. He had leapt from the yacht the previous night, dressed only in a bathrobe, and it was Shu who had personally bathed him and changed his clothes. Awake? Lin Dan noticed his approach and hastily extinguished his half-finished cigarette, waving his hand to disperse the lingering smoke. Shu squatted before Lin Dan, grasping his wrist, pressing the warmth of his palm against his cheek, adopting a submissive posture as he looked up. "Brother, are you feeling down?" Lin Dan, who had never revealed a vulnerable side in public, gently caressed Shu's warm, smooth cheek with his fingertips and almost involuntarily nodded. "A bit. I encountered some bothersome matters yesterday." Shu rubbed his cheek against Lin Dan's palm. "Brother, please don't be upset. I'm here. I will never leave you." Before Lin Dan could fully appreciate the sentiment, his stomach grumbled audibly, causing him to shyly turn his head. Is there anything to eat on the boat? I'm hungry." This yacht belonged to the FS group, and with Gao Fei absent, the crew was unaware of Lin Dan's identity. Seeing Shu still asleep, no one dared to intrude. It was already past 10. Considering Lin Dan had gone without food until now, Shu felt a twinge of displeasure. "Brother, wait a moment. I'll have someone bring food right away." The kitchen was fully stocked, and after making a call, food was promptly delivered, following the doctor's instructions. The meal consisted of light stir-fried dishes and easily digestible rice porridge, laid out in abundance on the table. At the center, a steaming clay pot contained bubbling rice porridge made from fresh, tender Eastar grouper, its rich aroma wafting invitingly. Lin Dan drank a bowl of porridge while recalling to ask Shu, "By the way, weren't you out of town? What brought you back so suddenly? And to this place? I couldn't reach you, so I returned early." As Shu spoke, he didn't hesitate to vent his frustration at Li Yan. It's all Li Yan's fault. If he hadn't been useless, you wouldn't have been stranded at sea and suffered such severe injuries. Seeing the injuries on my brother's body fills me with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Lin Dan remarked, "Do not blame Li Yan. It was my own carelessness. He is a grown man, capable of taking care of himself. Must he always have someone watching over him?" Shu scoffed. "If it weren't for him taking my brother out for leisure, this incident would never have occurred. Had it been me, I would have ensured my brother's safety." "I do not require protection," Lin Dan replied. Although he did not concur with Shu's sentiments, he could sense the concern woven into his words, making it difficult for him to respond harshly. Thus, he sought to change the subject. "By the way, renting this yacht must not have been inexpensive, right?" Earlier, while searching for someone to borrow a cigarette, Lin Dan had noticed that this yacht was not merely luxurious. The upper deck even boasted 2 helicopters. Shu replied, "It didn't cost much. Since we've already rented it, we might as well stay a couple more days." "Didn't you mention wanting to take me to an island?" Lin Dan shook his head. "We can visit the island another day. I have to work tomorrow." Chapter 76. Green Eyes Work? Shu was taken aback that Lin Dan, having just experienced such a traumatic event, was still contemplating returning to work while his brother's injuries had not fully healed. They are merely superficial wounds. They won't have any lasting effects. Lin Dan had caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror while washing up that morning. His injuries were not the only concern, as the marks on his neck would not fade for at least half a month, although he knew he would attract inquiries at work due to his appearance. He had only just started his job a month ago and could not afford to take a half-month leave for such trivial matters. Seeing that Lin Dan was resolute in returning, Shu reluctantly commanded the boat to head back to port. The yacht traveled swiftly, reaching the northern harbor by noon. They were to dock at the Shun family's private marina, with few vessels in sight along the way. After lunch, Lin Dan changed into a fresh outfit and lay on the deck of the yacht, basking in the sun alongside Shu. The medication he had taken at noon contained a sedative, and as he conversed with Shu, he soon succumbed to sleep, in a state between wakefulness and slumber. He sensed a pair of hands caressing his knees, followed by a refreshing coolness. Lin Dan drowsily thought it must be Shu applying something to his legs. He paid little mind, allowing himself to drift back into sleep, only to feel those hands slowly sliding upward along his skin. The midday heat left Lin Dan dressed in a sleeveless undershirt and shorts, so Shen Shu's hand effortlessly slipped beneath the loose fabric of his pants, brushing against the inner thigh. As the hand ventured deeper into his underwear, Lin Dan furrowed his brow and awoke, startled to see Shen Shu crouching beside him, his hands exploring Lin Dan's legs. "What are you doing?" Lin Dan's voice was still husky from sleep as he bent one leg to shield his body's response. "Your legs are getting sunburned. I'm applying sunscreen." Lin Dan's calves indeed bore a slight redness, a result of being bound on the upper deck under the sun by the white-haired boss the previous day. "It's unnecessary," Lin Dan said, swatting Shen Shu's hand away. "You must apply it. The ultraviolet rays at sea are intense, and you will get burned." Lin Dan scoffed lightly. "If you're going to apply sunscreen, then do it properly. Where exactly were your hands just now?" The boy's touch was both heavy-handed and tantalizing, nearly provoking an involuntary reaction. Shen Shu wore an innocent smile. "I was merely concerned about preventing my brother from getting tanned." As he spoke, he stood up, squeezed some sunscreen from a bottle on the table, and leaned in to apply it to Lin Dan's face. "I am naturally fair. I cannot possibly become darker." Lin Dan raised his hand and playfully pinched the soft, fair skin of his friend's face. "You should apply more cream on that delicate visage of yours, lest you end up sun-kissed and unable to find a wife." "I can't find a wife, so I'll just cling to you for life," Shen Shu retorted, stretching his hand in an attempt to edge closer to Lin Dan. Annoyed, Lin Dan delivered a gentle kick to his chest. "You're bothersome. Go away." Barefoot and without shoes, his effort was more a gesture than an exertion of strength. Shen Shu's gaze traced the slender, smooth line of Lin Dan's leg, landing on the foot that pressed against his chest. He stifled the impulse to take a playful bite and instead grasped Lin Dan's ankle. Feeling the sudden pressure, Lin Dan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively trying to retract his leg. However, he found himself unable to pull away easily and had to exert more force to free himself. In turn, Shen Shu seized the opportunity and lunged toward him, clutching his chest while feigning pain. "Brother, my heart aches." Lin Dan was unconvinced. "I didn't even apply any force." "You're exaggerating." In response, Shen Shu began to tug at his own shirt. "Look, brother, it's all red." Lin Dan rolled his eyes. "Aren't you claiming your heart hurts? Why are you pulling at your right side?" "My heart is different from others. It's located on the right side. If you don't believe me, listen." As he spoke, Shen Shu pulled his shirt down further, revealing his torso, as his shirt had only been loosely buttoned. Despite his physical limitations, Shen Shu's stature, characterized by a broad frame and narrow waist, showcased his well-defined muscles. As Lin Dan found himself drawn closer to Shen Shu's bare chest, he gripped the armrests of a lounge chair, turning his head slightly with a hoarse voice. "I'm not listening." Noticing Lin Dan's refusal but lack of resistance, Shen Shu cunningly brushed his chest against Lin Dan's lips before lowering himself to nestle into the nook of his neck. "Since you don't want to listen, then so be it." Lin Dan touched his own heated lips, feeling inexplicably dejected. "Get off me, you pest." Shen Shu sprawled over Lin Dan, the sturdy lounge chair supporting their combined weight. "I'm too tired. Only a kiss from you will revive me," he cooed, his voice sweetened with a hint of mischief as he playfully blew air against Lin Dan's neck. Lin Dan, stirred by the teasing, felt himself sink slightly into the chair. Frustrated, he covered his neck and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I'm just blowing on you. It won't hurt anymore," Shen Shu replied, his body entwining around Lin Dan like a playful serpent, his thigh deliberately brushing against Lin Dan's side. With his neck blocked by Lin Dan's hand, he leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "No, I just want to be near you." Lin Dan, nearly overwhelmed by Shen Shu's playful advances, could no longer withstand the teasing. He quickly adjusted Shen Shu's shirt back into place and, with a swift motion, wrapped his arm around Shen Shu's waist, lifting him off the ground. Shen Shu's feet left the floor as he playfully kicked, not struggling, and grinned at Lin Dan. "What are you planning to do, brother?" Determined to teach him a lesson, Lin Dan made his way to the edge of the deck, where there was no railing, extending his arm to dangle Shen Shu above the sea. "You are far too disobedient. I might just let you fall." The yacht glided forward, sending up sprays of white foam around it. Shu's toes barely skimmed the surface of the sea, with droplets of salt water occasionally splashing onto his trousers. Nearby, several crew members gathered, apprehensive that Lin Dan might accidentally toss the precious young master of the Shun family overboard. However, Shu seemed entirely unfazed, playfully swaying his feet clad in flip-flops, occasionally glancing down to splash in the water. "Are you afraid?" Lin Dan inquired, knowing full well that he could not swim. Observing Shu's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but ask. "Not all. My brother wu-Enti let me fall in," Shu replied, lifting his gaze. His emerald eyes sparkled in the sunlight, reminiscent of the light filtering through stained glass in a cathedral. "And even if I did fall in, my brother would save me." Under the unreserved gaze of such captivating eyes, Lin Dan tightened his grip around Shu's hand, a sudden thought blooming in his mind. If only those eyes could look at him like this forever, he would gladly do anything for that to be true. Chapter 77. A reckless pursuit. The two remained in silence until Shu's phone, nestled in his pocket, rang, jolting Lin Dan from his reverie. He carefully lifted Shu back onto the deck. The call was from the elder, and Shu reluctantly retreated to the cabin to answer. As He you had mentioned, the commotion he had caused was indeed significant, but fortunately, he had never engaged in any outrageous behavior throughout his life. Thus, the elder merely scolded him lightly, refraining from delving deeper into the matter. Upon returning, Shu found Lin Dan still at the bow, conversing with a crew member who was holding a pair of swim goggles. "Brother," Shu approached. The crew member, sensing Shu's arrival, tactfully excused himself. "Brother, we're almost there. Let us head up top," Lin Dan suggested. "Shu, you go ahead," Lin Dan said, removing his tank top, stretching his arms to loosen his body, and donning the goggles borrowed from the crew member. Pointing towards the shore not far ahead, he declared, "I want to swim a bit. Let us meet at the port." With that, he leapt directly into the sea. Exercise was one of Lin Dan's favorite outlets for venting negative emotions. Just yesterday, he had been compelled to crawl like a dog on the ground, forcibly kissed by two men, and treated as an object of contention, nearly subjected to violation. This sequence of events had far exceeded his mental and physical endurance. How utterly disgusting, men with men, submerging his head beneath the water. Lin Dan resurfaced only when his lungs began to sting from lack of oxygen. Unlike a swimming pool, the sea posed challenges with its waves, adding resistance to his strokes. Without the aid of fins, he relied solely on his core strength, his arms and legs slicing through the water like a swift dolphin, moving fluidly and almost matching the yacht's speed. Observing Lin Dan's impressive pace from the deck, Shu felt a twinge of concern and instructed a crew member to follow closely in a lifeboat. After 20 minutes, Lin Dan, drawing on his remarkable stamina, arrived at the port nearly simultaneously with the yacht. Once ashore, he walked forward, removing his goggles and casually sweeping his damp hair back from his face. Lin Dan, as Lin stood by the shore, he rushed over upon catching sight of him. However, just as he approached, he was intercepted by Shu, who emerged from the yacht. Without casting a glance at Lin, Shu draped a towel over Lin Dan's bare upper body, saying, "Brother, let me help you dry off. We wouldn't want you catching a cold." "I'm capable of doing it myself," Lin Dan replied, taking the towel to wipe the water from his skin before inquiring, "What brings you here?" "I came with Zhe," Lin responded. It was then that Lin Dan noticed Zhe standing by the roadside. Before he could utter a word, Lin, noticing the bruises on Lin Dan's neck, exclaimed in anger, "Lin Dan, who did this to you? Tell me, and I will teach them a lesson." "No need. I've already dealt with it," Lin Dan assured him, not uttering a falsehood, for had he been any harsher last night, that iron chain could have claimed Boss Bai's life. Shu, growing increasingly exasperated with Lin, said, "Brother, you're drenched in seawater. Let's return to the boat for a shower." "All right," Lin Dan acquiesced. Noticing the dark circles under Lin's eyes, he inferred that Lin had likely not slept well the previous night, and added, "I'm fine now. You should head back and rest." "Lin Dan, it's all my fault for being careless and leaving you out at sea," Lin lamented, his worry over Lin Dan's disappearance weighing heavily on him. He had remained at the harbor all night, And had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Zhe, he would have had no knowledge of Lin Dan's whereabouts. This is not your fault. I was simply careless, and I'm unharmed, so there's no need for you to feel guilty, Lin Dan reassured him. Seeing that Lin Dan did not blame him eased Li Yan's heart somewhat. He then handed over the watch and phone he had kept on him, saying, I had someone retrieve these from a speedboat. Lin Dan took them eagerly. When he was abducted by Boss Bai, his belongings had been searched and to avoid being tracked. He had left his watch and phone on the speedboat, believing them to be lost. He was pleasantly surprised that Li Yan had managed to bring them back. Thank you, he expressed. The phone was dead, so he immediately fastened the watch that a shoe had given him onto his wrist. Once Li Yan departed, Lin Dan was about to board the yacht when Zhe, who had been silent until now, blocked his path. Is there something you need? Can we talk? Lin Dan had little to say to Zhe and wished to avoid further entanglements. However, upon noticing Zhe's hand wrapped in bandages, he relented slightly. They walked a few paces forward until they reached a secluded spot. Lin Dan deliberately maintained distance, urging, just say what you need to. Zhe attempted to reach for Lin Dan's hand, but was evaded. Stop with the unnecessary physical contact. Lin Dan, I owe you an apology for what transpired before. Zhe said, his tone unusually humble. Fine, I understand. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Dan replied. Taken aback that someone as proud as Zhe would apologize to someone like him, though it did not affect him deeply. Have you forgiven me? Can we return to how things were before? Zhe asked, recognizing Lin Dan's preference for women and no longer hoping for anything beyond their previous rapport. He was content if they could simply maintain their past connection. Zhe, Lin Dan said. Lin Dan interrupted the other person's words, stating, You helped me when I first got out of prison, and now you've been hurt because of me. Let us consider this matter settled. I won't trouble you in the future, and please don't send anyone to make my life difficult. Let's act as if we do not know each other. Having finished, he turned to leave. Did not know each other? Yi's eyes felt a chill run through him upon hearing these words. He reached out and grasped Lin Dan's arm, gritting his teeth as he said, Lin Dan, is it really necessary? I was out of my mind back then, and you ended up unscathed, did you not? We have known each other for so long, and I have always treated you well. Can you not pretend this incident never happened and forgive me just this once? Recalling the events of that time, Lin Dan's emotions flared up. He grasped Yi's collar and spoke sternly. You are fully aware of my experiences in prison. You know how much I detest such matters, yet you still deliberately drugged me. Had I not risked my life to jump from the car, you would have taken advantage of me. I fail to comprehend how you can be so despicable, reveling in the suffering of others. To escape, he had braved life-threatening danger, leaping from a vehicle and walking alone in the rain for nearly an hour on the elevated highway, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion by the roadside. If it weren't for his luck, he would have been run over by a car long ago. Why should he forgive Yi's with a mere flick of his words? You even sent Ma Sheng to trouble me, hoping I would grovel like a dog before you? Let me make this clear. Yi's, even if I can no longer stay in Beigang, I will never beg you. If you find me displeasing, then by all means, kill me. With that, Lin Dan ceased to look back and made his way toward the yacht. Standing not far away, Shen Shu heard every word Lin Dan had uttered. Drugged? Yi's had drugged Lin Dan? How dare he? Truly courting death. Chapter 78. What a coincidence on the top floor of Mint in the spacious shooting range. Shen Jiu stood beside the shooting platform. He wore a khaki polo shirt with a seagull collar and matching casual trousers. The minimalist yet exquisite cut accentuating his broad shoulders and long legs, presenting an upright posture that exuded understated elegance. With one hand casually in his pocket, he raised the silver air gun and aimed at the electronic target 10 meters away. Bang! The electronic screen displayed an impressive score of 82. Mr. Jean, standing nearby, did not even glance at the score before breaking into applause, complimenting. Secretary, your shooting skills are truly remarkable. Shen Jiu lowered his gun, removed his iris glasses and earplugs, and settled into the adjacent resting area. Mr. Jean and Secretary Wang followed suit, putting down their guns. Shen Jiu waved his hand dismissively, telling them to continue playing without concern for him. Though he said this, Mr. Jean, sensing Shen Jiu's lack of enthusiasm, eagerly suggested. How about we try archery? I just had 2 compound bows delivered today that I ordered abroad last month. The top floor of Mint is dedicated to serving high-level members. Although the shooting range may not match the comprehensive offerings of a specialized shooting club, it is equipped with all necessary shooting and archery gear, all of competition quality. Shen-Ji leaned back in his chair, resting his right hand on his knee, his index finger lightly tapping twice, yet he remained silent. He usually finds himself engrossed in official duties, making his visits to Mint rather infrequent. The instances of interaction between him and General Jean could be counted on one hand. Observing the silence from his counterpart, he momentarily felt at a loss, instinctively glancing towards Secretary Wong, who stood nearby. It is often said that those within the system are astute. Adjusting his glasses, Secretary Wong suggested, "General Jean, it seems rather dull with just the 3 of us. Perhaps we should invite another person?" With this prompt, General Jean eagerly nodded in agreement. "Certainly, I shall call someone right away." He reached for his phone to make the call. "No need for that. The club has practice partners available. Just summon one of them," Secretary Wong interjected. "Practice partner?" General Jean involuntarily glanced at Shun Jiu, seated on the sofa. Given Shun's status, a mere phone call would easily summon numerous companions for leisure. So why resort to a practice partner? "General Jean, is it inconvenient?" Secretary Wong inquired upon noticing his silence. "Inconvenient? Of course not." Concerned that an uninvited guest might be unsatisfactory, General Jean retrieved the tablet listing the practice partners and handed it to Secretary Wong for selection. After a brief moment of scrolling, Secretary Wong casually pointed to one, saying, "Let us go with this one." Lin Dan. General Jean silently repeated the name. Having never heard of her before, and upon viewing her photograph, found nothing particularly noteworthy. However, as it was Secretary Wong's choice, and Shun Jiu had not objected, he refrained from voicing any dissent and nodded, "I will make the arrangements." Given that the esteemed boss was personally calling for her, Lin Dan soon arrived. Upon entering, she greeted General Jean, who, usually loquacious, became somewhat taciturn in her presence, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Conversely, Shun Jiu, seated on the sofa, looked up at her. Perhaps having exercised prior to her arrival, Lin Dan's cheeks bore a faint flush, the top 2 buttons of her shirt undone. And while the marks on her neck had faded, they remained distinctly visible. "What a coincidence! We meet again." Lin Dan recognized him and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "It is indeed quite a coincidence." It appeared that Xiao Lin and Secretary Shun were acquainted. Upon hearing their exchange, General Jean's demeanor toward Lin Dan warmed, referring to her as Xiao Lin. Even though he sensed Shun Jiu's remarkable status, Lin Dan did not seize the opportunity to ingratiate herself, stating candidly, "We've only met twice before." General Jean found himself somewhat at a loss for words, perhaps never having encountered someone so reticent in conversation. Shun Jiu, however, was unfazed and suggested to Lin Dan, "Shall we engage in a few rounds?" Lin Dan acquiesced and followed him toward the shooting range. General Jean instinctively attempted to follow, but was halted by Secretary Wong, who remarked, "General, I wonder if I might have the chance to try out your fine bow now?" But the secretary is still here. It seemed rather inappropriate to abandon Shinjiu while they ventured to the archery room next door. Secretary Wong merely smiled in silence. Nodding slightly, General Jean observed the 2 standing a short distance apart. Lin Dan held a gun while Shun Jiu pointed towards the circular target, explaining something to her, and Lin Dan listened attentively, nodding occasionally. General Jean keenly listened in and realized that Shun Jiu was instructing her on how to play. Who exactly was the practice partner here? He was not foolish. He quickly sensed that something was amiss and recalled the tales of the Grand Buddha's youthful escapades in the imperial capital, coming to an understanding within himself. Although Shun Jiu remained inconspicuous in Beijing decades ago, he was a figure well known and greatly esteemed in the circles of power in the imperial capital. With his illustrious lineage and striking appearance, he was quite the charmer in his youth, effortlessly winning the affection of those he desired, even when faced with scandal, such as fathering an illegitimate child at the tender age of 18 or 19. He remained unabashed and unrepentant. In contrast, today's young heirs, lavishly spending to elicit a smile from a beauty, pale in comparison to Shun's extravagant lifestyle of yore, where he squandered wealth with abandon, treating life as a game. Yet, this romantic was also heartless. One day, he might whisk you away to a foreign land for a fashion show, showering you with supercars and yachts, and the next day, he could sever ties without a moment's hesitation. Some accepted this reality, while others struggled to cope. Many souls, driven to despair by his capriciousness, found themselves on the brink, fueled by drink, contemplating a leap into the moat. Such a dandy, after embarking on a political career, surprisingly adopted a more temperate lifestyle. For over a decade, there were scarcely any whispers of companions by his side. Realizing that it was Him.He who had taken an interest in him, Lin Dan did not initially pay heed to General Jean, but curiosity now compelled him to cast a probing glance in the latter's direction. Him.He, perceptive as ever, sensed the scrutiny from behind and casually glanced back, a single look sufficing to deter General Jean from further observation, leading him to depart in accordance with Secretary Wang's words. Him.He then picked up the air gun from the table and inquired if Lin Dan had ever played with one before. Lin Dan shook his head, admitting to having only tried a light gun. Compared to the light gun, the air gun bore a closer resemblance to a traditional pistol. The Pardini K-12 in Shun's hands was a high-end competition firearm, its wooden stock and silver barrel exuding a striking allure, a possession beyond the reach of most affluent individuals. Lin Dan couldn't help but gaze at it with fascination. Noticing his interest, Him.He handed him the gun and proceeded to impart some foundational knowledge about air guns. His voice was calm and measured, concise and clear, and after explaining, he demonstrated by achieving a score of 89, a commendable result. Subsequently, Lin Dan donned his glasses and earplugs, taking a shot himself. The screen swiftly displayed a score of 45. Him.He praised him, stating that such a score for a beginner's first attempt was quite impressive. However, Lin Dan was not entirely satisfied. He was quite adept at shooting, having consistently hit the bullseye with the light gun. Just as he was about to take another shot, Him.He unexpectedly positioned himself behind Lin Dan, resting his hand on the latter's wrist and directing his attention to the gap above the air gun. The aiming technique differed from that of the light gun, and he noted that Lin Dan might need to adjust initially. Do you see the front sight? Align it with the center of the target below. The air gun relied heavily on the strength of the arm muscles, and Lin Dan's grip was steady, hardly wavering as he quickly found a suitable angle based on Him.He's guidance. Once more he shot, and as expected, he achieved a score of 85, a commendable accomplishment. Lin Dan turned to Him.He, raising an eyebrow and smiling, a youthful exuberance radiating from him. Him.He momentarily froze, then returned the smile, sharing in the moment. Chapter 79. Interest. The sand gold composite bow, crafted entirely from carbon fiber, felt remarkably light in the hand. With a finger ring, the bowstring was drawn back, and the arrow effortlessly pierced through the target ahead. They had left the door of the archery room ajar, allowing a glimpse into the neighboring space, lest Him.He find himself searching in vain for company. General Jean glanced at his wristwatch. Over an hour had passed, and the silence from next door piqued his curiosity regarding Him.He's intentions. If he truly had taken an interest in this individual, merely an employee of the club, General Jean, a businessman driven solely by profit and devoid of moral boundaries, would have readily packaged Lin Dan and delivered him to Him.He's bed. Lost in thought, an unexpected call from Secretary Wang interrupted him. After answering, he stepped away from the archery room and approached the door to the adjacent room, knocking gently. Upon hearing Him.He's response, he pushed the door open, and General Jean promptly followed him inside. Within the room, Lin Dan and Him.He were each focused on an electronic target, taking turns firing their guns. With each shot, the red digits on the scoring machines fluctuated incessantly. Secretary Wang noted the countdown timer in the upper left corner. Only 5 minutes remained. Choosing not to disturb them, he stood quietly at the back, awaiting the conclusion of the match. The rules of the air gun competition were straightforward. Both participants would shoot simultaneously, firing a total of 60 bullets within an hour and a half, with the higher cumulative score determining the victor. In the final shot, Him.He achieved a score of 96, bringing his total to 549. He set down his gun, massaging his slightly sore wrist, and turned his gaze towards Lin Dan. Lin Dan aimed his gun, but upon failing to find a suitable position, he removed the iris glasses resting on his nose and aimed with his naked eye at the tiny black target, no larger than a coin. He squeezed the trigger, and in an instant, the score on the machine leapt from 540 to 550. A perfect 10. Lin Dan had achieved an unexpected 10-ring score. Unlike the uncomplicated operation of the electronic gun, the 10-ring of the 10-meter air pistol target had a diameter of merely 0.5 millimeters, making such a feat exceptionally challenging for most individuals. Removing his earplugs, Lin Dan turned his head, and his gaze collided with Him.He's. A youthful face, with deep black eyes and a prominent nose, he appeared relaxed and leisurely, leaning against the target stand with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps due to his victory in the match, Him.He found it difficult to avert his gaze. Prior to learning of Lin Dan's identity, he had indeed felt a flicker of interest. However, upon discovering that Lin Dan was the person Him.He had taken a liking to, his intrigue had diminished. Yet now, after their interaction, his interest seemed to intensify rather than wane. What Him.He had previously confided to Him.He was indeed true. Even during his most ostentatious years in the imperial capital, he had never stooped to the level of poaching another's lover. But the circumstances had changed. As far as he understood, Him.He and Lin Dan were not together. Thus, even if he were to make a move, it would not constitute stealing someone from another. The thoughts swirling within Him.He remained concealed from his exterior demeanor. Without mentioning Lin Dan himself, even Secretary Wang and General Manager Jean were uncertain about his true thoughts. They could only discern that he held a certain fondness for Lin Dan, but the extent of this affection remained a mystery. "Are we still playing?" Lin Dan tilted his head and inquired. Acknowledging Secretary Wang's entry indicated there was an urgent matter that required his attention. Him.He smiled lightly, suggesting, perhaps next time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Over time, Him.He's visits to Mint noticeably increased. General Manager Jean, being a shrewd individual, would promptly summon Lin Dan to keep him company whenever Him.He arrived. The grayish stones were haphazardly piled, with the slanting branches of a pine tree extending out, the needle-like leaves glistening with a verdant hue. The ceiling lights cascaded down, casting the shadows of the trees onto the circular lattice window ahead. Inside the tea room, furnished with antique wooden tables and chairs, only a bamboo pendant lamp above the tea table illuminated the space. Lin Dan leaned against the soft cotton linen cushion, watching Him.He prepare tea across from him. Boiling water poured into the jade green tea bowl, and Him.He's slender, pristine fingers gently swayed the lid, performing the task with a leisurely grace that was truly pleasing to the eye. However, Lin Dan's palate could hardly be described as refined. He rarely indulged in tea and soon lost interest, allowing his gaze to drift from the tea table to Him.He, bathed in the soft indoor lighting. Him.He's features appeared noble, particularly as he matured and the fat in his face receded, accentuating the sharp contours of his visage. Unlike others Lin Dan had previously encountered, Him.He, being significantly older, exuded a mature gravitas that had accumulated over the years. While others might have hesitated to stare so intently, Lin Dan's gaze was unreserved, and Him.He permitted his scrutiny. As the bright orange tea was poured into a black ceramic cup, Him.He offered it to Lin Dan, encouraging him to taste. Lin Dan took a sip. The rich aroma and robust flavor were undeniable, and despite his lack of tea knowledge, he could appreciate the quality of the brew. The two engaged in conversation while sipping tea. Him.He, with his vast experience and high status, maintained a casual demeanor in Lin Dan's presence, discussing topics of interest to the youth. After several encounters, Lin Dan became noticeably more familiar with him, occasionally sharing snippets of his own life when prompted. "That watch looks impressive," Him.He remarked, noticing the timepiece on Lin Dan's wrist. Lin Dan smiled, attributing it to a gift from a friend. Him.He surmised it was from Him.He. Previously, on Boss Bai's yacht, he had perceived Lin Dan's aversion to intimate gestures between same-sex individuals, and it seemed Him.He was aware of this as well, opting to conceal his true identity while remaining close to Lin Dan. Even the incident a few months ago, where someone was trapped in a sanatorium, was unknown to Lin Dan, a fact Shen-Jiu chose not to disclose. Suddenly, Lin Dan's phone on the table vibrated. Shen-Jiu opened it to find a message from Lu Qingyue, stating that a document required a signature. Shen-Jiu, where are you? I'll have Secretary Wang come to collect it. Lu Qingyue, I just finished up. I'll bring it over to you directly. Not planning to leave just yet. Shen-Jiu sent him the location of Mint. Lu Qingyue appeared to be nearby, arriving in less than half an hour. Once Shen-Jiu finished signing, he neatly stored the documents and was about to depart when he heard the other party suggest, if you're not in a hurry, why not sit down for a cup of tea before you leave? Lu Qingyue noticed a half-finished cup of tea across from Shen-Jiu, realizing he probably had an appointment. Just as he was about to decline, the sliding door opened, and Lin Dan returned from the restroom. All right. Upon seeing Lin Dan, Lu Qingyue promptly changed his mind and sat beside him. Lin Dan appeared momentarily taken aback, likely surprised that the two were acquainted. Shen-Jiu took the initiative to introduce. This is Lu Qingyue from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau. Lu Qingyue? Upon hearing the name, Lin Dan's expression momentarily froze as he turned to look at the person beside him. So many recent events had transpired. If it weren't for Shen-Jiu mentioning this name, Lin Dan might have almost forgotten the novel from his dreams. He never imagined that the seemingly righteous Lu Qingyue, who was so intent on justice, would one day ally with others to commit heinous acts and coerce the innocent. His gaze on Lu Qingyue was overtly conspicuous, drawing the attention of both Shen-Jiu and Lu Qingyue. What is it? Lu Qingyue felt somewhat uneasy under Lin Dan's intense scrutiny. Nothing at all. Lin Dan hastily picked up the cup on the table and took a couple of sips. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Qingyue remarked, "That's my cup. I just had a sip from it." Lin Dan responded, Chapter 80, 1 million. Shen-Jiu, noticing Lin Dan's embarrassment, pushed the plate of snacks on the table towards him, saying, "If you drink too much tea, you won't sleep well tonight. These dried fruits are delightful. Do give them a try." All right. Lin Dan complied, popping a couple of pieces into his mouth. In the interim, Shen-Jiu stepped out to take a work-related call, leaving Lin Dan and Lu Qingyue alone in the room. "Do you work here?" Lu Qingyue inquired, noting the club uniform Lin Dan wore. "Yes. How well do you know Secretary Shen? Are you quite familiar?" Lu Qingyue couldn't help but ask, sensing a distinct difference in Shen-Jiu's demeanor toward Lin Dan. Lin Dan squinted slightly. "Officer Lu, are you interrogating me?" "Not at all." Lin Dan reached for the cigarette box on the table, adding, "In that case, I refuse to answer your questions." Sitting in a position closer to the outside, the cigarette box was conveniently within Lu Qingyue's reach. As he leaned forward, the marks on his neck were inadvertently exposed to Lu Qingyue's gaze. Lu Qingyue ran his fingers over his own, suppressing the urge to touch, and inquired, "How is your injury?" Lin Dan lit the cigarette, nonchalantly replying, "I won't die from it." With a desire to maintain the conversation, Lu Qingyue continued, "I must express my gratitude for your cooperation during the recent apprehension at sea. It greatly aided us in capturing the criminals. Officer Lu, you should consider yourself fortunate to have arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have already dealt with him. And such formalities are best left for the commendation ceremony," Lin Dan said, leaning on the table. He provocatively exhaled a smoke ring towards Lu Qingyue's face, grinning carelessly. "Are you here to present me with a banner or perhaps an award for being an exemplary citizen?" The circular white smoke seemed to carry a searing warmth as it enveloped Lu Qingyue's handsome visage. Despite his aversion to smoking and the scent of tobacco, he found himself inhaling deeply. The smoke quickly traveled from his nostrils to his trachea, causing him to cough softly a few times. Lu Qingyue took a sip of water and remarked, "If you desire, I can assist you in applying. No need for the pretense. I don't require it. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, convert it into cash." "Very well," Lu Qingyue responded with alacrity. "Please provide me with your bank account number." "On second thought, perhaps not." Lin Dan was merely jesting. His subduing of Boss Bai was purely for self-preservation, unrelated to anyone else. Moreover, had it not been for the timely arrival of the police, he would have been unable to leave safely that night. For a drug lord of Boss Bai's caliber, The bounty set by the police department was a staggering 1 million. Are you certain you do not wish to claim it? Although the news of Boss Bai's arrest had not been publicly announced by the Ministry of Public Security, the considerable commotion near the waters close to northern Myanmar quickly reached the ears of well-informed drug lords, many of whom harbored ambitions and schemes. It is to be anticipated that the Golden Triangle would soon descend into chaos as a result. Meanwhile, the interrogation experts at the Bagang City Bureau worked tirelessly for several days, ultimately extracting valuable information from this drug lord. Based on his testimony, domestic law enforcement apprehended hundreds of drug traffickers, seizing over 10 tons of narcotics in the process. The mastermind behind this operation, Him.He, undoubtedly gained significant recognition throughout the nation and with the backing of the Shun family. His career was destined for smooth sailing upon his return to the capital after his tenure in Bagang. The overall commander of this operation, Liu Qingwei, who personally apprehended the criminals, was promoted to the rank of second-level police officer, now serving as the chief of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Provincial Public Security Department. Lin Dan could be said to have played an indispensable role in ensuring the smooth execution of all these developments. Lin Dan almost thought he had misheard. What? 1 million? Is that pretty boy truly worth that much? Liu Qingwei nodded. Provide me with your account number, and I shall handle the rest. Your presence is unnecessary. The funds will be transferred to your account within 3 days. Contemplating his own burdensome debts, Lin Dan found it difficult to refuse. Hand me your phone. Liu Qingwei passed him the device, and Lin Dan entered his phone number before returning it. I will send you my bank details after work. Noticing that Lin Dan's mood had improved considerably, Liu Qingwei added, You need not remain here. If you seek employment, I can assist you in finding a quieter position. Although he did not frequent such establishments, he understood that they often required a facade of congeniality. Liu Qingwei, harboring personal sentiments, did not wish for Lin Dan to endure that. No, I'm quite content here. In light of the financial incentive, Lin Dan offered Liu Qingwei an unusually amiable demeanor. Regardless, I owe you a favor. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Lin Dan did not feel that Liu Qingwei owed him anything. However, since the latter had voiced it, he replied, If you truly feel indebted, then let us engage in a spar. Liu Qingwei, taken aback, did not anticipate that Lin Dan would wish to fight him. You want to spar with me? Why? Do you truly want to hear the truth? Lin Dan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, and upon seeing Liu Qingwei nod, he candidly confessed, Because you are quite deserving of a beating. I have wanted to punch you for a long time. Liu Qingwei was not surprised by this revelation. During the trial of the murder case involving Ma Jiqiang, the investigator discerned that Lin Dan was concealing aspects of his motive. Consequently, he conducted several late-night interrogations at 3 in the morning. Under the harsh glare of the interrogation room lights, Lin Dan, weary and overheated, remained resolute and refused to divulge any information. Eventually, as pressure mounted from the plaintiff and the court, with the murder charge being a foregone conclusion, the hidden motive of the perpetrator became inconsequential. The police's primary duty is to uncover the truth, and Liu Qingwei harbored no regrets about his past actions. He sighed and remarked, Does hitting him provide you with any sense of relief? Indeed, Lin Dan was steadfast, accustomed to resolving issues through force. However, Liu Qingwei, mindful of the other's status as a police officer, had endured until this moment. He was aware of Liu Qingwei's formidable skills and knew that he might not prevail in a confrontation. Thus, his proposal to engage in a brawl was merely an outlet for his emotions, regardless of the outcome. Very well, I will fight you. Just as Him.He returned from a phone call, he overheard Liu Qingwei's last remark. What? Are you two going to fight? Yes, secretary. Upon learning that it was Lin Dan who had initiated the challenge, Him.He did not object and accompanied them to the boxing gym. While Lin Dan changed his attire, Him.He advised Liu Qingwei, You can fight, but be mindful not to injure him. Chapter 81. The nature of desire. The changing room door creaked open, revealing Lin Dan, bare-chested and clad only in black athletic shorts. Hearing footsteps, Him.He, who had been seated on the sofa engrossed in his phone, looked up. Where is Liu Qingwei? Lin Dan settled onto the armrest of the single sofa beside him, casually running his right hand along the nape of his neck, stretching his cervical spine. As he lifted his arm, his lean, muscular shoulders and the defined lines of his physique became apparent. He went downstairs to deliver a document. He'll return shortly. Had Shen-Jiu not been familiar with Lin Dan's character, he might have interpreted this action as an intentional provocation. He straightened himself, intrigued, and observed Lin Dan, noting his scan attire. "Aren't you cold?" He reached out to touch Lin Dan's arm. Unlike their previous contact through clothing, this time skin met skin, and Shen-Jiu could distinctly feel Lin Dan's slightly elevated body temperature. His demeanor, tone, and expression exuded an earnestness, as though he merely wished to ascertain whether Lin Dan was indeed cold. Lin Dan, typically nonchalant, did not flinch, allowing Shen-Jiu's hand to rest upon his arm. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qingwei returned, prompting Shen-Jiu to withdraw his hand and adjust the air conditioning in the gym. Just as Lin Dan was about to approach the boxing ring, Shen-Jiu called out, "Wait, what is it?" Lin Dan paused and glanced back. "Put on the boxing wraps. They will protect your wrists and joints." Concerned that Lin Dan might struggle to secure them on his own, Shen-Jiu took his hand and began to wrap it for him, simultaneously inquiring, "What prompted you to want to fight Qingwei? If you're interested in learning combat skills, I can arrange for a more professional instructor. It's a personal grudge. Did he offend you?" You could say that. It was many years ago. Fearing that Shen-Jiu might perceive him as petty, he added, "I am not a small-minded person. After this fight, it will be a clean slate." With bandages wrapped around his hands, Lin Dan found himself momentarily unaccustomed to the sensation. He attempted to clench his fists and swung them a few times. Upon seeing Lu Qingwei emerge from changing into his attire, he leaped onto the boxing ring. Lu Qingwei, clad in mere shorts, possessed a larger frame and well-defined muscles, clearly indicating that his physique was not merely a product of gym workouts. The spotlight illuminated his body, revealing several scars of varying sizes and shades, some paler than his natural skin tone, notably a circular scar on his left chest, a remnant of a bullet wound. Despite being under 30, Lu Qingwei had ascended to the rank of second-level police inspector. While his family background played a role, it was his tangible achievements in solving numerous significant cases and accumulating accolades that had propelled him to his current stature. How do you wish to proceed? 30 minutes. 10 rounds. No rules. The match concludes regardless of victory or defeat when time is up. Understood. Lin Dan had entered a juvenile detention center at the age of 16, never having engaged in formal boxing or combat. He resembled a wolf cub with incomplete teeth, cast into a perilous forest, compelled to mature swiftly amidst predatory beasts eyeing him, paying the price of numerous injuries to hone his skills for self-preservation. With fists wrapped in red bandages, he charged towards Lu Qingwei with a swift motion. Lu Qingwei reacted promptly, evading with a tilt of his head, and raised his right arm to block a subsequent punch. Lin Dan's strikes were fierce and rapid, forcing Lu Qingwei into a defensive stance. Before long, Lin Dan managed to land a hit, pushing Lu Qingwei back until his back met the ropes. Such an obvious display of dominance was not lost on Shen-Jiu, watching from ringside, let alone Lin Dan, who recognized the insult in Lu Qingwei's actions. Enraged, Lin Dan executed a sweeping kick aimed at Lu Qingwei's calf, sending him crashing onto the mat. With his knee pressed against Lu Qingwei's chest, Lin Dan grasped his neck, not applying excessive force, and demanded, "What does this mean? Am I unworthy of your effort?" His shoulders heaved, and his eyes, tinged with anger, wore into Lu Qingwei. Lin Dan preferred that Lu Qingwei refrain from engaging rather than mock him in such a manner. When Lu Qingwei remained silent, Lin Dan released him and began to stride towards the edge of the ring, frustrated that Lu Qingwei could not simply express his disinterest. Wait, just as Lin Dan was about to lift the ropes and exit the ring, Lu Qingwei stood up, assuming an offensive stance. Let us continue. His initial intention had been to allow Lin Dan to vent his frustrations, but now, having provoked him, he was prepared for an earnest confrontation. Lu Qingwei's combat skills, stemming from police academy training and military service, were characterized by an intent to dominate decisively, resulting in straightforward and powerful strikes. This ferocity made it challenging for Lin Dan to gain an advantage. However, his agility and strong lower body allowed him to inflict considerable damage with several well-placed kicks. As time ticked away, the stamina of both men gradually waned. Lu Qingwei regarded Lin Dan with a newfound admiration, recognizing that he was stronger than he had initially anticipated. Regardless of whether it was the duo capturing drug traffickers aboard the yacht or their current confrontation, Lin Dan's prowess was undeniably impressive, drawing the attention of his opponent. With each passing moment, he found himself increasingly captivated by their exchange. In the final round, Lu Qingwei swung his fist towards Lin Dan's face, but rather than evading, Lin Dan boldly met the attack head-on, landing a solid hook to his adversary's jaw. Both fighters endured a blow, yet Lin Dan pressed on, lifting his knee to strike Lu Qingwei's chest, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the moment, Lin Dan leaped into the air, aiming a kick at Lu Qingwei. As Lu Qingwei instinctively dodged, he couldn't shake the feeling that this maneuver seemed familiar. It was the very tactic Lin Dan had employed against ACHA on the yacht. Indeed, just as he avoided Lin Dan's left leg, the latter's right foot was already on its way to his temple. Fortunately, Lu Qingwei had anticipated this, grabbing Lin Dan's calf and yanking him down to the ground. Without hesitation, Lu Qingwei approached to restrain Lin Dan's arms. But Lin Dan retaliated with a swift knee strike aimed at his lower body, leaving Lu Qingwei somewhat exasperated. This had happened before in a restaurant restroom, where had Lin Dan learned such a penchant for targeting the vulnerable areas. Just as the time limit expired, Lin Dan ceased his offensive and Lu Qingwei released him. Lin Dan quickly sprang to his feet. Though fatigue was evident, his dark eyes still shimmered with vitality. Beads of perspiration glistened on his robust, energetic physique. And with each labored breath, the serpentine motifs on his side seemed to undulate as if alive. In the audience, Shun Jiyu's gaze intensified with fervor. During his university years, he had studied human sculpture for a time, and Lin Dan embodied the near-perfect proportions of the human form, perfectly aligning with the golden ratio. It was undeniable. He had initially been drawn to Lin Dan's youthful and attractive physique, but now, the young man standing on the stage radiated a brilliance that was almost blinding, stirring feelings within Shun Jiyu that transcended mere interest. As Lin Dan descended from the boxing ring, intending to change his attire in the locker room, he was intercepted by Shun Jiyu. "Let us head upstairs." "I called for a doctor," he insisted. Lin Dan dismissed the concern. "There's no need for such trouble. Injuries are commonplace for me. This surface-level abrasion is hardly significant." However, Shun Jiyu remained resolute, calling upon Lu Qingwei to accompany them. "No need," Lu Qingwei replied. "I have matters to attend to at the bureau." Having already carved out time to stay and support Lin Dan, he could not afford further delays. After changing his clothes, Lin Dan followed Shun Jiyu out, while Lu Qingwei masked his inexplicable sense of loss as he departed Mint. The top floor of Mint featured rooms for guests to rest, and after a vigorous sweat, Lin Dan entered one to take a shower. Emerging in a bathrobe, he found the doctor waiting for him. Lin Dan's injuries were concentrated on his face and upper body. As the doctor approached, he settled onto the sofa, letting his bathrobe slip to his waist for examination. As they engaged in combat, they restrained their strength, and though several bruises adorned their bodies, they were not as severe as they appeared. After a brief examination, the doctor confirmed there were no internal injuries and provided a bottle of medication to alleviate the bruising. The subcutaneous bleeding required application twice daily, morning and evening, and would dissipate in approximately a week. Lin Dan was quite adept at tending to his wounds. He poured the medication into his palm, rubbed it lightly, and applied it directly to the bruise on his chest. Shun Jiyu sat opposite Lin Dan, observing his actions. Lin Dan's chest was not overly dramatic, with a thin layer of muscle enveloping his bones, presenting a remarkably balanced physique. However, the serious manner in which Lin Dan rubbed his injury, coupled with his earnest expression, struck Shun Jiyu as somewhat provocative. His gaze was too conspicuous, and Lin Dan soon noticed, asking lightly, "What are you looking at?" His demeanor was relaxed, not hinting at any ulterior thoughts. Naturally, Shun Jiyu did not divulge the truth, but expressed curiosity, noting that he seldom encountered such reckless fighting techniques. He had witnessed Lin Dan in combat on 2 occasions, once aboard Boss Bai's yacht, and once just moments ago with Lu Qingwei, as a scion of a prominent family. Despite his youthful indiscretions, Shun Jiyu had absorbed all the necessary lessons. He had trained in standard combat techniques and discerned that Lin Dan's style was unorthodox, lacking professional training. His opponent's approach was excessively brutal, often inflicting harm on himself while attempting to vanquish his foes, leaving no escape routes for either party. "I am quite afraid of death myself," Lin Dan shrugged, "but sometimes the consequences of defeat are too great for me to bear." His fierce demeanor had been forged in the crucible of prison life, where even the mice seemed to be male. Given Lin Dan's striking appearance, many inmates had lusted after him. Too many wished to dominate him, and if Lin Dan did not resist, he would eventually be destroyed by those beasts. To survive, he had no choice but to raise his fists in self-defense. Shun Jiyu, being perceptive, quickly grasped the implication of Lin Dan's words and refrained from further inquiry. Once the front wounds were treated, there remained a bruise on Lin Dan's lower back that he could not reach. "Let me assist," the doctor offered. But just as he prepared to proceed, Secretary Wang entered, placing the garments Shun Jiyu had requested on the sofa. As the doctor's hand approached Lin Dan's waist, Secretary Wang hurriedly interjected, "Dr. Li, there has been a sudden illness in the next room. I need your assistance with an emergency." "Understood," Dr. Li responded, promptly following Secretary Wang out of the room. Once the door closed, Shun Jiyu picked up the medication bottle from the table, seated himself beside Lin Dan, and turned to him, saying, "Allow me to apply it." Lin Dan hesitated momentarily, initially intending to decline, but seeing that the other had already poured the medication into his palm, he relented and turned to expose his back. Having just bathed, Lin Dan's skin was slightly cool, and he felt a distinct warmth when Shun Jiyu's hand made contact. The brown liquid spread across his skin as Shun Jiyu gently massaged the bruise. "Is it done?" Lin Dan urged after several minutes of the ongoing ministrations, unable to contain his impatience. In Shun Jiyu's eyes flickered a glint of darkness. His fingers pressed against a certain spot on Lin Dan's waist. In the next moment, Lin Dan's body softened, collapsing onto the sofa. With a hiss, Lin Dan quickly sat up, rubbing his lower back. "What did you just press? It feels so numb." Shun Jiyu, a seasoned player in the realm of romance, found it exceedingly easy to handle Lin Dan, who was still inexperienced. He lied effortlessly. "I learned some massage techniques previously, and I'm quite skilled. Would you like to give it a try?" Shun Jiyu's expression was well masked, yet his voice bore a distinct huskiness. Lin Dan, oblivious to any discrepancy, donned his bathrobe and declined. "I'm not interested in a big man giving me a massage. I'd consider it if it were a beautiful female therapist." In the Hong Fu Club, soft light cascaded from the chandelier above and the wall sconces surrounding the room, enveloping the entire space in a delicate golden veil. Elios was engrossed in discussing the details of an upcoming art exhibition with Shun Jerome. The two engaged in intimate conversation as if the world around them had faded away. Shin Shu, sitting nearby, stifled a yawn out of boredom, and soon his phone rang on the table, a call from Gao Fei. Shin Shu stepped out onto the terrace to answer. "Young master, the investigation team from Zhongliang has already intervened. During his tenure, he exploited his position for personal gain, and the amount of bribes and embezzlement is substantial. Preliminary assessments suggest that the death penalty is inevitable." The outcome was as expected, and Shin Shu was not particularly surprised. He inquired further, "What about Chuanyu?" Chuanyu Real Estate is a company owned by the Yi family. Ever since Shun Shu learned that Yi Shi'is had drugged Lin Dan right under his nose, leading to Lin Dan's injury and hospitalization, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. The Yi family had amassed significant capital through illicit dealings in their early years and later. They capitalized on the lucrative real estate boom. With the wind at their backs and the connections they held in the North Port, Chuanyu Real Estate had rapidly ascended to become a leading enterprise in the region. Perhaps due to the scrutiny of the past, the Yi family had been cautious and discreet in recent years, with their company's financial records meticulously maintained, making it difficult for Gao Fei to uncover any flaws in such a short time. However, I have discovered that the project in the South District currently overseen by Chuanyu was initially handled by Zhongliang during the bidding process. and Gong has maintained close ties with the Yi family. Shu quickly deduced the intricacies involved. It seemed Yi's had spared no expense in managing the South District project. Yet, he likely would not leave behind any incriminating evidence, and Zhang Liang, due to the Yi family's influence in Northport, would likely hesitate to implicate Yi's. After all, although Zhang Liang was incarcerated, his wife and children remained outside. Inform Zhang Liang that if he identifies Yi's, I can guarantee the safety of his wife and children. Young master, merely identifying him without substantial evidence will not suffice to secure a conviction. Shu did not intend to rely solely on this to imprison Yi's. As long as the investigation team intervened, the South District project would have to be halted. At that point, if the media were to expose the situation, the project would inevitably collapse under public scrutiny, and Xuan Yu's reputation would suffer accordingly. Chapter 83. The banquet at Hongmen. Walking along the cobblestone path, one approached the Lioa Hall, adorned with a plaque of golden silk Nanma wood, which was a private area of the Hongfu Club, not open to the public. The waiter guided Zhao Xiangzhou and his wife, along with Zhao Xiangqing, to the private room on the second floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by Shen Zhirong and Elios. Once the three were seated, Shen Zhirong patted Zhao Xiangzhou on the shoulder and remarked, "Xiangzhou, it has been a few years since you were transferred to Inner Mongolia, hasn't it? It must be quite different from the capital. Are you adjusting well?" Zhao Xiangzhou, with his rugged features and closely cropped hair, sat upright, speaking in a manner that clearly indicated his military background. "The scenery in Inner Mongolia is quite lovely, Uncle Shen. You should take Annie there to see it when you have the chance." Shen Zhirong laughed. "I would love to go, but work keeps piling up at the company. I truly can't get away. Perhaps in a couple of years when Xiaoshu joins the company and I have a bit more leisure time." As Shen Zhirong and Zhao Xiangzhou engaged in pleasantries, Elios conversed with Lin Dan and Zhao Xiangqing. "I'm not certain what you all enjoy eating, so I've ordered a few of the signature dishes here," Elios said, signaling the waiter to bring the menu for Lin Dan and Zhao Xiangqing to peruse. "No need, Auntie. Your selections will suffice," Zhao Xiangqing replied. Her visits to Hongfu Club had been infrequent, and this time she had accompanied her brother and sister-in-law, only to discover upon arrival that they were visiting the Shun family. Zhao Xiangqing was uncertain of the purpose of this gathering, considering the two families had only recently met at the old man's birthday banquet. Even if Shen Zhirong wished to see Zhao Xiangzhou, who had just returned from Inner Mongolia, it seemed unnecessary to include her. Lost in thought, she heard Shen Zhirong inquire, "Where is Xiaoshu?" "Yes, on the balcony, making a phone call." Elios called towards the terrace, "Surfa, come here quickly." In the next moment, the dark brown curtains were drawn aside, and Shen Shu, dressed in casual white attire, approached. Lin Dan scrutinized Shen Shu's face for a moment before nudging Zhao Xiangqing's arm and whispering in her ear, "Among you young ones, it must be said that this one from the Shun family is the most striking. He is even more beautiful than many young ladies." Zhao Xiangqing rolled her eyes, "Sister-in-law, such remarks are hardly conducive to family harmony. Are you not concerned about my brother feeling jealous? We've been married for so long, and our children are practically grown. What jealousy is there to speak of?" Lin Dan hinted. "Speaking of which, you are not exactly a child anymore, with such a handsome young man. Don't you have any thoughts?" "No thoughts at all. I merely wish to know when the dishes will be served. I am quite hungry." Seeing that she was not grasping the implication, Lin Dan decided to be more forthright. "Both Grandpa and Old Master Shun are eager to bring you and Shen Shu together. Our families have a good relationship, and you two have grown up together, knowing each other well. Since you don't have a boyfriend, why not consider spending some time together?" At last, Zhao Xiangqing understood. No wonder her sister-in-law had said nothing before coming. It seemed she was being led into a trap. "Sister-in-law, I have no feelings for him. There is absolutely no possibility between us." Shen Shu, accustomed to putting on a facade before adults while possessing a rather mischievous nature, was someone with an abundance of scheming tendencies, who would want to endure a lifetime of turmoil with him. "How is Xiaoshu's health?" Zhao Xiangzhou inquired of Shen Shu. Shen Shu glanced at Zhao Xiangqing and quickly deduced the purpose of this meal, deliberately placing his fist to his lips as he coughed lightly. "Same as before. I will need surgery again next year," Lin Dan remarked, I recall that the surgeon for Xiao Shu was Dr. Wilson, an esteemed heart surgeon of international renown. With his expertise, the surgery next year is certain to proceed without complications. Elios nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Shu's recovery has been quite satisfactory. After the surgery next year and a period of convalescence, there should be no further issues. The ailment of Shun Shu had long been a heavy burden for both her and her husband, and now, as a resolution appeared imminent, she felt a notable sense of relief. The conversation between the two families continued to revolve around Zhao, Xianqing, and Shun Shu, a clear attempt at matchmaking. Though the two parties involved were far from cooperative, by the end of the meal, they had exchanged scarcely a handful of words. Immediately after bidding farewell to the Zhao family, Shun Shu intended to take his leave. "Dad, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be going now." Shun Zhirong, with a stern expression, called out, "Shun Shu, stand right there." It was rare for him to express anger towards his son, yet he found it perplexing that Zhao Xianqing, being a girl, was taciturn, while his son, a grown man, had scarcely spoken throughout the meal. Shun Shu continued on his way, heading towards the White Accord Park below. "Please refrain from inviting me to such gatherings in the future. They hold little interest for me. I have no desire to pursue a girlfriend." Shun Zhirong, upon hearing this, grew even more irate and was about to pursue him when Elios intervened. "Let him go. It was our oversight not to inform him in advance. He is old enough. And though I won't comment on his aimless days, what did he mean by not wanting a girlfriend?" Ultimately, Shun Zhirong refrained from chasing after him, watching the car gradually disappear into the distance, sensing something was amiss. With so many cars at home, why does he insist on driving his friend's car around? He is still young. Let him enjoy a couple of years of freedom. After all, it's just a car. Must your son only drive a sports car and race around to be satisfactory? Elios felt a twinge of guilt. She had yet to find a way to discuss Shun Shu's preferences with her husband. Moreover, this dinner had been proposed by Zhao Xiangzhou, leaving her with little grounds to decline. Fortunately, Zhao Xianqing appeared equally disinclined to accept her family's arrangements, with both youngsters unwilling. This mismatched pairing would likely fizzle out in due course. By the time Shun Shu departed from Hongjing Club, evening had fallen. Noticing the time, he realized Lin Dan must have finished work by now, and he promptly placed a call. After a considerable wait, Lin Dan finally answered. Unlike his earlier reticence, as soon as the call connected, Shun Shu eagerly exclaimed, "Brother, where are you? I haven't cooked today. Let us go out to eat. I'm at Zhennan Mountain. It might be a while longer." Before Shun Shu could inquire about his brother's whereabouts, Lian's enthusiastic voice emerged from the other end. "Lin Dan, hurry. Come run another lap with me." "All right, I'm on my way," Lin Dan replied, and then addressed Shun Shu. "It seems we won't have time to eat out. What would you like? I'll bring something back for you later." Upon learning that Lin Dan was with Lian, Shun Shu quickly responded, "Is brother racing? I want to watch. I'll go find him." Chapter 84. Lucky kiss. After the affluent young elite of Beigang secured Jinan Mountain, it became a private enclave. As Shun Shu's vehicle arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was promptly obstructed. Upon parking, he retrieved his phone and called Lin Dan. Before long, an orange and black McLaren P1 descended the road. Once the car came to a halt, the elegant butterfly doors unfolded gracefully, and Lin Dan waved at Shun Shu, who was standing by the roadside. Shun Shu hurried over. "Brother, what happened to your face?" As soon as he settled into the passenger seat, he noticed the injury on Lin Dan's visage. "I got hurt while sparring with a guest," Lin Dan replied nonchalantly. Shun Shu's anger flared. "It must have been intentional. You're just supposed to be a sparring partner. How could you actually hit him?" When Shun Shu was upset, his face would flush, and in the presence of Lin Dan, he often unconsciously displayed youthful expressions. Lin Dan found this endearing, playfully pinching Shun Shu's pouted lips and teasing, "What is this? Your lips could hold a bottle of soy sauce." With his mouth pinched, Shun Shu could only blink his expressive eyes at him. Lin Dan, focused on driving, soon released him. "Don't be mad. I hit him too. His injuries should be worse than mine." "Do you have injuries as well?" Shun Shu inquired, leaning closer to lift Lin Dan's shirt. "Injuries from sparring are inevitable. It's nothing. I've already treated it." Lin Dan leaned back against the seat, allowing Shun Shu to inspect his wounds. "Next time you have such a guest, just refuse him outright," Shun Shu advised, reassured that Lin Dan's injuries were not severe. He let the shirt fall back into place, but as his fingers brushed against the fabric, he realized that Lin Dan's attire was quite extraordinary. Lin Dan had left for work early, and Shu had still been asleep when he departed. Although he was unaware of what Lin Dan had worn that morning, it was evident that this outfit was not his usual style. The gray knitted short sleeve and navy straight-leg pants were simply tailored, devoid of any ostentation, and devoid of visible branding. Yet, Shu's keen eye recognized it as Loro Piana. This ensemble was worth at least 100,000. Did that guess buy this for you? He inquired. Well, sort of, Lin Dan replied. The clothes belonged to Shunjiu. He was on the top floor of the club, and with his work attire and personal clothes downstairs, it was too cumbersome to change out of the bathrobe, so he simply wore this temporarily purchased outfit. Shu scrunched his nose in disdain. The taste of this person is truly poor. The clothes are dreadfully outdated. You should change as soon as you get back, brother. Lin Dan was indifferent about what he wore. It's fine. Actually, it's quite comfortable. As they conversed, they swiftly reached the mountaintop. Besides the serpentine racing track, there was also a racetrack at the summit. Lin and Lin Dan were enjoying their time there. Upon seeing Shu in the passenger seat, Lin displayed a look of disdain. Lin Dan, I recall your friend has a heart condition. This activity is too thrilling. What if something happens to him here? You should stay inside. Lin Dan had no intention of having Shu remain there. He gestured towards the lounge of the racetrack. Shu, you wait for me inside for a bit. We'll run a couple more laps and then leave. Observing Li Yan's triumphant expression, Shu was naturally unwilling to let him have his way. Brother, I have yet to experience racing. I wish to try it as well. No, Lin Dan replied firmly. Your health is not good. What if something were to happen? Then let my brother drive, and I can sit in the passenger seat. Can I? Shu tugged at Lin Dan's hand, pleading, Brother, I beg you, just let me stay in the car. I promise nothing will happen. Lin Dan, unable to resist the charm of Shu's plea, finally relented. All right, you can get in the car. Satisfied, Shu turned back to provocatively glance at Li Yan as he entered the vehicle. Lin Dan, you really let him the car? Li Yan, who despised Shu's constant attachment to Lin Dan, could hardly conceal his discontent. Lin Dan nodded, reassuringly stating, Don't worry, I will keep an eye on him. Nothing will go wrong. Well, if you say so, Li Yan conceded, unable to pull Shu back down. The two sports cars stood at the starting line, poised for the countdown. Suddenly, Shu, seated in the passenger seat, spoke up, Brother. Lin Dan turned to look at him. I heard that every racer has their own guardian angel on the track. Under Lin Dan's puzzled gaze, Shu pressed his index and middle fingers together and kissed them lightly before placing them on Lin Dan's cheek. Throughout this gesture, his eyes remained locked onto Lin Dan's, as if casting a spell that ensnared Lin Dan's heart. A lucky kiss. I hope that in this race, I can be your guardian angel. The rapid thumping of his heart was drowned out by the roar of the engine. The orange and black sports car sped down the track, the tires screeching against the asphalt, raising clouds of dust due to its excessive speed. With a flawless drift, the car came to a smooth stop at the finish line. Shu's kiss made Lin Dan feel as though his soul had momentarily detached from his body. He could hardly recall how he completed the race until Li Yan knocked on the car door, finally snapping him back to reality. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Yan excitedly embraced his shoulder. 1 minute 26 seconds, Lin Dan. You were incredible, shattering the fastest record here. From now on, you are the fastest man on this racetrack. Get out of here, you are the fast one. I'm not fast at all. Lin Dan pushed him away, adding, Let us call it a day. I have to leave. Don't rush. I have something for you, Li Yan said as he dashed off to the lounge. Wait for me here. Once Li Yan departed, Shu remarked, Brother, you are truly impressive. It seems our guardian angel is quite fond of us. Leaning against the car's hood, Lin Dan absent-mindedly responded with a murmur, then said, Shu, please don't do that again. Do what? Shu placed his finger on his lips and kissed it again, then playfully waved it. Is this what you mean? Lin Dan nodded slightly, unable to meet his gaze again. Shu moved closer to him. What's wrong? Doesn't he, my brother, like it? There was no question of liking or disliking. It felt quite odd for two men to engage in such behavior. Lin Dan ultimately refrained from labeling it as distasteful, but it was indeed peculiar. Li Yan returned once more holding a bag in his hand. Lin Dan, this is for you. What is it? Lin Dan glanced at the items handed to him, which included several unidentified documents and a car key. The key to the McLaren P1 he had just driven. This color isn't available in the country. I ordered it from abroad last week, and it only arrived last night. I've already completed the necessary paperwork. You just need to sign, he explained. What do you mean? Lin Dan tapped the car hood. Are you giving this car to me? Of course, I specifically ordered it for you. And you even chose the color yourself, replied Li Yan. Lin Dan was at a loss for words. I thought you were buying it for yourself. Although he and Li Yan had become good friends, they had known each other for less than 2 months. A McLaren P1, worth over 20 million. Seemed an absurd gift for no reason at all. Chapter 85. The bracelet, what's wrong? Don't you like it? Li Yan noticed the lack of joy Lin Dan had anticipated upon receiving a gift and felt disappointed. He thought perhaps Lin Dan disliked this model. You could drive it for now. There's an F1 race in Singapore in October. We could go watch it together and choose another car then. How about that? It's not about liking or disliking. I simply cannot accept this. Lin Dan returned the bag containing the car key to him without hesitation. Your parents work hard for their money. There's no need to gift me something so extravagant. Even knowing that a car worth over 10 million was merely a trifling expense for someone like Li Yan, Lin Dan was resolute in his principles and genuinely regarded Li Yan as a friend, unwilling to take advantage of their friendship. Li Yan leaned closer, his upper body resting against Lin Dan's shoulder as he was half a head shorter. It's just a car. It didn't cost that much. His eyes sparkled with earnestness as he confessed, and I gave it to you because I like you. He wasn't a fool. It was the first time he had gifted a car. Previously, when pursuing someone, he had only given gifts worth hundreds of thousands, such as bags or jewelry. Lin Dan was different. He genuinely liked him. Since returning from Sepay Island, he had dreamed almost every night of intimate scenes with Lin Dan. Observing the exchange with detached amusement, Shu's expression changed when he heard Li Yan's admission. He instinctively grasped Lin Dan's hand. Lin Dan belonged to him. Who was Li Yan to compete for someone who was rightfully his? Lin Dan, unaware that Li Yan was confessing his feelings, felt Shu's hand and instinctively reciprocated, while playfully patting Li Yan on the head. Come on, can you not be so cheesy? Li Yan insisted, then just accept it. Despite having clearly stated his refusal, Li Yan persisted, shoving the keys into Lin Dan's embrace. Growing impatient, Lin Dan's tone hardened as he reiterated, I said I don't want it. Get someone to take me down the mountain immediately. With that, he stood up and pulled Shu towards the racetrack exit. Lin Dan, don't go. Seeing him leaving, Li Yan hurriedly grabbed a light green rectangular jewelry box from the passenger seat of his car and sprinted after Lin Dan, tugging at his arm. If you want to take the car, surely you can accept this? He spoke as he opened the box, revealing a Van Cleef Arpels Panda 5-flower bracelet. Lin Dan glanced at it, but did not take it, saying, it suits you well, but I do not fancy wearing bracelets. Lin Dan, you're being quite unfair, Li Yan exclaimed, pointing at Shu in indignation. You accepted a watch from him, yet when I offer you a car, you refuse. And you won't even take a bracelet. With his doll-like face lacking any fierce expression, he appeared more pitiful than angry as he voiced his complaint. Lin Dan, known for her softness in the face of vulnerability, felt her heart soften at his woeful demeanor. After all, it was merely a bracelet. She could accept it and later purchase something else in return. With that thought, she beckoned him, saying, bring it here. Did I not say I wouldn't accept it? Li Yan, now satisfied, quickly retrieved the bracelet. Let me put it on you. With a watch already adorning his left wrist, Lin Dan had no choice but to release Shu and extend her right hand. The 5-flower series is typically more suited for women, but this particular design, crafted from white gold and complemented by black onyx and full diamond embellishments, is rather androgynous and does not discriminate against skin tones. Lin Dan's prominent wrist bones allowed the bracelet to rest perfectly, lending a touch of grace and elegance to her overall appearance. Even Shu, who generally harbored disdain for Li Yan, could not bring himself to deny its beauty. Lin Dan shook her wrist playfully. Is this satisfactory now? Li Yan nodded, then added, my birthday is on the 12th of next month. I will be inviting friends over for a gathering. Will you be able to attend? In the evening? Yes. I start school in September, so I want to have time during the day. That works. Just send me the location when the time comes. As August draws to a close, Lin Dan felt a stir in her heart at the thought of soon returning from England and stepping into university life alongside Su Wei. Having accepted his gift and agreed to celebrate his birthday, Li Yin felt elated. Before either Shun Shu or Lin Dan could react, he suddenly embraced Lin Dan. Happy Qixi Festival, Lin Dan. The journey back was unusually quiet for both. Lin Dan was lost in thoughts about Su Wei, while Shun Shu simmered in frustration over Li Yan's earlier embrace of Lin Dan. After a moment of silence, Shun Shu could no longer contain himself. "Brother, I am hungry." Hungry are we?" As the car halted at an intersection, taking advantage of the red light, Lin Dan turned to him. "What would you like to eat?" "It's on me." Today being the Qixi Festival, Shun Shu had already made reservations at a restaurant, hoping to share a romantic evening with Lin Dan. Little did he know that Li Yin, in his foolishness, had disrupted their mood. "I have already booked the restaurant. Let us head there directly." The restaurant was located in the Starry Plaza of the Golden Sands district, the most bustling commercial area of Beigang. With the evening of Qixi drawing a multitude of people out, traffic began to jam even before they reached Starry Plaza. After several minutes, they had barely traveled 2 kilometers. Lin Dan decided to park the car in a nearby lot, urging Shu to don a mask. And together, they made their way towards the restaurant along the crowded pedestrian street. The ordinarily lively street was even more vibrant on this romantic festival, with numerous stalls selling flowers and various unique trinkets lining the sides. These items are predominantly favored by young ladies, and Lin Dan and Shun Shu exhibit little interest in browsing, simply proceeding forward. After a brief while, Shun Shu became restless, wrapping his arms around Lin Dan's neck and hanging onto him like a boneless figure. Already fatigued after just a few steps, Lin Dan, ever considerate, embraced his waist, anxious that he might inadvertently tumble. Brother, carry me," Shun Shu declared before leaping onto Lin Dan's back. Lin Dan, believing him to be genuinely tired, secured his legs and began walking forward. The pair's striking looks and height rendered them remarkable amidst the crowd, and their unique mode of transportation drew curious glances, prompting whispers among passers-by. Shun Shu remained unconcerned by others' perceptions. His arms hung naturally in front of Lin Dan's chest, his cheek pressed against the top of Lin Dan's head, nuzzling affectionately. "You're just like a cat," Lin Dan remarked, noticing Shun Shu's touch, a smile gracing his face as he nudged Shun Shu's chin with his forehead. Brother dares to call me a cat, but cats do bite." Shun Shu lowered his mask to his chin, playfully attempting to nip at Lin Dan's nose. Lin Dan chuckled, tilting his head to evade the playful bite, only for Shun Shu to chase after him. In the midst of their frolic, they were unexpectedly halted by a young girl. Chapter 86. Shall we give it a try? 2 handsome gentlemen. Photographs come with a price, but memories are priceless. On this beautiful Qixi festival, how about capturing a moment together? Chen Ranran had noticed the two from afar. One was strikingly handsome, while the other was exquisitely beautiful. Although both were male, their togetherness radiated warmth and harmony, particularly evident in the love that overflowed from their eyes. "Thank you, but no," Lin Dan replied, disliking photographs and firmly rejecting her offer. An inspiring muse for photographers. Merely observing them sparked a myriad of ideas in Chun Ranran's mind, creating an urgent desire to whisk them to her studio for a shoot. Lin Dan's single refusal meant little to her. She eagerly pursued them, shaking her camera. "Gentlemen, I am a professional photographer, and I assure you that you will be satisfied with the results. If you are busy today, we can exchange contact information and arrange for another day." Understanding that it was inappropriate for a girl to chase them, Lin Dan halted, gently placing Shun Shu down and explaining, "I really dislike having my picture taken. You should find someone else." Although Shun Shu also wished to take photos with Lin Dan, he had an abundance of renowned photographers at his disposal and had no intention of choosing a street photographer who might post their images online. "Handsome sir, considering how stunning you and your boyfriend are, it would be a shame not to take a couple's photo. I'll even pay you. How does 5,000 for an hour sound?" Chun Ranran, wearing a baseball cap with her hair casually tied in a bun, donned a simple black t-shirt paired with camouflage trousers. Despite her understated appearance, the high-end Hasselblad X2D camera dangling from her neck was worth a fortune. Her family is affluent, and while still attending school, She partnered with her sister-in-law to establish a photography studio. Today, she whimsically set out to capture the beauty of nature, only to unexpectedly encounter a model who resonated deeply with her aesthetic. From their attire, Chen Ran could discern that they were not individuals lacking financial means. So she attempted one last plea to retain their attention. To her surprise, Lin Dan's expression darkened upon hearing this remark. "We are friends, not that kind of relationship." With that, she briskly took Ashu's arm and departed. Chen Ran thought to herself, is it true that straight men have become so liberated in this day and age? Or perhaps it is due to the fashion industry being predominantly gay, leading me to perceive people through a skewed lens? Dressed impeccably in a crisp black shirt and tailored trousers, the male sales associate Nico, his hair meticulously styled with product, entered the VC exclusive suite, carrying several stacked black velvet trays. Suwei's flight was scheduled to arrive at South Bay Airport around 3 in the afternoon. I had promised to pick her up. After we finished our shopping, I would take the gifts directly to the airport. Lin Dan nodded in agreement. The 1 million promised by Lu Qingyue arrived that very evening, transferred to his account from a private source before the dawn of the next day. Lin Dan promptly repaid the 150,000 owed to Zhao Xiangqing, as well as his car loan, and with his July salary added in, he had over 800,000 remaining. With his finances now more comfortable, and coincidentally with Su Wei returning from England today, he planned to select a gift for her. However, Lin Dan was not particularly well-versed in what girls liked, so he sought Zhao Xiangqing's assistance, who promptly took him to SKP. As Zhao Xiangqing handed over a glass of juice from the table, Lin Dan revealed the bracelet on his wrist while reaching for it. Zhao Xiangqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering why he had decided to wear a bracelet, which seemed uncharacteristic of him. She did not believe for a moment that Lin Dan had purchased it himself. It wasn't a matter of financial capability, but rather that such a brand-S bracelet was rarely worn by straight men. It was a gift from Lian. Recalling the overly intimate gestures in their previous online video, Zhao Xiangqing felt an instinctive unease and was about to inquire further when she noticed the sales associate entering the room. Before them, a velvet tray displayed an array of designer earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and watches, each adorned with various gemstones, their brilliance enhanced under the lights. After surveying the selection, Zhao Xiangqing pointed to a Cartier mini tank and remarked, "What about this one? Su Wei has slender wrists. A narrowband watch would suit her perfectly." Following her gaze, Lin Dan observed the piece. Nico chimed in, "This model is ideal for young women and has been rising in price rapidly. The standard versions available domestically are quite common, but this limited edition in black and gold is rare and unlikely to be seen on many." Nico's gaze had not strayed from Lin Dan since his entrance. He was undeniably attractive, exuding a potent masculinity that captivated anyone's attention, be they male or female, coupled with a physique that was apparent even through clothing. He was truly a standout in any crowd. In the realm of the gay community, where the dynamics often sway, Nico's discerning taste led him to encounter a singularly exquisite individual, so captivating that it rendered him momentarily speechless. Despite Zhao Xiangqing being a frequent patron here, he found himself slightly bent over, aligning with Lin Dan as he presented the merchandise. As he spoke, his gaze subtly traversed from Lin Dan's face downwards, ultimately settling on a particular area of interest. Today, Lin Dan donned a pair of gray athletic pants, and, as he sat, he instinctively parted his legs. From Nico's vantage point, the taut fabric was strikingly apparent, its significance undeniable. Although Lin Dan was somewhat naive regarding such matters, he placed his trust in Zhao Xiangqing's judgment and patiently awaited the conclusion of Nico's exposition before responding. "Then I shall choose this one." Nico, whose thoughts had wandered to the most intimate of scenarios involving Lin Dan, instantly donned a professional smile, revealing nothing of his previous musings. "Very well," he replied, gracefully lifting a watch with his gloved hand. He knelt on one knee, positioning himself before Lin Dan, with his bent knee brushing against Lin Dan's calf, and the hand holding the watch resting gently on Lin Dan's knee. Gazing upward, he suggested, "This watch pairs splendidly with a matching bracelet. Would you care to consider one as well?" Being a luxury goods salesperson, Nico's striking appearance and stature were assets he wielded adeptly, often softening the hearts of clients, leading them to spend lavishly for the sake of his sales performance. However, his interest in Lin Dan was not merely to encourage expenditure. It was a deliberate attempt at seduction. "All right, let us add a bracelet to the ensemble," Lin Dan acquiesced. Alas, his obliviousness to the underlying intentions was evident, as he remained unaware of Nico's flirtatious gaze. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiangqing, aware of Nico's inclinations, cast a sidelong glance at the scene unfolding. "What do you think of this one?" Nico, emboldened by Lin Dan's lack of avoidance, picked up a slender rose gold bracelet from the same brand. Grasping Lin Dan's wrist, he let his index finger glide slowly up his forearm, lowering his voice to a suggestive whisper. "Would you like to try it on?" Chapter 87. Boyfriend and Interactions with Women. Lin Dan maintained a respectful distance, diligently avoiding physical contact. For instance, while seated on the same sofa with Zhao Xiangqing, a safe space was always preserved between them. However, with male friends, he was less stringent about such boundaries, often brushing off simple gestures of camaraderie. When Nico's hand rested on Lin Dan's, he assumed it was merely a gesture of support due to discomfort from kneeling. Yet, the current situation clearly transcended normal boundaries. And even Lin Dan, in his obliviousness, began to sense something amiss. He promptly swatted Nico's hand away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? If you wish to wear it, then wear it. No need to be so touchy. It feels inappropriate." Nico blinked and leaned closer. "Of course, I merely wish for you to try it on." The overwhelming scent of sweet perfume wafted toward Lin Dan, prompting him to frown slightly as he instinctively shifted backward to create space. However, Nico seemed oblivious to his discomfort, continuing to lean in, leaving Lin Dan with no choice but to retreat further. As the situation appeared to be shifting towards Zhao Xiangqing, Lin Dan could no longer restrain himself. Before he could kick her aside, a hand reached from the side, preventing Nico from getting any closer. "Nico, the bracelet was a gift from my best friend. Why are you trying to show it off in front of my boyfriend?" "Boyfriend?" Nico was not oblivious. Although Lin Dan had arrived with Zhao Xiangqing, he had always referred to her as Miss Zhao, which couple addresses each other in such a formal manner. Zhao Xiangqing intimately linked her arm with Lin Dan's. "What? Doesn't it seem so?" Lin Dan was genuinely disgusted by Nico's earlier actions and chose not to retort, allowing Zhao Xiangqing to clasp his arm, hoping only for Nico to keep his distance. Zhao Xiangqing was a significant client of the store, and regardless of their relationship, Nico dared not contradict her, offering an awkward smile. "Yes, of course it seems so." Zhao Xiangqing took the bracelet from his hands and tried it on along with the selected watch. Upon receiving Lin Dan's nod, she instructed Nico, "Then these two, please wrap them up." "Wait a moment." Lin Dan pointed to a Bulgari necklace displayed on a velvet tray. "And this one as well." Zhao Xiangqing glanced at the price tag and replied, "Let us skip the necklace. It seems rather ordinary." "Weren't you just saying it looked fine?" Nico had recommended the necklace during his introduction, and Zhao Xiangqing had praised it, even picking it up to examine closely, clearly indicating her interest. Zhao Xiangqing shot him a glare. "When did I say that?" Lin Dan, perplexed by the swift changes in a woman's mind, followed her lead. "Perhaps I misremembered. Feel free to choose another one you like." Only then did Zhao Xiangqing realize, "One that I like? You're not suggesting it's a gift for me, are you?" Lin Dan nodded. "No need for that. It's not an occasion worth spending money on." The total for the bracelet and watch they had just selected was just over 100,000, whereas this necklace was a new Bulgari piece, priced nearly at 150,000. Zhao Xiangqing was aware that Lin Dan was currently employed at Mint, where a monthly salary barely exceeded 100,000. He had just repaid her and bought a gift for Su Wei. It was implausible that he had any spare funds. But can't gifts be given on non-holidays? Lin Dan noticed her reluctance to allow him to spend and smiled. "It's all right. I earned some extra money recently. I still have funds at hand. I owe you for Su Wei's matter, and it's only fitting I gift you something. Is it merely because of Su Wei?" Zhao Xiangqing suddenly leaned closer to him. "Is there no other reason?" Today, she wore an off-shoulder white dress, and her leaning motion caused the neckline to shift slightly. Lin Dan inadvertently caught a glimpse and felt his face flush, hastily averting his gaze. He leaned back to create some distance between them and spoke candidly. "In truth, There isn't much reason. If I had to specify, it would be simply that I wish for you to feel joy upon receiving the gift. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xiangqing regarded him, a subtle emotion welling up within her. After a prolonged silence, she finally mumbled, "Smooth talker, I wonder where you learned such charming words." A woman clad in a black velvet long gown, adorned with a layered pearl necklace around her neck, entered the room. "Madam Shun, I was just about to send it over to you. What brings you here in person?" The client manager hurriedly approached upon seeing her. Elios smiled gently. "It's no trouble at all. I happened to be in the vicinity and thought I would drop by to collect it. The garment has just arrived and is currently being ironed. It will take approximately 20 minutes. Would you like me to escort you to a private room to rest for a while?" "That would be lovely, thank you." The client manager led Elios further inside. Noticing that Elios was wearing sunglasses indoors, she observed the faint outline of white gauze over her right eye and inquired with concern, "Madam Shun, has your eye been injured?" "It's just a chalazion, nothing serious. It will heal in a few days." As they continued walking, the door to a nearby private room suddenly swung open, and an individual emerged without paying attention to their surroundings. The client manager, engrossed in conversation with Elios, collided directly with the stranger. A jewelry tray, stacked precariously, tipped over, causing the top piece to tumble to the ground, scattering its contents. One bracelet rolled to Elios' feet. "Nico, do be more mindful." The client manager and Nico swiftly gathered the fallen jewelry. Elios bent down to retrieve the bracelet at her feet and placed it back into the tray. The client manager smiled apologetically at her. "Madam Shun, I sincerely apologize. Shall we proceed?" Just as Elios was about to leave, she heard a familiar voice from within the partially open room. "I can't see behind me. Could you assist me with a necklace?" Having just dined together 2 days prior, Elios recognized the voice and peered through the ajar door. There sat Zhao Xiangqing on the sofa, gathering her long hair to the front. A young man stood with his back to the door, bending down to help her with the necklace. Elios felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the young man's silhouette, but could not place where she had encountered him before. After a moment, Zhao Xiangqing, unable to contain her frustration, remarked, "Are you even capable of this? Haven't you ever helped a girlfriend with a necklace before?" Lin Dan struggled to open the clasp of the necklace, replying helplessly, "I've never had a girlfriend." "Never mind. I'll just go out and ask Nico for help." Zhao Xiangqing held the necklace in her hand, and as she stood up, she noticed Elios standing outside the door. "Madam Shun, what a pleasant surprise!" Zhao Xiangqing exclaimed, hurrying over to greet her. "I came to collect a piece of clothing," Elios replied, her gaze drifting to the young man behind Zhao Xiangqing. He was tall, appearing to be in his early 20s, with strikingly handsome features and a captivatingly intense expression. "Xiaoqing, who is this?" Elios inquired, recalling the previous encounter. Zhao Xiangqing took Lin Dan's hand and, with a sweet tone, introduced, "Annie, this is my boyfriend." Lin Dan sensed that Zhao Xiangqing was holding his hand a bit too tightly, realizing she was subtly urging him to cooperate. Moreover, with Nico still fixated on him nearby, he had no choice but to muster his courage and extend his hand toward Elios. "Hello, Auntie, I am Xiangqing's boyfriend." Although Elios harbored hopes of having Zhao Xiangqing as her daughter-in-law, it was evident that her son preferred men, rendering such a union impossible. Nevertheless, with Zhao Xiangqing having found someone she cherished, it was a situation that pleased everyone. "Hello," Elios replied with a smile as she shook Lin Dan's hand. "Xiangqing is a wonderful girl. You must treat her well." This was Lin Dan's first encounter with a foreigner who spoke Chinese so fluently. Before he could respond further, his phone, which he had tucked in his pocket, rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from Ashu. "Apologies, I need to take this call," Lin Dan said before stepping out of the private room and making his way towards the entrance. As he raised his phone, Elios noticed a watch adorning his wrist, identical to the one Xin Shu had purchased as a gift. However, she dismissed the thought, recognizing that such a style was not limited edition and was commonly worn. At men.One airport, Zhao Xiangqing arrived shortly after 3 o'clock. Su Wei had messaged her 2 minutes prior, stating that she had already disembarked. Rather than entering, she opted to wait at the exit. Before Su Wei could arrive, she spotted Zhao Xiangyan emerging from the VIP passage. Following the birthday celebration for the elder Shun, He had flown directly from the capital to Norway and had only just returned as the new school year approached, having been away for over half a month. Zhao Xiang'an's previously red hair was now dyed a haze blue. In the 20-degree weather of Norway, he wore a black hooded sweatshirt with patchwork designs, paired with washed-out cargo pants and a yellow plaid shirt casually tied around his waist. His striking features, trendy attire, and towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches made him particularly eye-catching in the crowd, drawing glances from girls entering and exiting the station. In the sweltering 30-degree heat of Beijing, Zhao Xiang'an felt the heat immediately upon stepping out. As he rolled up his sleeves, he spotted Zhao Xiangqing standing not far away. "Weren't you supposed to return tomorrow?" Zhao Xiangqing inquired as he approached. "I couldn't be bothered to wait for the private jet, so I bought a ticket to come back." Zhao Xiang'an replied with a yawn. "Why are you at the airport?" Without waiting for her response, he continued, "Since I'm too lazy to call the driver. Why don't you just take me home? I haven't adjusted to the time difference and am utterly exhausted." "Wait, I need to pick up a friend," Zhao Xiangqing said as her gaze fell upon a girl dressed in an oversized blue shirt and a white skirt. "Suwei, over here." Hearing her name, Suwei approached, pulling her suitcase behind her. Zhao Xiang'an lazily glanced at Suwei before quickly averting his gaze. "Can we leave now?" "Xiaowei." Just as the trio was about to depart, someone called out to them from behind. It was a man and a woman. The man appeared youthful with handsome, gentle features, while the woman, slightly older, had waist-length hair cascading down her back, dressed in a simple white casual shirt and jeans. She bore a striking resemblance to the man beside her and wore a warm, approachable smile. "Xiaowei, it's been a while. Do you remember me?" "Of course." "And Ji." Suwei was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to encounter the other party here. Ji Zhao gently ruffled her hair and then addressed the Zhao siblings, saying, "I haven't seen Xiaowei in several years. Would it be too much of an imposition to steal a moment of your time for us to converse?" Zhao Xiangqing, unfamiliar with the two, nevertheless discerned the closeness between Suwei and Ji Zhao, and naturally did not refuse, nodding in agreement. However, Zhao Xiang'an, having his return delayed, wore an unpleasant expression. Suwei followed the two to a secluded area devoid of onlookers. Ji Zhao gestured to the young man beside her. "Xiaowei, this is my nephew, Ji Yunting." Ji Yunting adjusted his glasses and extended his hand to Suwei, introducing himself. "Hello, Xiaowei." "Hello," Suwei replied. "I just returned from abroad with your aunt and was pleased to learn that you have been accepted into non-university." As Ji Zhao spoke, she retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to Suwei. "I understand you are a person of conviction with plans for the future. Please accept this money as a token of my goodwill." Suwei shook her head, declining the offer. "Aunt Ji, I cannot accept this. The tuition at Non is not inexpensive. This is your aunt's intention. She has always held you in her thoughts over the years, but has struggled to overcome her own reservations. Please grant her some time." "Aunt Ji, I have never held any grievances against my aunt." Suwei raised her gaze, her eyes radiant and fervent. "I have applied for a student loan, which has been approved, and the tuition will be deposited next month. I am now of age. I can take responsibility for my own choices and future." Ji Zhao recognized the stubbornness that ran in the family. Once resolved, they would not waver. Reluctantly, she reclaimed the card. "Very well. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call me." "And Ji, do you have Officer Lu's contact information? I need to reach him." "I do not," Ji Zhao replied. She only knew that Lu Qingyue was one of the officers involved in the case surrounding Lin Dan's crime, and naturally had no means to contact him. "Is something amiss?" "I wish to terminate my relationship with my current guardian." Suwei lowered her head, idly kicking a pebble by the roadside before gathering her thoughts to say, "Additionally, I wish to apply for a prison visit." Previously, due to her tender age and the influence of others, she had been led to believe that Lin Dan had murdered her father, thereby destroying her family. Coupled with Lin Dan's subsequent actions, which involved the death of her adoptive father, her resentment and fear towards Lin Dan had reached a fevered pitch. Yet, blood ties possess a peculiar nature. As time passed, the mere mention of Lin Dan's name now evoked not only fear, but also an underlying longing buried deep within her heart. A prison visit? Ji Zhao was taken aback by this revelation. He was released 2 years ago. Are you not in contact with him now? Chapter 89. Would you take me to see him? Ji Zhao's first encounter with Lin Dan occurred 4 years prior in the psychological counseling room of Beigang prison. Confined by high walls and iron bars, criminals gradually become numb to their repetitive existence, and their physical and mental states inevitably suffer. Ji Zhao had encountered numerous offenders with psychological issues, all of whom had, without exception, been influenced by external factors to varying degrees. Some have endured severe childhood traumas, while others have suffered violence from family and society, and still, some have lived in dark and distorted environments. As they grew, these individuals transitioned from victims to perpetrators, committing unforgivable crimes. Lin Dan's mental state was quite poor, a fact that Ji Zhao immediately discerned during their first conversation. Due to their romantic relationship, Ji Zhao found it impossible to remain a mere bystander. Thus, he applied to provide psychological counseling to inmates on a regular basis. "I heard you were placed in solitary confinement again for fighting. Has someone been bullying you?" Ji Zhao inquired. "No, I am simply too exhausted," Lin Dan replied calmly, as though discussing the weather. Ji Zhao pondered this. If one is tired, why resort to violence? Because they won't allow me to sleep in the isolation room. The only way for me to be sent there is to fight. Lin Dan's tone remained composed, as if he were merely commenting on a mundane matter. The solitary confinement, a place feared by criminals, was for Lin Dan the only sanctuary. It was in this secluded space, where he was alone, that he could let down all his defenses and finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. This conversation solidified Ji Zhao's resolve to help him. After Lin Dan's release certificate arrived, Ji Zhao accompanied Su Li abroad, completely unaware of Lin Dan's whereabouts after his release. However, during the treatment phase, Lin Dan frequently mentioned Su Wei, who could be considered his sole emotional support. Where else would he go if he doesn't seek out Su Wei? Ji Zhao mused. Upon hearing Ji Zhao's words, Su Wei's eyes filled with disbelief. What? Isn't he serving a life sentence? When was he released? Where is he now? Why hasn't he come to find me? She had not contemplated how to confront Lin Dan, yet as his closest person, she could not fathom why he would not seek her out. He was released 2 years ago. I cannot disclose the reasons, and I have not been in contact with him during this time, nor do I know his current whereabouts. If you wish to see him, I can send someone to look for him, Ji Zhao offered. Su Wei laughed bitterly. Forget it. If he doesn't want to see me, I don't particularly wish to see him either.